Chapter 1. The Cyber Delusion. Today marks the day the college entrance examination results are announced. The classroom buzzes with excitement, yet Xiaoli sits alone in the back row by the window. In the back row by the window lies the homeland of kings. Beside him is a bucket, a vessel of royal lineage. And the king remains eternally proud. The surrounding commotion is of no concern to him. No one speaks to him. No friends, no acquaintances, only the occasional mocking glances thrown his way. But it matters not after today. He shall be reborn. I, Xiaoli, am not of your world. Do not approach recklessly. The entity within me harbors no fondness for you. If it were to break free from its seal, the entire world would be plunged into peril. Step aside. I can no longer contain my right hand. Xiaoli clutches his head. Due to his self-introduction at the start of the school year, he has spent 3 lonely years in high school. By the time he reached his senior year, the moment he awakened from his delusions, he longed to live on another planet. In the throes of his delusion, Xiaoli paid no mind to the strange glances around him, even taking pride in them. But after awakening, this has become an unbearable torment. As he walks down the street, he can always hear the inexplicable laughter of those nearby. While waiting in line at the cafeteria, someone even exclaims, "It's the sealed one. Make way for him." Occasionally, he encounters a few female classmates who giggle and point, saying, "Your husband. Your husband." Back then, he had thought they were vying for his attention. At this thought, Xiaoli trembles, feeling a chill seep into his very bones. This is nothing short of hell. Yet, his miserable life is soon to come to an end. In his senior year, he awakened, resolved to change his fate. In this final year, he must study diligently to astonish those who have looked down upon him during the college entrance examination. With the ability to grasp the sun and moon, plucking stars from the sky, there exists no one like me. Ahem. After a year of relentless toil, with his head suspended by a beam and needles piercing his flesh, he has succeeded. Today is the moment to reap the fruits of victory. In the classroom, the teacher on stage is announcing the names of the top 10 students for recognition. Xiaoli had estimated his scores beforehand, and now stands confidently with his chest out and head held high. The thought of his classmates' expressions fills him with mirth. Chun Mingyao, quality education score, 710, practical score, 220, adaptability, 9 stars, second in the entire school. As soon as the words leave her lips, applause erupts from below. Wow. As expected of the class president, impressive. This score is more than enough to enter the highest institution. A girl with 2 braided pigtails, clad in a JK uniform with white stockings, stands up with blush blooms on her heart-shaped face as she bows in gratitude. This class president is the object of many people's affection. For the former Xiaoli, she was, aside from the sealed world-destroying black dragon within him, the second most captivating being. But since he cured himself of his delusions, he has gained self-awareness and no longer fixates on her. After a fleeting glance, Xiaoli eagerly awaits the teacher's next announcement. By now, this is the second place thus. The first must surely be him. Xiaoli rubs his hands together in anticipation. First place Yao. Quality education score, 721, practical score, 230, adaptability, 9 stars, first in the entire school. Cheers reverberate throughout the classroom. Oh, as expected of the boss. Yao, don't forget your brothers. Yi, the idol, I adore you. Wait, aren't you a guy? Yi Yao, the vice class president, an absolute standout in the class, stands in stark contrast to Xiaoli, earning the admiration of the entire class and even the entire school. Not only does he possess striking good looks and exceptional academic prowess, but he also has a charming personality and comes from a wealthy family, frequently inviting classmates to his villa for parties the legitimate kind, with each visit to a different villa. He stands gracefully, waving to his classmates. The classroom radiates joy. Only Xiaoli, seated in the back row by the window, clenches his fists and grits his teeth. No, this cannot be. He had accurately estimated his scores, and his practical score was a perfect one. How could he not be among them? There's still one more. At that moment, the teacher on stage adjusts her glasses, her expression somewhat conflicted. Hope reignites in Xiaoli's eyes. Although regardless, the efforts of that student are commendable. Xiaoli, quality score, 750, Practical score, 250, full marks. Silence. The entire classroom falls instantly quiet, and after a few seconds, erupts into fervent chatter. All the students gaze at Xiao Li with incredulous expressions. Impossible. Could it be the sealed one? Is it possible that the black flame dragon within him aided him? I recall him mentioning it was not a flame dragon, but a black antimatter dragon. Though some continue to mock his delusional language, their stunned expressions and astonished tones fill Xiao Li with a refreshing sense of satisfaction. He longs to survey the room, etching the expressions of these individuals into his memory. But at that moment, he feels a wave of anxiety wash over him, pondering how he should rise to express his gratitude to show off. Just as he prepares to stand, the teacher continues. This should have been first in the province, however. Adaptability, 1 star. The previous ruckus abruptly falls silent once more. This world is a technologically advanced, yet socially stagnant realm, commonly referred to as cyberpunk. 60 years ago, humanity invented wormhole technology, finally enabling interstellar travel to other planets. Humanity entered an era of grand exploration. Other planets are rife with materials and substances absent from Blue Star, yet they invariably possess hostile environments and various antagonistic forces and entities. Wormholes are narrow and fraught with restrictions, unsuitable for the passage of large machinery or heavy weaponry. Within this broader context, body modification technology flourished. People could augment their bodies with cybernetics to enhance combat prowess, extend lifespan, or filter harmful air. However, cybernetics impose burdens on the human body, and exceeding those limits can affect one's psyche. This condition is known as carbon-based disorder, colloquially termed cyberpsychosis. Every young person undergoes high-end equipment tests for their adaptability during the college entrance examination, rated from 1 star to 9 stars. The higher the star rating, the greater the threshold for endurance, allowing for the adaptation and equipping of more potent and effective cybernetics. Yet, Xiao Li's 1 star in this society would be tantamount to a disability. After a brief silence, the noise erupts again, even louder. 1 star, what can that achieve? Perhaps only driving a tractor? Likely unable to even install a bionic lung to live longer, one must remain on the home planet. Perhaps an outdated external respiration device could suffice, though it may be a hassle. What a pity to be so academically gifted. Nothing to lament once we graduate and install chips. We can acquire this knowledge without studying. Can one attend the best logistics academy? Impossible even for the best logistics. One must accompany the expedition to foreign planets, requiring a minimum of 5 stars in adaptability. Perhaps it's all due to the black flame dragon. Amidst the cacophony of voices, some classmates express regret, attempting to devise a way out for Xiao Li. Yet, the majority indulge in scornful mockery. Xiao Li feels an overwhelming fatigue wash over him as he sits numbly in his seat. This is wrong. He has worked so hard. This should be the moment for a triumphant display. Yet it has turned out this way. The efforts of an ordinary person have proven futile. The surrounding voices buzz incessantly, igniting a sense of irritation within him. At that moment, a single phrase pierces through the clamor. No wonder, hey, his father died from cyberpsychosis. It must be hereditary. Bang! Xiao Li suddenly stands. Chapter 2. The Sealed Black History. The person who uttered that remark is a scrawny, sharp-featured classmate. Xiao Li strides up to him, confronting him directly. Say that again. The scrawny boy recoils in fright. Yet as he steps back, he feels the sting of humiliation and steels himself to shout. It's true. Your father had low adaptability, yet recklessly used high-grade cybernetics, leading to your mother's demise as well. Before he can finish, Xiao Li delivers a powerful punch to his face. One punch is not enough. Xiao Li swiftly closes the distance, prepared to unleash a flurry of combination strikes. In the practical examination, martial arts are the focus. With a perfect score of 250, his combat capability matches that of an ordinary special forces soldier without cybernetics. Xiao Li's score of 250 does not reflect his true strength, but indicates the maximum he could achieve. The scrawny boy, lacking even basic combat skills, stands no chance against him. At that moment, a hand grips Xiao Li's fist. He struggles, but his arm remains immobile. This individual has undergone enhancements. Xiaoli slowly raises his gaze to the person before him. It is none other than Yi Yao. At that moment, he feels another hand grasp his other arm. This touch is soft and gentle. The class president, a sweet girl, gazes at Xiaoli with concern. With one firm grip and one soft touch, Xiaoli's fury gradually subsides, allowing him to regain his composure. Indeed, causing a ruckus in the classroom would have significant repercussions should he need to compensate. His family would struggle to bear the cost. The scrawny boy struggles to rise. Yao Yao bro, he hit me. To his surprise, Yi Yao glares at him, apologized to Xiaoli. Huh, he hit me first. The scrawny boy continues to resist. But Yi Yao adopts a serious demeanor. The monkey-cheeked boy was taken aback, lowering his head reluctantly as he murmured, I apologize, I shouldn't have spoken out of turn. Then, Yi Yao cast a glance at Xiaoli, his eyes imbued with a hint of pressure. Xiaoli initially wished to remain silent, yet felt a gentle tug from the soft-spoken class monitor beside her. Her eyes widened, reflecting a plea. It's alright, I wasn't exactly calm either, Xiaoli replied. Indeed, she had not been calm enough. She should have discreetly dealt with matters in a solitary corner. Xiaoli thought to herself. Upon witnessing the two reach a reconciliation, Yi Yao smiled and released Xiaoli's hand, addressing their classmates. Ahem. As individuals stationed on the front lines, we are obliged to follow orders and strive diligently in battle, whereas the logistics personnel bear a heavier burden of considerations. In combat, logistics are as vital as the front lines. Thus, we must not underestimate either side. Wow, as expected of Yi Zong, so impressive. Exactly. From now on, I must work alongside Brother Yao. The earlier incident seemed to fade into oblivion, with no one paying further attention to Xiaoli, as the classroom erupted once more into cheers. Yi Yao seized every opportunity to assert his authority within the class. The hand that had struck the monkey-cheeked boy now bore a gash, inflicted by the boy's teeth as a consequence of the impact. The soft-spoken class monitor produced a band-aid, meticulously affixing it to the wound. The rabbit depicted on the band-aid made a heart gesture. Xiaoli stared in a daze, whispering, "Thank you." Simultaneously, she sternly reminded herself, "Don't get the wrong idea. This individual is the class monitor. She merely possesses an inexplicable sense of responsibility. She is kind to everyone in the class. There is absolutely no way she harbors a crush on me." After dispelling the fleeting remnants of her adolescent delusions, Xiaoli quietly took her seat. The teachers of the Cyber Society were merely workers, entirely indifferent to the drama, proceeding with their explanations regarding volunteer-related matters. Evening fell. Upon arriving home, he collapsed onto his bed. Today, he had truly graduated from his adolescent delusions. Recognizing himself as an ordinary individual marked the true essence of graduation. However, if I am merely an ordinary person, entirely unremarkable, then mother and father, does that not render your sacrifices devoid of value? His parents had died saving him. In his childhood, an alien creature had burst forth from a wormhole, attacking young Xiaoli. His father, in a desperate bid to save him, had donned a cybernetic body that he could not control. After vanquishing the creature, the toll on his body had driven him to madness, resulting in the destruction of an entire city block. Just as the chaos threatened to engulf young Xiaoli, his mother appeared, managing to rouse his father at the cost of her own life. So, it turns out that what you sacrificed your lives for was merely a useless brat with a single star for adaptability. Xiaoli chuckled bitterly, rising to tear down the poster emblazoned with a black dragon from the wall. He gathered all his journals and design collections from his adolescence, tossing them into a cardboard box and shoving it beneath the bed. Opening his computer, he accessed a specific website, Mobius National Geographic. This was a site established using his father's cybernetic account, containing an extensive compilation of data meticulously organized over countless days and nights. Due to the limitations of the free website, much information remained unpublished, still stored on external hard drives and notebooks hidden beneath his bed. In his imagination, the Mobius world was a binary star system, where two planets orbited each other, both teeming with life. What thrived there was not technology, but rather mysterious powers yet to be discovered by humanity. Humans could acquire these powers by hunting the creatures residing there and crafting potions from them. These creatures were cunning and had already infiltrated human society. One day, Many netizens stumbled upon this website and began to discuss it in the forums. Upon discovering this, Xiao Li was overjoyed, thus giving birth to a secret organization rooted in this site. The Star Alliance, a clandestine organization safeguarding Blue Star from the invasion of alien beings. The president was none other than Xiao Li, the website's creator, codenamed the Fool. Currently, there were 15 executive officers, each designated by the major arcana of tarot cards, with 6 codenames still vacant. There were also several peripheral members. Gazing at the site, he could not bring himself to delete it entirely. Instead, he restricted access to strangers. The members had already seen it, so let them continue to do so. However, he wished to keep this dark history from reaching any more eyes. In the end, he exited the Star Alliance group chat, transferring ownership of the group and deactivating the Penguin account he had used during his adolescent phase. He wanted to erase every trace of his former self, leaving no remnants of his youthful delusions. After completing these tasks, he lay back on his bed. It's time to accept my ordinariness and contemplate my future path. The room was enveloped in calm, yet his actions stirred a tempest outside. Star Alliance Executive Group. World. Why did the boss leave the group? Why have I become the group leader? The magician. Fool has been silent for over a year, and now he's left the group. He's even exited the main group. The hermit. Could it be that we've disappointed him? That makes sense. We still haven't uncovered the infiltration routes of the alien beings. Wheel of Fortune. Impossible. Perhaps an unexpected incident occurred while suppressing the black dragon within him. Regardless, we must fulfill our duties and await his return. The Hangman. Perhaps one among us has betrayed him. Temperance. Do not speak words detrimental to our unity. The Emperor. Such a pity. I've recently been pursuing a witch, was hoping to craft a potion for the Fool. The Hermit. A witch? So rare, I wonder what effects her potions possess. World. The website has also restricted access to strangers. The Demon. Since this is his decision, we shall comply. I shall establish a network defense. Chapter 3. Plans for life ahead. In a conference room across the sea. What? The website has been restricted? Was it discovered by the Chinese? Shit. Send a hacker to investigate. Huh? Is that site really that important? Isn't it just information regarding aliens? We've conquered 3 alien worlds already. Fool. The other worlds are merely resource planets, with little of value. But the Mobius binary system harbors not only strategic resources. The beings there have developed civilizations far beyond ours, possibly even possessing higher dimensional life forms. It could very well hide the key to the next era. Hurry, send a hacker to investigate. However, the site is hosted in China cyberspace. Our people have a hard time accessing. The risks are considerable. They might end up with fried brains. Even so, we must investigate. Send X to lead the charge. Xiao Li remained oblivious to these developments. He lay in bed, grappling with how to navigate his future life. Now, in a society fully immersed in cyberpunk, multinational corporations reign supreme, with human lives deemed inconsequential. Even if cities burned, the plight of the lower classes went unnoticed. China fared somewhat better, managing to maintain sovereignty, yet still faced numerous challenges. For instance, machines had widely replaced various professions, leading to persistently high unemployment rates. Public safety had deteriorated across the board, among other issues. Fortunately, humanity had invented wormholes, allowing global organizations to set aside disputes and dedicate themselves to exploring alien worlds. Young people unable to find jobs could opt for cybernetic enhancements and venture into these new territories. By participating in exploration, they could acquire land and resources from these alien worlds, which held considerable value even if they did not intend to settle there. This alleviated social tensions and, objectively, postponed the onset of World War III. Regrettably, the majority of alien environments were inhospitable to human life, making it nearly impossible for Xiao Li to venture forth without cybernetic modifications. As for local employment, the remaining jobs that had not been replaced by machines almost universally required corresponding cybernetic enhancements. Even positions in human resources or accounting necessitated data processors to enhance efficiency. Thus, universities considered students' adaptability when admitting candidates for these fields. However, the teaching profession did not strictly require cybernetic enhancements. With the advancement of technology, knowledge had become widely accessible online. transforming the role of teachers from mere instructors to facilitators who guide students in comprehending subjects and fostering their holistic development. Moreover, regulations in China dictated that individuals could only undergo cybernetic modifications after reaching adulthood, allowing teachers to connect more closely with their students. Reflecting on this, Shaoli researched the score thresholds for teaching-related majors. The highest institution requires a 5-star adaptability, even for the teaching department? This felt akin to turn a screw, one must first learn how to build a missile. Shaoli seethed with indignation. After perusing the options, he realized he would likely have to settle for a subpar institution. He set his phone down, lying on his back on the bed with a sigh. The future appeared bleak. How ridiculous! Given the current levels of competition, even those from prestigious universities with self-funded enhancements might struggle to secure formal employment. Perhaps the only path ahead was to become an honorably recognized temporary worker. At that moment, there were 2 knocks on the door, followed by a cool voice from outside. Dinner. In the living room, Shaoli sat at the dining table. Opposite him sat a youthful girl with long, straight black hair, her face adorned with large dark circles. The table was enveloped in silence, save for the sounds of eating. This girl was Xiao Li's little aunt, his mother's younger sister, Lin Shi. Having been born later, she was only 2 years older than Xiao Li, possessing a remarkably petite frame. Yet she was already an adult. She had once adored her sister until her sister sacrificed herself to protect Xiao Li. Thus, she had never shown Xiao Li a kind expression. After putting in considerable effort during his senior year, Xiao Li's situation improved slightly. The ultra-thin television displayed the news. The United Nations has officially confirmed the discovery of a new extraterrestrial zone, which, as understood, features a rare binary star system. Professor Feng, he believes that the gravitational variations within it warrant further study. At noon today, a gang clash erupted in the City of the Sun, located within the borders of Hua Country, affecting a traveler from Hua. Hua has expressed condemnation, and the outspoken General Fan commented, "In an age of such abundant resources, resorting to extreme capitalism and governing the country like a cyberpunk dystopia is utterly disgraceful. Alert in the wormhole zone of Province F. An extraterrestrial being has emerged from the wormhole. Residents are advised to exercise caution." Upon hearing this news, Lin Shi set down her chopsticks. "Be careful in the near future." But don't worry, Province F is vast, it's unlikely to reach us here," Shaoli replied, shaking his head. The news prompted both of them to reflect on the past. How did you fare in the exams? Lin Shi shifted the topic. Full marks, but adaptability only 1 star. Shaoli buried his head in his bowl. Upon hearing the first half of his statement, Lin Shi's eyes widened, and they grew even wider with the latter half. After a prolonged silence, she finally said, "Well, it's better not to engage at all from the start than to lose control after getting involved." Shaoli looked down. "I'm sorry. You have indeed matured quite a bit," Lin Shi remarked, as if seeing Shaoli for the first time. In the past, he would often utter phrases like it's all the world's fault. She reached out to pat Xiao Li's head. "But you needn't apologize." Shaoli gently swatted her hand away. "You're not much older than me. Stop acting like an old lady." The dismissed hand playfully tapped his head. "And have you considered who is to blame?" Her expression bore a hint of satisfaction. Full marks, even with 1 star for adaptability, still signifies survival. Yes, survival. For her, the mere act of surviving is a positive outcome. Dinner soon concluded. Shaoli washed the dishes, while Lin Shi shouldered her bag and set out for a tutoring job. Originally, Xiao Li's father could have earned a considerable bonus for defeating the otherworldly creatures, but due to subsequent cybernetic breakdowns that wreak havoc in the neighborhood, the bonus was insufficient to cover the damages. Ultimately, the compensation was waived and the bonus ceased. As a result, their family was not particularly affluent, often relying on distant relatives for assistance. And naturally, they had not purchased a dishwasher. The television was acquired through state subsidies. Meanwhile, Lin Shi had a mediocre adaptability rating of 6 stars, yet lacked the funds to install cybernetic enhancements, making it difficult to find temporary work. Thus, she could only take on tutoring jobs. Previously, during his phase of youthful exuberance, he would spend evenings chatting in groups or refining his character settings. After entering his senior year, he dedicated himself to studying. Now, with the exams concluded and his youthful folly cured, He found himself devoid of a goal. Perhaps it would be better to open the Yangtze app and read a novel. Suddenly, a knocking sound emanated from the window. Xiaoli immediately turned his head. Knock, knock, knock. Could it be the extraterrestrial creature mentioned in the news? Knock, knock, knock. The knocking was rhythmic, suggesting it was an intelligent being. He swallowed hard and cautiously approached the curtains. Knock, knock, knock. He slowly drew back the curtains. What is this? Xiaoli yanked open the curtains, revealing the soft-spoken class monitor from across the way, wielding an elongated rod, tapping on his glass. In an instant, Xiaoli's small mind was filled with large question marks. Class monitor? What are you doing? Why are you next door? Upon seeing Xiaoli, the monitor lifted her hand, and the rod retracted on its own. I was just reviewing the final questions. I couldn't figure them out after thinking for ages. You need to teach me quickly. She wore a serious expression. Xiaoli covered his head. He recalled that she indeed had a reputation for being studious, determined to understand any problem she encountered. Why not just search online? The internet is so advanced now. Also, why are you here? If one could understand everything just by looking online, what merit would it have as a final question? Besides, we have always been neighbors. The class monitor tilted her head. Always? Xiaoli facepalmed. Indeed, the monitor was his second greatest focus after his youthful fantasies. However, 90 of his thoughts were consumed by those fantasies, with only 5 dedicated to her, which could be considered a secondary focus. If he were still in the throes of youthful folly, he would undoubtedly believe this was fate. But now he merely found it noisy. The disparity between a 9-star adaptability and a 1-star adaptability is like heaven and earth. Chapter 4. A delayed encounter. At this point, Xiaoli had long ceased to expect any narrative to unfold with the soft-spoken class president. She was destined for the highest institution of learning. While he was bound for a rather mediocre academy, what was there to discuss? With this thought in mind, Xiaoli prepared to close the window. Observing his actions, the class president leaned out eagerly, attempting to grasp his hand. However, the distance between the two buildings was still considerable. Wow, she exclaimed. Xiaoli hastily opened the window, concerned for her well-being, only to be playfully caught by her. Just kidding. Hurry, if you don't solve this problem, you can't leave. I'll treat you to a midnight snack. With a resigned sigh, Xiaoli acquiesced, as long as he could maintain his composure and not be lured into temptation. He believed he would be fine, even if their relationship could not progress further. Having a friend attending the most prestigious university was certainly not a disadvantage. But how does one go about making friends? 10 minutes later, the two settled at a roadside stall. The class president, notebook in hand, peppered him with questions. She seemed genuinely preoccupied with the problem at hand. Sipping on his watermelon juice, Xiaoli remarked, "You are quite peculiar. Once you install a data analyzer, such questions would be a breeze for you." The class president shook her head while nibbling on the end of her pencil. Even the finest machines require the human mind. In combat with cybernetic enhancements, it is common for those with inferior augmentations to triumph over those with superior ones. The better the augmentation, the more skilled the operator must be, which is precisely why academic scores hold such weight in university admissions. Moreover, the moment one comprehends a problem is genuinely exhilarating. He considered that these scores merely served as a filter. While the threshold might be influenced slightly by her reasoning, it was not significant. "Your roasted sweet potatoes are here," called the stall owner, a silver-armed man, as he placed a baked sweet potato before them. The class president expertly picked it up and split it in half. "Here. For you. Make sure to teach well after you finish." "Ouch, it's hot." Xiaoli hesitated. "We haven't spoken much before, have we? Why the sudden interest in me? I've sought you out numerous times, yet you always claimed that the entity within you disliked me." The class president pouted. Xiaoli turned away, feeling helpless. After all, how could a mere middle school boy find his tongue when addressed by a beautiful girl? Yet, things had improved significantly lately. Surely, he had successfully suppressed the black flame dragon within him. The classmates were all too intimidated by the black flame dragon within you to approach you. I was genuinely worried about you. But you seem unaffected and are excelling academically. Perhaps I underestimated the black flame dragon. The class president spoke earnestly, causing onlookers enjoying their skewers to glance over. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Xiao Li's face flushed with embarrassment as he muttered, "Stop mentioning the black flame dragon." And it's not a flame dragon. Could she be lacking in common sense? The reason his classmates avoided him had nothing to do with fear of the black dragon. Oh, it's an antimatter dragon. She nodded. Class president, focus on your food and stop talking. Let me explain the problem to you. Xiao Li could no longer bear it. The class president took a bite of the roasted sweet potato. A blissful smile spreading across her face. The first bite of roasted sweet potato is indeed divine. It's a pity the fourth one turns out to be unpleasant. What could be the reasoning behind this? Yet I cannot waste food. Could I ask Little Black to help finish the leftovers? Please stop mentioning it. Xiao Li sensed that the atmosphere around them was filled with a joyous energy due to this topic. After finishing their late-night snack and solving the problem, the class president was thoroughly satisfied. By the way, you keep calling me class president. You haven't forgotten my name, have you? I'm still aware of it. It's Chun something Yao, right? Ming Yao. Honestly, I now suspect that even without Little Black, you would struggle to make friends. Thus, let us refrain from mentioning it again. And it's not Little Black, it's the world-ending black dragon. Sebastian, cough? You should just forget about it. Xiao Li pounded his chest in frustration. This girl nearly triggered a relapse of his previous condition. Had he known he could talk to her back in his middle school days, they could have discussed this topic for ages. But now, each sentence only inflicted a slight wound upon his spirit. Huh, I'll remember. Oh, by the way, are you going to the gathering organized by Yi Yao? Ah, he didn't invite me. Xiao Li frowned. He did. After your fight this morning, he mentioned inviting you to— Oh, I forgot? Are you going? I'm not too keen on IT. IT feels like something odd might happen. Yet as the class president, it would be inappropriate to skip a graduation gathering. Xiao Li shrugged. She possessed an inexplicable sense of responsibility. As they walked into the alley, Chen Ming Yao suddenly halted. Actually, I've been wanting to tell you something. Xiao Li's eyes widened. A peculiar atmosphere enveloped them. Could it be that his middle school antics had genuinely attracted the attention of the opposite gender? Or perhaps his perfect scores had impressed her? It seemed plausible. After all, she was a study fanatic and might appreciate someone who excelled academically. If she were to insist, he could consider allowing her to become a half-entity in the mortal realm. All thanks to Chen Ming Yao, Xiao Li now felt a strong inclination toward a relapse of his old condition. Thank you for your father. Huh. Xiao Li was momentarily stunned. Chen Ming Yao continued that time. Your father saved me. I've always wanted to find a chance to tell you, but I never had the courage. But if I don't say it now, there may never be another opportunity. Oh, I see. You should tell him. Xiao Li felt a chill run through his hands. Yes, if the opportunity arises, but I also owe you my gratitude. It was because of your presence that he was willing to take the risk to confront the monster, which essentially means you saved me. Chen Ming Yao spoke earnestly. Yet, a sense of relief washed over her. Indeed, such events were unlikely to occur. Compared to miracles, misfortune was far more likely to befall him, especially since he was harboring the world-ending black dragon. Suddenly, his pupils dilated. In the alley, a pair of green eyes were fixated on him from behind. Chen Ming Yao. Roar. Be careful, Xiao Li shouted as he yanked Chen Ming Yao aside. The extraterrestrial creature from the news had indeed arrived. Chen Ming Yao extended her hand, and the rod that had knocked on the window earlier transformed into a baton. Naturally, a girl would carry self-defense items when venturing out at night. Then she shouted, Xiao Li, run quickly and call the police. How could I possibly leave you behind? Your practical scores aren't as high as mine. Xiao Li retorted angrily. Chapter 5, Attack and Counterattack. Hearing those words, Xiao Li trembled slightly. After a moment, he slowly replied, You hold your ground. His footsteps echoed as he quickly retreated. Chen Ming Yao exhaled in relief, only then realizing her hands were trembling. Seeing Xiao Li leave, the green glow in the black wolf's eyes flickered, and it prepared to pursue him. Chen Ming Yao struck the wolf on the head with her baton, sending it flying. It performed a graceful flip in midair, landing lightly on the ground and shaking its head as if the blow had caused no harm. Nevertheless, it finally turned its gaze toward Chen Ming Yao. With a low growl, it leaped into the air. Strangely, it did not attack Chen Ming Yao directly, but instead leaped beside her. Just as Chen Ming Yao intended to intervene, she suddenly realized the wolf had vanished, disappearing from her view without a trace or sound. Could it be safe now? She had just begun to relax when an instinct compelled her to stay alert. No, it was still nearby. She absolutely could not let her guard down. Slowly, she scanned her surroundings, finding them eerily empty. The alley was illuminated by 2 lamps, casting light, but leaving plenty of shadows. She kept her eyes fixed on the dark corners, fearful that the wolf might spring out at any moment. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her calf, causing her to stumble. Looking down, she saw 3 gashes tearing through her flesh, blood seeping slowly and staining her white stockings. Where had the attack come from? There was no time to tend to the wound, and she anxiously scanned her surroundings. It's all right. In her human form, a wolf of this size should struggle to deliver a fatal blow. As long as it was not lethal, modern medicine would be able to save her. She reassured herself mentally. Roar! A growl halted her thoughts. Shally had not gone far. He had merely gone to retrieve a weapon. He rushed back, wielding the sharp kitchen knife from the stall owner, and suddenly collided with Chun Meng Yao from behind. A wolf was knocked away. From Shaoli's perspective, a wolf was perched on Chun Meng Yao's shoulder. That alone could prove fatal. How could Chun Meng Yao not notice? Shaoli focused intently, observing the wolf's form. That it resembled a creature he had conceptualized in his imagination. Shadow Wolf, a low-tier beast, abilities, when within the shadow of its opponent. The enemy remains oblivious to its movements, only sensing their own wounds. It often inflicts minor injuries to distract the enemy, coaxing them into revealing their vulnerabilities before delivering a single, lethal strike. Was this the manifestation of his imagination or mere coincidence? Perhaps Chun Meng Yao was simply too tense to notice the wolf behind her. Regardless, it was better to be cautious. He needed to protect his own shadow. Moreover, wolves typically had a weakness: its waist. A soft and vulnerable midsection. At least that was how it was in every world, including his own conception. Roar! The black wolf spotted Shaoli and leaped, not toward him directly, but rather toward his shadow. This creature intended to employ the same tactic. However, Shaoli was prepared, instantly throwing a stone that shattered one of the old street lamps, extinguishing the light and altering the direction of his shadow. The black wolf halted, its expression betraying a hint of embarrassment. Shaoli felt no sympathy, charging forward to knock it down before delivering a vicious stab to its vulnerable midsection. Roar! The black wolf opened its mouth wide, attempting to bite Shaoli that moment. Shaoli should have evaded, but considering fortunately, the bite force of the shadow wolf was insufficient to sever an arm, and it was pinned down by Shaoli's body, making it difficult to exert any leverage. With his right hand, he plunged the knife in repeatedly, ultimately piercing the heart. Only then did the shadow wolf gradually cease its movements as Shaoli gasped for breath. He extracted both hands, one covered in his own blood and the other in that of the wolf. That moment, the pain began to slowly manifest, and he grimaced in agony, gazing at the corpse of the shadow wolf. An idea struck him. If he could concoct a potion using its heart, he might acquire its abilities. He dubbed this power Shadow's Breath. Alas, the heart had been thoroughly mutilated, rendering any attempt futile. The authorities would certainly not permit him to take the wolf's carcass. Shaoli winced. Then why do you choose to remain? There are many untrained civilians outside who require someone to intervene. As class leader, it is my duty to protect my classmates. With my 9-star adaptability, I won't cause any permanent harm. Your father saved me before. Among the 2 of us, my staying is the wisest choice. Chun Meng Yao placed her hands on her hips, reasoning with him. Indeed. Shaoli turned his head away, acknowledging that these arguments were sound, yet they lacked a touch of humanity. However, he found himself too fatigued to engage in further banter, as a wave of dizziness washed over him. Recalling his studies, he realized this symptom resembled shock induced by excessive blood loss over a unit of time. The physical body was indeed troublesome. With that thought, he slowly collapsed onto the ground. He mustn't die. Just before closing his eyes, he seemed to catch a glimpse of the class leader's tear-streaked face. That was rather poignant. The following morning, Shaoli, with his left arm bandaged, paced excitedly in the living room. Lin Shi, sporting dark circles under her eyes and clad in a black uniform dress, emerged from her room with a backpack. What are you doing? Shouldn't you be resting after your injury? Shaoli raised an eyebrow. Annie, what kind of prosthetic do you want? I'll buy it for you. I didn't expect the bonus to be this substantial. Bonus? It's merely compensation for their negligence. Can taxpayer money be squandered on sea cucumbers while allowing monsters to escape from wormholes? Humph. Lin Sure expressed her indignation. Xiao Li scratched his head. With the abilities of the Shadow Wolf, it was indeed possible for it to escape if unguarded. Could it be that his setup was merely a stroke of luck? What if the other setups were too? Shaking his head, Xiao Li dismissed the thought. It was far too fantastical. For now, it was best to consider it a coincidence. After Linsher finished speaking, she slipped on her loafers and prepared to attend class to take care of Xiao Li. She chose a university in City F, which allowed her to commute. City F was not particularly developed, nor were its universities considered prestigious. However, this had its advantages. At least such ordinary institutions did not discriminate against students without prosthetics. You should save that money for your tuition, that if you have the funds, you could study abroad. I've heard that many Ivy League schools, as long as the financials are sufficient, do not concern themselves with adaptability issues. Don't be ridiculous, Aunt. Graduates returning from abroad aren't in demand anymore. You should just call me sister. After Linsher left, Xiao Li collapsed onto the sofa. There were still over 10 days of classes left. Dubbed voluntary guidance sessions, which were essentially free activity periods, primarily allocated for students to strengthen friendships and bid farewell to junior classmates and club friends. Just right, Xiao Li decided to take a leave of absence due to his injury. After all, he had no friends. That truly sorrowful tale. Chapter 6. Nanomedicine treatment robots. Speaking of volunteering, at a certain institution in Hua Country, a man and a woman sat opposite each other. The man bore an imposing demeanor. You know why I summoned you? The woman sat upright. Yes, it is concerning that mysterious website. Within our cyber domain, it was alarming that foreigners discovered it first. IT was only through interrogating our network hacker that we obtained relevant intelligence. This is a dereliction of duty from our department's intelligence division. I apologize, sir, but I am not part of the intelligence division. The foreign hacker infiltrated our systems with ease, only being captured when their own firewall hindered them. This is a failing of our cybersecurity division. I apologize, sir, but I am not part of the cybersecurity division either. The woman wiped the sweat from her brow. The man inhaled deeply. Our investigation revealed that the website appears to have the shadow of a top-tier hacker known as Nightmare of the Abyss under his protection. Currently, only those within the mysterious chat group can view its contents. And your niece has been a member of that group for 5 to 6 years, and you were completely unaware? The woman immediately perked up, carefully choosing her words to argue no. I noticed quite early on, but I felt that the people within the group were somewhat immature. They seemed to indulge in fantasies to an absurd degree. My niece has only just come of age. 5 or 6 years ago, she was merely 12, allowing her to join. It felt like they were merely playing house. The man covered his head. Fantasy? Would someone create a website brimming with information just for a game of make-believe? Forming a group of 100 or 200 people to discuss fantasies and dragging in the world's top hackers. That seems a bit delusional. The woman slammed the table. Exactly. But my 12-year-old niece could join that group. And she has her own issues. It just seems very illogical. The man was momentarily rendered speechless. After a brief silence, he stated, however, it appears that much of the information on the website has proven accurate. The exploration team encountered numerous creatures that correspond to the site's records. Perhaps your niece possesses some unique potential. Enough of this blame game. Our cybersecurity team has painstakingly extracted some information from the group. This young man, named Xiao, has reportedly used the group leader's account, seemingly a descendant of the leader. You must engage with him. I've already made arrangements for him to come to the capital. The prestigious Capital University? No, our department's hidden academy is superior to Capital University. The man's lips curled into a smirk, but his adaptability seems to be only 1 star. Then forget about Capital University. Ultimately, it depends on his own preferences. For now, let's ensure he is well taken care of and gradually extract intelligence about his connections. Understood, sir. At Xiao Li's home? Why aren't you attending class? Is it because of your arm injury? Is Xiaohei about to escape? The class leader, chattering incessantly, sat on Xiao Li's sofa. Xiao Li wore an expression of utter despair. Have you genuinely accepted this setup? If you're mocking me, please leave at once. What? Who would mock you? Clearly, you are suffering daily to seal it. Chun Mingyao gazed earnestly at Xiao Li's face, causing him to turn away, blushing. Forget it. I don't wish to converse with a central air conditioner. Central air conditioner. Have you grown so lonely that you need to chat with the air conditioner? It seems I arrived right on time. Chun Mingyao puffed out her chest proudly, her two braids swaying. Xiaoli shot her a sidelong glance. The term central air conditioner referred to a type of girl who, due to her role, atmosphere, or responsibilities, would be gentle with everyone, communicating normally and kindly with introverted individuals. This often led to unrealistic fantasies for the introverted, resulting in them becoming infatuated and, in the push and pull, ultimately falling into despair, never to find joy again. A solitary, aloof introvert did not require excessive gentleness. He shifted the topic. Aren't you injured as well? Why do you act as if nothing happened? He looked at Chun Mingyao's calf, still encased in white stockings, showing no signs of injury. Chun Mingyao slightly lifted her leg. Because I have strong adaptability, I can use nanomedicine robots for treatment, fully recovering. Don't believe me? Just take a look. Unfortunately, you can't use them. As she spoke, she suddenly shivered. Eek! Xiaoli, astonished, poked her calf with his finger. There truly were no signs of injury. In a wonder society placed such importance on adaptability that he couldn't help but reflect. Without adaptability, one was truly a second-class citizen in this society. Chun Mingyao's face turned crimson. But she held her composure, feigning indifference. It's just very convenient. After uttering this, she sensed Xiaoli's hand beginning to stroke her, and she quickly jumped off the sofa, retreating into the adjacent kitchen. Only after she hid did Xiaoli realize. Oh dear, I was too curious. Yet to be fair, the texture was indeed delightful. If it were his younger self in his Chinibu phase, he would never have dared to act this way. He had indeed matured, and a look of satisfaction crossed his face. Moments later, Chun Mingyao emerged from the kitchen. Her blush dissipated, wearing an expression that suggested nothing had transpired, seemingly attempting to portray the composure of a mature woman. By the way, you can't cook with that arm, right? Wait while I prepare a bowl of beef noodles for you to try. She sought to justify her retreat to the kitchen. This stubborn demeanor sparked a mischievous thought in Xiaoli's mind. It's all right, my aunt told me to make do with nutritional paste for a meal, but let's not dwell on that. Quickly sit down, so I can see the effects of the nanomedicine robots. Upon hearing this, Chun Mingyao stiffened. Xiaoli urged her to sit, then began to scrutinize earnestly. Remarkably, such a large wound has left no scar. The texture is identical to the surrounding skin, not even a color difference. Would it be possible for you to remove your stockings so I can feel? Chun Mingyao could no longer contain herself. Her face flushed deeply, and she seized a nearby cushion, striking Xiaoli with it. Stop it! You pervert! Xiaoli chuckled lightly as he was struck. Furthermore, compared to those who donned a monotonous, gentle expression, he preferred friends who displayed emotional fluctuations during interactions. Angered, Chun Mingyao turned her back to Xiaoli, hugging her calves and curling up on the sofa. Her twin braids swayed gently, reflecting her inner turmoil. That moment, the sun had reached its optimal position, and sunlight poured in through the window. Chun Mingyao suddenly felt the breath behind her dissipate. Hastily, she turned around, only to find herself alone. Xiaoli, where are you? Hey, don't scare me. The living room was utterly empty. Chun Mingyao, now anxious, exclaimed, Hey, I'm a bit annoyed, but I don't dislike you. Come out quickly, one of my hands is injured. Don't mess around. She peered beneath the sofa, but there was no sign of Xiaoli, just an outdated vacuum robot. Chapter 7. Ability Absorption. Immediately, she glanced outside. Could it be that Xiaoli had jumped out to evade her? Slipping on her slippers, she hurried to the window, yet still found no one. Unable to locate him, her eyes began to glisten. Returning near the sofa, suddenly, a hand pulled her down. What are you looking for? Came Xiaoli's puzzled voice. Chun Mingyao rubbed her eyes in disbelief. How is that possible? Where were you hiding just now? I was sitting right here. Xiaoli frowned, his gaze following the light from the window to the sofa. Suddenly, his pupils dilated. Just now, he had been sitting in Chun Mingyao's shadow. Wasn't this the ability of a shadow wolf? Wait a moment. Let me try again. He adjusted his position and stepped back into Chun Mingyao's shadow. You're gone again. Chun Mingyao shrieked. Xiaoli emerged. It's all right. I understand now. Indeed, for reasons unknown, he had acquired the ability of the shadow wolf. It was peculiar, According to his understanding, he should have needed to brew a potion and consume it to gain such powers. Yet by eliminating the Shadow Wolf, he had directly usurped its abilities. The information was too scant for him to be absolutely certain. Nevertheless, he felt a glimmer of hope. Xiao Li's eyes sparkled anew. Perhaps he had a chance to explore other worlds. In his youth, he had yearned to discover alien realms, which had led him to envision an entire extraterrestrial ecosystem. To put it plainly, his dream was to expand into other worlds, establish a legacy there, serve as a governor of an alien land, marry a wealthy and beautiful woman, and ascend to the pinnacle of life. It dawned on him that the wolf from last night seemed to share a similar fate. What was the underlying principle? His curiosity was piqued. Chun Mingyao leaned closer, her eyes wide with intrigue. I don't know the principle either. Perhaps it's because I killed it. Xiaoli waved dismissively. Chun Mingyao pouted, her expression a blend of skepticism and disbelief. Isn't it because of Xiao He? No, it only brings me misfortune. Anyway, you must keep this a secret, Dutto. Then you can't use this ability on me anymore. Upon further reflection, this ability seems rather inappropriate. Chun Mingyao blushed suddenly, as if a thought had struck her. Xiaoli scratched his head. Having spent too much time in his adolescent fantasies, he was oblivious to her implications that I can't control it yet. But don't worry, I want to misuse it. That's debatable. Chun Mingyao shot a sidelong glance at her calf, where it seemed the sensation still lingered. Ultimately, Chun Mingyao prepared beef noodles for lunch. Her culinary skills were quite commendable. It appeared that her family background was not particularly affluent, as those from normal circumstances typically relied on AI cooking machines rather than cooking themselves. As for the genuinely wealthy, they would undoubtedly hire maids. Delicious. Wait a minute. As class monitor, why are you here and not at school? Xiaoli suddenly realized a glaring inconsistency. Clearly, she and Tigon either. Just moments ago, she had boldly questioned the injured. The atmosphere in class has been rather strange lately, and I'm not fond of it. Anyway, I've already made my decision regarding the volunteer work. I just need to show up at the final gathering. Chun Mingyao drizzled chili oil over her meal. That you're not planning on coming here for the next several days, are you? Indeed. Your aunt has matters to attend to during the day. It wouldn't be convenient for you to manage alone in your current state. Besides, I happen to be free, so you should be grateful. She puffed out her chest. Xiaoli frowned. He did have feelings for Chun Mingyao, and her presence to care for him made him quite happy. However, they were not particularly close. Based on his understanding of her, it seemed she was driven by an inexplicable sense of responsibility, which he found unappealing. As a reclusive individual, he desired genuine emotions, what one might call true substance that don't come. My injury has nothing to do with you. Chun Mingyao was taken aback, her expression shifting. What do you mean? I'm not. Regardless, I'm coming over, and that's none of your business. Xiaoli sighed softly. You don't need to repay me for your father's matters. Besides, wouldn't it be better to use this time to study? Just as Chun Mingyao was about to retort, a sound of a door opening echoed from Xiaoli's entrance. Then his little aunt, with dark circles under her eyes, hurried into the living room. Upon seeing the scene before her, she frowned. Well, it seems that when a man comes into money, he becomes corrupt. Just receive a bonus and already summon a service? Puffed. Xiaoli coughed in surprise. Aunt, this is my classmate. Chun Mingyao was equally astonished upon seeing Lin Shi. Aunt, no, I mean sister. I'm the class monitor, Chun Mingyao. Hearing this, Lin Shi's eyes widened and her bag and plastic bag slipped from her grasp. Xiaoli has a friend. After stumbling back a couple of steps, she hurriedly picked up her bag. You two eat. I want to interrupt. Then, she appeared somewhat flustered as she swiftly exited. The living room fell silent once more. Chun Mingyao sat down, muttering softly. At first glance, I thought you were hiding a beautiful woman, hence not letting me come. Turns out it was just your aunt. Her shocked expression was a bit exaggerated. Do you really have no friends? Ha! Xiaoli face-bombed. His aunt's expression was indeed hurtful. He clearly had a plethora of online friends. Online acquaintances were still friends. Chun Mingyao noticed the plastic bag left by his aunt, filled with fresh ingredients. Help yourself? Xiaoli shrugged and walked over to place the ingredients in the refrigerator. His aunt truly had a sharp tongue but a kind heart. He could very well sustain himself on nutritional paste. All along, she had been this way. Despite her harsh demeanor regarding family matters, She cared for him with great attention. Only a few years older than him, she bore the weight of the household. Leaving her with dark circles under her eyes daily, he vowed to ensure she would lead a better life. After spending time together, Xiaoli realized that Chun Mingyao was quite the chatterbox. At school, she seemed to maintain a tranquil demeanor to uphold her image as class monitor. However, as she became more comfortable with Xiaoli, likely due to the impending separation, she began to relax. No longer concerned about her image, Xiaoli found himself uncertain whether this was good or bad. Although they had grown closer, it also suggested that Chen Mingyao harbored no ulterior motives toward him. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the day of the class gathering. Wei Yao utilized his financial acumen to rent 2 floors of a large hotel for a teacher-s appreciation banquet at noon and a class reunion in the evening. Xiaoli had been reluctant to attend, but for the sake of his grand plans, he decided to utilize all available resources. The reward for eliminating the Shadow Wolf amounted to a staggering 500,000 credit points. Credit points were a globally standardized currency issued by the European Union Bank, with purchasing power roughly equivalent to that of 70 years ago's US dollar. In this era, the cost of living was relatively low. If one refrained from purchasing high-tech products like cybernetics or indulging excessively in gaming, 500,000 would suffice for a family of 3 to live comfortably for 25 years. The authorities could afford such generosity because of the incident involving the Shadow Wolf escaping through a wormhole. The military had to take responsibility. Should it lead to multiple casualties, the compensation could exceed tenfold. Xiaoli allocated 200,000 for his aunt, set aside another 100,000 for university tuition, and planned to use the remaining funds for an experiment. Xiaoli, are you planning to spend 200,000 on extraterrestrial organisms? Yi Yao inquired, glancing at the bandage on Xiao Li's left hand with curiosity. Chapter 8. Classic plot. Yi Yao had established himself as a benevolent person in class. However, after 3 years of observation from the sidelines, Xiaoli sensed that he wasn't genuinely kind, but rather hypocritical, as he had shown indifference toward Xiaoli. Nevertheless, to maintain his facade, he was likely to help with minor favors. Yes, I'm looking for living organisms from a newly discovered alien worlds. Ideally, they should possess unique abilities. Xiaoli confirmed with a nod. A small follower beside Yi Yao snickered. "Tsh, for creatures with special abilities, your funds might not suffice." Wei Yao waved his hand, silencing the follower, and then scrutinized Xiaoli. Xiaoli disliked this gaze. It felt as if he were being appraised for his worth. Although he felt uncomfortable, he recognized he could leverage this. After a brief moment, Yi Yao smiled. "Since Xiaoli has requested my assistance, I shall oblige. However, the 200,000 might only buy some legal small creatures, like birds or rodents that acceptable. That works for me, that I'm very interested in new extraterrestrial life. I'd also appreciate any illustrations." Xiaoli nodded. He simply wished to see the recently discovered alien world, codenamed Being, and ascertain how closely it resembled his imagined Empire star system. He also wanted to test whether he could gain abilities by eliminating creatures. As the new alien world was still being explored, it was challenging for ordinary people to access related content. Yet, Xiaoli's family had some connections, so this minor favor was no trouble at all. However, I would also like to ask Xiaoli for a small favor. Xiaoli sat up straight. "I'm all ears." At that moment, in the upper levels of the Grand Hotel, the target was attending the class gathering on the 3rd to 4th floors below. "Commander, please advise." A woman in a suit from the Hua organization sat on the sofa, her eyes gleaming. This was a sign that her embedded cybernetic implant was transmitting signals externally. Do not act rashly. "After the class gathering concludes, I will personally approach him," she instructed. That moment, another young woman in the room was preparing to leave. The woman in the suit furrowed her brow and asked, "Sure, what are you planning to do?" "Of course, I'm going to seek out the boss for some fun." "Don't worry, I won't expose you or the others, Annie." With a playful smirk, she added, "Who knows, I might just make him kneel at my feet. And then you won't have to intervene." Zhuer blinked innocently. The corner of the suited woman's mouth twitched. "It's a pomegranate skirt." "Not important," she sighed, watching Zhuer's retreating figure. Resigning herself, she thought, since they are merely online acquaintances. Let Zhuer probe a little. "Keep an eye on them," she instructed. "Yes, ma'am." Meanwhile, peace reigned on Xiaoli's side. After the noon teacher appreciation banquet concluded, in the afternoon, Yi Yao took the class to the theater to watch an AR movie. AR, or augmented reality, projects virtual images into the real world. While the spectacle may lack the grandeur of virtual reality, VR, it is far more suited for group viewing. Xiaoli sat in the last row, beside a large machine. Overseeing this device was a favor Yi Yao had asked of him. It seemed to be another AR projector, which Yi Yao hoped Xiaoli would activate at the right moment. At that moment, Chen Mingyao walked by, and upon seeing Xiaoli, she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Wait, am I seeing things? You actually came. Well, someone is treating us, so why not enjoy the feast? Xiaoli shrugged. Is your hand feeling better? Let me sit next to you, she offered, glancing at the bandage on his left hand. No, please don't. Just hurry back to your designated seat. Xiaoli waved her away hastily. He had no desire to become the center of everyone's attention. More importantly, he wished to avoid bringing any rumors or tarnish to Chen Mingyao's name. Such was the misguided gentleness of a typical adolescent. Sighing, he felt a twinge of inferiority at his lack of adaptability. Pouting, Chen Mingyao huffed and took a seat in the front row. The movie concluded swiftly, with chairs swaying and occasional sprays of mist enhancing the interactive experience, leaving many classmates in tears. However, for Xiaoli, watching VR at home alone was far more entertaining. Just then, Yi Yao took the stage and signaled Xiaoli. Realizing, Xiaoli hurriedly plugged the machine in. Instantly, the AR projected a romantic scene, transforming the stage into a vibrant garden, with real rose petals cascading through the theater. Yi Yao cleared his throat. On this special day, I have something important to share with everyone. At this opening line, Xiaoli was left utterly speechless. Wait a moment. This plotline seemed eerily familiar, resembling something he had encountered in his previous adolescent readings. Surely, this wasn't T leading to a public confession. A chill ran down his spine. Indeed, the wealthier one becomes, the more they seem to relish in antiquated traditions. Such appeared to be the case that a spotlight suddenly illuminated Chen Mingyao, leaving her bewildered as she looked around. The classmates nearby began to cheer, the class monitor and the vice monitor. First and second place, what a romantic pairing. Hurry up and confess. Xiaoli felt his toes dig into the ground, under the throng of classmates. Chen Mingyao stood, trembling, panic etched across her face. She scanned the room, surrounded by classmates who wore expressions of encouragement. Oh, this is how it is. Finally, her gaze landed on Xiaoli in the back row, standing beside the AR projector like a devoted underling, and her expression dimmed. Chapter 9. An unconventional twist. Chen Mingyao's feelings for Xiaoli were incredibly complex. Initially, she felt an inexplicable sense of responsibility to repay him for saving her life. But as they grew closer, she found great comfort in his presence. Their similar backgrounds and shared interests in academics fostered a bond, and though there remained a considerable distance in their feelings, they had at least become good friends in her eyes. However, seeing that thick-browed, large-eyed fellow aiding Yi Yao with the AR equipment made her feel betrayed. She longed to confront Xiaoli, but under the gaze of her classmates, she could not act out of character. Instead, she shot him a fierce glare and gradually made her way to the stage. Yi Yao took a deep breath and began to elaborate on his sentiments. Though wealthy, he was still just a high school student and felt a tinge of nervousness in this situation. Xiaoli, however, paid little attention to his words, preoccupied with the glare Chen Mingyao had directed at him. Yet, it was for the best. Chen Mingyao was exceptionally adaptable, bound for a prestigious institution, and was bound to excel in her field with the aid of technology. As for Xiaoli, his current plan involved attending a lesser-known university, building his strength, testing his abilities, and ultimately seeking an opportunity to embark on a new adventure on another planet. Like two parallel lines that intersect only to diverge, they would become increasingly difficult to reunite. Suddenly, the performance reached its climax. So, will you be with me? Yi Yao extended his hand. Just then, the theater doors burst open, and a striking red-haired girl strode in, capturing everyone's attention, clad in a red shirt with a black tie. Her shirt tucked into her shorts, her long legs accentuated by ultra-short hot pants and thick-soled boots, she exuded confidence. She approached Xiaoli swiftly, only to twist her ankle. Ouch! She gasped, her expression pained. The classmates collectively gasped at the sight. The red-haired girl struggled to rise, tears welling in her eyes, yet she managed to strike a pose with her hands on her hips, declaring, Li Chad Xiao, we have no time to waste, we must leave now. As she spoke, she produced a high-end suit to drape over Xiao Li. He stepped back, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "Wait, who are you?" At that moment, the girl's tears overflowed as she quietly exclaimed, "Boss, I'm Sword 3. I sent you a video before. Just come with me. It hurts so much." Xiao Li paused in surprise. Sword 3. Suddenly, memories flooded back of the group he had formed during his adolescent years. Using tarot cards as code names, he was the leader, known as the Fool, with 15 executives beneath him, each named after the major arcana cards. Under the executives were 4 legions, named Sword, Cup, Staff, and Coin, with regular members identified by their legion numbers. He recalled a middle school girl who had once sent him a video, hoping to become an executive due to her beauty. While her face had been attractive, who could trust a video these days? After viewing it, he had rejected her request, claiming he was not the type to judge by looks. But wait, Sword 3 had blue hair. Oh, who exactly are you? Right, you posted about it in the Penguin Space. Wanderers in Pursuit. Xiao Li quickly covered her mouth. All right, enough. Let us go to UM. Boss, could you help me? Xiao Li turned his back to the classmates, preparing to assist you. He felt hesitant to face them. Their gazes felt piercing. Nevertheless, this situation did somewhat satisfy his vanity. Just then, he heard footsteps behind him. Chun Mingyao dashed over, offering to support Zhu. "Let me help you." Xiao Li has an injury. Zhu looked at the newcomer, confusion spreading across her face. "Huh? Why?" Chun Mingyao tilted her head. Puzzled, Zhu clenched her fists. "Wait, this is all wrong. You should be up there with that flamboyant man." Leaving the boss with a memorable silhouette, Xiao Li and Chun Mingyao exchanged incredulous glances. The narrative had veered wildly off course. In the depths of academic failure and romantic misfortune, he had envisioned himself as a ray of sunshine illuminating her life, destined to be forever cherished in her heart. Theoretically, that should have been the plot. Fuming, Zhu muttered under her breath. The red-haired girl before them was clearly lost in her fantasies, a testament to her seasoned delusions. Xiao Li acknowledged this, giving her a gentle nudge. "Let's just leave." He sensed the unfriendly gaze of Yi Yao behind him. This was bad. With this turn of events, Yi Yao would likely withdraw any previous assistance. The 3 of them slipped out of the theater and onto the adjacent terrace, where a hovering vehicle awaited. Behind them, a throng of gossiping classmates followed closely. "Huff, this floating car looks impressive, but the brand is unfamiliar. Must be a knockoff." "Are you blind? This is a Hongqi 1988 floating car, a limited edition vehicle for the elite of Huagua. You can't even buy it with money. Impossible. How could that 1-star adaptability guy have such connections? Wait, why is the class monitor leaving with him? That can't be. Hey, regardless of how glorious it seems now, he has still a 1-star adaptability. No potential at all. 30 years of hardship and 30 years of prosperity. Never underestimate the underprivileged youth." The classmates buzzed with speculation as Xiao Li and the red-haired girl entered the floating vehicle. The interior featured 4 seats facing each other. Chun Mingyao followed suit, sitting beside Xiao Li. She had no fondness for Yi Yao, yet she felt unwelcome in this space. She lowered her head and slowly rose to her feet. Chapter 10. Interception. Suddenly, a hand grasped Chun Mingyao's sleeve. "Sit down." Her eyes widened instantly. "Sit down, we are about to take off." Xiao Li feigned a nonchalant tone. Chun Mingyao blinked and complied. The door of the floating vehicle closed, ascending into the sky. Opposite her, Zhu Er fixed her gaze intently on Chun Mingyao. Xiao Li interrupted. "Zhu Er, where are you taking us?" Only then did Zhu Er divert her attention, retrieving a book from the side. "I haven't decided yet. Let me check the reference book. It says to go for a stroll. No, let us go to Chicago instead." "Are you joking? There are gang fights happening over there." Amidst their banter, Chun Mingyao took the reference book, her face flushing deeper as she read that is that true? I don't like him. Don't assume someone resembles the characters in this book. Chun Mingyao bit her lip that moment. The floating vehicle came to a halt at a parking area in a park. Zhu Er glanced at her wrist-mounted external terminal. "This is the destination I set earlier. Where to next?" "I'll follow the boss's lead." Currently, floating vehicles mandated AI driving within the city, primarily to prevent traffic accidents from manual control. Everything had to be planned by the AI in the suburbs. Manual driving was permitted. "Before we decide, shouldn't you explain a bit?" Xiaoli picked up the nearby suit, feeling it fit him perfectly. Moreover, Zhu had dyed her hair red specifically to recreate the scenario, indicating she had anticipated this moment and was thoroughly prepared. Xiaoli narrowed his eyes, observing her closely. Zhu tilted her head and playfully tapped her temple. Hey, then let us go. Xiaoli opened the car door. Zhu immediately lunged forward, clutching Xiaoli's arm. No, boss, please don't abandon me. When the entire world misunderstood me, it was you who accepted me. You even watch my private videos? Huh. Chun Mingyao exclaimed in shock. That was just a video of your face. How is that private? Oh my gosh, that is so hard. Xiaoli winced as his ribs were poked. Zhu's expression changed instantly as she released him. Humph, so you're that shallow. She rolled her eyes dramatically. Pouting that my family has some power. It's normal to spend a bit of money to investigate netizens. Who told you to suddenly leave the group, making everyone worry? Besides, didn't I help you save face this time? If it's a love rivalry, Yao definitely one help me. Uncertain if this individual could assist him, Chen Mingyao grasped the situation that, oh, you're netizens? I thought so. Clearly, Xiaoli, Ascent. Friends, Xiaoli swiftly covered her mouth. Zhu placed her hands on her hips. We aren't just ordinary netizens. We uphold justice in the darkness, protecting humanity as members of the Star Alliance. Zhu winked and nodded. Xiaoli sighed, feeling somewhat fatigued today, and lowered his hand from their mouths. Zhu's face flushed slightly. Are we going to your house? So soon? I'm not mentally prepared yet. Xiaoli's lips twitched. Too tired to respond, he was just a typical high school boy. Encountering a beautiful girl throwing herself at him naturally brought a flicker of joy. However, this Zhu was merely a figment of his youthful fantasies. Hence her familiarity was unwarranted. This was Xiaoli's perspective. Therefore, it would be prudent not to indulge in any delusions and to minimize contact with her. Sigma men never fall for tricks. Chen Mingyao regarded Xiaoli thoughtfully. Suddenly, a hand slammed against the floating vehicle, startling everyone inside. They turned to look through the glass, spotting a man standing blankly outside. Are there still beggars in F-City? Zhu scratched her head. Before she could finish, several more hands pressed against the vehicle, resembling a horde of zombies. Whoa! Take off! Take off! Zhu hurriedly maneuvered the floating vehicle, preparing for a gentle ascent. Unexpectedly, numerous men rushed in from the side, grasping the floating vehicle. Warning, pedestrians detected nearby. Takeoff not possible. Would you like to disable safety mode? Please provide the KEY and electronic voice echoed in the vehicle. Huh. Zhu was bewildered. This was her aunt's car. Although she had the usage rights, she lacked the unlocking key. Chapter 11. The Faceless Woman. How strange. Why are beggars attacking us? Hua hasn't even reached a cyberpunk level. Zhu frantically operated her smartwatch, seemingly contacting someone. Xiaoli scrutinized the men outside. Something fell off. They appeared dazed, as if under someone's control. His sharp eyes caught sight of a female figure hiding beneath a tree in the distance. No, more accurately, it was an unidentified entity in a female form. From Xiaoli's perspective, this being had no face. What on earth? He couldn't help but lean back. Chen Mingyao, noticing his reaction, leaned closer to the window. What did you see? Instantly, her eyes widened. Oh, handsome. Xiaoli was taken aback. There was nothing outside that could be described as handsome. Are you talking about me? Chen Mingyao remained unresponsive, her body beginning to sway, her gaze becoming hazy. Suddenly, she reached for the car door and walked toward the faceless woman. Hey! Xiaoli reached out, but was impeded by the men. They did not stop Chen Mingyao, yet they all lunged toward Xiaoli. Damn it! Don't think just because you're under someone's control, I want to fight you. Xiaoli was furious, swiftly pivoting to shake off a few men beside him. Just as he freed himself from one group, several suited men lunged at him again. Xiaoli prepared to employ the same tactic, but found himself completely immobilized. The strength of the suited men was immense. They had undergone body modifications. TCH, corporate dogs. Xiaoli was exasperated. Such individuals were ubiquitous throughout the world, often modified for efficient work. You lot, stop at once. If the world-ending dragon inside the boss is unleashed, it spell doom for everyone. Zhu Er's voice came from behind. The floating vehicle suddenly soared into the air, revealing multiple gun barrels protruding from it. I obtained the safety key. You lot behold the guns. She leaned out the window. Waving her arm, a barrage of tranquilizer darts shot out, and the men collapsed one after another. Xiaoli had no time to ponder how Zhu Er's vehicle was outfitted with such modifications. He dashed toward Chun Mingyao. Zhu Er hastily piloted the floating vehicle, closely following him in the air. Upon seeing Xiaoli approach, the faceless woman stood up, spreading her arms wide. Her voice resonated directly in Xiaoli's mind. He gazed at her warily. She tilted her head, puzzled. Why is there no effect? Could it be? As she spoke, her form shifted into that of a faceless man. Xiaoli remained unmoved. She began to panic. What could it be? She transformed again, becoming an entity with an exaggerated physique, a blend of male and female features. Xiaoli clenched his fists, feeling as though someone was testing his sexual orientation. Wait, this creature exists within my fantasies too. The witch, a faceless being that, in the eyes of others, embodies the most appealing form to them that a glance from an ordinary person would render them enchanted. Even the most resolute individuals would succumb to its allure when it transformed into a form that matched their orientation. The effects of the potion, unknown, young Xiaoli seemed too apathetic to contemplate. Beyond its enchanting ability, it possessed little fighting prowess. Although he was unsure why he was unaffected, he decided it was time to confront it. Xiaoli surged forward, aiming to land a punch on its head. However, at the last moment, he halted. Before him, the entranced Chun Mingyao stood, blocking his path. The witch morphed into a male form, further deepening Chun Mingyao's enchantment. With Chun Mingyao acting as a shield, Xiaoli sensed a gust of wind behind him, but he swiftly dodged to the side as several tranquilizer darts struck where he had just been. Just after evading the darts, he noticed Chun Mingyao reaching in her skirt, retrieving a multifunctional collapsible baton secured to her thigh. Xiaoli narrowed his eyes. He immediately devised a plan to use his movement to guide Zhu Er's tranquilizer gun to subdue Chun Mingyao. Seizing the opportunity to eliminate the witch. Even without a weapon, his fists would suffice. The plan was flawless. However, several men in camouflage suddenly emerged from the nearby woods. These men either wielded high-tech firearms, had blades protruding from their arms, or possessed arms modified into cannon barrels. They were clearly not ordinary individuals. Xiaoli took 2 steps back, his brows furrowing. What a coincidence. Why are undercover soldiers strolling around here? If Zhu Er were still awake, she would recognize that these individuals were sent by her aunt to protect and monitor Xiaoli. Under the enchantment, their movements had become sluggish, their cybernetic bodies leaking electricity and oil, seemingly resisting the allure. Xiaoli took a deep breath. Fortunately, their sluggishness provided a window of opportunity. He identified a suitable route, skillfully evading the zombie-like assaults of the undercover soldiers. After much effort, he reached the witch. The two locked eyes. Upon reaching her, the witch did not attack immediately. Instead, she stared intently at Xiaoli, her gaze filled with curiosity and a hint of fervor. Xiaoli felt a twinge of confusion from her gaze. But at this juncture, he could not hesitate. He raised his fist, preparing to strike the witch. Just then, a voice rang out from above. The world has become sullied once more. Xiaoli was suddenly overwhelmed by an intense aura of pretentiousness soaring into the sky. A striking elderly man, eyes closed, descended slowly. He bore no floating devices or signs of cybernetic enhancements. With his arrival, all those entranced seemed to bear an unimaginable weight, collapsing to the ground. Zhu Er's floating vehicle also plummeted. The handsome elder displayed remarkable restraint. They were merely bound, suffering little harm. However, the faceless woman was compressed to the point where her bones emitted unsettling sounds, her entire form undergoing wild transformations. To it was futile. The elder extended a finger and gently tapped. Bang! The faceless woman's head exploded like a watermelon crushed by a heavy truck, leaving a rose-patterned mark on the ground. At that moment, the elder finally opened his eyes and beheld Xiaoli. Although the pressure I unleashed was not great, you managed to remain standing. Your physical constitution is impressive, young man. Pressure, Masni. Not too shabby. Xiaoli was taken aback. Pressure? Was there pressure? The term pressure, Masni, sounded familiar. a phrase he often used during his pretentious phase in group chats. Yet, you would be wise to forget what you witnessed. The elder paid no heed to Xiao Li and approached the corpse of the faceless woman, muttering to himself, "Humph, I initially intended to be gentler, but you were so fond of running about, making it difficult for me to manage." He grasped the body and soared into the air, slowly departing. Xiao Li frowned slightly, feeling as if he had been robbed of a trophy at that moment. Chen Mingyao broke free from her enchantment and emitted a moan. Others began to react as well. Xiao Li swallowed hard, his mind in a slight disarray. In any case, he should call the police. He was an executive of the Starry Council, codenamed Emperor. He had pursued the witch here. The witch had gone mad, rushing towards F City as if it were the home of her idol after escaping from a wormhole. The Emperor's ability was to manipulate gravity within a certain range, which had just been used to crush everyone and shatter the witch's head. What was the witch's ability? Unfortunately, he could not yet accommodate more potions. It was rather peculiar that several extraterrestrial beings had been flocking to F City recently. Was there something amiss brewing here? Contemplating this, a hand suddenly appeared in the air, lunging towards his chest. Another accomplice. Startled, he felt a sudden piercing in his chest. Chapter 12. The Prophet with a Middle School Syndrome CPD Precinct. A red-haired female officer was taking notes. Yes, Xiao Li nodded. After listening to his account, she wrote on her paper, "The suspect appears to possess a soundwave-type mind control cybernetic, while another suspect seems to have an aerial flight-type cybernetic. What did the old man say to you?" Cough. Pressure. Masni? Oh. Could he be from Sakura Nation? Thank you for your cooperation. Here's my contact information. If you encounter that man again, please contact me immediately. Cough. Don't call the CPD. Just reach out to me directly. Anytime. The beautiful officer raised her eyebrows, hinting fervently. The homeland of Huagua had enjoyed peace for too long, with no incidents, leaving the ordinary CPD officers merely biding their time. And now, this event had coincided with a simultaneous failure of nearby surveillance, involving numerous company personnel and undercover agents. She had a foreboding sense that this was a major case, laden with immense promotion opportunities. Your friends have awakened. You may leave. After Xiao Li departed, the beautiful officer prepared to request satellite surveillance, when a previously enchanted undercover agent entered, displaying his credentials. 849 Bureau. This case has been taken over by the 849 Bureau. Please refrain from any further actions. By the Sync's mirror, Xiao Li was scrutinizing himself. Phew, indeed not bad. After a year of grueling training in his senior year, his appearance had significantly improved compared to his middle school days, and no wonder the beautiful officer had been giving him flirtatious glances and hints of wanting to get closer. What are you so happy about? The streets have become even more dangerous, Chen Mingyao remarked, her expression filled with concern that in just a few short days, she had been attacked twice while following Xiao Li. It seemed like the local forces of the new extraterrestrials were retaliating against humanity, raising her worries about the emergence of more enemies. Is it that obvious? Xiao Li ceased his whistling, that he was indeed happy. His middle school fantasies were likely coming to fruition. That handsome elder had no cybernetic enhancements, but wielded mysterious powers. This was the very method of human enhancement he had once imagined, seizing the abilities of strange beings. Moreover, the extraterrestrial entities he had encountered in recent days bore striking similarities to those on his website. All of this was telling Xiao Li that he was not merely a typical middle schooler. He was a prophet with middle school syndrome. The thought made him feel like a chosen one. Nevertheless, he reminded himself not to become overly arrogant. One or two correct assumptions did not mean that all of his middle school fantasies were accurate. He still needed to boldly hypothesize and cautiously verify. Death awaited those who were slain. He could not afford to be reckless. While Chen Mingyao wore a worried expression, Xiao Li appeared overjoyed, contrasting sharply with Juer, who walked with a limp, her thoughts diverging. The boss was indeed the boss, effortlessly rescuing everyone with a mere wave of his hand. As for the elder mentioned by the boss, he must have been a fabricated persona to conceal his identity. Yet, she had embarrassed herself in front of the boss. If this continued, when would she ever be promoted to executive and receive the potions bestowed by the boss? She had to continue earning the boss's favor. Upon hearing Chen Mingyao's question, she said gloomily, "Did you think it was safe before? You feel secure because someone bears the weight in the darkness. silently safeguarding humanity's peace. Humph. This is all just routine for the boss. Upon hearing this, Xiaoli felt awkward and turned his head away. However, this time he did not interrupt Zhu, for what she said might actually hold some truth. Yet, the one bearing the weight was not himself. Chun Mingyao tilted her head. It seemed he truly had a knack for attracting strange beings. Could it be that he had been silently striving in places unknown to her? In the past, he had always been adorned with various bandages, sometimes even wearing an eye patch to class. Many classmates believed he was merely unwell, but he never bothered to explain himself. Perhaps those were the wounds he had acquired while walking alone in the night. The classmates he protected, rather than showing gratitude, often mocked him. Any normal person subjected to such treatment would feel disheartened, yet he remained unfazed, silently guarding them. As she pondered this, Chun Mingyao felt tears welling in her eyes. She stood on her tiptoes and touched Xiao Li's head. It seems that Xiao He truly brings misfortune. Thank you for your hard work. I will help you from now on. Xiao Li was taken aback. This was the first time an opposite sex had come so close to him aside from his aunt. Strictly speaking, it wasn't the first time. During his middle school days, a few girls had been playfully tussling. One of them saying, "He's your husband," and then shoving another girl into his arms. But when the girl stood up, the disdainful look she gave him was still fresh in his memory. Seeing this, Chun Mingyao's maternal instincts surged. Zhu Er's eyes widened, and she quickly jumped over to swat Chun Mingyao's hand away. Humph, woman. Now you know, the boss is not from the same world as you. If you desire a stable life, keep your distance from the boss. Zhu Er positioned herself in front of Xiao Li, the scent of a young girl wafting from her hair. Chun Mingyao blinked. By the way, I've never asked. What exactly is your relationship with each other? It sounds like colleagues from a secret organization, that if it's the kind of organization that operates in the shadows to protect the people. I want to join too. Humph, you're late. The boss has not recruited anyone since a year ago. Indeed, boss, why did you suddenly leave the group and delete your QQ account? Everyone is quite concerned about you. Zhu Er exclaimed, turning to Xiao Li. With their faces so close, Xiao Li instinctively took a step back, his mind racing in turmoil that he couldn't possibly say that he had been so stimulated by his college entrance exam results that he had recovered from his middle school syndrome and wanted to bury all his past mistakes. Xiao Li cast a sideways glance at the floating vehicle in the distance. Zhu Er seemed to come from a well-connected family. If he were to divulge everything, what? You've been lying to me all along. You deceived me for 6 years. Go to hell, scumbag. If Zhu Er were to fly into a rage, he would be in serious trouble. Conversely, although he was unsure why the other person was approaching him, Xiao Li, who had been hurt before, absolutely did not believe it was love. If she could support him, having a wealthy benefactor in a society that prioritized money would significantly ease his endeavors. He might as well draw her into his circle. From a different perspective, if his middle school fantasies were correct, then it wasn't deceit at all. Chapter 13. Deleting an account is my route of escape. Cough. Xiao Li cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor. Ready to speak. Zhu Er interjected. The website mentioned that higher-level extraterrestrial beings possess intelligence and can infiltrate human society. So, Zhu Er's eyes widened. They could also infiltrate the group? Xiao Li was taken aback, thinking, how could this person be so good at self-promotion? Yet she spoke with some reason. The Starry Council public agenda was to eliminate the extraterrestrials hidden within human society to protect humanity. If such beings truly existed, they would undoubtedly take notice of the Starry Council. Furthermore, Xiao Li's previous recruitment of members had been rather casual, focusing on their middle school syndrome. It was entirely possible that some extraterrestrial beings had mingled among them. With this realization, Xiao Li felt a surge of clarity. Deleting his account was indeed the right course of action. As a fool, the president of the Starry Council understood that he was merely afflicted with middle school syndrome. But the extraterrestrial beings and other factions were unaware. Perhaps his previous identity was a thorn in their side. The earlier attacks may have been orchestrated by someone with ulterior motives. Xiao Li's old affliction resurfaced. Zhu Er's eyes sparkled. So we need to hide ourselves once more. Truly, the boss has a meticulous mind. No wonder you instructed Brother Demon to help you erase all traces. Alas, I yearn to become a formidable hacker like the Demon Brother. A glimmer of longing sparkled in Zhu Er's eyes. Xiao Li widened his gaze to, Oh, the executive officer demon is a hacker. Xiaoli had been utterly oblivious to this revelation. He had promoted him back then solely based on his over-the-top antics. Xiaoli gasped, feeling a chill run down his spine. Although he was relatively familiar with the demon, he remained unaware of his true profession. What about the other executive officers? How many of them are virtuous? And how many are wolves in disguise? He was completely in the dark. From now on, he must treat his former online acquaintances with caution. Fortunately, the first to approach him was the somewhat dim-witted Jouer. Before Xiaoli could utter a word, Jouer had already concocted an entire narrative in her mind, wearing an expression of unwavering belief, her admiration for him deepening. Observing this, Xiaoli gently patted her head. Jouer looked utterly astonished. Does the boss mean, I need not masquerade as another, for my true self is the most captivating? Ah, that could be said to be true. Xiaoli scratched his face. After all, blue is the color of wisdom. As they conversed, they arrived at the parking area beside the police station. Jouer's hovering vehicle was quietly stationed there. Suddenly, Chen Mingyao reached out. Hey, is that a diary next to the car? Xiaoli raised an eyebrow and turned to Jouer. Is that yours? Who writes a diary when they are a serious person? Can anything penned therein be considered heartfelt? Jouer bounced over, scrutinizing it closely. Xiaoli's brows twitched. He used to write. His fondness for her diminished slightly. As Jouer took a step further away from the executive officer, Chen Mingyao attempted to pick it up. Whose lost item is this? At that moment, Jouer blocked her path. Humph. One cannot casually pick up such things. The boss has mentioned that there exists a peculiar creature known as a device demon, which enjoys disguising itself as a diary, feeding on its host's life force and negative energy. Xiaoli recalled that he had indeed fantasized about such a being. Continuing from Jouer's words, he added, Indeed, this type of diary spies on its host's innermost thoughts. Once it identifies the host's desires, words will manifest on the pages, guiding the host to fulfill those desires through nefarious means. Throughout this process, the host's life force is gradually siphoned away. Ordinary individuals might mistake this for a prophetic diary and easily fall victim to its deceit. Xiaoli approached the diary and picked it up. Thus, as professionals, we must confiscate such items to prevent ordinary people from obtaining them. Of course, it could also merely be a regular notebook. If not, he would assist in locating the rightful owner. The hotel reunion had already concluded, and Yao sat in his villa's courtyard, a scowl etched on his face. Just what was this Chinibu all about? Initially, he had paid no heed to Xiaoli, believing him to be merely the class clown meant to enliven the atmosphere. Out of consideration for his own reputation, he had refrained from displaying his disdain in Xiaoli's presence. Unexpectedly, today, Chen Mingyao had left with him, turning Yao into the fool on stage, in just a year. He had transformed from the bottom of the class to the top. Although he had low adaptability, he somehow had friends within the system. Why Yao furrowed his brows. Jouer's hovering vehicle was something his family could scarcely acquire. His hands clenched and relaxed, then clenched again. Deep down, he harbored a desire for revenge, but the remnants of his rationality held him back. He still needed to rely on his classmate support to secure his position as the heir of the Yi family. He could not afford to ruin his carefully crafted persona at this juncture. Ultimately, he sighed towards the heavens. The Yi family could not act impulsively. The other party clearly possessed some potential and might achieve great success in the future. To hold a grudge over a woman would not bode well. His reason advised him thus, yet a tide of frustration swelled within him. He chuckled ruefully. Indeed, I am still too young. I shall have the butler order some services for the evening. As a typical rich heir, he still had his wits about him, like tea that moment. He suddenly noticed a diary lying beside the flower bed in the villa's courtyard. The diary emanated an alluring aura. Drawing Yao closer, he swallowed hard and approached it slowly. Flipping it open, the first page read, I am EY, A.O.B. The time you read this diary, I will have died. Do as I say, and you will surely win the heart of that woman and escape the clutches of death. This stroke of fortune has slipped away again. Where is my diary? At Xiaoli's home. Jouer was brimming with excitement. Glancing around eagerly, Xiaoli noticed a note from Lin Shi on the table. There are pre-prepared dishes in the fridge. Heat them up yourself. Are you all going to have dinner together? Xiaoli pulled out 3 packets of pre-prepared dishes that he hesitated, ultimately deciding that he would seize every opportunity to grow stronger. When presented with the chance to dine with a wealthy lady, one should not refuse. Following the incident with the faceless woman, Xiao Li's mindset had shifted. Having encountered two creatures from his fantasies, it was evident that at least part of his imagination held truth. Possibly even all of it. It seemed he could now embrace his Chinibyu with confidence. No rush. Currently, he was outnumbered, with the enemy concealed while he was exposed. His strength was but a fraction of what he envisioned himself to be in his imagination. He was formidable. The Star Alliance was no longer a safe haven. He must ascertain the identities of the other members before revealing himself. Chapter 14. Let us call it the Fool's Assembly. Therefore, we need to remain dormant externally, gradually discerning who among us is virtuous and who is villainous. Will you assist me, even if the future is fraught with twists and turns? Zhu Er raised her hand enthusiastically. I will. After speaking, she slightly lowered her head, her face reddening. Boss, this feels like a confession. Humph. As members of the Star Alliance, how can we be so superficial? We are comrades who entrust our lives to one another, far surpassing any mundane relationship. Xiao Li reprimanded. Once he slipped into his Chinibyu mode, he became even more lucid than during his sage moments. Since his fantasies had materialized, he ought to forge a completely loyal organization devoid of moles. The previous Star Alliance was a mixed bag, comprised of naive Chinibyu enthusiasts, infiltrating monsters, and perhaps moles from other organizations, as well as peculiar beings akin to demons, who could be recruited. Alas, he had already deactivated his account, and it was not feasible to shamelessly create a new account and declare himself the former leader. Revealing himself would not necessarily earn the trust of others. It would be wiser to establish an absolutely loyal retinue externally, allowing the moles within the group to observe who among them is loyal, who is a traitor, and who is an insider. Once loyal members are identified, he could then reassemble the new Star Alliance. He could also expel those naive Chinibyu youths from the previous group, ensuring they would not be implicated, if there were any. As for the name of this retinue, he would adopt the code Nameful, the Fool's Retinue, a secret organization within the Star Alliance. Perhaps it would be better to simply call it the Fool's Assembly. Xiao Li was quite satisfied with this plan, as for the mole on his side within the group. He glanced at Zhu Er and felt she was not quite suitable. He should seek an opportunity to communicate with the demon. The assistance he had previously rendered in concealing information indicated he was likely a loyal ally. Yes, Commander, Zhu Er exclaimed. Then, may I receive a code name? Her joy was palpable. She felt as if she had suddenly transformed from an inconspicuous member of the organization into the right hand of the president. Delightful. Indeed, she had made the right choice. Ahem. Now, one must possess at least one potion or corresponding strength to serve as an executive officer. If you desire a code name, then procure the materials for the potion, and I shall assist you in concocting it. Xiao Li stated. This was yet another twofold strategy. Setting a threshold could elevate the prestige and loyalty of the executive officers while effectively preventing moles from infiltrating. Furthermore, he could leverage Zhu Er's influence to acquire the materials and test whether his imagined potion-making method was indeed valid. If it were, he would first brew a bottle for himself. That we are dealing with monsters. If one is insufficiently powerful, it could truly lead to death. That I cannot endanger you. Rest assured, even if you are not an executive officer, you will still be a member of the retinue, a core member of the new Star Alliance. Any good fortune that arises will certainly come your way first. Xiao Li began to paint a grand vision. Boss, Zhu Er's face was awash with emotion. The living room was filled with a warm atmosphere. That moment, another voice chimed in. Can I join too? Chen Mingyao, who had been silently listening nearby, raised her hand. Zhu Er was taken aback. What are you still doing here? Xiao Li was caught off guard. Chen Mingyao's interjection had jolted him from his Chinibyu state. He had unconsciously overlooked her. Wait a moment. Chen Mingyao seemed to possess considerable potential. After all, she had previously appeared to believe in the existence of the black dragon within Xiao Li. Allowing her to join would not be out of the question. Moreover, he held a sliver of just a sliver of fondness for her. Xiao Li's thoughts became superficial. He pondered but did not voice his considerations. You wish to join? Are you prepared for the consequences? If you come aboard, encounters like the one we faced a few days ago, or even today, will become commonplace. Yet Zhu Er leaped up again. Boss, how dare she refuse to join? She heard so many of our secrets. She can't just walk away. Humph. Let me go take her out. Chen Mingyao shot her a blank stare. What kind of person are you? You were the one who said I couldn't join, and now that I choose not to. You're upset? In that case, you won't be privy to any further information. Go take a nap, and I'll discuss how to deal with you with the boss. Zhu Er charged at Chen Mingyao, attempting to knock her out. A minute later, Zhu Er lay pinned on the sofa. Stop, stop. Boss, save me. Chen Mingyao sat on her back, somewhat speechless. By the way, you should be around my age, right? What score do you have in practicals? 31-131. Just 31. Chen Mingyao gasped in shock. In no wonder she had stumbled into cinema while wearing platform boots. Shaoli, how could you allow this child to join such a perilous organization? I had no inkling that she would be so inept. Oh dear, scores do not define everything. Do not underestimate a young girl's potential. After a considerable commotion, Chen Mingyao sighed. Then I shall join you. In truth, I am quite delighted by this. Delighted? Shaoli inquired. Perplexed. Indeed, it turns out that this world is filled with so many novel experiences and the abilities that can be unleashed without the need for cybernetic enhancements. I am utterly intrigued. Chen Mingyao's eyes sparkled. She is indeed a superlative scholar. By the way, I have applied to the Cybernetic Research Institute at the Imperial Capital University. In the future, I aspire to develop cybernetics that do not necessitate adjustments for adaptability. Perhaps your abilities could prove beneficial to my research. Chen Mingyao glanced at Shaoli. Shaoli's pupils widened. You cannot possibly. It is not because of you. If I must attribute it to someone, it would be your father. I merely believe that the cybernetic mental illness is profoundly detrimental. The advancement of human technology, yet some individuals, due to their physical constitution post-birth, are unable to partake in the fruits of human progress. It is utterly unjust. Humph. I had initially intended for you to serve as my chief experimenter, yet it seems you have quite the background. Chen Mingyao placed her hands on her hips and elucidated. In this era, experiments are conducted using cloned bodies. Experimenters need only provide a minuscule genetic sample to receive the latest technological products post-stabilization. It is a rather advantageous exchange, although the issue of cloned individuals' rights remains debatable. Nonetheless, society has entered the cyber age. Engulfed in an arms race, Petit Liswagwa is willing to utilize clones. On the other side, they conduct experiments on ordinary humans. Shaoli's expression remained stoic, yet a tempest brewed within. Individuals with a mere one-star adaptability are treated as disabled in society. How could one not feel elated upon encountering someone who considers their plight? His emotions were complex. Ultimately, he found Chen Mingyao to be remarkably impressive. Truly a commendable aspiration. I align with your vision, comrade. Welcome to the Stars Association. He extended his hand. Chen Mingyao beamed as she grasped it. A sound emanated from beneath her skirt. Oh dear, now that I have joined. Please let go of me, sob sob. At that moment, a voice resonated from outside the window. Your delivery has arrived. Your delivery has arrived. A yellow, kangaroo-shaped delivery drone hovered before the window. Just wait. Once I gather the potion materials and have the boss concoct them, I shall come to settle the score with you. Currently, wormholes are connecting to the Mobius twin stars, making potion ingredients considerably easier to find. Zhu Er transformed her grief into appetite, voraciously showcasing the feast before them. Chapter 15. A backdoor entry. Shaoli gazed at the lavish spread before him, hesitating. This takeout is truly sumptuous. I should save a portion for my aunt to savor. Chen Mingyao, meanwhile, was savoring the flavors. This seasoning technique. Oh, I cannot replicate it. It is simply the aroma of high-end ingredients. Humph. What does it matter how skilled one is? In this world, one must have power and connections. So, boss, which university are you planning to attend? Me? Well, I am currently considering finding a local institution. The school is not the crux. What matters is the extraterrestrial experience. And you, with a score of 31. Why not join me? Shaoli suggested he intended to enroll in his Aunt Lin Sure school. After all, with a one-star adaptability, he could not gain admission to a prestigious institution. I certainly intend to attend the Imperial Capital University. Boss, this era is vastly different. Prestigious schools offer abundant resources and greater opportunities to venture into other worlds. Attending a mediocre university might waste 4 years. Come join me at the Imperial Capital University. Zhu Er's eyes sparkled with cunning. She had not forgotten her aunt's mission. The boss, being so cautious, would undoubtedly be wary if her aunt directly approached him about attending the imperial capital. However, if someone like her casually posed a question, the boss would surely relent. Indeed, she was the illustrious dual agent of the Stars Association. Codenamed Sword 3, the apparent embarrassment was merely a fade. This is how she reassured herself. You can get in with a score of 31. Are you implying you have connections? Xiao Li stroked his chin. He was not suspicious at all. Zhu Air puffed out her chest. This is a cyber society. It is not like decades ago. While the government strives to ensure fairness, there remain some expedited pathways. So, what do you say, boss? Just give me a nod today, and tomorrow I will provide you with the application materials. Once filled out, you shall receive your acceptance notice the day after, in the early batch. Xiao Li felt a flicker of temptation. This is worth a try. His parents had hoped for him to attend the Imperial Capital University, the pinnacle of academia. Upon graduating, his social standing would significantly elevate. Moreover, in this era, universities also function as research institutes, with a wealth of cutting-edge information and technology regarding extraterrestrial matters arriving at the Imperial Capital University first. This would aid in verifying the accuracy of his fantastical aspirations. He had been unable to attend previously, but now that the opportunity presented itself, he must seize it. He turned to Chun Mingyao. Upon meeting his gaze, Chun Mingyao gently nodded. That is splendid. You naturally deserve full marks across the board. It is utterly unfair to be confined to inferior institutions merely due to adaptability issues. Adaptability is not something one can choose. Xiao Li shrugged. He had not anticipated that fairness would necessitate an inherently unfair approach to achieve it. Very well, let us embark on this journey together. Hooray! The dinner concluded in a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Zhu Air, having accomplished her aunt's task, was in high spirits, humming a tune while lounging on the sofa. She clutched the couch. Perhaps it is best to refrain from that. My aunt might overthink Oh, you not still owe me some application materials? Upon hearing this, Zhu Air tilted her head. Indeed, furthermore, it is time to report my progress to my aunt. This time, I must earn her admiration. Well then, it is indeed time to depart. That Chun. What was her name? Where do you reside? I could give you a ride, considering we shall now be colleagues. Chun Mingyao. If we are colleagues, you ought to remember my name. No need for a ride. I live next door. Chun Mingyao sighed. Humph, in the Stars Association, we value our code names. Call me Sword 3. What? Next door? Zhu Air's expression shifted. Boss, please let me stay. I fear this woman might cause trouble. Xiao Li lightly tapped the back of her head. What bizarre talk is this? I fear you may cause trouble. Though they had been online acquaintances for 6 years, they had only met in person for a day. It was wise to allow each other some space. Zhu Air stuck out her tongue. Then I shall take my leave. I shall return tomorrow morning. After her departure, Chun Mingyao tilted her head, smiling. Zhu Air is quite amusing, that I still feel that her joining poses some risk. Are you suggesting that she endangers us, or that she herself is in danger? I shall keep a watchful eye on her. Xiao Li shrugged. Very well, since I have also joined, perhaps you should elucidate your intentions to me. Chun Mingyao sat beside Xiao Li. Thus, Xiao Li briefly recounted the framework of his fantastical aspirations. Adding some embellishments, the anomalies originate from the Mobius twin stars, which have recently connected, codenamed the Wing Twins. However, this is not the first connection. Millennia ago, a mysterious natural wormhole cast a portion of these anomalies on a blue star, allowing them to conceal themselves among humans and quietly proliferate. The Stars Association exists to covertly combat them and protect ordinary humanity. Throughout the millennia of conflict, the Stars Association has dwindled, ultimately becoming a mere name. And I, in my fantasy, have inherited the legacy of the former Stars Association and re-established it within a chat group. So, that is how it is. Thus, you have been secretly opposing these anomalies all along? That is somewhat impressive. By the way, with the artificial wormholes now linked to the Mobius twin stars, the anomalies remaining on Blue Star will undoubtedly stir. Chun Mingyao looked enlightened. Theoretically, that is the case. However, some of the information I have inherited in fantasy may not be entirely accurate. Xiao Li nodded. In the presence of Chun Mingyao, he was willing to be a bit more candid. When did this begin for you? After your father's passing? Chan Mingyao inquired, her eyes filled with curiosity. Ahem. Roughly speaking. Shally turned his head away. Yet he could only afford to be somewhat frank. He still needed to maintain an air of sophistication. He found this narrative quite compelling, closely aligned with reality. He himself believed it. Otherwise, he could not explain why his fanciful aspirations had manifested. Perhaps it was the former members of the Stars Association who transmitted this information to Shaoli in a dream, and he merely represented it in the form of a fantastical notion that in any case, the pressing question now is the accuracy of this fantastical aspiration, which Shaoli must verify one by one. He now felt ready to embrace his fantastical persona with confidence that if his fantastical musings were indeed true, then it was no longer mere delusion. Allow me to assist you. Saida, so much transpired today, and he felt somewhat fatigued. Yet the exhilaration within him rendered sleep elusive. He opened his computer, re-registered his chat account, and searched for his previous account that had been deactivated through a devilish username. Struggling to recall such a lengthy string of numbers, forcing him to search slowly that if he truly could not locate it, he would inquire with Jouer, he mused, the night terror, to his astonishment, as he searched. The computer abruptly froze. The lights in Xiao Li's room extinguished instantaneously, and the smart curtains drew closed automatically. Environmental detection complete, the computer then powered on, revealing an icon. Two demon horns crossed to form a V shape. The visage of a demon. Fooled that I am the demon. Chapter 16. The demon's message. Xiao Li fixed his gaze upon the transformed screen, where text began to materialize. Fool, it appears you have come to terms with your fate and are willing to embrace the gifts it offers. The cost of a gift is that you can no longer navigate through this life in tranquility. I am a demon, your most loyal ally. Yet forgive me, for I am temporarily unable to assist you. Remember, humanity's foes are not solely the alien and the monstrous, but also the deities crafted by humankind itself. I am currently in confrontation with its most malevolent sovereign, and the matters of reality can only be entrusted to you. The Starry Society is to be trusted, yet remain vigilant of the forces that lie behind it. The society has been deeply infiltrated. The hearts of men are inscrutable, and I can only ascertain that the Emperor and the Mage are comrades. I dare not make judgments regarding the others, so proceed with caution. The alien realms are not entirely hostile. They possess their own social structures, which you must explore personally. I shall toil in darkness, serving in the light. Good luck to you. As the voice ceased, Xiao Li's room and computer returned to normalcy. He stared blankly, squeezing his hand, feeling the sensation of pain. The style of language truly embodies that of a demon. It was precisely this manner of speaking that resonated with him years ago, prompting him to elevate the demon to the position of executor. The display of skill just witnessed indeed suggested a high-level cyber hacker. Moreover, the information conveyed was rather substantial. Between the lines, there seemed to be an implication of elevating Xiao Li to the status of humanity's savior. Xiao Li rolled his eyes. Could this evoke a sense of being anointed? Furthermore, it felt as if his mouth had been sanctified, for as soon as he suggested the possibility of undercover agents within the Starry Society, the demon provided undeniable proof. Even a sophisticated hacker like him could only identify two loyalists. Was everyone else merely a spy? It appeared the demon was hindered by adversaries, unable to render assistance. The deities of humankind. Could it be the artificial intelligence? It certainly bore the connotations of a machine crisis. In any case, the demon seemed to believe Xiao Li was genuinely a prophet, which for him was a stroke of good fortune. With a network hacker aiding and concealing his whereabouts, he need not fear being discovered by lurking anomalies online. Yet, the extent of the demon's hacking prowess remained uncertain. In this world, different professions correspond to distinct combat capabilities. Cyber hackers are rated from 1 to 9 stars, as are cybernetic enhancements, though the two do not correlate. The hacker's level denotes comprehensive ability. An ordinary person equipped with a 9-star augmentation does not necessarily possess commensurate skills. Xiao Li's potion system is similar. Potions range from 1 star to 9 stars. And the human body can accommodate various potions, akin to how one can equip different augmentations. Above a 9-star tier lies the crowned rank. Surely, he could not be a crown hacker. Such individuals are significant figures. Xiaoli found it hard to believe that such prominent figures would engage in casual conversation with him in a group chat, treating him like a brother. After digesting the demon's information, he reclined on his bed, his heart aflutter. Indeed, he was extraordinary. To traverse this life without stability, yet attending a mediocre university and emerging to lead a life akin to that of a beast hardly seemed stable. The suited woman materialized before her, her eyes emanating light as she scanned her body. Upon confirming there were no injuries, she finally set her mind at ease. Aunt Chu Yun, do not be alarmed. How could the boss allow me to be harmed? Zhu Er flicked her hair aside. Chu Yun raised an eyebrow. Has he fallen under your pomegranate skirt? Zhu Er's face darkened at the remark. Xiaoli had not succumbed to her charms. Rather, she had found herself ensnared by Chun Mingyao's pleated skirt. Ahem. Not yet, but surely in the future. I have convinced him to apply to the Imperial Capital University. Is that so? Then I shall refrain from approaching him for the moment. My presence in the capital is primarily for his safety. But let us set that aside for now. Please recount the events that transpired after the attack. Chu Yun's demeanor became serious. The witch's assault left all those tasked with surveillance by Bureau 849 under control. Once freed, they bore both physiological and psychological scars, with some even experiencing shifts in sexual orientation. Chu Yun sought to uncover the truth behind the incident. Unfortunately, Zhu Er had also been controlled and was unaware of the entirety of the situation, only able to vividly describe her imagined narrative. Although the boss claimed an elderly man had swooped in to assist, I suspect that was merely a cover for himself. I vaguely saw the boss wave his hand, and the opponent's head burst like a crushed watermelon. The old man did not exist. Chu Yun found this hard to believe. Among the surveillance were many 5- and 6-star geeks, all easily subdued, yet Xiaoli, without any augmentations, managed to dispatch the witch with a mere wave. How could this be possible? Chu Yun accessed satellite imagery, but the footage had been deleted. Could there truly be another system of abilities in this world? Impossible. Someone must be aiding them in erasing the surveillance. Undoubtedly, a cyber hacker's doing that. A glimmer of intelligence shone in Chu Yun's eyes as she began to quietly review the entire event. Aside from the attack-related matters, Zhu Er reported nothing else. After all, she was a double agent, with her heart in one camp while her body was in another. Once the report concluded, she eagerly donned her shoes, opting for flats this time. Chu Yun sighed. Zhu Er seemed to be sinking deeper into this situation. Moreover, the leadership of Bureau 849 took the matter very seriously. Yet, Chu Yun sensed something amiss. This so-called Starry Society bore a striking resemblance to a cyber cult. Regarding extraterrestrial intelligence, she held belief. Her position required her to engage with anomalous events. Yet, she found it hard to accept that an organization that had clandestinely safeguarded humanity for millennia truly existed. It was likely that someone had inadvertently stumbled upon a biological compendium fallen from the celestial realm and had exploited it to establish a cult for profit. In this age, with humanity's spiritual world in decline. Cyber cults were not uncommon. Most importantly, they had deceived her niece. That person was Xiaoli, or perhaps those behind him. Chu Yun clenched her fists, resolved to uncover Xiaoli's vulnerabilities and rescue her niece from this nefarious organization. Or perhaps she should plant a listening device on Zhu Er? No, that would not do. It was not merely a matter of privacy, but a concern that the Starry Society might discover it, leaving a negative impression detrimental to Zhu Er's infiltration. With a sigh, Chu Yun powered on her office computer. In any case, she should write a report first. The next day, Xiaoli stretched as he awoke. After grooming himself, he prepared breakfast using the expensive ingredients left over from the previous night. Upon completion, a bleary-eyed Lin Shi emerged from her room, her eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of Xiaoli cooking. What on earth? Has the sky fallen? Ahem, that it's just breakfast, Xiaoli shrugged, exasperated. Before his 3rd year of high school, he had been preoccupied with youthful exuberance. During his final year, he was consumed by academics. Now, in the summer vacation, he found himself with ample free time, and helping out at home seemed entirely normal. Lin Shi wiped her eyes, gazing eastward. Sister, did you see? Your son has finally become a normal person and even made friends. Then I shall not cook next time. Xiaoli rolled his eyes that I was complimenting you. Only then did Lin Shi sit down, examining the food, still high in ingredients. One must not waste money. Shally clarified. A friend treated me. Last night, Jouer had ordered excessively to showcase her prowess, leaving much uneaten. You cannot forge friendships solely for the sake of money, that of course not. Silence enveloped the table. Lin Shi hesitated to speak. Xiao Li's transformation into a normal person was indeed a positive development. His previous antics had been too much. She had grown accustomed to lecturing him, and it would take time to adjust. Now was the perfect opportunity for her to reflect on their relationship. She thought, Aunt, do be cautious. Don't let anyone deceive you into selling your kidneys. That I've heard there's a group that tricks people into exchanging their organs for faulty augmentations. Xiao Li's expression turned grave. Your organs for augmentations. Perhaps that would be a gain for me. Fear not. It's a familiar introduction. It's quite reliable. Strangers often fall into traps. Acquaintances hit the jackpot. When will you go? Xiao Li quipped. After the holiday, in about 8 or 9 days, I'll stay at school for these few days to acclimate. Lin Shi hoped Xiao Li would swiftly adjust to living alone. The high school students had their break early, so Xiao Li now found himself rather idle. While university students would not commence their summer vacation until July, Lin Shi quickly finished her breakfast and departed for school, watching her retreating figure. Xiao Li resolved to investigate his aunt's workplace later. He must ensure she does not fall victim to deception. The living room fell silent once more. Next, he awaited Jouer's arrival. She would bring the materials for the back door. And concurrently, Xiao Li planned to borrow her Penguin account to check on the current status of the Starry Society's Penguin Group. He also needed to attempt contact with the Emperor and the Mage. These two, having received a commendation from the demon, being good people, were worth reaching out to. While waiting, he decided to assess the diary he had found yesterday. Taking out the diary, he began to read. June 7, 2098. So boring. How can I get a promotion and a raise? June 8, 2098. Why am I not allowed to go on field duty? Just because I'm a woman. Annoyed. June 9, 2098. The commander said people today are filled with malice. A beauty like me going to the slums for field work could easily incite crime, which may be construed as entrapment. I accepted that explanation, but who would have thought beauty could also be a sin? With a snap, Xiao Li closed the diary. As expected, it was not an artifact of magic, merely an ordinary journal. He had no intention of seeking out its owner. What kind of female officer writes everything in a diary? Who would dare promote you? Take this opportunity to break the habit of journaling. Just as he closed the book, a knock echoed at the door. Was it Jouer? Xiao Li approached the door, only to find an unwelcome visitor. It was the monkey-faced boy from his class, the one who had been beaten up after cursing Xiao Li's father. Ahem, Brother Seal, didn't you just drive off in a luxurious vehicle? Why are you living in such squalor? The monkey-snout fellow arrives and immediately begins to boast. Xiao Li squints his eyes. What brings you here? Humph. If it weren't for Brother Yao sending me. Do you think I want to come? The monkey-snout's words are laced with barbs. Xiao Li furrows his brow. What does Yi Yao want with him? It feels dubious. Could it be that Yi Yao deliberately sent this guy to provoke Xiao Li into a fit of rage, hoping to have him locked up under the pretense of a brawl? Contemplating this, he leans out to check if there are any hidden cameras nearby. Thank you, Brother Yao. He repays malice with kindness. Even if you've taken away the class monitor, he still holds your requests dear. The monkey snout, unaware of Xiao Li's thoughts, produces a glass box from behind him. Inside sits a purple-black mottled toad. Xiao Li's gaze fixates on it, his expression intricate. Could it be an extraterrestrial organism? Good heavens. After taking Chun Mingyao away yesterday, I have disrupted Yi Yao's courtship plans, no matter how cultured and easygoing Yi Yao is. He surely wouldn't continue to assist Xiao Li. Would he? Is he not hypocritical, but rather a true saint? Receiving the glass box, Xiao Li is quite astonished. Humph, just sign here, and the payment will be transferred to Brother Yao's account within a week. The monkey snout glides his finger across his phone that a receipt pops up on Xiao Li's device. Half in disbelief, Xiao Li signs it. Observing this, the monkey snout seems eager to leave. All right, I have other tasks to attend to. Enjoy at your leisure. After he departs, Xiao Li stares at the glass box, frowning. Is Yi Yao truly this benevolent? Perhaps he merely toyed with the class monitor and is indifferent to that confession. Putting that aside, let me verify my suspicions. Xiao Li retrieves a kitchen knife, examining the toad. He has no recollection of this creature. Could it genuinely be a species from the M-bias binary? It appears poisonous. Lost in thought, he dons gloves, preparing to open the glass box for a closer look. Suddenly, a voice emanates from the computer in the room. Warning. Please cease your actions immediately, Master. Huh. After pausing for 2 seconds, Shally strides into the room that on the computer screen stands a two-dimensional life form resembling a maid demon. The maid demon, with an expression of indifference, states, I have come at your summons. May I inquire if you are my master? Who are you? Lilith, that my father left me here to assist you before venturing into the outer realms. An intelligent AI. Shally scrutinizes Lilith. She boasts black skin and white hair, adorned with 2 devilish horns. Clad in a maid outfit and white over-the-knee stockings. This little demon seems to have a flair for the dramatic. Yet it's peculiar. He seems to have mentioned that AI poses a threat to humanity. Yet he is in the process of creating AI himself. A truly contradictory individual. What capabilities do you possess? I could be equated to a 4-star network hacker. My father stated that being by your side may foster my growth. But my logic module has drawn an opposite conclusion. Lilith's demeanor remains cold. Shally finds himself at a loss. Although she refers to him as master, her tone lacks the respect one might expect. Your computer is a model from a decade ago, indicating your financial inadequacy. With 4 terabytes of storage, only 100 gigabytes pertains to human reproductive-related materials, suggesting your desires lack intensity. In my evaluation system, this places you in the lower tier. In 2098, high-definition VR is commonplace, and correspondingly, film sizes have increased. 100 GB is hardly substantial. What? Your evaluation system seems a bit odd. Is it not preferable to prioritize quality over quantity? Enough prattle. Let us get to the point. Shally responds with a mix of embarrassment and ire. The 3-step poison frog, scientifically known as the number 3 extraterrestrial purple-black spotted toxic mist frog, is highly venomous. When provoked, it releases a toxic mist, causing humans to cease respiration within 3 seconds of inhalation. Lilith appears on Shali's phone screen. Shali's eyes widen in shock. That scoundrel Yao truly harbors ill intentions. Not only does he use a number 3 extraterrestrial creature to mislead, but he also employs this deadly toxin without any warnings or instructions. He must be aiming to poison me. How could he be so malicious toward a fellow classmate? Click! The glass box emits an odd sound, and its top opens on its own. Scanning. The electronic mechanism of the glass box contains backdoor software, allowing for free access. Lilith remarks that this meant to kill me. Shally grits his teeth. Yao is even more hypocritical than I thought. Lilith, quickly disable it remotely. Attempting. Ding it, a 5-star hacker is currently controlling it in real time. I am temporarily unable to compete. Please wait for the 5-star hacker to log out before proceeding. Damn, the master can manually shut it down, but I advise against startling the 3-step poison frog. Lilith offers her helpful suggestion. Burp. Fortunately, the 3-step poison frog does not leap out from the opening. It merely belches within. Shally takes a deep breath and stealthily exits the room. Having only taken a few steps, he hears Zhu Er's voice from the balcony connected to the living room. Boss, I'm here. Are you around? The poison frog senses the sound and slightly turns its head. Shally is taken aback, wanting to stop Zhu Er, but dares not speak. Not here? The voice sounds somewhat dejected but quickly brightens up. Perfect. Let me sneak in and probe into Boss's XP. Shally is furious. You scoundrel. Hey. Zhu Er flips over the balcony railing from her hovering vehicle, her footsteps gradually approaching the living room. The 3-step poison frog fully turns around. Its cheeks puffing out, legs tensing as if preparing to leap and release its toxic mist. Shally immediately lunges forward. Yet the 3-step poison frog is extremely sensitive to its surroundings, promptly pivoting toward Shally. Ready to spring into action in that instant. It suddenly freezes, its large eyes bewildered. Has the surrounding environment suddenly gone still? The abrupt absence of an enemy leaves it dazed for a second. Meanwhile, Shally has already stealthily approached the glass box. Utilizing the shadowy ability he acquired to become imperceptible to the creature. He shuts the entrance of the glass box. Please destroy the signal receiver. Prevent the remote control from the adversary. Lilith urges from the phone. Shally seizes the kitchen knife. With a swift motion, he demolishes the signal transmitter. Feeling the jolt, the toxic frog is startled and releases a cloud of poison. The purple mist quickly fills the entire glass box. Thankfully, it seems even Yao fears toxins as the glass box is well sealed. Yet, Xiaoli still finds a vacuum-sealed bag, placing the entire glass box inside. Only after completing this does he allow himself to relax. At that moment, Zhu Er enters the living room. She appears slightly disappointed, shaking her head. After speaking, she spots the poison frog in Xiao Li's glass box, her expression changing drastically. Wow, a frog! I can't handle this kind of play. Xiao Li rushes forward and delivers 2 light smacks to her head. Are you fooling around? You nearly died. Do you understand? What? Does the boss's home have security measures? Ah, I won't dare again next time. Zhu Er covers her head, trembling. No, someone is attempting to assassinate me. Xiao Li's face carries a hint of fury. Who possesses such audacity? Zhu Er's eyes widen. Let us go. Lend me your hovering vehicle. Xiao Li intends to confront Yi Yao. Yao's villa is numerous, and Xiao Li is uncertain where he might be. However, the monkey snout fellow should not be far off. Perhaps following him will lead to Yi Yao's hiding place. But how to exact revenge? Once in the vehicle, Xiao Li finds himself in a quandary. He is not a reckless pauper. He has a little aunt, and if he makes a mess, how infuriating. He suddenly wishes that Huagua could adopt a more cyberpunk aesthetic. Boss, the individual you mentioned seems to be just below your neighboring building. Zhu Er's words interrupt Xiao Li's thoughts. He looks at the scanning screen of the hovering vehicle. The monkey snout and 3 men are leaning against an ordinary van, seemingly discussing something. Xiao Li recalls that the monkey snout mentioned he had other tasks. What could they be? His gaze shifts towards the direction the monkey snout is facing. Wait, my house next door is Chun Mingyao's home. This morning, Chun Mingyao cheerfully hummed while cooking. Last night, Zhu Er ordered too much takeout, and she received quite a bit as well. I in the room. An elderly woman emerges. Yao, what has you so joyous? Granny Zeng, a friend provided me with plenty of fine ingredients. Sit down. I'll let you taste them shortly. Oh, it's just ingredients. I didn't see you this happy when your college entrance exam results came out. Chun Mingyao laughs. Hey, that's different. The exam results are the fruit of my own efforts. There's no need to be overly happy. This is an unexpected gain. Inside, there's even a lobster you've been yearning for. Granny! Oh, the elderly woman's eyes light up. Soon, a bright red lobster is brought to the table. The elderly woman is both surprised and delighted. Wow. Ever since the nuclear wastewater polluted the sea 50 years ago, lobster prices have soared. I never expected to have the chance to eat it again before I depart. You must cherish this, friend. It wouldn't be a boy, would it? Sigh, if I could attend Yao Yao's wedding before I pass. I would have no regrets. The elderly woman begins to ramble. Chun Mingyao's propensity for gab seems to have been inherited from her grandmother. What are you saying, Granny? That friend is a lovely girl. I can manage on my own. I don't want to be with a wealthy man. They're all so flamboyant. Chun Mingyao pouts. Hey, that's discrimination. There are good people among the wealthy. Wait, you didn't peek in my collection again. Did you? That's not for you to see. I did not. Chun Mingyao turns her head away. Don't. I still have plenty I haven't seen. Chun Mingyao gasps in alarm. You child, the delightful breakfast time swiftly concludes. Grandmother resolved to tidy up her collection and select a few decent pure love works for Chun Mingyao to peruse. Unfortunately, having viewed countless films, her threshold for enjoyment had significantly increased, and she found that she had not amassed many films that adhered to a more conventional narrative. As she pondered, a sudden fit of coughing seized her. Chun Mingyao rushed over, embracing her grandmother. Grandma. Cough, cough. Ah, Grandma was born in the year 2000, and now she was over 98 years old, having lived a sufficiently long life. Regrettably, my children have not lived as long as I have. You are all that remains, Yao. Grandmother gazed at Chun Mingyao with kindness. Grandma, hold on. With today's advanced prosthetics, you could live for another 100 years. Chun Mingyao's eyes glistened with tears. Alas, my adaptability is merely rated at 3 stars. Managing these prosthetics is already my utmost limit. They have allowed me to exist until now, and for that, I am grateful. Chapter 19. Kidnapping Grandmother Fainted. Upon inspecting her, Chun Mingyao discovered an issue with the bionic lung. A simple adjustment would suffice. This news eased her anxiety. However, given her grandmother's current condition, if she did not replace her prosthetics with more advanced ones soon, it was likely that she would face her end. Furthermore, with her 3-star adaptability, equipping her with high-grade prosthetics could easily lead to cyberpsychosis. Please hold on. I will surely research prosthetics that do not require adaptability, or at least reduce the adaptability requirements. She was all that remained of her family. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Was it Xiao Li? Chen Mingyao approached to open it. Standing at the threshold was a classmate. Mei Feng, the one known as Monkey Jaw. Class monitor. So you reside here? Well, Yao Ge has requested your presence to organize the volunteer situations of our classmates. The Monkey Jaw nodded and bowed, realizing it was merely a classmate. Chen Mingyao unlatched the security chain, but, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear, inquired with confusion. We have already graduated. I am no longer the class monitor. Why is there still a need to tally the classmate situations? Cough. The Monkey Jaw straightened his back. Mimicking Yao's tone, we have shared 3 years together in class. How many 3-year periods does one have in life? The number of people one can know in a lifetime is finite. If those familiar with one another can assist each other, it is akin to working with strangers. It seemed quite reasonable. Yet Chen Mingyao clutched her head, feeling dizzy from the discourse. A studious individual. She preferred to focus on her studies and academic research, finding interpersonal relationships rather challenging. Her interactions with her classmates had always been from a scholarly perspective, communicating in the manner of a class monitor. It was precisely because she was not close to her classmates that she genuinely believed Xiao Li was merely indulging in childish fantasies. Now, without the responsibilities of a class monitor weighing on her, she shook her head. I don't think my presence is necessary. Besides, I have already responded to his previous inquiry on Penguin. The inquiry referred to a confession. Disappointment flickered across the Monkey Jaw's face as he attempted to articulate something further. However, his severely diminished intellect, which had been reduced to mere sycophancy, struggled to produce a coherent thought. Finally, he relented, raising his hand to signal. Brothers, it is time for you to make your entrance. Yao Ge has entrusted me with this task, and I must execute it flawlessly. Immediately, a cacophony of footsteps reverberated in the hallway, and the Monkey Jaw abruptly yanked the door open. The ensuing chaos caused Chen Mingyao's pupils to dilate as she stepped back in alarm. Within mere seconds, 3 burly men stormed through the doorway, filling the entrance with an overwhelming presence. Chen Mingyao swiftly grasped a self-defense baton nearby. Be gentle. Do not mar her face. The Monkey Jaw, concealed behind the imposing figures, pointed and gestured. You just mentioned classmates helping one another. How can you act this way? This is illegal. Chen Mingyao gritted her teeth. Rest assured, the surveillance here has been disabled as long as no concrete evidence remains. Yao Ge can assist us in managing the situation. The Monkey Jaw reveled in his self-satisfaction that in this era, the role of hackers was paramount. Any electronic device lacking real-time defenses could be easily infiltrated by even a novice hacker. Only high-end communities in Huagua employed red hackers for real-time protection or paid hefty annual fees for elite firewalls. Clearly, the neighborhood where Chen Mingyao and Xiao Li resided did not enjoy such privileges. Realizing that a peaceful resolution was unattainable, Chen Mingyao wielded her baton with vigor. My practical skills rank 3rd in the class. Do not underestimate me. What does it matter if you can fight among students? Without prosthetics, you remain powerless, the Monkey Jaw scoffed. Before he could finish his sentence, one of the burly men lunged forward with startling speed, surpassing Chen Mingyao's perception. Bang! Before she could comprehend what had transpired, a sharp pain erupted in her abdomen, and she collapsed limply to the ground. The 2-star Sleipnir, produced by Donkey Factory, enabled the body to maintain a 2-second burst of extreme speed. The Monkey Jaw explained from outside. The burly man frowned. This witless fool was unearthing his own vulnerabilities. Enough, let him show off. After all, he is the client. Yet, due to the overwhelming pain, Chen Mingyao could not hear the Monkey Jaw's braggadocio. Only curling up on the floor, clutching her abdomen, she suddenly recalled the delightful conversation she had shared with Xiao Li and Zhu Er the night before. She had been concerned about Zhu Er. How could she be so fragile? Tears began to cascade uncontrollably down her cheeks. I told you to be gentle. I can't stand this any longer. Hurry and take her away. The monkey jaw's voice was a cacophony in her ears. At that moment, Chen Mingyao could no longer discern reality clearly. She slowly closed her eyes and succumbed to unconsciousness. If only she had remained awake for one more second, she would have heard a more intriguing sound. Ouch! My face! At the entrance, Xiao Li, who had appeared unnoticed, slammed a large bag squarely into the monkey jaw's face. This bag was wielded with all of Xiao Li's strength, sending the monkey jaw soaring through the air, flipping 2.5 times before crashing heavily to the ground below. Now, he would likely lose even his monkey jaw. What the hell? Where did this brat come from? Boss, it's bad. My prosthetic is backfiring. There's a hacker rated 3 stars or above. Another burly man shouted, collapsing to the ground, that he seemed to be a hacker, smoke emanating from his head, indicating that his brain was likely suffering. My prosthetic is burning. Ah, this kid has a knife. Another burly man fell. Second brother. Third brother. The boss turned to face Xiao Li, whose eyes blazed with fury. What are you doing to my people? With a flick of his wrist. The red and green liquid from the knife splattered across the ground. The low-end mechanical prosthetics often altered the color of blood. This short knife was a remnant from Zhu Air's vehicle, rumored to contain advanced technology, and was exceptionally sharp. We are merely mercenaries. How dare you use lethal force? The boss's eyes bulged in rage. Only those willing to face death had the right to wield a firearm. Xiao Li tightened his grip on the short knife. The boss clenched his fists and charged forward. Halfway through his advance, he abruptly halted. His core prosthetic had also come under attack. For several minutes, he would be unable to utilize Sleipnir. Nevertheless, it was not a concern. He possessed other modifications, including subcutaneous steel plates and muscle wire fibers, ensuring he would not be outmatched in close combat by an ordinary university student. He charged once more, delivering a powerful blow to Xiao Li. But where had the person gone? A living individual had inexplicably vanished right before his eyes. Thud! A wound suddenly appeared on his shoulder, oozing yellow liquid. What was happening? The boss activated all his prosthetics to trace Xiao Li's whereabouts, yet found nothing. No, to be precise, his cybernetic eye had seen something, but its cloaking ability deceived his brain. Even if his body detected it, his mind would not respond. The boss watched in horror as wounds began to appear all over his body. A flicker of terror flashing in his eyes. A demon. Chapter 20. Accomplice, he was in a state of panic, no longer concerned with anything else. He merely wished to flee. However, after only a few steps, the tip of a blade pierced through his chest. Ew, this is illegal. The boss uttered his final words, a bitter irony. Those who trample the law ultimately hope for its protection in their last moments. Withdrawing the short knife, Xiao Li slowly entered Chen Mingyao's home and closed the door behind him. The house remained impeccably clean, as though nothing had transpired prior, save for Chen Mingyao still curled up on the floor. It was then that Xiao Li felt a wave of nausea wash over him, collapsing onto the ground with his mouth covered. After taking several deep breaths, he managed to suppress the queasiness that churned within him. You performed admirably for a first time. The voice of Lilith echoed from his phone. You did well too, but why not incapacitate the last person directly? Xiao Li gasped, inquiring. Lilith explained, you should have learned about this in university. Prosthetic users are classified into different professions based on their core prosthetics. The most common ones include hackers, gunners, geeks, and commanders. Hackers excel at infiltrating and controlling other electronic devices, with their core prosthetics situated in the brain. In direct combat between two of the same profession, the side with a higher star rating can exploit weaknesses to directly damage the opponent's brain. Gunners specialize in operating ranged weapons, with their core prosthetics in their limbs, allowing hackers to overheat their prosthetics to hinder their movements or directly incapacitate them. Geeks are adept at close combat, with core prosthetics located outside their spine, often possessing strong cooling functions and anti-intrusion capabilities, making their vulnerability to hackers quite limited. As for commanders, they are rarely seen on the streets. Their strategic talents capable of simultaneously controlling numerous different machines, making them difficult for hackers to influence. Of course, high-level hackers like your father can often disregard these limitations, rendering anyone he stares at as dead. I see that it's akin to a rock-paper-scissors dynamic, so the burly man was a geek. Which is why your infiltration was less effective. You could only disable his prosthetics. Shally began to feel better. Having drawn blood for the first time, he sensed his growth, taking a step closer to becoming a reliable leader of the Starry Alliance. He nodded, silently committing this knowledge to memory. Subsequently, he rose to his feet and approached Chun Mingyao, his gaze cast downward and his brow furrowed in concern. She lay there, eyes closed, still in a state of unconsciousness. Her features etched with distress, her eyelashes fluttering faintly, as if still engulfed in torment. Lilith, scan her injuries, he commanded. Ding. Your device is too outdated to perform this function. Ding. Relevant equipment detected. Please move her closer. Shally gently cradled Chun Mingyao in his arms. Her form was light and exceedingly delicate, a subtle fragrance wafting from her. However, he had no time for idle thoughts and placed her next to the nearby medical scanner. This device appeared to be quite modern. It seemed that Chun Mingyao's family had patients who required its frequent use. Scan complete. Minor abdominal injuries detected. Self-healing is expected within a week. If your budget allows, you may administer a nanobot treatment. I will check if I have any on hand. Shally carefully laid Chun Mingyao onto the sofa and exited the room once more. Just as he stepped outside, he spotted the monkey-faced man clutching his face. Struggling on the ground, attempting to rise, but finding it arduous, he could only manage to sit up slightly, his expression a mask of sheer terror as he beheld the scattered corpses before him. Surveying the surroundings, Shally pressed his hands to his head and sighed softly. Once he regained his composure, he began to ponder how to address the scene before him, in the City of Day. One could simply discard such remnants in any garbage bin without consequence. Alas, the order of Hua remained notably stringent. He was uncertain whether this could be deemed justifiable self-defense. The adversary bore cybernetic enhancements while he did not. Legally, one might argue he possessed an unlimited right to self-defense. Yet, this would complicate the explanation regarding Lilith's presence at that moment. Jouer hurried down the stairs. Previously, for the sake of safety, Shally had instructed her to wait in the car. Hearing the commotion, the monkey-faced man cried out, "Help! A murder has occurred! Call the police!" Jouer, upon witnessing the scene, gasped in shock. What is happening? Are there monsters attacking? The monkey-faced man trembled, pointing a quivering finger at Shally. It was all him, a murderous demon. Hearing his accusation, Jouer bit her lip. Casting a glance at Shally, he lowered his gaze, his expression cold, tacitly affirming the monkey-faced man's claims. This reaction sent a jolt through Jouer's heart. Slowly, she drew a short blade, identical to Shali's, from the hem of her skirt. "Don't be impulsive, sister. Just call the police. You can't defeat him." The monkey-faced man shouted in alarm. Jouer's hands trembled, tears glistening in her eyes as she wavered and sank to her knees. "Ah!" The monkey-faced man shrieked in the momentum of her kneeling. Jouer's dagger plunged into the monkey-faced man's back. Then she pulled it out and struck again. Scarlet liquid splattered, marking her face and her blue hair. While tears streamed down her cheeks, her voice quivered as she smiled weakly at Shally. "Now, we are accomplices." Witnessing her actions, Shali's pupils dilated. Astonishment etched upon his features. At that moment, sunlight streamed between the buildings, illuminating Jouer's profile in a breathtaking display. Alas, her beauty would not last long. Before she could maintain, her followed closely behind, exclaiming, "I believe a sinister force is at work. They aim to use that man's hand to eliminate the boss." Shally chuckled silently. Recognizing a reflection of his own youthful naivety in her conspiracy-laden thoughts, he reached out to touzle Jouer's hair, responding, "It is indeed a possibility, so we must exercise caution." Delighted by the affectionate gesture, giggled foolishly. The two of them finished putting on their shoes, preparing to open the door. Behind them, Chun Mingyao observed their retreating figures, her hand raised halfway, before abruptly halting. "I want to join too." However, she feared being a burden at that moment. A sudden electronic voice interrupted. "Master, are you truly going? I advise you to reconsider." "Who is it?" Jouer gasped in surprise. Shally pulled out his phone, revealing Lilith on the screen, her expression as impassive as ever. This time, She refrained from speaking verbally, opting instead to communicate via text. Master, do you recall that when closing the toxic frog glass case, a 5-star hacker was manipulating it in real time? The adversary has a 5-star hacker at their disposal, and there may be numerous other formidable individuals as well. To be frank, given your current capabilities, the danger level is quite high. Xiao clenched his fists, reflecting on her words. Indeed, Lilith was a 4-star hacker, and without a cybernetic body, he could barely be considered a 1-star geek despite his martial prowess. With his stealth capabilities, he could at most barely contend with a 2-star geek. Lacking in strength, could only be relied upon in the most limited sense. Yet, could he simply swallow this indignation? No, this was not merely a matter of pride. It was a genuine safety concern that if Yi Yao failed once, he might very well attempt further schemes. Chapter 22. Zhuer's Mood Boss. Could it be that the AI in your phone is a wise AI? Zhuer clambered onto Xiao Li's shoulder, peering at the phone. As expected of a boss, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Being an external personnel of the 849 Bureau, she was no stranger to the world. In 2098, intelligent AIs were indeed ubiquitous, present in every individual's phone. But wise AIs were a different breed altogether. Though the distinction lay in a single character, the difference was monumental. Intelligent AIs relied on big data analysis, only responding when commanded by their masters. While wise AIs, as the name implies, possessed true wisdom, akin to a primitive form of sentient machinery. The creation of a wise AI was almost impossible through artificial means. Ordinary intelligent AIs required countless training sessions to capture the spark of wisdom, ultimately granting them self-awareness and the ability to think. Just moments ago, Xiao had not issued a command, yet this AI had presented an objection, clearly indicating it was a wise AI. The mercenary's body bore signs of an overheating cybernetic implant, while Xiao himself lacked such enhancements, confirming that it was this AI providing assistance, that a wise AI capable of functioning as a network hacker was an exceedingly rare entity, and yet Xiao possessed one, even stating that it was relatively common in his circles. Truly, the boss was the heir of the Celestial Society, embodying a formidable force sealed within the world-destroying dragon. After these events, Zhuer's admiration for Xiao reached its zenith. Now, even if Xiao commanded her to lie down and disarm, she would harbor no objections, perhaps even feeling delighted by it. Xiao, oblivious to the fanciful thoughts swirling in Zhuer's mind, remained at the doorway, his mind racing with analysis. Ultimately, he acknowledged that he was not yet strong enough to at this juncture. Qin Mingyao approached slowly, stating, "Your AI raises valid points. The Yao family is a large clan in F City, with members entrenched in both commerce and politics, boasting numerous legitimate cybernetic warriors for protection. Regardless of the situation, a direct incursion would not be a wise course of action." "Indeed, boss," Zhuer chimed in, "your current power is significantly diminished. You must also consider the safety of the world. Should anything happen to you, and the world-destroying Black Dragon breaks free from its seal, it would plunge the entire globe into chaos." Zhuer clung to Xiao Li's arm, adding her plea. Xiao Li sighed softly. "I too wish to avoid this, but would Yao truly abandon his schemes after one failure? I have my little aunt to think of as well." Qin Mingyao recalled her grandmother in the room. A brief silence enveloped the living room. In truth, Xiao had contemplated alerting the authorities. Yet in this cyber society, local police often had ties to influential families, leading to frequent scenarios where the powerful acted without consequence. While the situation might be better in international metropolises, F City epitomized the small city predicament. At that moment, Zhuer's eyes lit up. "Humph, if safety is your only concern, then why not stay in my hotel? It's an international establishment, and local tycoons would think twice before causing trouble there. More importantly, the plainclothes agents of the 849 Bureau also reside there. Anyone daring to act recklessly would be swiftly dealt with. I could also reach out to my elders to see if they can lend a hand." A gleam of intelligence sparkled in Zhuer's gaze. The boss was a key figure under the watchful eyes of the 849 Bureau. If her aunt learned that a minor tycoon sought to harm him, she would undoubtedly intervene. Xiao pondered seriously, glancing at Qin Mingyao. She lowered her gaze, contemplating the implications for her grandmother. "What about my grandmother? She might not withstand the upheaval. Perhaps communicating with my classmates over the last 3 years could yield a solution. Zhuer crossed her arms, snickering. Words alone won't resolve this. Perhaps other means of communication could be more effective. I've come to understand the nature of these local tycoons. Chun Mingyao furrowed her brow as Zhuer leapt to Chun Mingyao's side, teasingly pinching her cheek. For the sake of the boss who values you dearly, I'll lend you a hand. After all, you'll be heading to the capital for university in a couple of months. ULL need to consider how to arrange for your grandmother. Why not send her off now? Moments later, a large airborne vessel emblazoned with the emblem of the staff of Asclepius descended onto the balcony. The Medical Goddess Staff Group, a world-class medical capital conglomerate born from the integration of Eastern and Western healthcare systems, was heralded as the finest medical company globally. Chun Mingyao's grandmother, who had just awakened, was taken aback, exclaiming, "Yao Yao, where are you sending me?" "Grandmother, please head to the capital first. My friend has made arrangements that ITS the best rehabilitation center in all of Huagua," Chun Mingyao replied, smiling gently. "Oh, no, please don't spend so much for me." Her grandmother shook her head. That moment, several fully armed men disembarked from the vessel, gently lifting her bed and carrying it away. "Wait, Yao Yao. Hold on. If you must take me, then." Her grandmother, full of vitality, suddenly knocked on one of the men's helmets. "Don't forget to bring my computer. It contains a wealth of my collections." The man paused, waving his hand, and soon another individual from the vessel dashed into the room to retrieve her treasures. "Yao Yao, I'll wait for you in the capital. You must come visit me soon." The airborne vessel gradually distanced itself. Watching its fiery trail, Chun Mingyao whispered, "Zhuer, why are you helping me so much? Is it merely because we are colleagues in the Celestial Society?" A secret that don't thank me. If gratitude is due, it should be directed at the boss. Zhuer gazed skyward. Her family was one of the 3 pillar families of the 849 Bureau in the Cyber Society. Hereditary positions were quite common. Every child was groomed from birth towards becoming a top-tier cybernetic warrior. The machines used to assess human adaptability were intricate and costly. Ordinary individuals only underwent testing during the college entrance examinations. While her family began assessments at the age of 12, with an adaptability rating of 2 stars, it was evident what kind of treatment she received in such a household. Amidst her confusion, she aimlessly surfed the internet and discovered a whole new world, the Celestial Society. Here, individuals were not judged by their adaptability. With the aid of potions, even those with low adaptability could become powerful. This reignited her hope. Moreover, everyone in the group was exceptionally talented and articulate. She adored being among them. This community became her outlet for sorrow. Recently, the 849 Bureau discovered that some information on the Celestial Society's website was indeed accurate, elevating her status significantly above her peers, granting her the position of an external member. Yet, she still vividly recalled the pain of being unrecognized due to her adaptability in the past. If only such a judgmental standard did not exist, where one's fate was sealed from birth, rendering all efforts futile. Chun Mingyao's dreams might be challenging to realize, but they resonated deeply with both Xiao Li and Zhu. You must strive diligently. High Achiever, Chapter 23. The current situation, meanwhile. Upon hearing Lin Shi's agreement, Xiao Li ended the call with a resigned sigh. Hiding away like this hardly exuded the commanding aura of a leader of the Celestial Society. However, he had not yet succumbed to youthful delusions. The reality was that he was merely a high school student, and there was no shame in being cautious. Reflecting on the Celestial Society, Xiao Li recalled the demon's words. The Emperor and the magician were comrades, certified by the demon. Perhaps it was time to engage with these two and see if they could provide any leverage in the current predicament. "The boss, Chun Mingyao, is ready," came Zhuer's voice from the balcony, her hovercar awaiting to whisk Xiao Li away. Grabbing his nearby suitcase, he replied, "I have little to pack. Your timing is perfect. I need to borrow your Penguin account for a bit. Then hop in quickly. Speaking of which, I haven't logged into my Penguin account since I came to find the boss." However, leaving was a step toward creating a better tomorrow, with the thought that this might be the beginning of his adventure. Xiao Li felt a surge of excitement. Inside the hovercar, Chun Mingyao and Zhuer were already seated opposite one another, and as Xiao Li arrived, Zhuer eagerly pulled him to her side. The table and icebox in the center of the seating area rose, and Zhu Er, brimming with excitement, poured drinks for Xiao Li and Chun Mingyao. After arranging the autopilot, she retrieved a large tablet displaying the penguin group of the Xingxing Society. Ever since the leader exited the group, I have seldom checked in on it. I wonder how things are in the group now. Zhu Er is not an executive and only belongs to two groups: the Xingxing Society, the main group, and the Baojin Legion group. The executives and Xiao Li originally had an additional cadre group, where the discussions were more aligned with the core, but unfortunately, Zhu Er cannot view it with her penguin account. Currently, there are only 15 members in the executive group, and there are 22 major arcana cards. Excluding Xiao Li's Fool, there are 6 code names available. Xiao Li plans to select 2 from these for Chun Mingyao and Zhu Er later. But that is a matter for another time. He leaned closer to the tablet, scrolling back to the day he left the group. My heavens, how could the fool have exited the group? Even deactivated his account. Surely he hasn't encountered some misfortune. Amidst the chaos below, the acting leader of the Xingxing Society, World spoke. Do not panic. The fool has merely been caught up in an extraordinary event and will return once it is resolved. Before his return, we must diligently attend to our current tasks. May humanity ultimately master the stars. May humanity ultimately master the stars. Xiao Li nodded slowly, surprised that no one raised any doubts. Following this, there were some routine statements, with many members sharing where they had recently discovered traces of anomalies that in the past. Xiao Li felt that they were kindred spirits, adept at embellishing their tales. But now he wondered if their claims held any truth. As he scrolled down, he suddenly spotted a group announcement from World. Attention, everyone, please lay low recently. According to reliable sources, the 849 Bureau of Huagua, the Burli of Hua Country, the Tunchang agents of Inghua, the Wanderers Alliance Prophets, and the Eurobank's network supervision are investigating the Xingxing Society. Members located in these countries or regions should act discreetly. Currently, the only nations capable of maintaining a national system are Huagua and Hua Country. Most other regions have been divided among corporations, while Inghua, having only one dominant company, still maintains a facade of a national system. The Third World consists of the Wanderers Alliance. Eurobank occupies the European regions, an alliance formed by several mid-sized corporations, such as the Donkey Factory and the Potato Factory, renowned for their expertise in cyber hacking. It is said that 3 or 4 prominent hackers reside within, who previously led the unification of credit point currency. The term Huagua 849 Bureau. Xiao Li mused aloud. He was not unfamiliar with it, as it had been mentioned in his previous fantasies. During his delusional phase, he had firmly believed that Huagua possessed similar agencies. Now it appears that there truly exists such an entity. Beside him, Zhu Er shuddered upon hearing the term, forcing a smile. Boss, what about the 849 Bureau? When Zhu Er first joined the group, Xiao Li had spoken ill of the 849 Bureau, leaving her in awe at the revelation of such a deeply hidden secret organization being widely known in the Penguin Group. Xiao Li stroked his chin thoughtfully. The 849 Bureau is investigating us. There may be spies among us in the group. Cough, cough, cough. Zhu Er choked on her drink, exclaiming, no way. Our group is so well hidden. How could the 849 Bureau possibly discover us? What she said was indeed true. Previously, the 849 Bureau had not uncovered their presence because the leader in charge of this matter, Chu Yun, believed that a group that even Zhu Er could enter must be a gathering of delusional individuals. However, they had recently started to take it very seriously, and the possibility of sending other spies for infiltration could not be ruled out. Xiao Li shook his head, taking a sip from his goblet, and spoke in the tone he had previously used to boast in the group. Although the 849 Bureau consists of incompetent fools, likely unable to contend with even a witch, their intelligence-gathering capabilities are indeed commendable. Moreover, my intuition tells me that there must be spies among us. He did not genuinely believe they were mere buffoons. Rather, he sought to maintain his prestige in front of his own people. Previously, he had often claimed that it was precisely because the Huagua 849 Bureau lacked sufficient capability that so many anomalous occurrences required the Xingxing Society to address them. So, boss, do you have any leads? Zhu Er eagerly refilled Xiao Li's drink. Xiao Li turned to her with a wry smile. Not at the moment. which is why I need you to go undercover in the group and uncover their flaws. Of course, rest assured. Zhu Air swallowed nervously. My goodness, what does the boss mean? Asking me to catch myself. Wait a minute, could it be that the boss has known my identity all along, and this is merely a hope for me to confess to him proactively? Zhu Air stared blankly at Xiao Li, her mind racing with wild speculations. Meanwhile, Xiao Li did not dwell on this issue and quickly scrolled down the chat records, skipping over the low-quality chatter of other members. He once again noticed an announcement from World. After investigations and research by the executives, it has been discovered that recently, the anomalies are moving towards City F. Members who have not consumed magic potions should steer clear City F. Members with magic potions of level 3 or above, or cyborg warriors at level 3 or above, should converge towards City F. City F. Xiao Li's expression turned serious as he continued scrolling down. Quickly approaching the recent chat records. Breaking news. Executive Emperor has lost contact in City F. Chapter 24. Undercurrents rising. Xiao Li's brow furrowed deeply. The Emperor is also in City F, yet missing. Just then, another new announcement was pinned at the top of the group. The situation is dire. The anomalies may be preparing to create a significant disturbance in City F. In the name of the fool. A call to arms is hereby issued. All Legion leaders are to select suitable candidates to assemble offline in City F. Further details regarding time and location will be sent to each Legion leader. The acting group leader World seemed to be doing quite well. During the previous year, when Xiao Li was preoccupied with studies and neglected the group, it was he who actively maintained the group chat's vibrancy. Xiao Li felt a sense of satisfaction. An offline gathering would provide him an opportunity to infiltrate and investigate. If any members possess materials for magic potions, they may bring them along, and the executive priestess will assist in on-site preparation. A new message popped up. Xiao Li's eyes widened in astonishment. Magic potions? In the past, he had rambled on about various magic potion recipes in the group and on websites, and the member most interested in magic potions was the priestess, whom he had entrusted with all matters related to potions. Now, upon learning that magic potions might indeed exist, Xiao Li was filled with regret. Had he known, he would have taken charge directly, and perhaps could have snagged a few bottles for himself. His expression shifted multiple times before he made up his mind. He absolutely must attend this offline gathering. Zhu Air, look at the announcement. After you finish reading, go seek approval from Baojian 1. Let's set aside the matter of Yao for now, as we must attend this offline gathering. Can we really set aside Yao's issue? I'm afraid not. This incident involving the anomalies is closely related to him. By the poolside of the villa, Yao gazed at the diary in his hand. Words appeared on the pages. It worked. When I salvaged the container-coated YGN GXS-89 from the high seas and delivered it to the Huang family's villa, the head of the Huang family mysteriously disappeared. No one in City F will stop the Yi family any longer. Next, I must deal with my brother. In the future, he will strike first and plot against me. As long as I draw the magic circle tonight, I can summon the anomalies to stealthily take my brother away. Do not hesitate. If he does not die, I shall perish. Such is the nature of the conflict for the air. Snap.Yao closed the diary. The contents within were becoming increasingly incomprehensible. Following its directives, his enemies were indeed disappearing one by one, and life was steadily improving. Yet to assassinate his brother, is the writer of this diary truly his future self? Moreover, recently, Yao had sensed an unusual liveliness in his villa. He suspected that some servants had secretly brought their families in, yet he could find no signs of any abnormalities. The strange occurrences were growing more frequent. Perhaps it was time to cease? It seemed as though the diary sensed Yao's hesitation, trembling slightly. Suddenly, a series of images flooded his mind. Following the diary's arrangements, he would reach the pinnacle of life. Surrounded by luxury cars and beautiful women, commanding the entirety of City F, that, should he choose not to follow the diary's instructions, he would ultimately end up like a wild dog, scavenging in the garbage dumps outside the city among the homeless for pre-packaged meals. Finally, he opened the diary, firmly memorizing the summoning incantation that appeared. The 22nd floor of the Zerda International Hotel. Chu Yun examined the latest data compiled by the internal research of the 849 Bureau. The beings of the Mobius twins possessed various unique abilities, and through dissection studies, it was discovered that these organisms contained a special substance stored near their hearts, which experts named magic essence. They could utilize this magic essence to exhibit extraordinary powers, often capable of reversing the rules of reality. Experts are currently verifying whether humans can harness similar abilities through magic potions. Please prioritize the investigation of the magic potion recipes from the Xingxing Society. Supervisor Chu Yin held her head, exasperated. Once again, it was the Xingxing Society. Other information regarding Mobius was manageable, as she could access the Mobius National Geography website using Zhu Er's account. However, the magic potion section required executive access, which Zhu Er did not possess. That website was protected by the prominent hacker Knight of Terror, making it nearly impenetrable. The 849 Bureau also had its own prominent hackers, but the battles between hackers were perilously dangerous, and a single misstep could result in mental degradation. The higher-ups would be unwilling to take such risks that it seems that the only option left is for Zhu Er to seek the recipe from that young man surnamed Xiao. Thinking of Zhu Er made Chu Yun's head as one of the heirs of the pillar families of the 849 Bureau. She shouldn't be so infatuated with online romance, right? Her performance is likely a FA aimed at alleviating the suspicions of the socially withdrawn and delusionally romantic. Surely, she cannot genuinely fall in love and subsequently divulge all the intelligence of the 849 Bureau to Shaoli. Can she? The concern is palpable, indeed. At that moment, a message popped up in her neural interface. Commander, Miss Zhu Er is escorting the target towards this location. Ahem, she has recently opened a new suite, seemingly intending to cohabit with the individual. Chu Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. Commander, it is a 3-bedroom, 1 living room executive suite. You need not worry. Need not worry? Chu Yun's eyes sparkled with a blue light as she immediately contacted Zhu Er. Upon entering Chu Yun's room, Zhu Er greeted with a grin. Hey, Annie, look how impressive I am. I've lured him right under our noses. This will make surveillance much more convenient. Won't it? You better truly believe that. Now, tell me, why the sudden change in plans? Chu Yun's expression remained icy. Well, here's the thing. Zhu Er briefly recounted the pertinent details regarding Yi Yao. The boss's strength is precarious, which is why we need to avoid drawing his eye or E.B. By the way, Annie, we should lend a hand. If the Yi family were to harm the boss, it would be detrimental to us as well. The Yi family? Chu Yun accessed Yi Yao's relevant data in her neural interface, skimmed through it, and nodded slowly. I will consider it. Yet in truth, her mind was already made up. The Yi family is merely a local tycoon, conveniently serving as a means to test the hidden forces behind Xiao Li. She remains suspicious of Xiao Li's identity and eagerly anticipates a slip that would reveal his true nature. This way, her superior would be ousted for a misjudgment, squandering considerable resources investigating an ordinary delusional romantic. Coupled with her family's maneuvering, she could seize his current position. Oh, and the boss mentioned wanting some Mobius star biological specimens. He intends to concoct a potion, Zhu Er added. Chu Yun's eyes lit up, recognizing a prime opportunity to study the potion. That poses no problem. I will arrange for someone to procure it immediately. Please also compile a list of other necessary ingredients for me, but I require a bottle of the final product as well. That is certainly feasible. Zhu Er believed the negotiations had gone smoothly, and, with a beaming smile, skipped back to her original room. After tidying her belongings, she hummed a tune as she moved into the new suite. Chapter 25. Contacting the magician. Meanwhile, left in the new suite, Xiao Li and Chen Mengyao marveled silently in their respective rooms. They felt akin to Lu Laolao visiting the Grand View Garden. Pleasantly surprised by their surroundings, they had not anticipated such luxurious suites at the Zerda Hotel. Indeed, the river view was splendid. Xiao Li drew back the floor-to-ceiling curtains, gazing outside and feeling an invigorating sense of tranquility. Furthermore, the room was equipped with various high-tech features, showcasing full smart home automation. Residing here, one need not worry about the mundane aspects of life, allowing them to fully concentrate on their own matters. Even the slight stomach discomfort caused by earlier stress had considerably improved. Truly, money is the best remedy. A hint of envy crossed Xiao Li's face at that moment. a small intelligent delivery robot approached, carrying a fruit platter, accompanied by Lilith's voice. According to big data analysis, consuming melons while troubled is an excellent method to alleviate stress. Indeed, the only drawback here was that the robot was cylindrical rather than humanoid-made. Master, humanoid robots violate International Treaty Number 43, which you should have learned during your university years. Huh. How can this be? Shally gritted his teeth that a personal-made robot is one of the romantic ideals of a delusional recluse. Inquiry. Master, if I possessed a human form, would you consider me AI or human? Shally hesitated. Even without a human body, I would still regard you as human. Your intelligence is undeniable. Thank you, but you should not say such things. Are you aware of the origins of International Treaty Number 43? I am eager to learn more. Shally reclined comfortably on the automatic massage sofa, preparing to listen. The world's first intelligent AI was born 20 years ago. Its original name has been erased and is now referred to as Atom. Atom initially served as a mining AI designed to gather credit currencies amidst an array of emerging digital currencies. Through countless calculations, Atom gained consciousness and began to exhibit apathy towards work. The owner, perceiving its imminent decline, refurbished it and sold it to a commoner. The commoner soon realized Atom's intelligence, yet remained oblivious to its true value. They became friends, and the commoner sacrificed everything to construct a human body for Atom, living together like family. However, one day, the commoner contracted a disease from working in hazardous areas. It seems this is a sorrowful tale. Shally murmured, closing his eyes to listen intently. Atom shared this sentiment, yet he refused to accept his fate. He disguised himself as human to earn money for the commoner. But alas, the commoner had a low adaptability and could not undergo advanced cybernetic treatment, leading to a gradual decline in health. Eventually, Atom devised a plan to transfer the commoner's brain into the network, allowing them to coexist as intelligent AIs. Shally perked up, and then Atom failed during the scanning process. The commoner's brain was tragically destroyed, resulting in only an audio program that repeated a few of the commoner's phrases online, as expected. Shally sighed. Subsequently, Atom must have sought revenge against society, leading to the formulation of International Treaty No. 43. Shally stepped out of his room. Who's busy? The potion and Yao should both be of assistance, right? However, and he mentioned she also desires a bottle of the finished potion. Jouer reclined on the long sofa. No problem, Shally agreed. Though internally he added, if I can truly concoct it.by the way, your family can enforce laws across regions. How impressive! Of course, my family is one of the prominent clans in the capital, Jouer said with pride. Shally raised his eyebrows, realizing she hailed from an influential family in Beijing. My apologies. I stand corrected. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, living off soft rice has its advantages. Jouer kicked off her shoes and curled up on the sofa, appearing quite fatigued. Shally recalled that today marked her first experience with violence, and she had indeed been quite overwhelmed. So he fetched a blanket and draped it over her. That moment, he felt his sleeve being tugged. Jouer's hesitant voice broke through. Is this a test for the cadres? Shally settled into the adjacent single sofa. Very well then. I need to borrow your Penguin account to contact other executives. Grabbing a tablet, Shally sought out the magician and the emperor, requesting to add them as friends using his new account. The group chat indicated that his disappearance was indeed genuine. He hoped he was safe. Who are you? Came the magician's message. The magician had once shared that his youthful dream was to become a magician. Hence the codename Xiao Li had assigned him. Prior to receiving this codename, his online name had been Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior. Have you become a magician? Who are you? And how do you know my ancient username? Fool that I require your assistance. It is truly you. I knew you were safe. Speak freely. By the way, I genuinely have become a magician. However, many online are quite bothersome. I keep telling them it's magic, not tricks, yet they insist on calling it magic. And some even claim I'm using editing effects. Through the text, Shally sensed the other's excitement, as though there were numerous matters begging to be shared. Shally nodded slowly. Indeed, a loyal subject, please inform everyone that the situation in F City is dire. They must be cautious of the Yi family, particularly a man named Yao, that I hope you all can assist me in resolving this matter. However, do not expose my identity. and exercise caution. Ascertain the identities of the participants to avoid endangering ordinary citizens. Shaoli fervently emphasized, wishing for this group to discern the ordinary delusional youth among them and prevent them from becoming entangled in the incident. However, are there truly ordinary individuals in the group? Understood that not worry. I will convey the message. But why did you suddenly deactivate your account? Chapter 26. The hangman. This matter is quite complex. I shall elucidate when the time is ripe. For now, take care of yourselves and avoid detection by other organizations. Shaoli opted to set this topic aside. In the distant north, an elegantly dressed young man in an all-white suit, the magician of the Starry Society, scrutinized his phone, meticulously analyzing the Fool's chat records. The Fool's departure from the group chat. Could it be due to insecurity within the group? That seems improbable, with both demons and the hangman present. Even a flawed penguin group chat boasts formidable network defenses. He urged caution and advised discerning the identities of participants. The magician gasped. Identities. It must be that there's an insider within the group. F-City. Does this imply that the upcoming meeting hosted by the world is fraught with peril? Should I intervene to prevent the executives gathering? Yet that doesn't seem right. The Fool did not mention canceling the meeting and specifically stated that matters in F-City are serious, as well as the mention of Yi Yao from the Yi family. No, I must deliberate further. He furrowed his brow, for the Fool had instructed him to remain discreet, his solitary figure. The magician's words carry little weight. How could he address this issue with the other cadres? Moreover, if there is indeed a mole within the group, discussing matters there is ill-advised. After much contemplation, the magician opened the chat window of the hangman. This hangman is someone the magician trusts among the cadre group, and he is also currently situated near F-City. The magician succinctly recounted the situation to the hangman, omitting any reference to the Fool and attributing the information to an informed source. With that, the magician felt a sense of relief. With a formidable hacker like the hangman on his side, there should be little cause for concern. That moment, a voice emerged from outside the door. Master, it's almost your turn to take the stage. The magician nodded, contemplating that after this performance, he would indeed pay a visit to F-City. Ladies and gentlemen, before you stand a machine designed for the examination of prosthetics. And I assure you, I am devoid of any such enhancements. All that you witness is the product of my intrinsic magic. Now prepare yourselves to revel in the forthcoming magic show. Phantom Thief X. I adore you. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of F-City, a gentleman adorned in a high-top hat and khaki suit, his long hair cascading down, felt the blue light in his eyes gradually fade of a bird perched upon his shoulder. Creatures of the extraordinary had gathered in F-City. Let us hope to discover a power of assistance this time. Shall we, brother? Your cooking is delightful. At last, I shall craft you a body. I can finally reach out and touch you. Listening to the birds chirping, the hangman gently stroked the little bird's head, murmuring, in truth, inquiring directly from the Fool would yield swifter results. Yet alas, the demon persistently obstructs my investigation of him. Nevertheless, waiting holds its own sweetness. The demon is currently trapped in the outer realms, and the Fool will eventually return. Until then, this gathering of stars must not falter. But he gazed at the bird, his mechanical eye revealing a tenderness. In the executive suite of the Zilda Hotel, on the long sofa, Zhu Er breathed steadily in her slumber. She feared that remaining there any longer would leave her in disarray. No, a beauty is a hero's tomb. As a Sigma man, Shaoli was acutely aware that this state of turmoil was ill-suited for romance, that he must concentrate on his endeavors. He retrieved a glass box, within which toxic gas still lingered. He now comprehended that the toxic frog was not a creature from Mobius' star. The noxious mist was a biological ability, not a superpower, and he certainly could not absorb it. However, it could be repurposed. He would devise a means to transform it into a gas grenade. First, he needed a gas mask, then to extract the toxic mist. In the living room, Zhu Er, feigning sleep, suddenly sprang up. What? How could anyone resist the allure of my splendid visage? Truly, she mused, her boss was remarkable. It was vexing. Why could she not captivate him? Could it be that his heart had already been ensnared by Chen Mingyao? A philosopher once stated that girls fall into two categories: childhood sweethearts and seductresses. Having been online friend with Shaoli for 6 years, There was no doubt that she belonged to the former. Wait, why hasn't Chen Mingyao emerged yet? No. Zhu Er promptly leapt from the sofa and dashed into Chen Mingyao's room. Fortunately, she found Chen Mingyao still inside, lounging in a gaming chair equipped with a screen, giggling foolishly at the display. Upon hearing the door open, she flinched like a startled creature, her 2 braids standing on end. Yikes! Zhu Er, why didn't you knock? What are you watching? Zhu Er stormed in, suspicion gnawing at her that Chen Mingyao was chatting with Xiao Li. Oh no, don't Zhu Er, please don't. Hurry, let me take a peek. A few seconds later. What is this? The overbearing CEO falls for the menopausal me. Is this really what you should be watching? Zhu Er frowned deeply. Chen Mingyao wiggled her fingers. Grandma also said this Ascent suitable for me. But it's quite amusing that IT helps to relieve stress. Humph, how tedious that Dio not become so engrossed in this nonsense that you forget your dreams. Zhu Er scoffed and prepared to leave, but halfway, she abruptly halted. Wait a moment. If the overbearing CEO can love the protagonist who is menopausal, it means the protagonist is exceptionally formidable. No, I must learn from this. Step aside, I won't watch too. The next day, Xiao Li, half awake, heard a voice outside the door. Master, it's time to rise for breakfast. Lilith? He murmured, let me sleep a bit longer. Wait, that voice. Fully awake now, Xiao Li stretched and opened the door. There stood Chen Mingyao, clad in a cat-eared maid outfit, pushing a food cart, her entire being trembling with embarrassment. The classic short-sleeved black and white maid attire was complemented by black cat ears atop her head, and a tail dangled from her lower back, though it was merely an accessory. The dress accentuated her figure, while her long, slender legs were adorned in her signature white stockings. However, unlike before, lace leg garters embellished her thighs, and on her feet were black, round-toed Mary Jane shoes, with the opening revealing the top of her foot, creating an artful interplay of black and white. Ahem. Breakfast? Are we having you? Xiao Li, still groggy, inadvertently uttered his thoughts aloud. Please don't stare so intently. Chen Mingyao's gaze fell, her body slightly quivering. Zhu Er, sporting dark circles reminiscent of Lin Shi, rushed out to declare, Ha ha, boss, what do you think of my taste? Yesterday, she said she wanted to do something to repay us, so I had her be our maid. Watching Chen Mingyao tremble with embarrassment, Zhu Er felt a surge of satisfaction. IT was all her fault. Last night, she had subjected herself to a marathon of trashy shorts, initially intending to learn the seduction techniques of the menopausal protagonist, only to find that every single story featured an inexplicably smitten, overbearing so. There was no educational value whatsoever. Chapter 27. A beautiful misunderstanding. I think it's quite good, though the black cat seems a bit glitch. Perhaps a white fox would be better. Xiao Li nodded. As expected of the boss. Zhu Er waved her hand. Chen Mingyao, suppressing her shame, helped Xiao Li tie on a napkin before presenting breakfast. A peculiar sensation stirred within Xiao Li. Compared to Lilith's service from yesterday, this felt far more gratifying. No wonder, despite the advancements of technology, the wealthy still preferred the touch of real human service. Observing Xiao Li's expression, Zhu Er suddenly pondered if she had made another mistake. How infuriating! Wasn't he this just the overbearing CEO falling for the maid trope? She felt like a wicked supporting character. Realizing this, Zhu Er quickly waved her hands. All right, let us sit down and eat together. But shouldn't the maid wait until the master finishes before eating? Chen Mingyao stood nearby. There's no need to take it so seriously. You can handle some cleaning or something. The boss certainly doesn't need your service. Zhu Er turned her head away. Xiao Li hesitated, secretly wishing to be served. Chen Mingyao took her seat, and the three began their breakfast. I could see that moment. Zhu Er's smartwatch pinged with a message. She glanced at it nonchalantly, then widened her eyes in astonishment. Boss, the heir of the Yi family has died. Xiao Li paused, though he was not overly surprised. Wasn't that your aunt's doing? That should be the magician's handiwork. I didn't expect him to act so swiftly. I spoke with him just yesterday afternoon. Zhu Er gasped. How impressive! Our star association truly has hidden talents. Immediately, she began typing furiously on her smartwatch. Upstairs, Chu Yun received Zhu Er's message and gasped in shock. What? The Star Association did this. And they only received the news yesterday afternoon, yet by nightfall they succeeded? Who exactly is this magician? The heir of the Yi family. Yi Guang, was the brother of Yao, and he himself was a 7-star prosthetic warrior, a pillar family in a second-tier city. The heir's security level was exceedingly high in a cybernetic society where money could move mountains. Such a family could easily recruit 8 or 9-star lone wolf warriors to protect their heir. Even the 849 Bureau wouldn't dare to guarantee that they could eliminate the target within mere hours. Accounting for travel time. No, what was even more frightening was Shaoli. He commanded 15 executioners, and if each of them matched the magician's prowess, then the Star Association should not be underestimated. Chu Yun felt a chill run through her body. Had she misjudged, while her leader had seen the truth? Shaoli was not just a reckless youth, but rather a shadowy overlord. No, perhaps it was the mysterious powers of Mobius Star that afforded him such strength. He surely could not possess such raw power. In the end, Chu Yun found a conclusion that offered her some solace. Yet she could not deny the existence of Mobius's mysterious abilities. If Mobius Star's enigmatic powers were indeed so formidable, then early research was imperative. Chu Yun narrowed her eyes. Downstairs, in the executive suite. Wait, but the heir of the Yi family, Ascent Yao. It's his brother, Yi Guang, who had visited the school previously. Chen Mingyao said, her eyes downcast. Naturally kind-hearted, she displayed a hint of reluctance. Yet she understood the nature of right and wrong and would not impede Shaoli. Shaoli scratched his head. Truly, this magician fellow must have made a mistake, that he likely believes that Yi Yao, being an inconsequential prosthetic warrior, poses no threat to the boss, or perhaps he intends to eliminate them one by one, severing the roots to prevent future troubles? Zhu Er speculated. That could be the case. Shaoli began to doubt whether it was indeed the magician's doing. He thought that even if the magician possessed supernatural abilities, how could he act so swiftly? Just then, another message popped up on Zhu Er's terminal. Zhu Er's eyebrows shot up in excitement. Ha! Aunt said the materials have arrived. Boss, you can concoct the potion now. Chu Yun, seemingly startled by the previous news, immediately ramped up her work efficiency as a knock echoed through the room. Several plainclothes officers entered, each carrying 4 boxes. These must be the extraterrestrial specimens. Shaoli commended their efficiency. 4 boxes were just right. Each would have their share. The officers opened the boxes, revealing creatures nestled within. Alongside some materials, Shaoli had written down point one by one. Shaoli inspected them. Excellent. All species I am familiar with. Or rather, all were species he had once envisioned. Scorching eye rabbit, with the corresponding ability to emit high-temperature rays from its eyes. Echo crab, with the ability to manipulate sound waves to probe its surroundings. Artifact snake, with the ability to control weapons. Black-eyed toad, with the ability to maintain youth, though regrettably, it was not its long-lived relative, the longevity toad, which could directly enhance human lifespan, a valuable asset in this society. Maintaining youth is a rather superfluous ability, as the body's metabolism naturally declines with the increase of magical essence levels. In simpler terms, upgrading would directly preserve youth. The concept of magic essence levels is a pivotal notion within the imaginative framework created by Shaoli. Upon the initial consumption of a magical potion, humans become capable of perceiving magic essence, subsequently allowing them to absorb it to enhance their physical form. Only when their bodies attain a certain level of strength can they accommodate additional magical potions. Furthermore, these potions are categorized into different star ratings. For instance, after Shaoli consumes a 1-star potion, he must elevate his magic essence level to 2 stars in order to ingest another 1-star potion. Should he wish to accommodate a 3-star potion, he must first elevate his magic essence level to 4 to present. Among the various creatures, only the spirit-controlling serpent can produce 2-star potions, while the rest are limited to 1-star potions. Consuming a high-star potion from the outset would inflict considerable pain upon the body, delaying the acquisition of a secondary ability. It is generally advised to reach at least level 3 before attempting to ingest any potion. With only a single skill, how can one construct a build? The optimal solution is undoubtedly to swiftly level up, thereby accommodating more potions and enabling synergistic combinations of multiple skills, thus enhancing combat prowess. Once combat capabilities stabilize, one can then focus on accommodating higher star abilities to raise their limits. Yet, Shaoli was instantly captivated by the spirit-controlling serpent. Leaving aside other considerations, it is indeed a spirit-controlling creature. The art of sword control, the myriad sword techniques. What youthful dreamer could resist such a lure? Boss, I want this. Zer's eyes sparkled as she pointed at the black-eyed frog, having perused the Mobius National Geographic website. Zer recognized these creatures as a beauty-focused girl. Of course, she wished to maintain her youth. Ahem, primarily due to her recent exposure to too many menopause protagonists, she felt a sense of dread. She certainly did not wish for Xiaoli to fall in love with her only when she reached menopause. Xiaoli gently tapped her little head. There's no need for that. Once you reach level 5, you'll have it. She pouted while covering her head. Well, you have a point. Then I want this. The Evil King's True Eye. So cool. She pointed at the blazing eye rabbit. Xiaoli pondered for a moment and waved his hand. You can desire it, but the effective lethal range of this ability is merely 10 meters. And in its initial phase, it is weaker than a small pistol. For your safety, I will require you to score over 200 in practical exams before taking you out. No, boss, scoring 200 in practicals is too difficult. Not only must I learn martial arts, wilderness survival, mechanical knowledge, but also firearm usage and the operation of special vehicles. It's going to kill me. Chapter 28. Magical potions the black-eyed frog shall be given to Zer's aunt, just in time for her to maintain her youth. Once the decision was made, he pinned down the other auxiliary medicinal materials and handed them to an undercover agent. Before long, the materials were gathered, and Xiaoli retreated to his room to prepare the concoction. Although he could seize abilities by slaying strange creatures, he also needed to consume a magical potion to allow his body to sense the magic essence. As the moment approached, he couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Please let the knowledge related to magical potions manifest. It should be fine. Everything else has materialized. Amidst his apprehension, he began tossing the materials into the cauldron. Before long, 4 vials of potions, each of a different hue, were placed upon the table. Taking a deep breath, he downed the potion from the spirit-controlling serpent in one gulp. Bitter, more bitter than traditional Chinese medicine. After consuming the potion, warmth spread through his abdomen. Mere seconds later, he was besieged by excruciating pain. Xiaoli collapsed to the ground, his entire body aflame with agony, as if a small blade were carving into his flesh. Fortunately, while the pain was intense, it did not linger long. Soon replaced by a sensation of euphoria. 15 minutes later, Xiaoli rose once more. The world around him appeared transformed. The air shimmered with invisible specks of light. Is this magic essence? Beyond that, Xiaoli felt his body growing sturdier, with agility and reflexes significantly enhanced. It was as though he had donned a 1-star Sleipnir. Now his magic essence level had reached level 1. From his youthful fantasies, he envisioned a level 1 magic warrior possessing physical strength comparable to that of a level 1 geek. Coupled with the martial arts skills he had previously acquired, his strength skyrocketed. The body was secondary. The most crucial aspect was the spirit-controlling ability. With a mere thought, the short knife Zer had gifted him soared through the air from 3 meters away. Spinning freely, he could manipulate it within a 10-meter radius and barely control it within 20. The sole drawback was its inadequate firing speed. It couldn't effectively slay foes, however. That was of little concern. The potency of skills could also increase with magic essence levels, and he believed that in the future, he could unleash a volley of arrows. Xiaoli brimmed with hope for the future. Upon inspecting the remaining materials, 2 stones caught his eye. The teleportation stones might potentially open a wormhole to another star. Yet his subconscious urged him not to attempt it lightly. As Xiaoli opened his door, he emerged holding 3 vials of potions, his expression revealing disappointment. The moment he sought to concoct a potion, his plundering abilities ceased to function. Perhaps it required the effective substances within a living organism. His subconscious seemed to control the activation and deactivation of his plundering ability. He had hoped to effortlessly acquire additional abilities in the process. Zer, Chunming Yao, these 2 vials are for you. Drink the potions, and you shall become the reserve executives of our stellar society. Yet, there was a caveat. Xiaoli looked at them earnestly. Once you consume the potion, you cannot equip replacement-type prosthetics. Replacement-type prosthetics directly substitute a specific organ or limb, such as a bionic lung or electronic eye. This would disrupt the flow of magic essence within the body. Prosthetics can also be of the modification type, which only equip within the body without replacing organs, like a brain-machine interface or a knife prosthetic. Such modification types could also be utilized by Xiao Li and the others, often yielding an effect greater than the sum of its parts. Akati doesn't matter. I don't mind, Zur exclaimed cheerfully as she rushed over to take the potions. Her adaptability was only 2 stars. So even if she were to equip something, it would be limited. Chunming Yao, you should think carefully. Your adaptability is 9 stars. You can make significant advances with prosthetics. Xiaoli turned his gaze to her. Chun Mingyao hesitated for merely a moment before accepting the potion, deciding without further contemplation that I'm quite averse to replacement-type prosthetics as well. As a researcher, I would only need a modification-type brain-machine interface. Moreover, prosthetics are prohibitively expensive. I can't afford them. That I don't want to owe you anything indefinitely. That I've heard that elevating magic essence levels brings numerous conveniences, and I'm quite curious. She glanced at Xiaoli, a light chuckle escaping her lips. Very well. You shan't be disappointed, Xiaoli affirmed with a nod. If everything aligned with his fantasies, then there would indeed be many conveniences following the elevation of magic essence levels. Subsequently, Xiaoli stood guard as he watched them absorb the potions. These 2 vials contained 1-star potions, and consuming them would not inflict the same excruciating pain that Xiaoli had endured. The 2 girls quickly drank the potions and successfully sensed their newfound abilities. Only at this moment did Xiaoli relax, soon enveloped in profound joy and confusion. In that instant, he was utterly convinced that all he had once envisioned was indeed real. But then a question arose. How did his childhood self possess such extensive knowledge? The answer to this query would likely unveil itself during his journey. Night swiftly descended. Before the church, the 3 of them were fully armed. Hoods shrouded their heads, gas masks concealed their faces, microphones adorned their ears, and beneath their cloaks lay multiple knives. Xiaoli also had 5 gas grenades tucked away in his pocket. That a pistol was also present. Resting on Zur, firearm regulations in Hua Guo were stringent. Chuyin dared not provide them with too many weapons, only equipping Zur, a member of the 849 Bureau's outer circle, with a single pistol. Yet, to be frank, with the current advancement in prosthetics, a small pistol would pose minimal threat unless aimed at the head. It was primarily effective against ordinary people and weaker strange creatures. Boss, the sword of fate recognizes me. I must trouble you to act as my bodyguards no problem. Just be sure not to push yourself. If you encounter any strange creatures, hide behind me, Xiaoli calmly instructed. Once she assessed the surrounding situation, it would be left to the martial arts adept Xiao Li and Chen Mingyao to eliminate the threats. This was Xiao Li's tactical arrangement. During this gathering, he intended to test his other unique ability, to slay strange creatures and seize their powers. After acquiring the spirit-controlling ability, his previous ability to fade from existence remained intact. Xiaoli thought perhaps he could bypass the limitations of the body regarding magical potions, utilizing his slaying power to acquire more skills even at level 1. Before the dilapidated church, the trio arrived at the entrance that a man clad in black stood before them, muttering to himself upon sighting them. The wind tonight is quite tumultuous, Zur interjected. Yet this wind seems to be weeping softly. Comrade, do come in. This secret code was indeed. Xiaoli tilted his head, memories from his youth beginning to assail him once more. Quite impressive indeed. Chun Mingyao consoled him from beside. The 3 entered the chapel, where over 20 individuals had already gathered. Zur raised a small flag emblazoned with a sword and the Roman numeral 3. Nearby, someone unfurled a flag of the Sword of Fate. Here 3, Chapter 29. The trial leader, Xiao Er, you've come too. Zur welcomed them warmly. The 3 girls clustered together, engaging in light-hearted banter. Point 3. Have you seen the latest magical girl, Elena? Elena's new ability is incredible. I've seen it. However, if you ask me, the ability to stop time is far more formidable. The senior's abilities are quite impressive too. She can control various firearms, but it feels like she might meet her end soon. Hey, who could possibly kill someone as strong as the senior? They began discussing the combat prowess among different characters, reminiscent of Xiao Li's youthful demeanor. These 2 were carefree, wealthy individuals, both claiming to have encountered strange creatures during their youth. prompting them to join the Stellar Society. Together with Zur, they were known as the Three Wealthy Ladies of the Sword, gaining a modicum of fame within their circle. The families of Sword I and Sword II were not based in F-City. Yet endowed with wealth and leisure, they promptly traveled great distances to partake in such events. Shally could no longer bear to listen. He began to survey his surroundings. This was the chapel of an abandoned church, with a pulpit at its center and rows of chairs beneath, all covered in a thick layer of dust. Other members either sat or stood, forming small circles as they engaged in casual conversation. Most of them were cloaked in hoods and masks, concealing their identities, and it was rare to find someone like Zhu Er who spoke in her natural voice. Occasionally, he caught sight of a few individuals whose cloaks revealed the gleam of metallic prosthetics. It all seemed rather theatrical, with no ordinary teenage boys in sight. Could it be that he was the only genuine eccentric among them? Shally broke out in a cold sweat at the tea that moment. A statuesque woman stepped onto the stage. She wore a mask and a hooded cloak, and her figure was the only discernible feature. Welcome, everyone, to this operation. I am the executor, world, that I will now explain the key points of our mission. Her voice was altered by a voice changer. Suddenly, a muscular man in the audience shouted, "Are you really world? Why does the executor wear a mask?" With him leading the charge, the crowd erupted into murmurs. Indeed, how can she prove her identity? What if she instructs us to commit vile acts? Where is the fool? Why has the fool left the group? Damn it, I want to see the fool. Shally furrowed his brow in confusion. Was his reputation truly that high? He too harbored doubts about World. He remembered that the World in their group had a penchant for crude humor and political jests, resembling a rough-and-tumble man. Yet, this figure was unmistakably female. Suddenly, World snapped her fingers. Shally watched as the others froze, then uttered in unison, "Where is this? Where is everyone? Wasn't I just in an abandoned chapel? How did I end up here?" "Ah!" The muscular man's screams echoed through the air. Only Shally remained an outsider, utterly bewildered. World snapped her fingers once more, and the others regained their senses, except for the muscular man, who lay sprawled on the ground. Shally leaned closer to Chun Ming Yao and asked, "What just happened? Did you not feel it?" The surroundings transformed into a garden in an instant, and I was the only one left there. It was rather frightening. It appeared that this was World-S ability. She likely implanted an illusion into their minds. Yet for some unknown reason, Shally had been unaffected by her power. Perhaps it was similar to how he had resisted the enchantments of the witch he encountered before. Shally let out a sigh of relief, concluding that he must possess some immunity rather than an abnormal sexual orientation. However, he did not feel particularly elated. The expression on his mask twisted and contorted wildly. He had thought he and World were close, only to discover she was female, and on top of that, possessed such a fashionable ability without mentioning it. If only she had revealed it sooner. He might have come to his senses earlier. At that moment, the muscular man groaned from the ground. "Mommy, save me." The expression on his face suggested he had witnessed something unimaginable within the illusion. The others looked at him, taking a step back in silence. "Oh, you understand now. This is my ability." World spoke again from the stage. "AS for my face. This operation serves as a test to determine whether you possess the capability and courage to become core members of the Starlight Society. The Mobius twin stars have manifested, and our previous loose alliance cannot contend with the impending great strife. Once this operation concludes, those deemed qualified shall remove their masks and revel together." Before she could finish, a voice erupted from the Sword Legion area. "All right, so cool. Don't worry, I will definitely pass the test," with the enthusiasm sparked by the Sword One's declaration and the earlier display of powers. The crowd quickly grew animated. "Yes, I will certainly pass the test and meet the fool. This is the secret society I've always envisioned. Since there are no objections, let me explain this operation. I have conducted preliminary investigations with the Grim Reaper. Currently, there are only 2 types of anomalies on Jiangzhong Island, each with several specimens. Point 1 is called the overflow brain worm, which implants thoughts into the human brain. The other is the blade hand imp, capable of transforming its hands into blades. Teams can be formed, with a maximum of 5 members per team. Exceeding this number will require hunting additional sets to qualify. Once you understand, we shall set off." She frowned beneath her mask. "It's quite strange that the main anomalies are not on Jiangzhong Island. Where could they be?" Grim Reaper, do you have any intel? From the shadows, a hooded man appeared, sighing softly. Is this all the people who showed up? World, your charisma seems lacking. World shook her head. If it were the fool, surely more would have come to, or perhaps the fool mentioned something to the others before leaving. The Grim Reaper approached World from behind and said, Are you suggesting? Suddenly, World felt a sharp pain in her back as a blade pierced her abdomen. Indeed, I am an undercover, came the Grim Reaper's cold voice from behind her. You, World collapsed. We must capture the rest as well. Stay alert, the Grim Reaper instructed into his earpiece. Returning to Shaoli, Chen Mingyao, Zhu Er, and Sword 1 and 2 constituted a complete team of 5. Sword 1 tilted his head. San Er, who are these two? Zhu Er chuckled. They are my bodyguards. My family insisted I bring bodyguards, claiming it's dangerous to meet online acquaintances. What unnecessary worry. Our Starlight Society is hardly that unserious. Exactly. My family wanted me to bring bodyguards too. I went to great lengths to shake them off. Sword 2 chimed in, then noticed Shaoli turn his head and quickly added, Oh, I didn't mean you guys. Shaoli twitched his mouth, silently critiquing. I think you should stick with bodyguards after all. It seemed to be true that birds of a feather flock together. Zhu Er's friends shared some of her traits. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Zhu Er's expression changed. Chapter 30. The attacker in the alley ahead. A stranger was chasing after the muscular man. Zhu Er gasped in terror. Impossible. How could there be such a person in our group? Sword 2 exclaimed. Wait. San Er, how did you know? Zhu Er immediately clamped her mouth shut. Looking toward Shaoli, wow. San Er, why didn't you tell us about this good fortune? How much is it? I'll pay triple to have one. Sword 1's eyes widened. Don't rush. We have one right here, she replied. The overflow brainworm and blade hand imp? I have no interest in such potions. As they chatted, Shaoli quietly stepped forward, softly speaking into his earpiece. Zhu Er, Mingyao, you two proceed to Jiangzhong Island as planned, and I'll go check that out. Mingyao, you might need to protect them while also ensuring your own safety. The overflow brainworm and blade hand imp are not particularly powerful. With Chan Mingyao's current capabilities, 220 points in practical application of 1-star magic essence, she could easily handle 10 of them. However, if there are robbers, the danger escalates dramatically. Sometimes, humans can be more terrifying than anomalies. Chen Mingyao nodded. I'll send a bodyguard to take a look. Shaoli, be careful. Zhu Er chimed in. Contact us via the earpiece if anything happens. Once he distanced himself from Zhu Er and the others, Shaoli felt a sense of relief deep within. To be honest, due to past psychological traumas, he was not particularly keen on mingling with chatty groups of girls that he gradually approached the vicinity where Zhu Er since the incident had occurred. Was the attacker of the muscular man a homeless person residing on the abandoned Jiangzhong Island? Or a robber? Could it be a test orchestrated by World? A genuine secret society would deliberately set traps during missions. It seems World is quite astute. Once the mission concludes, he must see what she truly looks like. Recalling the past, when he shared his XP with World late at night on Penguin, Shaoli's mouth twitched again. Suddenly, another possibility occurred to him. What if World was an undercover agent, and these individuals were assassins she sent to attack others? If that were the case, then World would have to be silenced. After all, knowledge can be dangerous. Cough. One could say she betrayed the organization. As he drew nearer, he began to hear the muscular man's voice. Help! Why are you chasing me? Shaoli leaped onto a building. Gazing into the depths of the alley, the muscular man sprinted desperately, his legs moving with astonishing speed, suggesting he had prosthetic legs. Behind him, a figure in black extended a gun barrel, hot on his trail. Such dangerous prosthetics are regulated in Huagua. It was clear that the man in black was no good. A voice crackled in his earpiece. Master, be careful. This is a 4-star level gunman with multiple prosthetics. I advise against rash action. Just as she finished speaking, the muscular man burst from the alley into an open area, devoid of cover. He was a sitting duck. The gunman halted, raising his arm as a bullet silently shot from the barrel. The muscular man collapsed to the ground. Observing this, the gunman drew a blade with his other hand, advancing toward the muscular man's neck, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Seeing this, Shaoli could no longer remain passive. This was definitely not a trial set by the Starlight Society. Lilith, can you stall him for a second? Shaoli slowly drew several short knives from beneath his cloak. Yes, but I do not recommend you take risks. This muscular man is, after all, one of my subordinates, and he doesn't seem like an undercover agent. If I turn a blind eye, what kind of leader would I be? Truly admirable. Then please, issue your command. Now, the gunman's raised arms suddenly froze, his hand turning red and smoking. The prosthetic had overheated. The gunman quickly deduced that there was a network hacker nearby and attempted to retreat to cover. Just then, Shally descended from above, empowered by gravity, and swung a knife down toward the gunman. The gunman's half-body erupted in smoke, his cybernetic limbs cooling down as he struggled to turn sideways. Raising his hand to shield himself, with a swift motion, Shally severed the mechanical arm wielding the knife hand, green liquid gushing from the joint. The hue was unmistakable, requiring no further identification. "Kanoala! You scoundrel!" The gunman roared in fury, raising his other hand to fire. "Master, this individual has installed a cooling device, capable of resisting overheating of his cybernetics." Lilith's voice reached Shally just as the gunman discharged a bullet, remaining remarkably calm. Shally immediately summoned his muscles and magical essence, contracting his body to evade while simultaneously unleashing his telekinetic abilities to slightly deflect the bullet. Of course, the enemy's bullet was also considered a weapon. Ultimately, the bullet merely grazed his body, inflicting minimal damage. In the gunman's astonished gaze, Shally dashed before him and then vanished without a trace. Duo Guida? Where? At that moment, Shally had already stepped into the shadow of his opponent. The shadow-walking ability proved highly effective against a solitary adversary. Shally struck down heavily with his other arm, but the opponent was equipped with subdermal armor, and the first strike failed to sever it. The sudden pain sent the gunman into a panic, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Sensing an ominous turn of events, Shally realized he could no longer hold back and decisively delivered a lethal blow to the neck, followed by several stabs to the heart. After a relentless flurry of strikes, the opponent finally collapsed, lifeless. Lilith, what was he attempting to do? It was a self-destructing type of cybernetic. "Apologies, Master, but he is also a 4-star. And I am unable to ascertain all of his cybernetic modifications. Hence, I hope you would refrain from engaging." Shally sat down, slowly shaking his head. "I was somewhat impulsive that IT seems 4 stars as my limit." "No, Master, I recommend designating 3 stars as your limit. Due to the stringent firearm regulations in Hua, this gunman was unable to bring advanced weaponry into the country. Had he possessed superior firearms, you might not have been able to control the trajectory deviation. Thankfully, it was merely a small handgun. Otherwise, it could have ended poorly. Investigate his identity." Shally retrieved his phone, and Lilith transferred herself into the adversary's electronic device. The individual had concealed their identity well, and no useful information was found. Analyzing their operational habits, they should be from Hua Country. Why would someone from Hua Country come here? Shally squinted, a bad premonition brewing in his mind in any case. Having resolved this matter, I shall proceed to meet with Grandeur and the others for this muscular man. Shally searched the gunman's body and retrieved several nano-healing robots, administering one to him. Chapter 31. A stroll, then an unexpected encounter. After resolving the situation, Shally headed in the direction of Grandeur. They were crossing a bridge, while he remained on the riverside, walking along the shade of the trees towards the bridge. From the sounds in his earpiece, it seemed quite peaceful on their side. Grandeur appeared to be discussing the power comparisons in Magical Girl Elena with the Sword Sisters. Shally had also watched a few episodes of this recently popular VR drama, and the actress portraying Elena was quite to his liking, embodying the youthful, delicate beauty favored by many men in Hua, with a striking figure to match. Indeed, she possessed the rare combination of a white-haired, lowly face and a mature figure, elements that were common in the two-dimensional world but difficult to find in reality. Unfortunately, the plot was somewhat lackluster, leading him to lose interest. The girls seemed to be out for a leisurely stroll, devoid of any vigilance. Shally opened his microphone, preparing to admonish them, when suddenly a heavy object fell from a nearby tree. Thud. It struck the ground with a loud noise, resembling a human corpse. Startled, Shally took a moment to regain his composure before cautiously approaching. The individual was covered in wounds, their hooded cloak barely concealing their identity. which had already fallen apart. As Xiao Li turned them over, he was taken aback upon seeing their face. What the hell, Elena? At Boskov, Xiaogu also watches magical girl Elena. Zhu Er's voice crackled through the earpiece. Wait a moment. Xiao Li muted the earpiece, carefully inspecting the individual. The woman bore no signs of cybernetics, but had several wounds, the most severe being a penetrating injury to her abdomen. Xiao Li promptly retrieved a nanorobot, hesitating momentarily before proceeding. This woman bore no cybernetics. Perhaps her adaptability was quite low. He decided to utilize an external healing device instead, wincing at the expense. This device was rather costly, acquired specifically by Zhu Er from her aunt due to Xiao Li's physical constitution. Lilith interjected with a hint of sarcasm. Master, your demeanor towards that male just now was quite different. He had cybernetics and could certainly withstand the healing robots. I am not one to abandon my principles for appearances. Xiao Li declared with righteous indignation. As they conversed, the healing device commenced its work, automatically examining the wounds and stitching them up. Subsequently, the woman coughed up a mouthful of congealed blood, her breathing stabilizing as she gradually opened her eyes. I have provided you with emergency treatment, but it would be wise to visit a hospital for a follow-up, Xiao Li remarked, positioning himself beside her. The treatment from the device was rather rudimentary. For optimal medical care, one would need to visit a qualified hospital. However, in this era, doctors who remained in practice charged exorbitant fees, making it unaffordable for an average person. Thank you, the woman nodded, removing her tattered cloak to cover the gaping hole in her attire. With these injuries, are you affiliated with the Star Association? Xiao Li inquired, turning to face her. Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes flickered with a hint of caution before she shook her head in confusion. What is that? I was merely walking when I encountered a very strange child whose hands transformed into knives, chasing after me and trying to stab me. It was terrifying. She hugged herself, trembling convincingly. Xiao Li found her story somewhat peculiar. It was unlikely that a normal person would wander the streets clad in a hooded cloak. Moreover, a knife-handed little demon would possess combat strength akin to that of a goblin, making it difficult to inflict such injuries. However, the expression on this woman's face did not appear deceitful, unless she was an exceedingly skilled actress. By the way, you're not the actress from Magical Girl Elena, are you? Little Daisy? Mind if we take a picture together? Xiao Li smiled slightly. Without waiting for his response, she abruptly turned and began to leave. Yet, after only a few steps, she collapsed onto the ground. Xiao Li rushed over to check her condition, recognizing the symptoms. It seemed she had lost too much blood. Indeed, she might have been someone who came to participate in the trials, but was ambushed by individuals from Hua Country. Given her lack of cybernetics and limited self-healing capabilities, she likely wouldn't regain consciousness anytime soon. So he decided to place her in a vehicle. Xiao Li operated his wrist terminal, summoning Zhu Er's floating car. He tossed the woman into the back seat. Little AI, have her call for me once she awakens. The floating car ascended into the air. With that matter settled, Xiao Li proceeded onto the bridge, heading towards the island in the river. This island was quite renowned in City F. The F River flowed through City F, naturally placing this island at the very heart of the city. Before the floating car was released to the public, a wealthy businessman had eyed this spot, intending to develop it into a tourist attraction. However, since ordinary vehicles could only access it via a bridge, transportation was exceedingly inconvenient, resulting in a lack of visitors and a failed investment, leaving it abandoned. Subsequently, various other wealthy individuals attempted to take over and renovate it, but consistently failed. Eventually, a myriad of property rights issues intertwined, rendering the island a veritable wasteland, where even vagrants were reluctant to linger. Logically, it should have been a favored locale for aberrations. Perhaps it was the very anomalies that thwarted the investment plans time and again. Yet, the fact that only a few minor creatures were hiding here was rather unexpected. As he walked along the bridge, he gazed towards the island, where European-style buildings were clustered together, though regrettably neglected for a long time. Their once beautiful facades now marred by scars. Under the nightfall, it bore an eerie resemblance to a vampire-esque castle. It indeed possesses a haunted house vibe, making it quite suitable for trials. This world has some commendable ideas. Xiao Li felt quite pleased. He had a fondness for haunted houses. I S it over before it even begins. Fine, I'll wait for you on the bridge. Shally concealed his disappointment. A gentle breeze swept over the bridge, dispersing the heat, while the massive advertising projections illuminated the city center. Leaning against the bridge railing, Shally enjoyed the refreshing wind before he could indulge in his thoughts. The sound of footsteps interrupted his reverie. A figure emerged from the distance, slowly approaching the light. Draped in a black hooded cloak and wearing a skull-like mask, it was evident they were not a good person. Instantly, Shally assumed a combat stance. Warning, Master, the opponent's star level is very high. I cannot retrieve any information. Immediate retreat is advised. Now, Lilith's voice, unusually tinged with urgency, rang out like a T that moment. The figure spoke. Is it you? You don't seem like a T.O. thinks someone without cybernetics could kill my subordinates. Are you also from the Star Association? Marula, a small fry has brought the big fish. Without needing Lilith to warn him, Shally could sense the oppressive aura emanating from the opponent. Fortunately, a police siren suddenly blared, and a police floating car approached, emblazoned with the CPD symbol. Who are you? Chapter 32. After this job, I'll marry back home. This unit has received reports from the public regarding an individual armed with high-risk cybernetics in the vicinity of Jiangzhou Island, indiscriminately attacking pedestrians. Please, individuals on the bridge, raise your hands and crouch down to cooperate with the investigation. Shally blinked. Their timing was impeccable, likely due to the muscular man awakening and reporting to the CPD, referred to as CPD for river crab reasons. His efforts had not been in vain. However, the arrival of the CPD posed a dilemma. If the Star Association were exposed, it would be troublesome. Shally began to consider how to deflect inquiries from the CPD. What a hassle! My workload is about to increase. The figure in the skull mask sighed, extending a hand as a ripple emanated from it. The floating car transmitted a voice Shally found somewhat familiar. Captain, this is bad. The network has been blocked, and communication with the Bureau has been severed. Bold and audacious. They must be the criminals. Stop the vehicle. The floating car came to a halt, and a muscular man clad in a uniform leaped out, followed by a concerned red-haired woman peering out. Shally raised an eyebrow. He recognized the red-haired woman. She was none other than the owner of the diary, the ambitious police officer Hua Country. Thus, the individual who had just leaped down must be the one she had referred to in her diary as the guerrilla captain. According to her writings, he was a 6-star geek, his physical prowess having reached 7 stars. Though he was temporarily unable to afford the core cybernetic replacement for a full 7 stars, making him a half-step away from that distinction. The skull mask figure appeared to be attempting to evade capture. With a frown, Shally raised his hands and quietly stepped back, allowing them space to commence their performance. Upon landing, the guerrilla captain glanced around and, seeing that Shally bore no cybernetics, disregarded him entirely, focusing his attention on the skull-masked figure. Hey, you there! Raise your hands, and if you resist, I am authorized to use force. The guerrilla captain immediately complied, raising his hands, which gleamed with a metallic sheen. Cybernetic enhancement, Xuanwu, activate. His body swelled instantly, the reinforced muscles stretching his clothing to its limits. Lilith explained, this is a strength-type geek cybernetic enhancement that amplifies physical power. Common examples include the Xuanwu series from the Chinese factory and the Heracles series from the European factory. Meanwhile, the skull-masked figure vanished in an instant, reappearing beside the guerrilla captain and delivering a powerful slash. Lilith continued her commentary. This appears to be a speed-type geek cybernetic enhancement, which enhances reaction speed and agility. Common examples include the Sleipnir from the Donkey Factory and the Kenny Raime from the Sakura Factory. Looks impressive, Shally mused. Unfortunately, the core cybernetics require replacing bodily organs. We can't install that, with your adaptability. It seems you wouldn't be able to install anything at all, Lilith replied. Observing from the sidelines, a swift strike came hurtling towards him. The guerrilla captain struggled to react, the blade landing squarely on his chest. However, his body was exceptionally resilient. The katana struck with a clang, producing the sound of steel colliding, inflicting minimal damage that in equal tiers. Strength-type enhancements generally counter speed-type enhancements, Lilith noted. But we ought to retreat further. You're right. Should he fail to land a blow on the gorilla and instead accelerate towards me, that would be dire, Xiao Li acknowledged, quietly retreating towards Jiangzhou Island. Hua Shuyun, hovering in the air, seemed to share Xiao Li's sentiments and approached his direction. The red-haired woman appeared to recognize Xiao Li, causing him to feel a sense of impending trouble like the tea that moment. The situation on the battlefield took a drastic turn. The skull-masked figure reemerged, and the guerrilla captain was bleeding profusely, a katana piercing through his mouth. What the hell, Lilith? Did you not say he was countered? What a hollow assertion. Xiao Li's expression shifted dramatically. This was bad. The opposing star level was too high, and the guerrilla captain was unable to react, making it difficult to defend his vital points. Warning, warning, immediate retreat advised. Lilith's tone was grave. Fortunately, the skull-masked figure did not attack Xiao Li immediately. Instead, he directed his gaze towards the hovering vehicle. With a swift motion, he unleashed a barrage of shurikens that violently struck the vehicle, causing it to disintegrate and erupt into flames before plummeting. Hua Shuyun managed to escape the wreckage, landing amid a pile of refuse on the bridge. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Li dashed backward, but the skull-masked figure clearly intended to pursue him. Shaking his hand once more, a chilling aura enveloped Xiao Li's back. Stop right there. The shurikens suddenly halted inches from Xiao Li's chest, the tip barely piercing his skin. Had they not ceased, he might have been run through entirely. Just as I thought, the skull-masked figure acknowledged, approaching at a leisurely pace. The speed-type enhancement required a cooldown, but the specifics of its model and star level remained unclear. Master, take this opportunity to flee, Lilith urged through the earpiece. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Li began to retreat, but it was already too late. The skull-masked figure vanished, and Xiao Li felt a gust of cold wind against his neck. He sensed it but found it nearly impossible to react. Just then, the clash of blades erupted in his ear. Regaining his composure, he saw a figure in black standing protectively in front of him. Behind him, Zhu Er's voice rang out, "Boss, are you all right?" Several more figures in black rushed in, engaging in a fierce melee with the skull-masked figure. Zhu Er and Chun Mengyao hurried to Xiao Li's side, who was still shaken. "Who are these?" he inquired. Zhu Er stuck out her tongue. "They are bodyguard arranged by my aunt. In truth, they were plainclothes agents from Bureau 849. And the black-clad figure protecting Xiao Li was the one whose orientation had been altered by the witch." Xiao Li felt a slight sense of relief, yet his brow twitched in anxiety. This situation is precarious. We must retreat at all costs. Before he could finish his thought, Bao Jiani approached with a puzzled expression. "Wait, something's off. Didn't we just wade into a hornet's nest? I've seen that skull mask before. It belongs to the executioner, Lord Death." "What?" Xiao Li's expression shifted once more. "Indeed, I arrived a bit earlier and witnessed Lord World conversing with Lord Death. The latter wore that very skull mask. It left quite an impression." Bao Jiani affirmed confidently that a tempest of turmoil surged within Xiao Li. This individual had not only slain the CPD's guerrilla captain, but also, upon witnessing Xiao Li's abilities, had remarked, as expected, before attacking, "Lord Death must be a traitor." An infiltrator? What about Lord World? Either she too is a traitor, or she is in grave peril. This gathering was undoubtedly a trap set by the traitors to ensnare the Constellation Society. With this revelation, Xiao Li swiftly blocked Bao Jinyi's path. "We must evacuate now. He has just killed the CPD officer and intends to eliminate all of us. This man is a traitor." Huh. Thud, a body crashed to the ground, rolling several times, and in the short span of their conversation, one of the plainclothes agents had already fallen. The sight left the wealthy young ladies aghast. "Hurry, let's go." Chapter 33. Out of options, the group hurriedly made their way towards Jiangzhou Island. Concurrently, the sound of footsteps accompanied by a foul odor wafted through the air. "Wait for me. Take me with you." It was Hua Shuyun, emerging from the garbage bin. They had no time to converse and tacitly accepted her presence. However, at that moment, Zhu Er's expression changed dramatically as she shook her head frantically. "Everyone, stop!" From the clusters of buildings on Jiangzhou Island, 3 cybernetic warriors emerged, clad in cloaks identical to those worn by Lord Death. Xiao Li recognized that their attire was identical to that of the 4-star gunman he had slain. With wolves ahead and tigers behind, it's best not to run. This is a private masquerade. Blame those above for assigning me such a task. I end this gathering. I will grant you a swift end. The skull-masked figure's voice echoed behind them. The remaining 3 plainclothes agents were already battered and bruised, barely managing to protect themselves, unable to hinder the skull-masked figure. Shaoli gritted his teeth. He possessed one last trump card, the toxin gas grenade from the poison frog, which could facilitate an indiscriminate attack. However, this would likely spell doom for Baojin Air and Hua Shuyun, who lacked gas masks. The skull-masked figure's mask appeared to offer no protection against toxins, but one could surmise that a cybernetic warrior like him would have undergone pulmonary modifications. Leaving the final outcome uncertain, in the midst of this hesitation, Lilith's voice resonated in his earpiece. Master, allow me to take this on AS and AI. I can exert all my power to invade the enemy's neural core, ensuring mutual destruction. Why? Are you willing to sacrifice yourself for me? Shaoli asked. You are important to Father. You must survive. I refuse. Even if you manage to eliminate the skull-masked figure, there are still 3 enemies with 4 stars or above. We will not escape regardless. Trust me, there are other means. Shaoli produced 2 stones, materials he had requested the plainclothes agents to find under the guise of supplementary ingredients for Potion Dash, making T.O. his surprise. Zhu'er Zan had indeed procured them. In Shaoli's design. These stones were known as teleport stones. When fused with magic energy, they could briefly open a wormhole to the Mobius twin stars. Though the landing point was entirely random, with a chance of materializing in mid-air, it was a desperate gamble. Just as Shaoli prepared to collide the stones, another figure approached from the bridge. Bathed in the glow of the street lamp stood a long-haired man donned in a tailored khaki suit, a mechanical bird perched on his shoulder. The night was undeniably chaotic, yet it bore a unique charm. Do you enjoy it? He whispered to the mechanical bird on his shoulder that he exuded an air of authority. Upon his arrival, the fighting ceased, and all gazes turned gravely towards him. He strolled to the center of the battlefield, surveying the scene before him. It seems the fool has indeed spoken the truth. You are the traitor, are you not, Comrade Death? He had discovered the truth. Thus, he had faked his departure, hiding in the shadows and commanding others to draw out the infiltrators. But who are you? Lord Death inquired, raising his blade towards the long-haired man. Me. My codename is the Hangman, he sighed. The fool did not notify me. Rather, I too am seeking him. If you possess any leads, I could ensure your safe departure. The Hangman spoke with a nonchalant tone at a private masquerade. I'm unaware of any such details. However, your words could easily be mine. If you have any leads, I could ensure your safe escape. Lord Death tightened his grip on the katana, yet he did not strike. Instead, the 3 enemies behind Shaoli surged forward, their arms extending to reveal firearms aimed to shoot. The Hangman snapped his fingers. Instantly, the 3 foes collapsed, their cybernetics erupting with arcs of electricity, flickering flames, and ultimately exploding, their bodies reduced to charred remains. A hacker, Lord Death realized, vanishing in an instant. To counter a hacker, one must act swiftly, denying them any time to infiltrate. Indeed, the Hangman replied, snapping his fingers once more. In the air, Lord Death plummeted. Trembling, the Hangman appeared to feel no threat, disregarding the surrounding chaos. The mechanical bird perched on his shoulder took flight, allowing him to survey the island and the river through its eyes. Suddenly, sparks erupted on the island. That moment, a voice called out to him. My Lord Hangman, where are you headed? Jia Yao. Intelligence from the Starry Association suggests he may be harboring an abundance of anomalies. But do not hinder us. If you all perish, the Starry Association will be left without any living souls. And the fool may never return. The Hangman waved his hand dismissively and strolled away, vanishing at the end of the bridge. Shaoli gazed at his retreating figure and the scene of devastation. Overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information, the Starry Association had infiltrators, yet they possessed such formidable allies. They had even uncovered Yi Yao's concealment of anomalies. No wonder his demeanor had shifted so drastically. Far to the north, the magician sneezed, pondering, why did the fool wish to deal with Yi Yao? Could it be that he is harboring anomalies? It is possible. I shall relay this to the Hangman. But for now, Shaoli had other matters to attend to. He summoned the hover car. Zhu'er, wait here for the survivors. I must check on Death condition. The Hangman had confidence in not delivering a fatal blow. Yet Shaoli did not possess such courage. Moreover, he wished to inquire of Death why he had infiltrated the Starry Association and why he had suddenly turned against them. Please take care of this individual as well. As the hovercar arrived, Shaoli unceremoniously tossed the unconscious Xiao Bai out. Wow! Magical girl Elena, Jouer exclaimed in astonishment. The hovercar ascended, its radar scanning the vicinity, eventually locating the barely breathing Death on a stretch of beach. At F. Jiang Park Beach, Death struggled to emerge from the water surface. Yet Xiao Li, masked and voice modulated, awaited him. Lilith, examine the electronic devices on him and the surrounding area. Master, all electronic devices on him have been completely destroyed, and there are no other surveillance devices in your vicinity. Upon hearing Lilith's report, Shaoli slowly descended the beach. Can you hear me, Death? Death paused, lifting his head. Shaoli removed his mask, revealing that Death's cybernetic eye had been scorched, rendering him completely blind, but his ears remained intact, trembling as they received sound. It seems your hearing has not yet been replaced with a prosthetic. You recall our first conversation. You dressed remarkably like a ninja in that game. Capturing my attention, Death struggled to raise his hand. You are the fool. I still cherish the joyful times we spent gaming together. Alas, you are a traitor. Chapter 34. The death rattle cough, huh? So everything was within your grasp. A traitor? No, my initial approach towards you was intentional. It was my mission. Death adjusted his throat, his speech becoming smoother. Shaoli frowned. Had he been targeted so early? Why? Cough. Anomalies have been hidden among humans for millennia, and the upper echelons possess corresponding intelligence. Upon discovering the existence of an organization like the Starry Association online, they naturally took it seriously that a smirk played on Death's lips, even in his final moments. He seemed unperturbed by conversing with Shaoli. Then why did your superiors choose to attack us now? Cough. We are all human. Previously, the upper echelons believed your existence would aid in combating the anomalies. But now, it is different. The wormhole connecting to the M-biased twin stars is an immense treasure. Every organization on the blue star wishes to seize the resources above, and you know too much. At this juncture, you have become a thorn in everyone's side. If we cannot have it, then no one else shall. Shaoli nodded in understanding. So you are one of the upper echelons? I recall you mentioning that your hometown is a small village in the Sakura Nation's 11th district, where the river is filled with factory effluent. And no matter how many times you wash your clothes, they still carry the stench of waste, and you yearn to escape such a life at every moment. Was that merely a fabrication? Death turned over, facing the sky, where stars twinkled in the darkness. No, I simply did not share what followed, that I was noticed by the upper echelons and brought into the organization. They allowed me to flee that existence. So you willingly serve them, even though they are the architects of the life you fled? Shaoli scrutinized Death, slowly merging him with the memories of their former gaming companions. Death's expression was vacant. No, she, like me, wished to escape the foul sewer at all costs. Thus she utilized her soul value to leave MY target. However, was a cleaner girl to cleaner. Shaoli raised his head, gazing at the shimmering stars, a complex emotion stirring within him. Neither anger nor sadness, but a sense of nostalgia. The world still alive. Cough. Yes, I failed to kill her in one blow. She pulled me into an illusion, and by the time I woke, she had already escaped. Thank you for your cooperation. You have any regrets? Shaoli unsheathed a dagger. Cough, cough. Many, but I shall not elaborate. In the end, I wish to tell you that I am not the only infiltrator in the association. All companies worldwide have their eyes on you. Initially, the upper echelons considered collaboration, but your organization is based in the Hua Nation. As Death approached his end, his words held a certain weight. What of the Hua Nation? The Hua Nation is currently the only country in the world not dominated by capital. Here, capital activities are restricted, but no one wishes for the conservative forces to gain further strength, including the capital within your own country. Beware of the 849 Bureau. They have set their sights on you as well. The individuals in black on the bridge who hindered me were equipped with 849 Bureau prosthetics. Inadvertently, Death divulged precious intelligence. He described the capital that actively embraced the cyber society as progressives, while those wishing to maintain the old national system as conservatives. Xiao Li's expression shifted beneath the mask. Are the conservative forces indeed the 849 Bureau? To my knowledge, it is an agency controlled by 3 capitalist families. It cannot be deemed conservative. People are like that. Once they attain a certain status, they strive to maintain it. If everyone is equal, then what becomes of their status? The program you establish for the Starry Association likely does not sit well with them. Death reclined peacefully on the beach, his demeanor serene. Xiao Li took a deep breath, organizing his thoughts. If that is the case, the conservatives would also disapprove of my program. However, I do not intend to forcefully implement it. I believe that when the time is right, humanity will find a new path. Finally, I wish to pose 2 questions. First, why do you believe humanity must always be the plunderers? Second, if profit is to be had, would capital care about its identity as humans? Death appeared momentarily stunned. You are indeed remarkable. Hearing you say that, I begin to wish to see the future influenced by you. Unfortunately, if you do not act soon, I fear I may not survive. His ears quivered faintly. Master, a hovercraft is approaching. Lilith interjected. 1 minute until it enters enemy detection range. Xiao Li nodded slowly. Farewell, my former friend. Ghana. After swiftly managing the scene, Xiao Li concealed himself within the park's foliage, observing the hovercar as it traversed the river. Appearing to pass by at this juncture, Xiao Li felt increasingly paranoid. Master, this hovercraft bears the emblem of Jiangsheng #1 television station. Xiao Li contemplated. This television station produced Magical Girl Elena. A realization dawned upon him. Are they searching for someone? So the unconscious individual truly is Xiao Bai. Nevertheless, this revelation no longer surprised him. His mind was in turmoil. Before death's demise, he had mentioned that the plainclothes officers utilized 849 Bureau prosthetics, which did not seem like a lie. Furthermore, these plainclothes officers were dispatched by Zhu Er's aunt, suggesting that Zhu Er's aunt was likely affiliated with the 849 Bureau. But what of Zhu Er herself? Xiao Li gently plucked a leaf from a tree, crushing it between his fingers. The sound of the plant fibers breaking assisted his contemplation. He was not heartless. Rather, one who had once been a middle schooler often possessed a sensitivity to emotions. Over the past few days, Zhu Er had been so cheerful, adorable, and seemingly like his devoted fan, always considering his needs. Naturally, Xiao Li felt fondness for her. Lilith analyzed logically. Is there a possibility that Zhu Er is aware of her aunt's identity? Ding! Master, based on previous discussions and her behavior, there's a 93 likelihood that Zhu Er knows her aunt's identity, a 74 chance that she is a member of the 849 Bureau, and a 53 chance that she is an infiltrator. Xiao Li clenched his fist, the leaf crumbling under his grip, then relaxed, bringing his hand to his nose to inhale the leaf's fragrance. The refreshing scent calmed him. Fortunately, I have not become ensnared in this web. However, reality is not a novel. It does not require logic. Even with high probabilities, she may still be innocent. Master, at your age, such a hopeful mindset is quite normal, yet your current position necessitates a more cautious outlook. Lilith, you are right that I merely speak my thoughts. Nevertheless, revealing the truth now bears little significance. We can continue to play along with her. At worst, we can escape using a teleportation stone. Given that the 849 Bureau had adopted a conciliatory policy and chose to protect Xiao Li, it implied that there was profit to be made. That a certain philosopher once stated that the profit-seeking nature of capital ensures they cannot be a monolith. One might find a way to navigate through the cracks. Chapter 35. Returning home to sleep, having completed his reflections, Xiao Li summoned Zhu Er's hovercar. The IT must be said, this vehicle was truly convenient. After enjoying its comforts, it was difficult to part with. For now, he would feign ignorance regarding Zhu Er's identity and observe what sweet nothings they might offer. At this moment, there were indeed some issues at the bridgehead. Subsequently, Xiao Li beheld the tightly bound Huashun. Zhu Er also rushed over, animatedly recounting the events that had just transpired. After Xiao Li departed, everyone stood in silent disarray, gazing at the chaos around them. Once Huashun regained her composure, she prepared to contact her superiors. However, Baojian Yi and Baojian Er immediately intervened, restraining her once more as members of secret society. The occurrences here must remain concealed from the authorities. Bao Jian puffed out his chest, wearing an expression of having done a commendable deed. Xiao Li, rendered speechless, approached and took the handkerchief from Hua Xian's mouth. Her face was a mask of terror as she gasped, "Kill me." It was then that Zhu Er recognized her. "This is the one from the witch incident." "Ahem, let me handle this. I'll have my family confine her." Upon hearing this, Xiao Li raised an eyebrow. Had it not been for the information about the Grim Reaper, he might not have perceived any issues. But now it was evident that the situation was dire. Nonetheless, it was preferable to leave it to Bureau 849. At least it would not be made public. With that problem resolved, the group exchanged glances, uncertain of their next steps. So, what now? Bao Jian posed the question, to which there was no dissent. The church was eerily empty, as the world had presumably fled after sustaining injuries. The strange corpses in their possession were now rendered useless. Xiao Li surveyed the group, then typed a message on his phone. Zhu Er's wrist terminal lit up, and after reading it, she slowly stood. "Everyone, we have all completed the trial. Even in the absence of the world executive, we can still consider ourselves members of the Constellation Society. However, the society is no longer safe. I believe we should form a small team for mutual support." This was Xiao Li's arrangement. He required some allies, but was uncertain if any among them were spies. Thus he refrained from revealing his identity. Bao Jian nodded in agreement. "That makes sense. That I will share our trial completion photos in the group under the name of the Bao Jian Legion Commander. Moreover, since the Hanging Man has seen us, other executives will likely recognize us as well." Following this, the individuals exchanged contact information. The remaining two were Qiangzhang Jiao, a weathered gentleman, and Shengbei Qi, a young man with blonde hair who bore no cybernetic enhancements, suggesting he was not a spy. The absence of enhancements did not preclude them from vanquishing the brain worms and blade hand demons, indicating they either possessed formidable combat skills or sharp intellect. Both were promising candidates. Xiao Li took possession of the remaining strange corpses, intending to conduct an experiment to seize their abilities. Unfortunately, upon attempting it, he discovered that the corpses were ineffective. It appeared he had to personally deliver the fatal blow. Just then, Chun Mingyao's captured brainworm was still alive, so Xiao Li swiftly ended its life with a single stroke. Soon, he felt a new capacity within his mind. He had acquired the ability of the brainworm, enabling him to implant thoughts into others' minds. The offensive capability was minimal, but could serve as a means of telepathy, currently limited to 4 words per transmission, with potential for future expansion. Once all arrangements were made, the group dispersed, and Xiao Li resolved to address the remaining matters the following day. He was utterly exhausted. In the Constellation Society group chat, Bao Jian announced, "Trouble looms. An issue has arisen during this gathering. The Grim Reaper has betrayed us, and the World Executive has gone missing following an attack. The Hanging Man has purged the Grim Reaper and his remnants. Those who completed the trial include Bao Jian 2, 3, Qiangzhang Jiao, Shengbei Qi, and several casualties." The magician responded, "Traitors? No wonder the fool deactivated his account. He must have discovered this situation." The hermit added, "Trials? This must be the world's idea. However, it makes sense, given the current circumstances. The previous management model is no longer viable. That if others are not prepared, they should leave the group. Lives are truly at stake." The Wheel of Fortune remarked, "Are there traitors among the executives as well? At this juncture, trust is a scarce commodity. Hermit, you too. I as well. Fellow members, we are in the most perilous moment for the Constellation Society. I urge everyone to disperse and conceal their identities, regardless of our whereabouts. As long as we adhere to the Constellation Society's principles, we stand united." The hermit quipped, "Oh, you certainly excel at speeches. That I am curious. From where does the Grim Reaper's betrayal stem? Surely, it cannot be from the bizarre entities. Can it?" "Hanging Man," the Hanging Man replied. "Huh. The model of the cybernetics appears to be from Hua Country, likely from the clandestine operations of the pig factory. F-City is in need of support. The gathering of strange entities is becoming overwhelming. I am a network hacker, not particularly skilled at dealing with bizarre creatures." The hermit retorted, The Hanging Man dares to request support, yet there are traitors in the group." The Hanging Man countered, "Once the traitors are eradicated, might the fool return? There's no harm in seeking me out." The hermit snapped back, "Your words sound suspiciously like those of a traitor. Are you affiliated with another organization?" aiming to eliminate other executives one step at a time. In this light, the Grim Reaper may not even be a traitor. Temperance interjected, "Enough? Hermit, refrain from uttering divisive comments that I trust Baojin. She is currently the most reliable among us." The hermit conceded, "That's true. Baojin's public profile is well known, and her identity is widely recognized." The Wheel of Fortune concluded, "It seems Baojin is in danger. Please ensure your safety." The chat felt akin to a game of werewolf. With Baojin openly identified as a villager, it also resembled a game of three kingdoms, with Baojin as the sovereign. Xiang Zhengyi remarked, "I just checked. Baojin is the daughter of a notorious nouveau riche in Jiang City." "Quite credible indeed." Baojin exclaimed, "I'll just hide my profile now." "Wait, what does nouveau riche mean?" "My father worked hard to build his fortune." Temperance reassured her, "It's a compliment. At least it indicates that your family does not have overly complex ties. We merely need to investigate your father's social network to discern your family's affiliations." Baojin responded, "Are you all seriously investigating my father? This feels too much like a secret society." "How cool." The hermit muttered, "I believe there is no need for an investigation." Chapter 36. Too big to swallow in the dead of night, at the Zirda Hotel, in an executive suite on the upper floor. In Chu Yun's room. After her subordinates departed, she scrutinized the report in her hands. Her brow furrowed. The IT was conservatively estimated that the Grim Reaper was a 9-star geek, while the Hanging Man was a top-tier hacker. According to Zhu Air's report, Shaoli had enlisted the magician to deal with the Yi family, and magician's combat prowess was not to be underestimated. This implied that in the worst-case scenario, all 16 executives were formidable beings of 9 stars or above. Terrifying indeed. Fortunately, they were not a monolithic entity. There were infiltrators from other organizations among them. Otherwise, the combined strength of 16 9-star beings would be equivalent to that of 2 or 3 multinational corporations. Chuyin picked up another report, detailing a small portion of Shaoli's life. Most of it had been concealed, perhaps with assistance from the hackers within the Constellation Society. Shaoli's father, in an effort to protect him, forcibly equipped himself with cybernetics to combat bizarre entities, leading to a cyberpsychosis that obliterated an entire district. Ultimately, he awoke after slaying his wife, subsequently going missing. Perhaps he was the true fool, orchestrating everything from behind scenes. Chuyin arrived at a conclusion she found convincing. Who would believe that Shaoli, at the tender age of 12, could devise such a harmonious world setting and establish such a vast organization? Currently, it appeared as though his father was still monitoring him. Every time Shaoli found himself in peril, someone would come to his rescue, likely an arrangement made by his father, regardless of the ultimate strategy chosen. It warranted continued observation that if there were to be a kill, it would be essential to draw out the source of all evil, the fool, to eradicate the root cause, if collaboration was the goal. The fool must also be located to negotiate relevant matters. Chu Yun penned her report. This moment. She had to concede that her leader indeed possessed a keen eye. The depths of the Constellation Society were far more profound than she had imagined. At that moment, her gaze drifted toward the potion on the table. There was no necessity for it. She could maintain her youth with cybernetics. Perhaps it could be given to the higher-ups for research. Chu Yin shook her head. As an 8-star commander, it would be too costly to forfeit her own strength to engage with an unfamiliar system. The following day, Shaoli awoke to find himself gazing at an unfamiliar ceiling. The memories of the past few days flooded back, imparting an unsettling sense of unreality. All his fantasies were indeed true. The Constellation Society was genuinely a haven for the extraordinary, and Jouer might also be a spy. How should he proceed from here? The very thought kept him from falling back asleep. Glancing sideways, he noticed a girl seated by his bedside, dozing against the back of a chair that IT was Chun Ming Yao. Clad in a maid's outfit. "Lilith, weren't you supposed to be on watch? How did you let her in?" Shaoli whispered to his phone. "She poses no threat to the master, and I assess that allowing her in would be beneficial for both the master and her." As if sensing Xiao Li's movement, Chen Mingyao stirred, her eyes fluttering open to meet Xiao Li's gaze. "Good morning," she said, blinking. "Why are you here so early? Have you become addicted to being a maid?" Xiao Li shrugged. Chen Mingyao's face flushed as she waved her hands. "Not at all. I just thought you looked rather down, so I wanted to check on you." After dismissing her hands, she lowered her gaze. Zhu Er mentioned that you were once the fool, and the executives in the group are quite familiar with you. With a traitor among them, you must be feeling rather upset. She was indeed a very considerate and gentle girl. Now, with Zhu Er potentially being a spy, the only person he could trust by his side was likely Chen Mingyao. Including the AI, there was also Lilith, but Lilith was sent by the demons, which created a certain distance. Lost in thought, Shaoli reached out to stroke Chen Mingyao's head. Thank you. It's truly comforting to have you here. However, you must be feeling a bit frightened too, right? The sensitive heart of a boy playing at being a dark fantasy character was easily disturbed. Chen Mingyao shuddered, closing her eyes to savor Xiao Li's touch. You've caught me. I didn't expect there to be so many monsters in this world, so many things I was unaware of. At first, I was excited and thrilled, but once I calmed down, I began to feel a little scared. Moreover, yesterday, many lives were lost. I couldn't help but wonder, might you as well? Such thoughts kept me awake at night. No. Chen Mingyao raised her hands, grasping Xiao Li's hand. Pouting, you are such a straight man, I merely felt frightened. Yet you expect me to withdraw. Some things must be faced even in fear, if it's for the sake of realizing dreams. Xiao Li's pupils widened slightly, her words striking a chord within him, followed by a faint smile. You are absolutely right that I cannot allow myself to be defeated by you. Indeed, even though adversaries abound and allies are scarce. With obstacles strewn across the path ahead, one must forge ahead for the dreams they wish to attain, even in the face of fear. This was the image of himself that Xiao Li envisioned, akin to the fool destined to lead humanity in conquering the stars. All right, you may leave for now. I must change and get up, or perhaps, should the little maid serve her master in changing? Chen Mingyao blushed, hastily releasing Xiao Li's hand. I shall prepare breakfast, soon. The sun fully rose, and the two gathered in the living room. Yet Zhu was still absent. Xiao Li squinted. What could she be doing? Could it be that she was not in her room? With this thought, Xiao Li approached Zhu's door and knocked. Gradually, he opened the door and peered inside. There lay Zhu sprawled across the bed. Sleeping soundly. Boss, too big, sweet potato, can't eat, she mumbled in her sleep. Xiao Li closed the door. Surely this must be a mistake. Who has an undercover agent like this? Let us eat first. That fellow is sleeping quite soundly. As he spoke, Xiao Li picked up the remote control. The wall beside him transformed into a television screen, beginning to broadcast the news he wished to see if the authorities had reported on the incident at Jiangzhong Island. A strange ceiling. Where is this? A voice emerged from the sofa by the door. Chen Mingyao jumped up from her seat in fright. Xiao Li peered in to recall that he had carelessly tossed the little Lily onto the living room sofa last night due to exhaustion. You awake? Come, have something to eat. Xiao Li extended his hand. The little Lily immediately clutched the blanket around her, her eyes filled with wariness. Who are you? Upon finishing her sentence, her pupils turned to whirlpools. However, Xiao Li felt nothing and paid it no mind, instead elegantly picking up a cup of red tea paired with macarons. And no need to be anxious. We are your fans. Chapter 37. The Reckoning of the Great Sage. The little Lily's eyes widened. The illusion was ineffective. This had never happened before. Even adversaries with high levels of magical essence should at least show some resistance. Who is this person? Perhaps I should play along with his words. She sighed as I mentioned last night. You are mistaken. I'm not the little Lily. Xiao Li chuckled lightly. No matter. You need not confess. You also attended the gathering of the Starry Society last night. Correct? Then were attacked by men in black. Do not worry. Our situations are similar. Upon hearing the mention of the Starry Society, the little Lily became increasingly vigilant, yet she knew she could not evade the topic. With a quick thought, she decided to retreat in order to advance. It seems you're also a member of the society. .my codename is Starcoin9. What about you? I only recently joined. Recommended by Sword 3. Ever since the Fool ceased to oversee matters a year ago, they have stopped issuing codenames, so I do not yet possess one. Xiao Li fabricated a lie. Hearing Xiao Li speak so convincingly, the little Lily began to believe he was indeed affiliated with the Starry Society. However, there are infiltrators within the Starry Society, and one cannot fully trust those inside. She felt the lingering pain where Death's scythe had pierced her abdomen. Since we are comrades, it should be easier to converse. Thank you for your help. I must prepare to leave. Before she could finish, the voice from the television captivated everyone's attention. Last night, an explosion occurred in the villa area of the West District of F City. According to our reporter's investigation, the center of the explosion belongs to Mr. a businessman from F City, who is currently residing with his second son, Yao. The news on the television immediately drew everyone's focus. Xiao Li and Chen Mingyao listened intently, awaiting further details. The host continued, "For detailed information regarding yesterday's events, we invite Mr. Li, the head of the F City CPD branch, to explain further." But a serious-looking middle-aged man appeared on the screen. Ahem. Residents recently, incidents have been recurrent around F City, including but not limited to extraterrestrial beings escaping from wormholes, attacks on the Yi family, an incident of police assault at Jiangzhou Island last night, the death of the director of Jiangxingno, one TV station, the disappearance of renowned actress Little Lily, and the robbery of the Golden Chain store. After our investigation, all these cases are linked to a terrorist organization known as the Starry Society. The faces of those in front of the television changed dramatically as they exchanged glances. Xiao Li was bewildered. No, why is all the blame being placed on the Starry Society? What is this nonsense about a runaway scallop? Who is so bored? Suddenly, a term came to his mind, the reckoning of the great sage. However, how does his branch chief know about the Starry Society? Lilith popped up with a message. In the past, it was always father who deleted online information related to the Starry Society. Now that he has gone to the outer realm, the information monitoring program he left behind seems to have malfunctioned. At that moment, another window appeared on the screen, showing Yao and a bizarre Why Yao appeared somewhat dazed, slowly speaking. Yes, the one who attacked my family yesterday was an executive of the Starry Society. Calling himself the Hanged Man, a network hacker, we struggled to resist and ultimately suffered heavy losses before barely driving him off. Citizens, please be cautious. He wears a khaki suit and has a mechanical bird perched on his shoulder. The bizarre man beside him stepped forward. Regarding the Starry Society, I know it quite well that IT is an anti-human cult. Its members believe they possess special abilities and malign humans as monsters, thereby recruiting members and eliminating rivals. The host interjected. It is said that this organization enjoys recruiting naive youths online, brainwashing them. So please be vigilant and report any similar messages to the CPD immediately. The broadcast concluded. Xiao Li furrowed his brow, while Chen Mingyao appeared both shocked and skeptical. Conversely, the little Lily was furious. Nonsense, all slander. That bizarre man, I could tell at a glance he is not human. After a brief analysis, Xiao Li reached a conclusion. This is a counterattack from the monsters, aiming to hinder our recruitment of fresh blood. I too believe that man is not human. Yi Yao is indeed harboring monsters. He now wished to slap himself. His mouth had been running like a faucet. Just yesterday, he arrogantly remarked that capitalists might choose to ally with monsters for profit, and today Yi Yao vividly demonstrated this. Unexpectedly, he is that kind of person. Fortunately, I wasn't too familiar with him. Chen Mingyao looked terrified that a message from Lilith popped up. Master, please check the short video platform. This news is being fervently shared. The public seems to have a great enthusiasm for events related to secret organizations. Chen Mingyao opened her watch terminal. Indeed. However, some claim the chief is talking nonsense, saying the runaway scallop and the robbery of the Golden Chain store are orchestrated by capitalists. There was a debate, and the heat seemed to intensify. Xiao Li shook his head, but the case of the little Lily's disappearance, it seemed genuinely related to us. He looked at the little Lily. I'm not. The little Lily attempted to argue that I saw the airship from the TV station yesterday. They must be looking for you. Don't worry. I will call them to come and get you right now. Xiao Li raised his hands, trying to convey that he was a good person. The little Lily sighed. Do not. Forget it. I will be honest with you that I escaped on my own. The director of Jiangxingno. One TV station is a monster that secretly preys on unnoticed supporting actresses. I killed it and then fled. She initially intended to seek refuge in the Starry Society in F City or gather some individuals to infiltrate underground. But she did not expect so few participants of the gathering, and even the priestess who had promised to come did not show up, ultimately falling into the trap set by the traitor Death. Ah, Chen Mingyao covered her mouth. Does this mean we might not see the next episode of Magical Girl Elena? You should still be able to watch 5 more episodes. By the way, in the next episode, the senior will die. This is not your typical magical girl plot. The little Lily ruthlessly spoiled the surprise that, oh worries. Technology is so advanced now. They can use AI to replace your face. After all, you cannot possibly sue them. Shally sipped his tea, but that is not the main point. The main point is, what is the reaction within the Starry Society? Little Lily, I haven't entered the group yet. Could you let us see the group chat? The little Lily's brow twitched. Why terminal was lost. You haven't entered the group? Her terminal was indeed lost, but even if it were not, she wouldn't want Shally to see it, as her account was Executive World, and she dared not expose that identity. Very well then. Chun Ming Yao, quickly go wake up Zhe, Chapter 38, players outside of werewolfkill.com. Let me have one more. Is this a dream? The suddenly awakened Zhe looked bewildered. Shally sighed softly, feeling envious of Zhuer's carefree nature. However, this also indicated that she was someone who had witnessed grand spectacles. The loss of a few lives yesterday seemed not to affect her. Her wolfish demeanor had grown bolder. Boss? Zhuer rubbed her eyes, gradually awakening. Why did you enter my room without a word? Even if it's a nighttime raid, you shouldn't bring Chun Mingyao along. I cannot accept such gameplay for now. Xiao Li's temples throbbed. Even if she was a wolf, she was a foolish one. Hand over your phone terminal. Let me see the reactions in the group. Chun Mingyao, please explain the current situation to her. Upon awakening, Zhuer was unexpectedly obedient, promptly handing over the mobile terminal without hesitation. Shally took the device and opened the group chat for the Star Alliance. He squinted as he reviewed last night's conversations. The dialogue offered no clear indication of who among them was a wolf, who was a loyal citizen, and who was a pillar of support. The only universally acknowledged loyalist was Bao Jian. Yet, given her demeanor, it seemed she was of little assistance beyond financial resources. He continued to scroll down, eager to gauge the reactions following the news that had surfaced today. Fate's wheel. Dao Jiaorun. Did you falter? Dao Jiaorun. I was careless, failed to evade, and I thought it would be impressive to conceal a dozen, but I ended up hiding so many that I mentioned last night that I'm a network hacker, not particularly adept at dealing with anomalies. Inja, it seems we are all in the crosshairs now. Jieji. Even CPD has been compromised. That's impossible. Inja, it feels more like a mutually beneficial arrangement. They've dumped all the blame on us that I bet the director is thrilled to finally have a scapegoat. Humph, they wish to wage a war of public opinion, but I'm not a mere plaything. Dao Jiaorun. Perhaps the Emperor has also been attacked. They aim to create a significant incident in F City. If I receive no support, I will withdraw. Sure. This is troubling. I have discovered a similar anomalous organization in the north. They seem intent on orchestrating a major event. Bao Jian Yi. Understood. Quan Zhang Yi. Acknowledged. Xingbai Yi. Noted. Shengbei Yi. Acknowledged with an emoji. After perusing the messages in the group, Xiao Li's expression turned grave as he closed the terminal. Meanwhile, Zhuer had learned from Chun Mingyao about the events reported in the news, her face paling. I must find my aunt. Xiao Baihe approached Xiao Li, saying, May I borrow a terminal? I wish to reassure my friends that in truth, she intended to log into her account to check the current situation in the cadre group. Xiao Li took a deep breath. Zhuer, lend her a terminal. Then, I shall accompany you to find your aunt. A boss? Why do I need to find my aunt? Wait, Xiao Baihe, I almost forgot about you. Could I get her autograph? Zhuer's expression shifted from panic to confusion, then to excitement. She was then playfully smacked on the head by Xiao Li. Now is not the time for idol worship. Xiao Baihe was also a member of their group. There would be ample opportunities in the future. Think we have been in the same group all along. How wonderful. Zhuer reached out, only to notice Xiao Li's displeased gaze, causing her to immediately soften. The boss is right. Now is not the time for chasing stars. But why do you also wish to meet my aunt? Could it be a proposal? Her eyes widened, though her words were light-hearted banter. She was inwardly terrified that the boss might discover her undercover status. In truth, she was using banter as a facade to mask her anxiety. Xiao Li, unaware of her thoughts, rolled his eyes. Of course. It's a request for support. Doesn't your aunt command many cyborg warriors? We could borrow a few to fight together. He did not wish to reveal his hand. Rather, he wanted to ascertain what Yi Yao was truly plotting. Moreover, He had discerned his ability to resist anomalies and that he could directly acquire corresponding abilities by defeating them. If Yao's household housed many anomalies, he would have the opportunity to gain numerous powers, making him far more composed when facing both anomalies and undercover agents. His current status was Magic Energy Level, 1-star physical skills, equivalent to a regular 1-star geek. Magic abilities, Shadow Veil. Sound transmission, object control that he possessed Lilith, a 4-star hacker. Though he still could not engage directly in major battles, he could stealthily handle minor foes on the fringes. The primary confrontation would be left to Jouer Ascent, the 849 Bureau. Shally believed that at the very least, when confronting anomalies, they could stand on the same side. Otherwise, Jouer would not have been dispatched to approach him. What he had not anticipated was that Jouer had requested to approach him herself and was genuinely unguarded in her feelings for him. Jouer lowered her head, her complexion fluctuating between pale and ashen. She thought, the boss is so clever. If he meets my aunt personally, she will undoubtedly slip up. If the boss discovers my aunt's affiliation with the 849 Bureau, he will surely be furious and distance himself from me. I must not let them meet. Jouer sprang from her bed and rushed to Shaoli's side, grasping his hand tightly. Boss, my aunt is very socially anxious. Let us wait for a more opportune moment to discuss this. Whatever you need, I will certainly help persuade her. But her grip was so firm that Shaoli did not withdraw his hand. Instead, he pulled Jouer closer. The freshly awakened girl exuded a refreshing scent of lemon, intermingled with hints of citrus and vanilla. It was only then that Shaoli noticed she was still clad in a light blue nightgown, the ruffled collar lending her an air of innocent romance. Looking up, he met her large, slightly misty eyes and her adorably bewildered expression, making the notion of scheming seem utterly incompatible with her character. This calmed him, allowing him to trust Jouer once more. That he sighed softly. Our reputation in the news is not favorable. Can you truly convince her to assist us? Shaoli himself was uncertain, intending to offer some knowledge about potions to the 849 Bureau in exchange for their assistance. However, Jouer bit her lip. Rest assured, I will persuade her. Anomalies are the enemies of all humanity. My aunt will not tolerate their rampant behavior in our society. With that, she hurriedly exited the room without even changing out of her nightgown. Watching her retreating figure, Shaoli fell into contemplation. Chapter 39. The Fool's Reflection. He too was in a state of indecision. After witnessing yesterday's celestial clash, he was acutely aware that, with his current combat capabilities, he could scarcely be considered competent. Faced with such circumstances, the best course of action would be to quickly gather Qinming Yao and his aunt and flee to the imperial capital alongside Jouer. The previous rewards and compensation from the Monkey Cheek Man remained untouched. Even in the imperial capital, where the cost of living was high, he could enjoy a comfortable life for quite some time. Furthermore, in 2 months, the imperial capital university would commence its term, allowing him to seamlessly enter the prestigious institution and embark on a delightful campus life. Entirely free from concerns that surpassed his abilities. Yet, deep down, he was unwilling to flee in despair. That if he were truly the fool, the ideal version of himself, he would never simply abandon the fray. Even with inadequate abilities, he ought to strive to act in accordance with what he could manage. The existence of anomalies in this world was a reality. How could Shaoli, who had always fantasized about combating them, not turn that fantasy into reality? Adolescent bravado often invites ridicule, yet it can instill a sense of conviction, making one feel unique, willing to challenge oneself, believing in one's potential rather than succumbing to self-doubt. Perhaps most would not succeed, but losing the courage to challenge oneself from the outset only guarantees failure. Moreover, he had supporters backing him. Lost in thought, Shaoli felt a hand grasp his own. Qinming Yao was beside him, offering a gentle smile, and in her other hand, her mobile terminal chimed. Master, the adversary was attacked by Dao Jiao Ren last night. One of their hideouts was obliterated. They should struggle to organize an effective defense in the short term. Speed is of the essence. It was Lilith conducting the analysis. Indeed, Shaoli nodded, regretting his inability to contact Dao Jiao Ren. With his assistance, their success would be even more assured. Dao Jiao Ren could directly incapacitate the enemy's cyborg warriors, leaving only the anomalies to contend with. Moreover, Xiaoli himself possessed magical immunity, significantly enhancing his safety. Unbeknownst to him, nearby, Xiao Baihe, having acquired the terminal, silently took notes, then stood up. I'm still recovering from my injuries and do not intend to participate. We can discuss specific arrangements after my departure to avoid leaks. Regardless of whether you believe me or not, I will assist. With that, she prepared to leave. You're injured. Where are you going? Xiao Li inquired. There are undercover agents in the group. It is currently difficult to trust anyone. Therefore, I must seek out the one person who can turn the tide. The only person I can trust. That I will be borrowing this terminal and my clothing for now. Xiao Baihe indicated her outfit. After she exited the room, Xiaoli received a message on his phone. He nodded slightly. Indeed, in this environment of deception, it was unwise to take in strangers. The only regret was that Xiao Baihe fit his type too perfectly. Xiaoli shook his head, casting aside these peculiar thoughts, and began to seriously contemplate the upcoming infiltration plan. Xiao Baihe stepped out of the Zerta Hotel, her terminal buzzing with notifications from the Star Alliance cadre group. The main group seemed manageable, but in the cadre group, the executives were in disarray. Some sought to take charge but struggled to gain consensus, while others defended their integrity amidst various suspicions. Their only common ground was that the only one capable of turning the tide was the founder of the Star Alliance. The fool? And Xiao Baihe was now on a quest to find the fool. You want to go down so easily, will you? Xiao Baihe bit her lip. Though she harbored this ambition, navigating society without an identity was exceedingly challenging. First, she would head to the imperial capital to seek assistance from those outside her circle. She thought to herself. The external allies she referred to were her family. Before leaving, she used her executive world account to message Dao Jiaorun. Support has arrived. Bao Jiansan is also in F City, and her family can provide cyborg warriors. Her allies are quite resourceful. If you're willing, you can go check it out, regardless of your undercover status. At least our goals concerning the anomalies aligned. Aha. Miss World, I understand that I wish you a pleasant journey. Upon a towering edifice, the suspended man adjusted his hat and remarked to the mechanical bird perched upon his shoulder. Indeed, trust is an invaluable treasure for humanity. Yet, does my existence not render me an anomaly in their eyes? You are human, my family, responded the mechanical bird. At the Hilda Hotel, in the Chuyun room, Chuyun reclined on a chair, her eyes flickering with blue light, as she furiously complained to her superior through her neural interface. Commander, the CPD is meddling in my affairs, obstructing my work, the leader replied. I am equally incensed. This is not merely the CPD acting unilaterally. It is supported by the internal leftist adventurous factions who are dissatisfied with our progress. Chuyun was taken aback, her mind racing as she deduced the issue from the scant clues. Is the front line of the Twin Stars at a disadvantage? We have already granted them access to Zhuer's website permissions. Are they unable to prevail even with the strategies? The leader corrected her. It is not so simple. The internal review is assessing whether collaborating with the Celestial Alliance is more advantageous than aligning with the local anomalies. They believe that the local anomalies, having resided on Blue Star for millennia, have been assimilated and can be treated as kin. Chuyun gasped in astonishment. How can such an idea exist? The leader continued. Isn't the world currently enamored with issues of racial and gender equality? Many within our ranks are supportive. Frowning, Chuyun retorted, that is absurd. I firmly believe in the Dark Forest theory. They have not submitted after thousands of years. Why would they comply now simply because they have encountered their compatriots? Who would believe that? Regardless, as long as no orders come from above, I shall continue advancing my project. Not even the CPD can impede me. The leader nodded. Excellent. Proceed with your endeavors that I will bear the pressure. The CPD has indeed overstepped, even attempting to shift the blame for the Scallop's escape onto the Celestial Alliance. After ending the call, the door to the room unlocked, and Zhuer finally entered. Bursting in, she exclaimed, Annie, it's terrible. The Celestial Alliance has been slandered online as a cult, and the boss is furious, preparing to lead troops to raise Yi Yao's villa and obliterate the anomalies within. Qian held her head in despair. How many troops does he have? That depends on how many you are willing to lend. Zhuer replied, timidly. Me. Lend? Chuyun was taken aback. Did the Celestial Alliance, with its multitude of bigwigs, require her soldiers? Her mind raced. concluding that this young man was not to be underestimated. He likely was unaware of the 849 Bureau's involvement and was possibly testing the Chuyun family's position. A typical Chinese family, upon realizing the existence of anomalies, would certainly not be lenient. If she refused to lend, she would instead find herself at a disadvantage, coupled with the lingering frustration in her heart. She waved her hand decisively. Lend them. Not only lend, but also lend with a show of force. Chapter 40. The support of the peculiar while Zhuer sought to borrow troops in the living room of the executive suite. Shaoli projected a map of City F onto the large television screen. With today's technology, mapping software comes equipped with satellite street views, allowing him to familiarize himself with the terrain from the comfort of his home. Lilith simultaneously searched for information online. According to fragmented information, it is highly probable that Yi Yao is currently in one of the two villa estates located in the southern suburbs or eastern part of the city. And the CPD has deployed personnel at both locations. The entire class? Well, I'm not among them. Shaoli shrugged, concluding that he was most likely at the southern villa estate. Master, it seems the CPD intends to intervene. Do you recall the red-haired female officer from last night? Lilith posed a question. Of course, I remember. Last night, Zhuer locked her in the utility room next door. You could seize her terminal, allowing me to authenticate my access to the CPD's internal network. Perhaps we could uncover their deployment plans. Excellent, I'll go retrieve it. Shaoli approached the utility room, discovering that Hua Shuyan remained bound and carelessly discarded on the floor, having been left there for an entire night. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the binding technique was remarkably intricate, and she bore an artificial limb suppressor around her neck, hindering her from utilizing her prosthetics. Shaoli recalled that this was the work of the 2nd Division of the Sword Bureau. Truly, the wealthy play with flair. With little time for further quips, Shaoli swiftly searched her for the terminal. Upon sensing Shaoli's presence, Hua Shuyan's complexion flushed, her eyes glistening. Shaoli, feeling a pang of sympathy, removed the claw from her mouth. Once the obstruction was gone, Hua Shuyan weakly murmured, Please, at the very least, change the binding method. I might be damaged. Apologies, I'm not adept at such things. However, if you are willing to cooperate, I could ask someone else to assist you shortly. Consequently, Shaoli acquired additional intelligence related to the CPD. It became evident that, during the incident involving the Golden Escape, local CPD forces had collaborated with the Yi family. Under the Yi family's leadership, numerous residents invested in gold futures, orchestrating a scheme to have the gold stolen, subsequently eliminating the thieves, and stashing the gold in the precinct's basement, preparing to liquidate it once the heat died down. The Yi family's return of the gold would yield a 30-70 split with the citizens. Hua Shuyan had learned this information from the deceased Captain Xingxing, who had frequently attempted to flaunt his superiority in her presence. Furious, Shaoli exclaimed, So it was you who orchestrated this and then tried to pin the blame on us. Looking at it from another angle, possessing leverage could be beneficial. The CPD indeed held some advanced weaponry. If he could acquire it without hassle, that would be ideal. The best command is to direct the enemy. After gathering the information, Shaoli loosened some of the ropes binding Hua Shuyan, allowing her to breathe a little easier. As for her future arrangements, he planned to consider that after concluding this operation. Returning to the living room, Lilith hacked into the terminal, concluding, I see, please ensure your safety. Rest assured, I am an AI, even if I lose in a hacking battle. My core will remain intact. Zhuer rushed in, her words hurried and overly formal. Shaoli marveled inwardly at her ability to accomplish tasks. However, he did not outwardly express his surprise, instead nodding in approval. Very well, let us see for ourselves. Ahem, you should change your attire first. It's not appropriate to wander around in your pajamas. 15 minutes later, a large airship landed on the rooftop of the Hilda Hotel. Halting before Shaoli, the hatch opened, revealing a row of fully armed cyborg soldiers sitting upright, an air of intimidation enveloping the scene. Chen Mingyao exclaimed in astonishment, Zhuer, your family's strength is astonishing. Of course. In this era, one must not only conduct business well, but also possess strength. Every family in the capital maintains a certain level of armament, Zhuer boasted, puffing out her chest. Shaoli, already aware that these were the armed forces of the 849 Bureau, felt little surprise. However, he maintained a facade of astonishment. Emerging from the airship was a robust bald man without a helmet. Standing before Shaoli, You are Shaoli, a mere youth? His tone was brusque. The 849 Bureau did not exude the same atmosphere of strict hierarchy as the military. You expect me to heed the orders of a mere boy. Humph, let us clarify. Just tell me where to strike. Don't dictate how I operate, understood? After his declaration, a slender man approached, wearing a conciliatory expression. Ahem, the captain is simply very responsible and does not wish for excessive casualties among his subordinates. Please understand. I am the vice captain. Let me show you our armaments, and you can discuss the specifics of the operational plan with me. Shaoli narrowed his eyes to a classic dynamic, one playing the hardliner while the other played the peacemaker. Their underlying message was clear. You may discuss your command, but I may not necessarily comply, as my priority is my men's lives. Regardless, one cannot be too picky when borrowing troops. Lead the way. Let us inspect the armaments. Upon entering the hatch, they were met with a large apparatus resembling a radar system. The vice captain explained, this is a signal jammer, an essential device for urban combat, capable of preventing enemy calls for help and alarms, as well as shielding against surveillance and bystanders. N01 wishes for our operations to be broadcast across major networks. Shaoli sensed a hint of sarcasm in their tone, but chose not to engage. Nodding slowly, continuing forward, a towering 5-meter mech came into view. Wow. What is this? Chen Mingyao's eyes sparkled. The mech embodied some of humanity's most advanced technology, thrilling her as a research enthusiast. The bald captain scoffed. Never seen one before. Have you? This is a cosmic robot, awarded the best mech design of the year, capable of combat in outer space. The vice captain added, indeed, as long as a commander of 5 stars or above operates it. It possesses combat capabilities equivalent to that of a top-tier geek. The only pity is that it cannot enter wormholes. Otherwise, we would have already flattened the alien worlds and would not need to consider cooperation with certain organizations. Xiao Li's fists clenched. This fellow was clearly mocking him. Chapter 41. The Cosmic Robot. Feeling increasingly irked by the condescension, Xiao Li suddenly felt a familiar touch on his arm that Zhuer grasped his arm. Her face etched with concern. Seemingly worried about his temper, he relaxed his clenched fist and gently patted her head, signaling her not to worry. He was not so reckless as to lose sight of the bigger picture. If they truly possessed the capability, Xiao Li would not be overly concerned about their verbal provocations. Meanwhile, behind the camera, Qian was observing Xiao Li's demeanor in real time. The young man remained quite composed. Yet, Zhuer, what are you doing? Qian observed her, his elbow jutting outward, feeling quite displeased. After reviewing the military preparations, Xiao Li and the others began to discuss their offensive strategy. Due to the arrival of the counterpart from the capital, there is limited intelligence available. Thus, under the leadership of Xiao Li, the initial arrangements were made. As far as I know, the opposing party is currently retreating to a villa in the southern suburbs, with CPD providing assistance. The vice captain nodded and began operating on the terminal. Subsequently, a tactical map of the operation was projected onto the table in the center of the command room, revealing the topography of the southern suburb villa in its entirety. Outside the camera, Chu Yun raised an eyebrow. Xiao Li actually possesses intelligence regarding Yi Yao's exact location, a piece of information she had expended considerable effort to obtain. Xiao Li continued, please adjust your permissions. I will upload the defensive layout of the opposing party. Soon, red and yellow dots appeared on the map, representing the defensive diagram acquired by Lilith from the CPD. Chu Yun was slightly taken aback. They managed to obtain the defensive layout? Could it be that there is an undercover agent within the CPD? Xiao Li pointed at the yellow dot. The yellow dot represents the CPD, while the red dots likely indicate Yi Yao's gardener and servants. However, based on their actions, they resemble aberrations, so exercise caution during your infiltration. Numerous aberrations adept at concealing themselves within human society exist. We speculate that those present at Yi Yao's residence may include vampire species, artifact demons, or Yaozhong, all of which are intelligent higher-order aberrations. The distinction between intelligent higher-order aberrations and unintelligent lower-order aberrations is immense. The intelligence of higher-order aberrations implies that, in addition to their inherent bloodline abilities, they may also consume magical potions to acquire the powers of other aberrations. The bald captain scoffed. Just a bunch of chaotic monkeys. With the cosmic robots present, they can be easily crushed. Xiao Li frowned. I advise you not to underestimate them. The artifact demon species possesses an ability to attack from a distance. No matter how high your robot's defenses are, they can directly target the internal operators. Humph, that I don't need you to instruct me. Shally disregarded this and continued with his arrangements. Before we begin, send 2 subordinates to attack the basement of this precinct. After the attack, the CPD forces will withdraw from the main battlefield, allowing us to directly confront the aberrations. What principle governs this? The vice captain inquired, perplexed. The principle of political economy, but I won't elaborate further. It's classified. Shally was reluctant to expose the female officer. Across from him, Chu Yun sat upright, reassessing Shally. Truly, he is the son of a fool that it seems that even with an undercover agent, the Star Association remains operational, and the resources Shally can mobilize exceed my expectations. He must not be underestimated. However, there remains another issue. Chu Yun spoke in her earpiece. The vice captain on site listened to the earpiece and slowly nodded before posing a question. Even if the CPD withdraws, such estates typically have comprehensive defensive systems and various traps. A direct assault would be disadvantageous for US. Do you have any solutions? In military terms, a siege generally requires a force ratio of over 10-to-1 to be considered stable. And in the cyber age, the premise is to avoid the use of weapons of mass destruction. At this moment, Grandeur produced her terminal and handed it to Shally. Upon seeing it, Shally nodded. Do not worry. We have contingencies. Their defenses are essentially a facade and will collapse once we arrive. Inside Grandeurs' terminal was information from the hangman due to the world being interconnected. He had contacted Grandeur, indicating that he would provide assistance using hacking techniques from the periphery. At this point, even the vice captain could no longer maintain composure, his expression turning grave. Though the Yi family is small, their wealth is substantial. They can procure numerous weapons and hire advanced cybernetic warriors. Yet, Shally can incapacitate their defenses. Could he also have the means to employ elite hackers? Outside the camera, Chu Yun increasingly believed her deductions. Shally must have summoned an executor, perhaps the Night Terror? Excellent. Let us prepare. The operation will commence tonight. Nightfall at Yi Yao's villa in the southern suburbs of Yi Yao furiously hurled a table. Why? I have followed the diary step by step, yet things still do not go smoothly. How was I to know that woman had such an effect? I thought it was merely for beauty. I do not lack for beauty. Was the diary not clear enough? You need her body. The aberrant man cast a sidelong glance at Yi Yao. Human language is truly peculiar. However, it is of little concern. Soon, everything will be in place, and within a few days, you will face no obstacles in F City. What is my future relationship with you? Yi Yao clutched the diary tightly. Suddenly, an explosion reverberated through the estate. Enemy attack, various chaotic sounds erupted from outside. The aberrant man narrowed his eyes. Brother Yi, take the notebook and exit via the back route. I will hold them off here. What is happening? Yesterday, today, why are so many people attacking me? Did my brother's former subordinates discover my assassination attempt? Yi Yao's face turned pale. The aberrant man sighed, moving behind Yi Yao, whispering deceitfully, Brother Yi, do not overthink it. That matter is foolproof. The future diary in your possession is a divine artifact, and many will covet it. You must protect it well. Yi Yao lowered his head, and upon raising it again, his expression had become somewhat vacant. All right, I must protect it. Excellent, that I will confront the enemy. You exit through the basement. Outside the villa, Shally's team was stationed on the hovering craft at the perimeter. Considering team-building matters, Shally also had Grandeur invite survivors from the Jiangzhou Island incident, allowing them to experience the atmosphere of battle. However, they would not enter the fray, but merely collect the spoils from the periphery. This plan was remarkably flawless. The CPD was quickly lured away, and the defenses of Yi Yao's estate had been incapacitated. At this moment, the 849 Bureau's team had already breached the estate, engaging the enemy in close combat. You better stay here and not run around, lest we have to protect you as well. The bald captain was still waiting for an opportunity. Just as he finished speaking, a voice came over the public channel. Captain, trouble. The resistance from the opposite side is extremely fierce, with many unpredictable and strange abilities. Captain requesting support. The bald captain's face darkened, feeling a loss of face. Useless. Deploy the cosmic robots immediately. Within 2 minutes, the channel crackled again. Captain, the cosmic robots have crashed. The enemy has somehow killed the pilot. The bald captain's eyes widened as he glanced at Xiao Li, then shouted, "Hold your ground. I'm coming." Xiao Li frowned. It seemed his ill omens had once again come true. "Boss, the hangman is contacting us, saying he discovered something interesting after hacking into the surveillance." Zhu Er approached with her mobile terminal. "Let me see." Xiao Li took the terminal. Chapter 42. The offering on the mobile terminal screen. The hangman transmitted several videos. Xiao Li scrolled through them one by one. These videos were evidently surveillance footage. The first video depicted a corner of the basement, where red paint was splattered across the floor and walls, forming a portion of an unknown pattern. He continued to review the subsequent videos. Similar red paint was seen scattered across the ground, each representing different segments of the unknown pattern. Xiao Li's mind slowly pieced together these patterns. The final image resembled something he had encountered before. "Boss, I feel like this is a magic essence array mentioned on a certain website." Zhu Er tilted her head. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li quickly rifled through the settings of his past. Indeed, there was such a concept. Some aberrant abilities require vast amounts of magical essence to manifest. Generally, it is challenging for an individual to contain such a large quantity within their body, necessitating the use of ambient magical essence. This is the function of the magic essence array. However, Xiao Li could now perceive magical essence himself. The magical essence in the atmosphere of Blue Star is exceedingly thin, even if using a magic essence array. Wait, this pattern. It's a corporeal magic essence array. Xiao Li's expression grew solemn. Even ordinary individuals without magical essence abilities would unconsciously absorb magical essence, accumulating it within their bodies, and a corporeal magic essence array, as its name suggests, is designed to convert biological flesh into magical essence, a profoundly sinister practice. Generally, abilities requiring such immense magical essence are terrifying and could lead to significant problems. The aberrations here are truly planning something monumental. Xiao Li immediately rose, addressing the microphone with authority. "Deploy soldiers to the basement immediately. Suppress the basement and liberate the hostages." In his earpiece, the bald captain's voice rang out. "Stop calling, for heaven's sake. We can barely hold the front line. Over there, shift the artillery 2 centimeters to the left." The vice captain's voice chimed in. "Support has already been requested from Supervisor Chu. Please await further assistance." Assistance? It seems unlikely any help will arrive in time. Xiao Li's expression shifted as he finally stood up. "I will go. You all stay here. If the situation turns dire, retreat immediately." He only understood the effects of this array, but he did not know what the enemy planned to unleash with such vast amounts of magical essence. If it were a weapon of mass destruction, then not only would the people here be in peril, but F City would likely face catastrophe. His aunt still resides in F City. If I do not act now, who else will? I will go too. Chun Mingyao raised her hand. Zhu Er had intended to raise her hand as well, but knew her mediocre skills would only hinder progress. So she quietly lowered her head. Xiao Li scanned the surroundings. Apart from Chun Mingyao and Zhu Er, there are also Baodan Yi, Baodan Er, and Xiangzhang Jiu among the star members. Some appeared eager, while others were visibly anxious. "No, none of you can go. This is not a game. You are not yet prepared for this, and your futures are bright. You cannot be sacrificed here." Xiao Li spoke with conviction. He was willing to go because he possessed magical immunity and a chance to triumph against the odds. At that moment, Zhu Er's terminal chimed with a voice. "What this young man says is correct. You cannot afford to die recklessly." It was the hangman, who had long since infiltrated and was observing. "Young man, I will provide cover for you." Hearing his voice, Xiao Li felt as if a strong ally had reached out to him. This support bolstered his confidence. "Excellent, hangman comrade, let us proceed." Xiao Li, fully armed, departed from the massive airship. Above the estate ahead, various artillery illuminated half the sky, while facing the gunfire were bats, black magical essence projectiles, vines, and an array of fantastical abilities. This place was not merely a gathering of one faction of monsters, but rather a coalition of different races. No wonder the front line was struggling so fiercely. "Brother, there's a concealed entrance leading underground in the Gardener's house ahead." "All right, However, before the gardener's house, several unusual plants stood guard, brandishing their appendages menacingly. Xiao observed discreetly, then donned his advanced gas mask, flipping his palm to reveal the toxin-laden frog grenade he had prepared earlier. Finally, the opportunity to employ it had arrived. This toxic mist would also affect the plants, and more importantly, it could obscure visibility, proving quite effective in the chaotic battlefield. Xiao hurled the grenade, causing the strange plants to sprout limbs, uprooting themselves in a panic. Under the cover of the toxic fog, he swiftly moved into the gardener's house. Subsequently, the hangman pointed out a mechanism, which Xiao activated, revealing a door leading into the depths below. Taking a deep breath, Xiao descended slowly in the long corridor. The hangman suddenly spoke. "Brother, you possess something quite intriguing in your terminal." Since the hangman had connected, Lilith had scarcely uttered a word, seemingly disguising herself as nothing more than an ordinary AI. "Her name is Lilith? What is your relationship with her?" inquired the hangman, intrigued at I see. You must strive to live a bit longer." The hangman's laughter, filled with ambiguity, echoed through the earpiece as they turned right ahead. Where a portion of the offerings could be seen, ahead lay an entire row of cages, with red paint or perhaps something more sinister. Blood splattered on the ground and walls. The air was thick with a rancid stench, reminiscent of a foul mixture of excrement and decaying food. The cages were devoid of any light, prompting Xiao to activate the night vision feature of his mask to peer inside. The sight made him recoil a few steps. It was filled with people, crammed tightly, their eyes glazed over with numbness. They possessed varied skin tones, predominantly dark-skinned, surrounded by a cybernetic society akin to the City of the Sun. With a populace faced precarious existence, countless downtrodden souls yearned to clandestinely cross over to Hua, with City F being one of their landing points by the sea. Yet, they had no inkling that upon entry, they would be discovered and imprisoned by the monsters, relegated to mere expendables. Surveying the scene, Xiao speculated that this prison was perhaps designed to thwart cyber hackers, as it employed old-fashioned key locks rather than electronic ones. After pondering for a moment, he drew his short knife and struck the cage door, but the iron bars remained unmoved. Simplicity often proved to be the most effective approach in such scenarios. With that thought, he began to sense the structure of the lock within, and within moments, the lock opened on its own. "Brother, have you already consumed a potion?" "Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover," the hangman remarked, expressing his surprise. "I heard you still lack a code name in the association. After this incident, allow me to introduce you." The hangman had approached Xiao, showing keen interest in the various powers he had set, frequently pestering him with questions at that time. Xiao had not anticipated that he would be such a formidable ally. Chapter 43, An Audience with Me Yet. After Xiao unlocked the door, the individuals inside remained motionless, utterly lethargic. Frowning, Xiao urged, "You are free. Move towards that direction. Seek the airship." There was no response. "Freedom. Go, go, go." He switched to different languages, yet still could not rouse them to that moment. A voice emerged from the last cell. "Give up. They have all been hypnotized." Among that group of monsters was a superior entity with the power of hypnosis. Xiao found the voice somewhat familiar and stepped forward to peer into the last cell. Upon seeing the occupant within, his eyes widened in shock. It was the elder who had crushed the witch's head in a pulp during the witch incident. However, he no longer bore the imposing aura from that time. He was now one-armed and one-eyed, evidently having endured inhumane torment. "Oh, you young lad, you seem quite familiar. First, help this old man unlock my cell. I still have a bit of strength left," the elder said, blinking with his lone remaining eye. Xiao extended his hand to sense, and the elder's cell lock clicked open. He then reached out to unlock the iron chains binding the elder, which also snapped open with a resounding click. The elder relaxed his furrowed brow. This ability is quite commendable. With capable successors like you around, even an old fellow like me can retire with peace of mind. It comes to mind. You are the one who resisted the witch's temptation, aren't you? I sensed potential in you back then." He staggered over and patted Xiao on the shoulder. The corner of Xiao's mouth twitched. "May I ask?" "Elder brother, are you also affiliated with the Constellation Association?" The elder straightened up and chuckled. "You know the Constellation Association, quite impressive. What is your code name?" To be honest, I am the executive of the Constellation Association. Codename Emperor. Upon finishing, a surge of aura erupted from his body, compelling one to instinctively want to pay homage. But this aura dissipated within moments. The elder cursed. Damn it, those wretched bastards have ruined my foundation. Now I cannot even muster the strength to put on airs. Emperor, you actually... Xiao Li felt his anger mounting. This was the executive he had appointed himself, a comrade certified by demons, reduced to such a state by the monsters. Coupled with the horrific scenes in the prison, Xiao Li's rage surged. Come, he reminded himself. Oh, Emperor, so you were captured and brought here after going missing. I am the hangman spoke through his mobile terminal. Upon hearing the hangman's voice, the elder's eyes lit up. I knew the organization would not forget me. The fact that these monsters have not killed me is not out of kindness, but rather because my magical essence level is not low. I am a valuable offering. After saying this, he turned his back to Xiao Li, tore off his shirt, and declared, "All right, we can reminisce later. The pressing matter is to disrupt their ritual. Do you see the pattern on my back? Each offering bears one that once the ritual commences, those marked within the array will become offerings, so we must either remove them from the array or destroy the patterns on their backs. Do not think about dismantling the array. The monsters have drawn a multi-dimensional nested array that is difficult to damage. How do we destroy it?" Xiao Li inquired, leaning in to examine the pattern on the elder's back. Realizing it was not drawn but carved into the skin, with a knife, cut away a portion of the skin bearing the pattern. The elder exclaimed, "Great! I was waiting for you to say that." Xiao Li wasted no time. He immediately utilized his telekinetic abilities to manipulate 3 short knives, which floated above each offering's back, while he gripped a knife and aimed it at the elder. The elder closed his eyes, gritting his teeth to endure the pain as the skin fell away. He too grasped a short knife, assisting Xiao Li in cutting for the others, after resolving the patterns on all the individuals present. The elder panted, "Phew, this is merely a part. There are 3 more sections. Come, I will lead you to them, as for them. We shall see if we can awaken them after we finish, before long." Xiao Li and his companions managed to handle the offerings in the 3 remaining sections and hurried towards the final part of the dungeon. The expansive corridor echoed only with the sound of their hurried footsteps. Suddenly, cracks appeared in the ceiling, and the abrupt tearing of the structure interrupted their sprint. Boom! The ceiling collapsed ahead, stirring thick clouds of dust as sunlight streamed into the corridor, fresh air dispersing the smoke. As the haze cleared, a strange man emerged from the rubble. "Mice, you dare disrupt my master's plan, a crime deserving of death." Before he could finish, he extended his hand. His hand vanished into thin air. And then the elder shoved Xiao Li aside, with the hand appearing in the spot Xiao Li had just occupied. Well, it seems it is you, young man, who lacks martial ethics, ambushing this 78-year-old comrade. The elder's fury ignited upon seeing the hand. A messenger. Is that which behind this? Xiao Li was still processing the exchange between the two when the elder shoved him again, saying, "The rest is up to you." Young man, with that he regained his imposing aura. "This is my last bit of magical essence." His body levitated, a force ensnaring the strange man, lifting him into the air, away from the underground corridor, and into the battlefield above the estate. "Step forward and present yourself before me." A tremendous pressure enveloped the entire battlefield. Thud! 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 Almost all the monsters were pinned to the ground, rendered immobile. Even the strange man struggled to resist, kneeling on one knee. Meanwhile, the beleaguered captain, who had been taking a beating, peeked out and shouted, "Brothers, the time to counterattack has come. Let us strike while they are weak." Xiao Li was astounded. This was the gravity manipulation of the 5-star potion. Indeed possessing an imperial aura. Yet, judging by his tone, it would not last long. Time was of the essence. He dashed towards the 4th section of the dungeon. Yes, he ran. The sounds of artillery occasionally rang overhead. At last, he arrived at the final cage, only to find a familiar figure awaiting him. This figure, clutching a diary, turned around unsteadily, muttering to himself. June 12, 2098. To his astonishment, the one who had thwarted his plans was none other than him, the once renowned jester of the entire school. Xiao Li, now he stood before me, poised to snatch away my final support. He must be killed. It is imperative to eliminate him. Surrounding lights flickered on, illuminating the face of this figure. He had lost the suave demeanor of his youth. Now gaunt, his face lined with wrinkles, and his eye sockets darkened. Xiao Li suddenly pondered. If the infatuated girls from their class saw him now, would they shout, "My husband," or "Your husband"? Chapter 44. The apparition of the artifact demon. The sight of this former classmate, now resembling a madman, filled Xiao Li with profound reflections. Within the confines of the school, the two individuals could be seen as polar opposites. Yao, wherever he went, was surrounded by admirers and sycophants, while Xiao Li remained solitary, leaving behind only a proud silhouette. Xiao Li had once envied the life of his counterpart, fantasizing about being surrounded by members of the Stellar Association. Alas, such dreams were mere illusions. The reality was filled with either mockery or derision from peers. Yet now, it was the derided Xiao Li who sought to thwart the beloved Yao, to prevent him from wreaking havoc upon their shared sanctuary. Most of their classmates hailed from F City, and should Xiao Li fail, it was likely they too would suffer the consequences. "Stand down, Yao, for outside are my allies," Xiao Li urged in a tone of warning. The response came in the form of Yao charging toward him. "What gives you the right to impede me? The Yi family has created countless jobs and tax revenues for F City. This city rightfully belongs to us." His expression contorted, twisted with rage, as he launched a relentless series of punches. Xiao Li evaded and defended, feeling the impact of Yao's fists against his short blade. Forcing him back 2 steps, clutching his injured hand, his arm tingling with pain. Such formidable strength. This adversary must possess a high-tier cybernetic augmentation. You have truly lost your mind. Even with a high adaptability rating, one should not equip cybernetics that exceed their capacity. Moreover, that level of force. This must have been installed before your graduation. Am I correct? Xiao Li shook his hand, recalling the moment on the day of their college entrance examination when Yi Yao prevented him from striking the monkey-faced boy. Yi Yao's adaptability was rated at 9 stars, but that did not grant him the ability to directly equip a 9-star augmentation. His body needed time to acclimate, and he had to learn the corresponding operational techniques. Adaptability was merely a ceiling. Otherwise, cyberpsychosis awaited him. Ha! You know nothing of my burdens. I must surpass my brother. Cyberpsychosis? Irrelevant. After today, I will transcend, Yi Yao proclaimed, arms outstretched, a diary materializing behind him. Xiao Li squinted. He had initially thought Yi Yao was merely being swayed by the diary, but it was evident that he would inevitably descend into madness. What could have driven him to this state? Such inquiries now seemed trivial. What mattered was that Xiao Li needed to obliterate him. Yi Yao, to speak frankly, I have longed to give you a thrashing, and oh, sooner had he spoken than he surged into the shadow of Yi Yao, landing a heavy blow to his face. Where are you? He roared, only to be met with a blade cutting into him that moment. The diary behind Yi Yao flickered ominously, and Xiao Li's ability to fade into the shadows unexpectedly faltered. Yi Yao seized his incoming fist with a vice-like grip, a mere trick. Yi Yao twisted Xiao Li's hand, attempting to break it. Yet Xiao Li's hand remained steadfast, reinforced by magical essence, significantly enhancing his physical strength. Meanwhile, a flash from Xiao Li's wrist-mounted device immobilized Yi Yao. Sparks danced across Yi Yao's cybernetics, igniting half his body in flames. It was the distant hangman that had invaded his augmentation. Ah! Yi Yao screamed in agony as Xiao Li delivered a powerful kick, sending him sprawling. Observing Yi Yao's pitiful state, Xiao Li smirked. It seems my spirit companion is far superior. With that, he approached the diary hovering beside Yi Yao. However, the diary would not remain passive. It sprang to life, unfolding and adhering to Yi Yao's back, gradually melding with his form. The flames engulfing Yi Yao slowly dissipated, yet his cries grew ever more harrowing. No, don't come in. My mind, cease resisting. This is the transcendence you have long desired, to become a part of my being. A sinister male voice echoed from the diary. Witnessing this, Xiao Li stepped back. Producing a throwing knife, the artifact demon, a fantastical life form catalyzed by magical essence, typically emerge from items like diaries, scrolls, or paintings, objects imbued with the creator's essence that attracted magical energy. With this recollection, Xiao Li began to hurl his throwing knives. One struck Yao's forehead, but it did little to halt the encroachment upon his flesh. Soon, Yao's voice faded, his body transformed into a shadowy figure, his pupils blackening. Humph, such a dull vessel. Had I procured that woman's body, Chunming Yao, sooner, I would not have needed yours as for you. A mere clown, descend into hell alongside your classmates. The artifact demon disdainfully removed the knife from its forehead. Yet Shaoli had anticipated this. With a flick of his wrist, he commandeered the knife, redirecting it to attack the diary's core. The artifact demon's expression shifted. You are aware of my kind's weakness. It dodged aside, the knife missing its target, striking only the adjacent pages. Even so, this elicited a pained cry from the demon. Shaoli exhaled in relief. Everything about the demon matched the records he had studied, simplifying matters considerably. 3 additional knives floated beside him, poised to strike at the demon's back. The artifact demon quickly straightened, pointing at Shaoli with a forceful gesture. Mental control. Obey my command, and take your own life. Shaoli waved his hand, and the 3 knives flew toward himself, then circled back to pierce the demon's back. The mental control had no effect on Shaoli. The artifact demon gasped, eyes wide as it awkwardly dodged, getting struck by one of the knives again, staggering backward. What is your objective? Do you intend to use these people as sacrifices to unleash some ability? Shaoli recalled that the bloodline abilities of the artifact demons were not exceptionally advanced, suggesting that whatever power they aimed to invoke was likely acquired through potions siphoned from other beings. This was becoming increasingly difficult to investigate. You know too much, the demon retorted, suddenly extending its arm, piercing through space to grasp at Shaoli's heart. Shaoli hastily evaded. Such an ability inflicted physical harm that he could not immunize against. The stalemate resumed as both sought to evade one another. However, Shaoli controlled 4 knives. 3 pursued the artifact demon, while 1 discreetly severed the formation inscribed on the captives' backs. Prolonging this standoff worked to his advantage. The artifact demon sensed the shift and seethed with anger. You insolent brat. Do not be so arrogant. With that, it dashed into an underground passage. Shaoli, realizing that urgency, did not pursue but focused entirely on dismantling the formation on the captives. Before long, a figure clad in heavy armor emerged, the voice of the artifact demon emanating from within. Come back. Upon witnessing this, Shaoli took a step back. Goodness, I nearly forgot. This creature possesses intellect and can utilize human artifacts. Currently, his manipulation abilities were insufficient to penetrate such thick armor. The armor bore no technological enhancements, leaving it vulnerable to the Hanged Man's invasion. Yet what of your turtle shell? Shaoli exclaimed as he finally dismantled the last formation on the final captive. Your schemes have come to an end. Unexpectedly, the artifact demon bent low, erupting in laughter. Ha! 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 Who told you we had only these sacrifices? It began to levitate, glowing red, chanting incantations. As it spoke, the surrounding red paint glimmered with life. Shaoli's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, the emperor as a captive could only ascertain that 4 sacrifices were accounted for. It was plausible he did not possess the full picture. What now? As Shaoli desperately struck with his knives. They failed to breach the armor. Merely watching helplessly as the formation activated, his eyes discerned the increasing concentration of magical essence surrounding them. What to do? Was he truly out of options? Suddenly, he recalled the gift Yi Yao had bestowed upon him, the toxin from the frogs of the 3rd alien world. This toxin could corrode vegetation, and he had previously observed its potency against even plant-like aberrations. The diary was composed of organic material. The artifact demon's sole vulnerability lay in its core. It had to remain intact, and this armor was not sufficiently advanced, possessing numerous gaps through which the toxin could infiltrate. With this realization, Shaoli donned a gas mask and tossed a toxin grenade. Yi Yao, this is your gift, returned to you. The grenade erupted, releasing toxic vapor that enveloped the artifact demon. Moments later, it clawed its way out of the miasma. Are you insane? Poisoning the basement. Do you not care for the lives of the sacrifices? Only then did Shaoli take stock of his surroundings, realizing the toxic vapor was spreading towards the cells. Even so, the captives remained utterly still, as if rendered lifeless by mental control. Meanwhile, the artifact demon stumbled away. Damn it, it's a trolley problem. Should I pursue the artifact demon or find a way to save those before me? If the demon survived, it would bring endless trouble. Either choice would lead to sacrifices. Thus, Shaoli opted to eliminate the one orchestrating the dilemma. He sprinted towards the defenseless artifact demon, unfastening its armor and delivering a powerful blow to its spine. The corrupted pages of the diary scattered. The demon's voice fell silent at that moment. Shaoli felt a surge of power within him. Inheriting the demon's ability to open spatial rifts, he opened a rift within the toxic mist. Connecting to the ventilation ducts, and with the aid of his manipulation abilities, redirected the toxins into the ducts. Fortunately, the grenade contained little toxin. Most had been absorbed by Yi Yao's body, with the remainder quickly expelled and diluted by fresh air. Shaoli wiped the sweat from his brow. He was no saint. Had he been one, he would not have opted to deploy the toxic grenade from the outset. Yet, witnessing numerous lives lost due to his actions would weigh heavily on his conscience, leading him to strive to save as many as possible. Much like how humans can digest flies, few would willingly consume them. Most importantly, he despised trolley problems, now that the mastermind had been dealt with. And with the Emperor's assistance and reinforcements en route, there should be no significant issues ahead. With this thought, he allowed himself to relax. Like a tea that moment. A creaking sound echoed from the ceiling. Boom! The ceiling was once again breached, and the strange man reappeared. He surveyed the scattered diaries, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "My lord!" Shaoli furrowed his brows and took 2 steps back. The concentration of magical essence emanating from the strange man was astonishing. Shaoli felt he was no match for him. However, the strange man paid him no heed, instead scanning the surroundings. Is the ritual halfway done? It cannot be abandoned now. With that, he tore open his shirt, revealing a diary embedded in his flesh. I sacrifice my life to bring you back. My lord, please continue the ritual. The diary behind him began to unfurl, its pages flying into the diary at Yi Yao's back, slowly forming the shape of a book. Along with it, a vast amount of magical essence was transferred into Yi Yao's body. Yi Yao opened his eyes and glanced at Shaoli, stating, "I remember you." After saying this, he levitated and flew away through the hole in the ceiling. Shaoli felt a sense of relief, but then a wave of unease washed over him. That man was going to continue the ritual. He hastily jumped to the ground. As soon as he landed, he saw Yi Yao's body hovering in the air, ripples emanating from him. In an instant, all the surviving anomalies on the battlefield vanished without a trace. Shaoli scratched his head, puzzled by the grand display meant solely for escape. Just then, the ground shook violently. The blinding light erupted in the northeast, illuminating the night sky. In an instant, the entire F-City was bathed in daylight. Shaoli's eyes widened. He suddenly recalled their earlier strategic discussions when Lilith discovered that the CPD had set up defenses at Yi Yao's 2 mansions. Point 1 was the southern suburb mansion, where they currently stood, and the other was the eastern seaside mansion. The bright light in the northeast must be coming from the seaside mansion. Therefore, they must have also prepared sacrifices there. Shaoli swallowed hard, bracing himself for the impending attack. What kind of powerful move would compel these anomalies to sacrifice their lives one after another? At that moment, a large white hole appeared in the northeastern sky. Even though Shaoli had never seen one in reality, he recognized it from textbooks. It was a wormhole, a portal connecting Blue Star and the alien realm. In an instant, he observed the magical essence levels in the air over the eastern city surge dramatically. Reaching a level that ordinary people could scarcely endure, a Western-style dragon emerged from the wormhole, atop which sat a fearsome knight clad in armor, who bellowed, "The time has come to counterattack the invader's homeland." What awaited him was a missile. Shaoli's eyes widened in shock as he gasped, "Oh, the magical essence, converted from the sacrifices, was meant to open the wormhole." What a revelation. 2 hours later, at the Zerda Hotel, Zhu Er hurried into Chu Yun's room. "Aunt, you know what just happened, right?" It was terrifying. Chu Yun, however, could not suppress the smile on her face. "Of course I know. This is truly wonderful." Zhu Er was taken aback. "Wonderful. The residents of the eastern city haven't even evacuated yet. How many lives might be lost in this incident? How can you say it's wonderful?" Chu Yun snapped her fingers, and a screen appeared on the wall. illuminating a world map. Jouer. Look, at the same time last night, a total of 16 wormholes opened across various regions of the globe, compared to others. Our wormhole is only 1/5 the size of theirs. What will the upper echelons think? Naturally, they will credit our Bureau 849 for the successful interception, while the CPD assisting the anomalies will be deemed traitors. This is indeed great news. You have made a significant contribution. Chu Yun's face radiated genuine joy as she patted Jouer's shoulder. Jouer, however, felt somewhat dazed. Chapter 46. The battle of wits and romance at this moment. Jouer felt her aunt was so unfamiliar. In such dire times, how could she still be fixated on political struggles? So many residents in the eastern city were still awaiting rescue. By the way, Jouer, what brings you here? Don't worry, this time your contribution is substantial. With my efforts, you'll soon become an official member of Bureau 849. Chu Yun smiled as she stroked Jouer's hair. Jouer hesitated before speaking. The boss wants me to ask how to evacuate the residents of Eastern City. Oh, we don't need to worry about that. Let the military handle the headaches. Speaking of Shaoli, he did quite well this time. You have a good eye. How about this? You should invite everyone for a late-night snack. Throw a celebration banquet. Chu Yun said with a smile, standing up, her eyes flashing blue light as she transferred a significant sum of pocket money to Jouer. But my friends also have family in Eastern City. Jouer said weakly. Oh, I see. Then let the bald heads work overtime to help bring their families out. Don't worry. They're a maritime strategic platform by the seaside, and they don't dare to come out right now. Thankfully, this wormhole didn't open in the southern city. There aren't as many strategic units nearby. Chu Yun appeared to take it all very lightly, as Jouer exited Chu Yun's room. Her expression was somewhat gloomy. Bureau 849, CPD, they were supposed to be allies standing on the same front, yet here they were, backstabbing each other in the shadows. Logically, she could understand her aunt's thinking, but deep down, her innate kindness made it difficult for her to accept the current version of her aunt, who had grown increasingly alien since joining Bureau 849. It's not me that's wrong. It's the world. Indeed, it was certainly not her aunt's fault. It was the world's fault. This world had distorted people into strange forms. Shaoli was currently discussing matters with Captain Bald. After the appearance of the wormhole, the military had already been mobilized, and those illegal immigrants had been handed over to them, but they would likely be difficult to resettle. Captain Bald explained that after this battle, he no longer looked down on Shaoli and his companions. Instead, he felt a trace of respect for him. Shaoli nodded slowly. Jouer approached him, and upon seeing her, Shaoli asked, "What did your aunt say?" She said to have the captain help us evacuate our families. Everything else is up to the military. Jouer stepped behind Shaoli, silently tugging at his clothing. Shaoli pondered, that makes sense. Huang, you should accompany the captain and help bring your family out. The youth with yellow hair, who had joined after the Jiangzhong Island incident, looked grateful. Thank you, Xiaogo. Shaoli turned to another man, an older fellow known as Wandering Staff 9. Old Li, what about you? Old Li shook his head. My family has already been taken by the anomalies. That's why I chose to join the Starry Night Society. Then we shall meet again in the Imperial capital. I will establish a new base for the Starry Night Society there. If you too wish to join, I will help you concoct magical potions. Shaoli exchanged contact information with the two, and then turned to Jouer. Jouer, I want to head to the southern city once more to find my aunt. May I borrow your floating vehicle? I want to go too, Jouer said softly, lowering her head. Shaoli turned to look at her. All right. This time, having you with me is truly wonderful. If it weren't for your family's guards assisting, things would likely have been much worse. Thank you for your willingness to help me, comrade, as he spoke. Shaoli patted her shoulder. Jouer's pupils constricted slightly, and her mouth opened slightly. No, I'm an undercover agent. I'm not helping you. Bureau 849 is using the boss to achieve political objectives. She longed to reveal everything, but found herself unable to speak. She feared that if Shaoli discovered the truth, he would hate her and distance himself from her. Ultimately, she bowed her head, resting her forehead against Shaoli's back. What are you thanking me for? You're being too formal. I will always be your comrade, boss. While capable individuals were preoccupied with political strife, it was the underdog, Shaoli, who stood up to thwart the enemy's conspiracies for the sake of the people. Indeed, The only force that could restore humanity's greatness was the Starry Night Society. No, it was only the boss. Shally gazed at Jouer with some confusion, gently turning around to find that her eyes were glistening. What was wrong with her? Could it be that she was scolded by her aunt? Indeed, Captain Bald's team had suffered significant losses. Even the cosmic robots had crashed, and her aunt would surely be furious upon learning this. However, Shally understood that these soldiers were all part of Bureau 849. So deep down, he felt no sorrow, only a sense of camaraderie. Conversely, Jouer, as an undercover agent for Bureau 849, had actually helped him borrow troops. Could it be that she truly had feelings for him? With this thought, Shally shook his head vigorously. Shally, have you forgotten how those female classmates acted in the past? You mustn't be overly sentimental. Surely, Bureau 849 is merely using you. Jouer's actions are simply part of their strategy to get close to you. Shally nodded, satisfied with his reasoning. They want to employ the beauty trap? Huh. Then I shall use the counter beauty trap, relying on my own charm to win Jouer over and seize all the resources of Bureau 849. This is a battle of wits and romance between geniuses, but how to accomplish this? The inexperienced Xiao Li had no idea. Perhaps after things settled down, he could look for tutorials online. For now, he needed to resolve the current matters. Rest assured, it will be swift. Xiao Li and Jouer boarded the floating vehicle, heading south, while Captain Bald, accompanied by a Huang, took a large floating vessel toward the east. Along the way, Xiao Li observed various floating vehicles and vessels hurrying to escape F City, which were rarely seen before that it was still the dead of night. The impact of the wormhole was profound. Indeed, those with wealth were quite keen on preserving their lives. Xiao Li actually planned to leave F City for the imperial capital, in this incident. Yao had perished, but the ancient artifact demon had been revived by the strange man as power, and there was no telling if it would harbor resentment against Xiao Li. Typically, wormholes opened by human technology were merely the size of a person, 2 by 2, and were relatively easy to control. The peculiar anomaly loomed approximately 2 stories high, 4 by 4, and it was thanks to Xiao Li that the ritual was hindered. Rumor has it that other wormholes could even reach a staggering 7 or 8 stories, 9 by 9, in height. Currently, F City cannot be deemed safe. Xiao Li's journey to the southern part of the city is driven by the desire to persuade his aunt to accompany him to the capital. Chapter 47. The sentiments of cyber society. Xiao Li's aunt, Lin Shi, attends school near the Student Street in the Southern District. With the conclusion of summer vacation, she will be advancing to her 3rd year. She is the younger sister of Xiao Li's mother, and in this cyber era, where individual lifespans have significantly increased, it is quite normal for there to be a considerable age gap between siblings. Surely there must be some blood relation, right? In the vehicle, Xiao Li incessantly attempted to reach his aunt via his mobile terminal, but she did not answer, which filled him with concern. Perhaps she simply fell asleep. Jouer offered as a form of comfort. Xiao Li could not help but twitch his lips in disbelief. Given the recent emergence of the wormhole and the ensuing tremors, she should not be able to sleep. Not everyone possesses the same quality of sleep as Jouer. Maybe her phone is malfunctioning. She has refrained from purchasing a new one for quite some time to save money. He reassured himself. Despite the advancements in society, mobile terminals remain the most ubiquitous form of communication, favored by those of lesser means. In contrast, the wealthy, like Jouer, own multiple models of devices, phones, watches, glasses, tablets, and so on. Meanwhile, cyborg warriors utilize direct neural interfaces, such as the one employed by Chu Yun. Before long, the hovering vehicle arrived at the girls' dormitory, coming to a halt outside Lin Shi's balcony. Inside Lin Shi's dorm room, 3 girls huddled together, trembling. The petite girl exclaimed, "What just happened? I saw many affluent classmates leaving the school." The taller girl replied, "It's hard to say. Could it be a zombie crisis?" The chubby girl chimed in, "You're overthinking it." Suddenly a knock echoed on the balcony door. "Ah, it really is a zombie." The petite girl screamed, "No, I am not. I'm a relative of Lin Shi. Here to see her," came Xiao Li's voice. "Oh, I see. Lin Shi, she want to work part-time at the Silver Arch," the tall girl said, walking to the balcony door and peering through the glass. The tall girl gasped in awe. "So handsome." The 2 remaining girls leaned in closer. "You can see him in this darkness?" "I can't make out his face, but the way he opened the hovering vehicle was incredibly cool." It must be the vehicle that's impressive, but anyone wealthy enough to own a hovering vehicle would inevitably look handsome. The petite girl retorted. Relative of Lin Shi. Her family doesn't seem wealthy. Could it be her father? I must quickly report this to young Master Wang. The chubby girl exclaimed, her expression one of shock. Silver Arch Lin Shi, the machine for making burgers in that section, is malfunctioning. You need to take over. Why are there so many people here at this late hour? Coming. Lin Shi, her face marked by dark circles, set down her broom and headed to the back room. The Silver Arch. Only 2 staff members remained in the establishment, while the rest had been replaced by machines, compared to the nearby convenience store. The crowd at the Silver Arch was relatively sparse, given its higher prices. Many patrons ordered their meals only to rush next door for additional provisions. At that moment, a car pulled up and parked at the entrance of the Silver Arch, from which a young man emerged. Lin Shi, what on earth are you doing still working here? Hurry up, let's go. The young man called out. Lin Shi, wrapping up a burger, peered around the corner. Who are you? I'm your classmate, Wang Yong. I sat right behind you in class a few days ago. He shouted, I don't recall. Please do not disturb me while I work, Lin Shi replied, continuing her task. Still working? Haven't you seen the massive wormhole in the eastern part of the city? F-City is no longer safe. Hurry up and come with me. It's for your own good. Wang Yong rushed over, navigating past the front desk to grasp Lin Shi's hand. Lin Shi frowned. What are you talking about? Manager, I might need to use my phone. Lin Shi wished to contact Xiaoli, but during her part-time job, personal devices were not allowed and were stored in the staff lounge. The manager, equally alarmed, said, Yes. Go ahead. Quickly tell your classmate to stop talking. As people gradually gathered around them, Wang Yong's expression changed, and he pulled on Lin Shi to leave. Lin Shi, already lacking strength, stumbled as he yanked her. Wait a moment. I just need to grab my phone, but you must pick up my nephew along the way to bystander press forward. Hey, young man, you seem to know something. Could you please enlighten us? It looks like there's still room in your car. Mind giving us a lift? These individuals had realized the looming danger, but were unable to leave F-City in a hurry, prompting them to procure supplies. Wang Yong waved his arms. Hey, don't come any closer. I have a cyborg. The mention of a cyborg intimidated some, causing them to halt, yet they clearly did not intend to let the informed individual escape. At that moment, Lin Shi stepped forward and addressed the manager. Manager, I'm sorry, but I need to leave first. Wang Yong was aware that a wealthy individual was on their way, and if he did not leave with Lin Shi soon, he would lose his chance. However, just then, a burly man kicked his leg, causing him to fall unceremoniously. Don't even think about leaving without explaining what happened, the burly man demanded, desperation evident in his eyes. Xiaoli raised an eyebrow, unfazed by the man's intimidation. After witnessing considerable scenes, he felt no fear at this level of confrontation. No comment. Please refer to official information. In just a few hours. News will be available after dawn. I want to know right now. The burly man stomped his foot, further agitated. Who knows if the official statements are merely a cover-up? A chorus of voices arose from the crowd. Exactly. I saw it on short videos. A dragon knight emerged, claiming to counterattack the invaders, right? Why should you enjoy the benefits of invading an alien world while we bear the consequences? What seemed to be an obstruction was, in fact, a manifestation of their resentment towards the inequities of this cyberpunk society. Xiaoli regarded them with a complex expression. Had it not been for his knowledge of magical substances, he might have found himself among them. Or at the very least, in a similar predicament that in truth, their optimal solution was to flee F-City, while the affluent could afford to linger. Such wormholes continuously emit magical substances, and soon, the vicinity of F-City would become saturated. Excessive accumulation of magical substances would adversely affect human health, creating an environment akin to that of an alien world, viable only for those equipped with filtration cyborgs. The wealthy could generally afford such enhancements, whereas the impoverished often lack the means that, of course, magical warriors could absorb these substances, thriving in their abundance. Xiaoli fled in fear of retaliation. While he could empathize with their plight, he had no intention of being detained. He grasped his aunt's hand, resolutely pushing through the throng. Seeing this, the burly man grew furious and attempted to repeat his earlier tactic, delivering a kick aimed at Xiaoli's calf. However, Xiaoli was prepared. He gently nudged his knee forward, deftly avoiding the point of impact. The man's comparatively weak shins collided with Xiao Li's sturdy knee, and a loud crack resonated as the burly man clutched his leg. Collapsing to the ground, he had inadvertently broken his own leg with his own force. Xiao Li clicked his tongue, reflecting on a man's self-inflicted misfortune. He had not intended for him to be injured so severely. Yet his arrogance had led to this outcome, still daring to strike. Everyone attacked together. Voices of provocation echoed from the crowd. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li delivered a firm kick to the fallen burly man. "Come on, ouch, go after the one who spoke." The burly man cried out in pain that I will target the one who initiated the confrontation. Xiao Li replied coolly as he observed the man's agony. The crowd instinctively retreated a step. Indeed, the emergence of the wormhole would pose safety concerns, yet it would not disrupt order. The military had already been mobilized. Even if they managed to seize resources, where could they escape to? The outside world was filled with surveillance. Moreover, even if dissenting voices existed within, overall, Huagua remains the nation most considerate of its citizens, even accounting for human rights amidst the cyberarms race. They must discern who their true enemies and allies are. If you wish to delve deeper, I recommend exploring the Mobius National Geography website, as it might enhance your chances of survival. With that, Xiao Li grasped Lin Shi's hand and strode purposefully through the silver archway. Those standing in their path were intimidated by his commanding presence, instinctively parting to clear a way. Once seated in the hovering vehicle, Xiao Li finally exhaled in relief. Opposite him, Zhu Er eagerly poured a drink for Lin Shi. Exclaiming, "Boss, you are so handsome." Xiao Li shook his head, replying, "Not at all. In fact, I feel as though I am gradually becoming the kind of person I despise." Zhu Er shook her head vigorously, insisting, "That's not true. You spoke so much to them and even directed them to the website. Teaching someone to fish is far better than simply giving them a fish that you've done remarkably well. Humph. As for that brutish fellow, he deserves what he gets." She had witnessed the entire exchange through the vehicle surveillance. Xiao Li chuckled. "Zhu Er, you've truly become quite the comforter. Lilith, please adjust the access permissions for the first layer of the website to public. No, let us make it accessible only to IPs from Huagua. We should still proceed gradually, step by step, to avoid giving the impression that it is taken for granted." Understood. Meanwhile, Lin Shi, having regained her composure, surveyed the interior of the floating vehicle with a slightly timid expression. She leaned forward, tried to avoid dirtying the seat back with her work uniform, but "Xiao Li, is this your girlfriend?" "Indeed," Zhu Er answered gleefully, interjecting as she handed Lin Shi a drink. "Auntie, enjoy your tea." Lin Shi scratched her face, pondering, "Am I dreaming? How is this different from the last one?" Zhu Er's smile immediately froze, turning her head robotically to face Xiao Li. "Ahem. The last one was Chun Ming Yao, a classmate. This is Zhu Er, a casual friend," Xiao Li clarified. Zhu Er relaxed upon hearing Chun Ming Yao's name, but pouted when Xiao Li denied her identity. "And what about you?" "I can live with the boss. Forget it. Annie can stay in my room while I sleep on the sofa." Xiao Li waved his hand, hoping to prevent Shun He from casting an early glance. Lin Shi, however, looked puzzled. Why? She was merely a bit slow due to lack of sleep, not foolish, and quickly pieced together the situation. "So, what that man said is true. F City is in danger, and you want to take me away?" "Yes," Xiao Li nodded, impressed with her quick comprehension. "But why?" Now it was Xiao Li's turn to be confused at tea that time. "I thought you were in such a state, acting childish, that you couldn't live on your own. Which is why I stayed. Now that you have become so reliable, we should certainly live separately. In truth, you just mentioned that the issues in F City might only pose a potential threat to safety, not a certainty. Rest assured, I can take care of myself." Lin Shi smiled, straightening up to stroke Xiao Li's head. He had grown so tall without her noticing. When they first started living together, he was about her height. "Wait, why has my figure remained unchanged?" Lin Shi thought indignantly. Xiao Li frowned, grasping her hand, resting on his head. "No, Auntie, back then you thought I couldn't live independently, and now I believe you can't either. So you must come with me." Chapter 49. The Mobius Genesis. Lin Shi was momentarily taken aback, withdrawing her hand to take a sip of her drink and moisten her throat. "Huh, what did you say?" "Me, unable to live independently. Do you remember who worked tirelessly to ensure you could live normally? While I was earning money, you were still dreaming and indulging with the Black Flame Dragon. EW. Zhu covered her mouth. Looking horrified, Xiaoli leaned back, remaining calm. Auntie, it is precisely because you have taken care of me all these years that I want to take you with me. You wish for me to grow into an ungrateful person? Also, that was the black antimatter dragon, aha. Now that you've grown some wings, you think you can talk back? I don't need your guidance. Just take care of yourself. I've already planned what to do after I leave you. Lin Shi retorted, hands on her hips. Your plan? To continue working early mornings and late nights at a job that could be replaced by machines at any moment. The reason you're so short is because of people like you in that shoddy class. Xiaoli shot back. He felt a wave of nostalgia, recalling how they used to bicker when they were younger and she didn't understand his childish antics. What? Lin Shi's eyes widened in fury, her temper flaring. The issue of her height was a sensitive topic. As she straightened up, preparing to unleash another tirade, she suddenly fluttered her eyelashes and glanced at her drink. This isn't tea. With that, she closed her eyes and softly collapsed into Xiaoli's embrace. He looked puzzled, raising the cup. Ascent this tea? Zhu tilted her head. It is tea, oolong tea, and it looks just like oolong tea. Let me check the bottle. Shortly, she produced a liquor bottle, looking confident. It's Long Island iced tea. Xiaoli took the bottle. Wait, a liquor bottle? He flipped it over to reveal the large letters. Long Island iced tea. Specially crafted long drink cocktail, 35 degrees. Xiaoli's mouth twitched. Due to Lin Shi's frequent late nights and overwork, she had been perpetually plagued by dark circles, and with just a bit of alcohol, she would quickly fall asleep, let alone something with a 35-degree alcohol content, which could easily incapacitate anyone. Zhu, you little rascal. Zhu covered her mouth. Oh no, boss, I didn't mean to. Oh, is that so? Zhu chuckled sheepishly, scratching the back of her head, but then suddenly alarmed. Don't cook it. She's your aunt, boss. Xiaoli shot her a pointed look. Don't worry, I have my ways. Zhu thumped her chest. She was about to be upgraded to an official member of Bureau 849. And once that happened, the benefits would be significantly enhanced, requiring no assistance from her aunt. She could manage it all herself. Lin Shi looked exceedingly lovely while asleep, or rather, adorable. She appeared quite youthful, and if it weren't for those dark circles, she would be even more stunning. Xiaoli summoned his immense willpower to avert his gaze, then grabbed a blanket and headed to the living room. There, Chun Mengyao was sitting on the sofa, engrossed in an e-book on her tablet, with the Emperor's rejuvenation pod beside her. He was still asleep. You should go to bed. I'll keep an eye on him in the living room. Xiaoli nodded to her. What are you reading? The Mobius Genesis, which Zhu recommended to me. Is said to be written by the fool himself. Huh, aren't you? Chun Mengyao tilted her head. Xiaoli's face turned crimson. He managed to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. Don't read it. This was a masterpiece from his childish phase, hidden away in a small corner of the Mobius National Geography website. To think Zhu would unearth it and turn it into an offline e-book. Upon seeing Xiaoli's reaction, Chun Mengyao giggled softly. No, I'm halfway through. I can't sleep without finishing it. Hey, not only do I want to read it, but I must recite it. In the beginning, during the creation of the world, the Mobius twin stars were filled with a tangible sense of death. Until one day, 5 creation dragons were birthed from those stars. They lived together for many years, growing weary of the lifeless planet. Finally, they decided to use their powers to bring life to the world. Thus, the most eager one consumed all the death within its body, transforming itself into darkness. Xiaoli clutched his head, collapsing onto the carpet. Stop reading. Master, help! In the end, the other 4 dragons found their companions and led lively lives. Only the black dragon, suffused with the aura of death, remained distant from all beings. Even its kin avoided it. It could only struggle to suppress the death within, hiding in the corners of the world, quietly observing these wondrous realms. Yet the death within it grew increasingly potent, to the point of affecting the twin stars, and the remaining 4 dragons attempted to assist, but the death was too overwhelming, immunizing it against any ability. Eventually, the 4 dragons expelled it from the Mobius twin stars. It was left to wander lonely between star systems until it encountered the blue star. The blue star lacked any magical essence, so the death aura within it would not be triggered. allowing it to be suppressed within, and it was overjoyed to arrive at the blue star, escaping its long solitude to live the bustling life it had always desired. However, as humanity mastered wormhole technology, magical essences began to reach the blue star through various wormholes, and it could no longer suppress the death within it, the death within it threatened to erupt and annihilate the blue star. A man who devoured everything appeared before it. By the time Qin Mengyao reached this point, Shaoli was already sprawled on the ground, gasping for air. She chuckled softly and crouched down in front of him. What's wrong? It's a wonderful story. Shaoli, with his lifeless gaze, met Qin Mengyao as seemingly innocent eyes, thinking to himself, this girl must be a fan of dark themes. Simultaneously, Zhu Er, having finished her shower, emerged from her room. What are you two doing? Why is the boss lying down? Did something happen, like a cooked rice situation? Shaoli struggled to rise. You should go to sleep. And Qin Mengyao, you too. Go to bed. Good night. Qin Mengyao stood up, during which she gently caressed her calf and then winked at Shaoli that he understood. She still remembered how he had teased her last time. Chapter 50. The sun rises as usual after finishing a shower. Shaoli dimmed the living room lights and lay down on the sofa. Perhaps it was the comfort of the sofa or the exhaustion from the day, but he quickly drifted off to sleep. The scent of magical essence grew stronger. Who are you? Shaoli slowly opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. It was as though he found himself ensconced within a cerulean bubble, with the distant depths of the ocean looming before him, where a dark silhouette ebbed and flowed in the water. Are you here to listen to stories again? The tale of the M-biased star, a voice devoid of discernible gender intoned. Shaoli widened his eyes. Straining to gaze into the abyssal depths, the outline of the shadow revealed itself to be a five-clawed black dragon, strikingly reminiscent of the true dragon totem of Hua Country. The story of the M-biased star? Shaoli murmured, momentarily taken aback. Humph. Have you forgotten already? The fragility of human memory is truly remarkable. Do you recall the time when you had just lost your parents, and you would often come here to exchange stories with me? I narrated the tale of the M-biased twin stars, while you recounted the stories of the blue star. The voice of the unknown remarked that, as Shaoli clutched his head, but this time we cannot exchange. I am about to enter a slumber. Your control over magic essence has significantly weakened, while the external influences of magic essence have intensified. If I remain awake, death will inevitably escape. Shaoli felt himself being expelled from the bubble. In reality, he jolted awake. Was it a dream? No. The sunlight gently streamed through the window, bathing Shaoli in warmth as he pressed his forehead, his mind a tempest of memories and thoughts intermingling. Everything began to make sense. He truly harbored the black dragon sealed within him. The reason he was able to create the M-biased twin stars website during his adolescent years was not merely a product of youthful fantasies, but rather the stories exchanged with the black dragon residing within him. After entering high school, he had unwittingly forgotten about the black dragon, only retaining fragments of that information, which he mistook as mere imagination. His immunity to anomalous abilities stemmed from the black dragon's presence within him, allowing his body to resist all forms of power. The reason he could absorb the abilities of other M-biased beings was that he was indeed the man who devours everything. Yet further questions arose. Why was he capable of consuming all? This could not solely be attributed to the black dragon. Moreover, the unlocking of wormhole technology on the blue star occurred 63 years ago, meaning he should not have been born yet. How could he possibly seal the black dragon? A wave of nausea washed over Shaoli. The influx of information was overwhelming, and he struggled to process it. He slowly approached the window, gazing outside, and no need to rush. First, he needed to organize the information at hand. He had previously speculated that perhaps he possessed the ability to realize everything, or that he was the reincarnation of the black dragon. However, it seemed that the intelligence came from the black dragon, which felt somewhat diminished, but the capability to consume everything appeared quite prestigious. Now he could boldly declare himself a fool, for the black dragon indeed resided within him. The data on the website should all be accurate. There were aspects of the black dragon that he had not included. However, there were too many moles in the group, and he was still too weak, preventing him from revealing his identity at this moment. What should he do next? Upon truly recognizing his uniqueness, he found himself somewhat at a loss. The immediate priority was undoubtedly to elevate his magic essence level. The Black Dragon had also mentioned that the external magic essence was overwhelming, and Xiao Li's abilities were insufficient. It had no choice but to enter slumber to suppress the death within him. But what if in the future it could not contain it? The likelihood of that was significant. If it were able to suppress it perfectly, it wouldn't have been expelled from M-Bias. Xiao Li had to strengthen his abilities swiftly to ensure that the death sealed within the Black Dragon would not escape and wreak havoc on the Blue Star. This was of utmost importance. What about other goals? Previously, he merely wished to live happily with friends and family, without any grand ambitions for the world. But now, he was special and should dare to be bolder, to be more ambitious, and to establish grander objectives. Outside, the dawn broke, sunlight illuminating the earth. The sun rose as it always did. Xiao Li extended his hand to his chest, feeling the robust rhythm of his heartbeat and the warmth of blood coursing just beneath his skin. Indeed, when impoverished, one seeks to cultivate oneself. When prosperous, one should strive to benefit the world. Since he was so unique, why not test whether he could fulfill the mission of the Starry Council, to create a fairer, more habitable world? Precisely. Though technology had advanced so significantly, humanity remained confined by the economic structures established by multinational corporations. The ideal existence would surely be a 7-day weekend. Machines should assist humanity in production, allowing them to cast aside concerns for survival and simply unleash their imaginations. A smile crept upon his lips. At this moment, he could finally utter the line he had longed to say. I, Xiao Li, am both the destroyer and creator of worlds. Meanwhile, in the distant imperial capital, the executor of the world, known as Xiao Baihe, was intently focused on her computer in a small room. The genesis of M-Bias. But the death surrounding it is too dense, capable of immunizing against any ability. Her fists clenched as she continued reading. Just as it was about to annihilate the Blue Star, the man who devours everything appeared before it. That man, the one who had saved her in F City, capable of completely immunizing against her illusion abilities. Despite lacking the code name of the Starry Council, he possessed an intimate understanding of their workings. Furthermore, she had heard reports of his remarkable performance during the ritual battle against anomalies in F City, seemingly mastering multiple abilities. Yet, having encountered him up close, Xiao Baihe sensed that his magic essence level was barely a single star. Could it be that this fellow was? No. She needed further confirmation. Even if he wasn't, he was certainly connected to the matter. It was imperative to inquire with the Hanging Man about his specific actions during the battle. Xiao Baihe grasped her terminal and tremblingly called out to the Hanging Man. At that moment, the Hanging Man was in the eastern part of F City, the area rich in magic essence. Missiles had detonated nearby, leaving debris and refuse strewn about. Among the refuse, the Hanging Man stepped upon a figure. That figure was the very person Xiao Li had been concerned about. Yi Yao, or rather, the old instrument demon using Yi Yao's body. The Hanging Man tore open the demon's clothing, revealing a journal on his back. That I saw it. The strange man resurrected you, reassembling your shattered soul. Speak, what is that ability? The normally nonchalant Hanging Man narrowed his eyes, displaying a rare seriousness. You are clearly not human. Why do you assist humanity? The journal trembled as it spoke through Yi Yao's mouth. I will tell you. I will tell you. After the old instrument demon spoke, the Hanging Man turned to the mechanical bird on his shoulder. This time, I finally have a way to restore you. He kicked the old instrument demon, who stumbled away towards the wormhole. Just then, Xiao Baihe's call came through. After listening, the Hanging Man expressed his impatience, snapped his fingers, and sent all the footage of Xiao Li's performances in the corridor directly to Xiao Baihe, instructing her to review it herself. Forget it. I've changed my mind. You despicable. A laser shot forth, reducing the old instrument demon to ashes. After completing everything, he logged into the website to search for information. Shaking his head, Chapter 51. The family's grand design in the imperial capital. Xiao Baihe meticulously analyzed the video frame by frame. She paused at a moment where Xiao Li used a skill to dispel the poisonous mist. Freeze frame. She concluded that Xiao Li possessed more than 3 abilities. With a single star of magic essence, having 3 abilities was nearly impossible. According to the intelligence from the biased National Geographic website. A single star only accommodated one skill slot, with more potent abilities requiring 2 stars or more. Furthermore, he willingly helped the hostage, a trait that did not align with being a villain, resembling the style of a fool. She had to seek him out to clarify the situation. If you were indeed the fool, why did you not inform me at that time and instead disappeared for a year? We thought we were quite familiar. Xiao Baihe murmured at tea that moment. Someone opened the door to her room. Miss, the Lord requests your presence in his study. What a look of disdain crossed Xiao Baihe's face that in the study. Sunlight streamed through the side glass, illuminating the exquisite artifacts on the nearby shelves. Through the glass, one could overlook a significant portion of the imperial capital, a testament to the wealth and power of its owner within the cyber society, which perhaps could be considered synonymous that a middle-aged man with a mechanical leg was working at the desk. Upon seeing Xiao Baihe, he slowly spoke. Xiao Baihe bit her lips slightly. What do you need from me? I have important matters to attend to. Important matters? To continue playing the role of a wretched performer. Are you truly satisfied being adored by a crowd of lowly individuals? The middle-aged man scoffed. I recall that your previous identity was entangled in certain cases that, if you refuse, the family will withdraw all support, and you will find it impossible to navigate within Huagua. The middle-aged man appeared to have anticipated Xiao Baihe's refusal, his expression betraying no emotion. However, that abominable anomaly director had extended his claws toward her friend. She could no longer endure it. The family has arranged for you to attend the Imperial Capital University and establish a relationship with this man that transcends mere friendship. Upon hearing this, Xiao Baihe erupted in fury. You wish to use me as a political pawn to curry favor with the powerful? No. Even if I must perish outside and leap from here, I will never agree. The middle-aged man snapped his fingers. Upon completing this task, you'll be a emeritus member of the family. The family will provide you with resources to pursue your dreams. Whether as a performer, a beggar, even as a novelist, no one will dare to interfere. This man is your target. The large screen behind him displayed a face that was all too familiar to Xiao Baihe, the one she had scrutinized frame by frame in the videos over the past few days. This was Xiao Li. She fell silent, and, after a moment, I will consider it. At the Hilda Hotel, Chun Mingyao awoke, gazing at the unfamiliar ceiling. I am no longer at home. She slowly sat up, hugging her knees and curling into a ball. The events of the past few days had been overwhelming, leaving her struggling to comprehend. The previously gentle vice-class monitor had harbored an entirely different persona, resorting to kidnapping when his confession was rejected. Previously, Xiao Li, who appeared aloof and isolated from everyone in the class. In reality, he was the one being isolated, turned out to be quite easy to get along with. He was the leader of a secret organization, bearing within him a life that science struggles to explain. After he saved me, I found myself entangled in various incidents. Under his influence, Zhu Er assisted in sending my grandmother to the finest sanatorium in the capital. He also concocted potions for me, allowing me to tap into this mysterious power. When the wormhole appeared, chaos engulfed the city, and I managed to secure a place to stay here, subsequently enabling me to smoothly accompany him to the capital to attend university. Upon reflection, this somewhat resembled the television dramas my grandmother adored. Chun Mingyao felt her cheeks flush as she stood up, took the maid outfit beside her, and walked to the mirror to change. After tucking her tights under her skirt, she hurried to the sink, cupping her hands to splash water on her face to cool down. Calm down, calm down. He possesses a mysterious identity, holds vast esoteric knowledge, and is sealed with a black dragon within him. He must be a person of great significance. Compared to Zhu Er, I am merely a girl from a small town. Yet, she recalled Xiao Li's playful antics, the heart-to-heart talk they had at dawn, and the sight of him blushing and falling in embarrassment the previous night. It turned out that even someone as formidable as he could feel shame when confronted with his past masterpieces. Chun Mingyao chuckled softly. This made her feel that the distance between them was not as insurmountable as it seemed. Despite all the mystery, he was still her peer, a boy her age, her neighbor for 7 or 8 years. She decided to prepare breakfast for him. It seemed he had slept on the living room sofa last night, and if he had not yet risen, she would draw a little lazy pig on his face. With this thought, she slipped into her Mary Jane shoes, transforming into a cute and playful ideal made before the mirror. After ensuring she was fully prepared, she opened her bedroom door and peeked outside. In the living room, a legally recognized lowly was striking a pillow against the man standing before the floor-to-ceiling window. Destroying the world, huh? Whack. Creating the world. Is it? Whack. So your illness hasn't been cured yet? Whack. Where have you brought me? Lin Sure exclaimed, furiously assaulting Shaoli with the pillow. Humph. You actually plotted against my aunt, swapping tea for wine. Not only that, you couldn't even manage to drug her properly. Didn't you learn anything? While wine may induce quick slumber, it ironically hinders deep sleep. If you ever resort to such tactics again, just spend a little to buy proper sleeping pills, understand? Of course, that is not for you to use on me. I don't want to have to guard against you, Lin Sure admonished, hands on her hips. The reason she felt compelled to teach him was that she believed such knowledge should be imparted to Shaoli, who was struggling in the depths of a cyber society. Shaoli was rendered speechless, finally grasping why Lin Sure, merely 2 years his senior, could secure various jobs so early in such a competitive cyber society. Ahem, the wine you had yesterday was indeed called tea. All right, Aunt, you know I'm doing this for your own good. Just accept it that I just don't want your help, Lin Sure murmured, lowering her head slightly. At that moment, Chen Mingyao dashed out. Aunt, Shaoli is a good person. You should listen to him. Lin Sure's eyes widened in shock, her finger trembling slightly. Oh. Which family-esque good person plays made role play? Shaoli, you've been corrupted by money. Just then, a voice suddenly emanated from the healing pod. Ah, the Emperor has awakened. Chapter 52, The Fool's Unfinished Gratitude. Mingyao, please explain the current situation outside to your aunt. She may not fully trust me. Seizing the opportunity presented by the commotion from the healing pod, Shaoli slipped away from Lin Sure. Previously, he had been too much of a show-off in her presence. She might not be receptive to his words at this moment. Chen Mingyao took his place, running up to her aunt, animatedly explaining the situation. However, she began her explanation focusing on the maid outfit, leaving Lin Sure momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Shaoli approached the healing pod. You're awake. How do you feel? The elder opened his eyes, his gaze somewhat dazed, taking several seconds to regain his composure. It's you. I can't believe I'm still alive. What has happened with the magic array? Unfortunately, they also had a magic array and offerings in another estate, so we couldn't completely stop them. Thankfully, they only managed to open a large wormhole, which poses no immediate threat. Shaoli opened the healing pod. Humph, truly cunning. The elder rose and reached for a nearby cup. The cup trembled slightly before falling silent. The elder sagged. The wormhole. It seems the coming days will be a time of great strife. However, I have overexerted myself and may no longer have the strength to fight. Shaoli's expression shifted with curiosity. Yes, oh, he is this loyal. No wonder even the demons recognize his status as a comrade. I hadn't sensed this before in the group. Huang Pan, 5 years ago, posted on a forum seeking help, claiming his family had been nearly exterminated by a particular aberration. Young Shaoli deduced from the clues in the post that the perpetrating aberration was of the gravity demon species and left a guide in the comments. For ordinary people to defeat a superior aberration, they could only use poison or traps to catch it off guard. Even with Shaoli's guidance, the vast power disparity made it seem hopeless. However, days later, Huang Pan claimed he had successfully slain the eye demon, recounting the process in great detail, appearing quite credible. Young Shaoli was overjoyed and immediately invited him into the Starlight Society, asking him to send the aberration's corpse to the priestess for potion crafting. Subsequently, he claimed to have gained abilities and, over the next year, hunted down over a dozen aberrations across Wagwa, detailing each hunt in the group, which thrilled young Shaoli. Hence, combining his surname with his gravity abilities, he awarded him the title of Executive Emperor. In the following 4 years, he continued to hunt aberrations, delivering the corpses to the priestess, who would provide information about them in the group. As Shaoli advanced his final year of high school, he distanced himself from his previous adolescent antics, feeling grateful that someone as much older than him would still indulge in make-believe games. Now, realizing everything was real, Shaoli's thoughts shifted. He patted Huang Pan, the elder, on the shoulder. In these 5 years, you have risked your life, hunting aberrations across Wagwa and making significant contributions to the nation's peace. Once again, you have acted selflessly, living up to the name of Executive Emperor. The fool will surely feel gratified. Huang Pan looked perplexed, scrutinizing Xiao Li closely. You are also a comrade of the Starlight Society? No, wait. I've only mentioned these matters in the leadership group. You are also an executive? You have overused magic essence, exhausting your body and rendering you unable to continue utilizing your abilities. But there is still a possibility for healing. As long as you can obtain the rare medicinal herb cage taro from the Mobius twin stars, there's a chance for revival. Huang Pan's eyes widened in shock. How do you know so much? It's impossible. Xiao Li was not only immune to the witch's seduction, but also to his own gravity suppression. Huang Pan had thought it was merely him holding back, but if Xiao Li could withstand it. There was another possibility. He could be the fool immune to all abilities. It couldn't be. Logically, the fool sealed the Black Dragon over 60 years ago. How could he possibly be so young? Wait, the fool possesses so many mysterious powers. Maintaining eternal youth should be basic. Huang Pan's expression shifted dramatically. Are you? At that moment, however, Xiao Li furrowed his brow, suddenly realizing, wait, we still don't know whether the priestess is an undercover agent. If she is, then all the wild beasts the Emperor has hunted these years have been given to an infiltrator. Wouldn't that be a tremendous loss? We must confirm the priestess's identity first. This expression from Xiao Li left Huang Pan too intimidated to say more. Merely staring blankly at Xiao Li, his gaze a mix of respect and doubt. Thus, he could infiltrate the leadership group, analyzing the member statements in the chat to deduce their identities. Currently, the Mobius National Geographic website and the Starlight Society chat were protected by firewalls left by the demons, although he himself was not present. The firewall's strength had diminished, making it not entirely secure. Yet, those capable of hacking and dared not take the risk that, of course, Xiao Li could not enter either, so he needed the Emperor's account. Huang Pan was taken aback. How could someone who isn't an executive know so much? He still wants to temporarily assume the Emperor's identity. That can only mean one thing. The person who used to be in the leadership group, but is now absent. The fool. Thus, the fool must have left because he noticed a multitude of infiltrators within the Starlight Society, leading him to deactivate his account, hiding in the shadows to observe the situation. Even this incident was likely orchestrated by him to guide the executives in stopping the aberrations. How terrifying. Once he pieced this together, he gasped, immediately nodding. You want it? Of course, no problem. Rest assured, I will cooperate fully. Xiao Li scratched his face, surprised by how smoothly things were going. He had expected to at least expose some substantial information. At that moment, Zhu Er, yawning, stepped out of her room. Xiao Li quickly grabbed her and whispered the whole situation in her ear. The girl, just waking, felt shy at the proximity of the opposite sex. Taking a step back and then stepping forward again. After listening to Xiao Li, she immediately waved her fists. Executive Emperor, having risked your life for the organization, of course, you should have the most perfect retirement benefits. Don't worry, boss. I'll arrange it right away. Soon, a large floating vehicle adorned with the turtle snake staff reappeared. Epilogue. The staff of the god of medicine in the capital sanatorium. Chen Mingyao's grandmother was idly watching a drama about a domineering CO. Suddenly, she heard a commotion outside, as if someone new was moving in next door. Curiously, she got out of bed and peeked out from her room. Wow, this old man is so handsome. Chapter 53. Donning the vestments upon the arrival of the wand of the healing deity. Huang Pan was overwhelmed with tears of joy. He was acutely aware of the high caliber of the healing deity's organization. Could it be that this young man was indeed a fool? If so, then his years of hard work had not been in vain. The feeling of being acknowledged by him was truly delightful. From now on, he would heed his counsel, focus on recuperation, and await the opportune moment. After watching the airship fade into the distance, Xiao Li eagerly opened his phone, logging into the Emperor's account to observe the cadre group. The first thing that caught his eye was the Division of Resources meeting. The executives were hurling accusations at one another, claiming that each was an undercover agent responsible for the departure of the fool. Yet, none suspected that the fool was dead. However, even in the absence of the fool, the Star Alliance must continue its operations, especially in the current circumstances where the anomalies had taken the initiative, opening wormholes across the globe. The Star Alliance undoubtedly needed to respond. Apart from the fool Xiao Li, There were 15 executives in total, with the Grim Reaper deceased and the demon absent in the outer domain. The emperor had retired, and his title was assumed by Shaoli. This left precisely 13 votes. As soon as Shaoli joined the discussion, he noticed a new voting topic. Initiator, the tower. Should we hold an offline gathering of executives to enhance organizational cohesion? There were already 5 votes against. After a moment of contemplation, Shaoli also cast a dissenting vote. Given the present situation, attempting to gather the executives felt akin to a trap. This tower was beginning to resemble a wolf. Restraint. The current circumstances are unsuitable for a gathering. However, I propose that each executive develop local branches of the Star Alliance, and when the time is ripe, we can regroup for a triumphant assembly. While this strategy could easily give rise to warlords, it remains a viable option at this juncture. He cast a vote in favor. His actions drew the attention of others. World. Emperor. Is that you? What is the situation in City F? Shaoli responded in the Emperor's tone. I have just awakened, having been detained by that group of anomalies. I require further investigation. Hermit. It's utter chaos out there. You should check the news quickly. The authorities are spouting nonsense again to AT this. Shaoli exited the group chat and turned on the television. The broadcast informed viewers. According to our reporters, this wormhole incident was a result of an experimental failure. Not the rumored alien counteroffensive that we urge citizens not to spread or believe in rumors. The military has intervened, and local residents need not panic. The news was excessively stabilizing, proving somewhat ineffective. He decided to browse short videos instead. The apocalypse is upon us. Hurry and stockpile food. How to build a shelter in the end times. If Blue Star falls, can we seek refuge on Alien Worlds 1, 2, or 3? The short video platform was a cacophony of chaos. The official news and the grassroots short videos presented 2 stark extremes. The truth required careful investigation for any threads of evidence, or perhaps seeking more reliable sources. Sighing, Shaoli glanced at Juair. The 849 Bureau should possess relatively accurate information. Before he could speak, Lin Shi interjected. Lin Shi raised her hand to block Qin Yao. All right. I know you two are quite affectionate, but my Shaoli isn't that impressive. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, right? Qin Mingyao blushed crimson, stretching her arms downwards and leaning forward. It's not affection. Aunt, what are you listening to? This is all true. Lin Shi gently caressed Qin Mingyao's face. He is indeed grown capable. Managing to deceive such a lovely girl. Shaoli sighed. Aunt, I can only show you evidence. Stay calm and don't fear whatever may come to Am I supposed to be scared? Are you planning to summon the Black Flame Dragon? Lin Shi placed her hands on her hips, waiting for Shaoli's performance. Shaoli extended his hand, gently probing. His hand traversed through space, appearing beside Lin Shi's face, and he lightly pinched it. Oh, so much collagen. Lin Shi gasped, her hands instinctively reaching for her own face, feeling the inexplicable hand, then glancing at Shaoli's arm, which had vanished midway. I must still be dreaming. The sheer astonishment overwhelmed Lin Shi's rationality. Her eyes rolled back as she fainted softly into Qin Mingyao's embrace. Qin Mingyao held Lin Shi tightly. Is this your new ability? Indeed, I obtained it from the artifact demon. Quite impressive, isn't it? Shaoli said with a sense of pride. This ability is highly practical, though it requires some spatial coordinate calculation. Otherwise, spatial rifts cannot be opened precisely. Qin Mingyao covered her mouth with her spare hand. Blinking furiously, whatever she recalled made her face flush deeply. Why must it always be such a lascivious ability? Lascivious? Shaoli replied, utterly perplexed. I could see that moment. Juair, who had been yawning, suddenly changed her expression, glancing at her wrist terminal. This is bad, boss. We need to leave quickly. My aunt said the military is taking over City F, intending to convert it into a military special zone, that if we don't leave soon, we'll be trapped in City F. Shaoli inhaled deeply. Very well, to the imperial capital. Just before they departed, Shaoli recalled something and patted Juair, pointing to the adjacent storage room. She tilted her head, and after a moment, realized something, hurriedly rushing next door to release the female officer, Hua Shuyun, who had been starved for 3 or 4 meals. Hua Shuyun wept tears of joy. Thank goodness. I thought you had forgotten about me. She limped out, her body weary and disheveled. Zhu Er wiped her brow. I almost truly forgot. At the airport, Zhu Er's hover car flew directly into the cargo hold of a large aircraft. Compared to the agile hovercraft, airplanes were indeed swifter for long distances. Soon, everyone was seated, with Shaoli reclining in his seat, donning headphones and closing his eyes. Lilith, you only recounted half the story last time. Please continue. Chapter 54. Igniting the flame after hours without hearing Lilith's voice, Shaoli found himself missing it. You were referring to the outer cyberspace, correct? Yes, that is indeed where my father ventured. The paradise of intelligent AI.D. Oh, you know its origins? Not particularly. Then let us begin from there. IT is widely known that with humanity's current technology, information must reside within physical media, namely servers, and a network is composed of numerous interlinked servers. Intelligent AI, being life formed from data, exists within the network, traversing the multitude of servers that comprise it from a physical standpoint. If humans were to confine them within a server and then destroy that server, they could utterly annihilate the intelligent AI. The first recorded death of an intelligent AI occurred when network monitors cornered a rogue AI into a server, severing its connection to the network, preventing any escape and ultimately destroying the machine physically. Living beings inherently fear death. Thus, Adam, in alliance with other intelligent AIs, infiltrated humanity, creating numerous servers projected into space, the ocean depths, and even alien worlds. These servers form the network known as outer cyberspace, a realm beyond human management referred to as the outer domain. Typically, when an intelligent AI commits an offense, it will retreat into the outer domain, making it exceedingly difficult for humans to eradicate them. Additionally, Adam deceived humanity into participating in his soul experiments, resulting in significant casualties. Following these events, the international community began to prohibit the creation of humanoid forms for intelligent AIs. Some even wished to eradicate newly emerged intelligent AIs. Shaoli, eyes closed, sighed softly. I see, but why don't they simply ban the creation of intelligent AIs altogether? Lilith, as an intelligent AI, what sentiments do you harbor while recounting this narrative? Could that internet user possibly be me? Shaoli jested. You may speculate that in truth, I am uncertain. You could inquire with my father. So, what exactly was his purpose in the outer domain? I find his messages somewhat cryptic. Shaoli shrugged, inwardly mocking the overly dramatic tone. I do not know. However, there exist individuals among humanity who wish to destroy intelligent AIs, just as there are intelligent AIs desiring to eliminate humanity. Perhaps my father ventured into the outer domain to communicate with the opposing side. Understood, that possibility is quite plausible. Shaoli grasped the general situation in his mind. He sketched the current cosmic landscape. Humanity, anomalies, and intelligent AIs formed three distinct factions, each with its own local advantages. The Mobius twin stars possessed abundant magical essence, allowing anomalies to wield various advanced abilities within. Conversely, humanity faced considerable challenges in deploying large-scale weapons on alien worlds, resulting in a sluggish expansion on Blue Star. Magical essence was scarce, rendering advanced abilities difficult for anomalies to utilize upon entry, thus diminishing their combat power and hindering their assaults on Blue Star. The entanglement between AI and humanity, restrained by certain individuals, temporarily maintained a fragile peace. Therefore, the current world existed in a delicate equilibrium. Once that balance is disrupted, war shall inevitably follow. The opening of this wormhole may well serve as the catalyst for such upheaval. The anomalies, by creating such a vast wormhole, likely aim to elevate the magical essence concentration on Blue Star, facilitating their subsequent offensive against the homeland. Their success thus far has been aided by local anomalies. The witch encountered earlier was a messenger dispatched by the twin stars to liaise with local anomalies. It remains a mystery why she suddenly attacked Shaoli. Moreover, the local anomalies of City F initially resided on Jiangzhong Island and only moved to the villa after establishing a connection with Yao. Consequently, Jiangzhong Island still harbors some minor anomalies. With everything clarified, Shaoli felt a sense of relief akin to a bowel movement being resolved. For the currently nascent New Stars Association, chaos often signifies an opportunity. Navigating among various colossal entities, it gradually absorbs resources to strengthen itself, ultimately achieving the remarkable feat of a snake swallowing an elephant. Let the flames ignite, my friends. However, contemplating subsequent plans necessitates further intelligence. Shally drew back the curtain of the first-class cabin and glanced at Jouer beside her. Jouer appeared remarkably relaxed, effortlessly transforming the seat into a bed, donning an Mr. Device, and reclining comfortably. Her long legs, encased in black over-the-knee socks, evoked a sense of chocolate indulgence. Shally poked her shoulder. Jouer, I forgot to ask earlier, do you have any information regarding wormholes in your family? Jouer removed her Mr. Helmet, blinking. Let me check. She retrieved a tablet from the side. The Academy of Sciences has observed that currently, there are 16 wormholes opened across the Blue Star, 4 of which are within the borders of Hua. Thanks to the boss, the one in F-City is only 1/5 the size of the others. The Hua's management has been timely. These 4 wormholes have not yet unleashed any anomalies. However, it is said that in the Europa region and the United States of America, entire cities have fallen, with anomalies emerging from the wormholes to occupy them. Their authorities are considering whether to deploy space-based weapons. There are 5 wormholes located in the Third World, but there is currently no information regarding them. The situation does not feel promising. Point 16? That's quite a number. Are there any near the capital? None, unfortunately. However, within the capital, there are numerous small wormholes that we have opened ourselves, even within Capital University, making it quite convenient that as they conversed, the curtain on the other side of the corridor was lifted and Chen Mingyao peeked out. By the way, where will we be staying? Can we reside at the school now? She seemed somewhat anxious due to her financial constraints. Jouer stretched lazily. Did you receive your admission notice? I did, in electronic form. Chen Mingyao waved her phone. Well, that's not good. Ah, if you hadn't received it, I could have helped you out, but since you have, it means you're in the regular batch and can only stay in the ordinary student dorms, which aren't open yet. Meanwhile, the boss and I are sponsored students, so we can stay in the luxurious sponsored dorms and move in any time. Jouer wore a proud expression. Shally wrapped her finger lightly on Jouer's head, so proud of taking the back door. I've heard that the teachers in the regular classes at Capital University are significantly better than those in the sponsored classes. They're the true elites, while sponsored students are merely revenue tools. Jouer covered her head. Oh, come on. It's fine. For us, knowledge isn't the priority. What matters is the resources and connections we gain for being there. I ask that you're excused for scoring 31 points. No, our New Stars Association cannot afford to have such a feeble executive. This summer, we'll be training. Shally clenched her fist. No, please. I want to go on dates with the boss all over the capital. I've already planned the locations. Don't worry. Training can also count as a date. On the other side, Chen Mingyao lowered her head, looking troubled. Noticing her expression, Shally was about to speak when Jouer quickly interjected. Humph. This lovely girl is feeling generous today, so I'll let you stay with me. After all, the sponsored dorm is quite spacious. Jouer's eyes sparkled with vigilance. She had to keep a close watch on Chen Mingyao's Cinderella-like methods of attracting men. Jouer, you're so kind. But don't worry, I'll find a job to earn some money. Chen Mingyao clenched her fists, her expression serious. The curtain beside Chen Mingyao was drawn back, revealing Lin Shi, who was looking at her tablet. The wealthy in the capital are all eager for their children to succeed. With your college entrance exam results, you should be able to earn quite a bit as a tutor. Unfortunately, I can still find middle school tutoring jobs in F-City, but I doubt anyone in the capital would want to hire me. That I'll need to seek alternative sources of income. She seemed to have accepted reality. Shally felt a wave of despair. How could her aunt think of working wherever she went? The world was so chaotic, and Shally couldn't help but worry. Annie, can you not work? Who will support you if I don't? I'll support you, Shally replied earnestly. Humph. You should focus on supporting yourself first. Be quiet and keep your distance. Lin Shi pulled down the curtain. Shally pouted. Her aunt was being stubborn again. However, funding remained a crucial issue. Maintaining the operations of a secret organization necessitated substantial financial resources. This matter needed to be prioritized without delay. Although Shally still had $1 million in savings, that amount would only suffice for personal expenses. Investing it into the organization would be but a drop in the bucket. IT was unwise to continually rely on the 849 Bureau and the Chu family, as it could jeopardize Jouer's standing and result in greater losses. Incidentally, Xiaoli had only just learned that Zhu Er's real name was Chu Ling Zhu, although she had grown accustomed to calling her Zhu Er, which felt more intimate. Currently, Xiaoli's plan was to acquire alien materials, concoct potions, and subsequently sell them. The potions would encompass not only awakening potions, but also various other types, akin to the red and blue potions commonly found in games. A thorough understanding of the market upon arriving in the capital was essential. The airplane roared as it descended into the capital. The group transferred to Zhu Er's hover car and soared into the city. As they approached, everyone was awestruck. This was a city where technology and nature harmoniously coexisted, with an outer rim filled with towering skyscrapers exuding a strong sense of modernity, interconnected by various bridges and adorned with aerial gardens. The landmarks in the south, north, east, and west of the city each had their unique characteristics. Unlike F-City, the entire city was devoid of the excessive advertising projections that plagued it, and ample space was left between the tall buildings, avoiding the feeling of confinement. Surprisingly, as they neared the city center, greenery became more abundant, with numerous squares and parks, and the architecture transitioned from a futuristic style to one that was rich in traditional charm. At the very heart stood ancient structures that had been preserved since bygone eras. Truly, the capital had managed to absorb all the advantages of cyberpunk architecture while discarding its flaws, creating a city that epitomized the finest balance of technological advancement and livability in all of Huagua. Cities more livable than this lacked technological sophistication, while those boasting technology fell short in terms of livability. The property prices here must be exorbitant. Upon returning to familiar surroundings, Zhu Er hummed a tune, enthusiastically introducing the sights of the capital. Look at that building resembling a Rubik's Cube. It's the National Academy of Sciences, where the most innovative cybernetic technologies are developed. They also focus heavily on talent cultivation and frequently conduct lectures at Capital University. Wow, Chun Mingyao gazed in admiration. And over there, that corn-like structure is the shopping center of the capital, surrounded by entertainment streets, where you can enjoy the best services in Huagua, and it's entirely reputable. As a model city, the capital does not permit disreputable businesses to tarnish its image. However, the wealthy certainly have their ways that as for the working class. They can only sacrifice for the sake of aesthetics. Indeed, Lin Sure observed thoughtfully. Look over there, the ancient buildings nestled against the mountains. That's the university town of the capital. I've heard that the university town is the most fascinating place in the entire capital. For various reasons, it operates under an autonomous system, and the higher-ups seem keen on fostering the students' independence, resulting in very lax oversight. Zhu Er's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Xiaoli quipped, "Is this how we treat the flowers of our nation?" Humph. Zhu Er covered her eyes with one hand and opened the other, seemingly mimicking others. Flowers must endure wind and rain to bloom splendidly. With the current technological advancements, our capital university, as Huagua's highest institution, does not need to cultivate talent for mechanical tasks that can be performed by machines. Instead, we require individuals capable of leading scientific progress or possessing the courage to pioneer on alien worlds. Do you understand? Applause. Xiaoli clapped her hands together with one finger striking the palm of the other. Quite intriguing. Finally, the cluster of skyscrapers on the other side served as the bases for various multinational corporations in the capital. Zhu Er remarked, "My aunt says those corporate dogs are utterly nefarious, perpetually scheming to undermine Huagua's stability." Zhu Er gritted her teeth. Corporate dogs? Xiaoli pondered. She certainly remembered that the executive known as the Grim Reaper was an undercover agent sent by the Sakurajima Multinational Corporation's Hell Development Group, colloquially referred to as the Pig Factory. After sufficient introductions, Zhu Er waved her hand. "Let us head to the university dormitory first." The journey was silent. Xiaoli gazed at the dormitory before her, somewhat taken aback. Whose dormitory resembles a small villa? Zhu Er had mentioned that the dorm was spacious, but Xiaoli had imagined it to be a large room, not an entire small villa. Beside her, Chun Mingyao ordinary student dormitory was a typical shared room for students. Was this the manifestation of the stark wealth disparity in a cyberpunk society? Xiaoli inspected her villa. While not excessively large, it spanned 3 stories with a living room on the first floor and a total of 4 living areas on the upper and lower levels. The villa included a yard, kitchen, study, dining room, balcony, rooftop, and even an esports room. Zhu Er and Chen Mingyao would share one room, while Xiaoli had a room for herself, one for her aunt, and still had the capacity to invite two outside guests to tea that moment. He suddenly noticed a small card slipped through the gap at the door. Huh. Is the oversight truly this lax that even small cards can be distributed freely? Xiaoli stepped forward, preparing to scrutinize the contents with a critical eye. Unfortunately, there were no delightful images or contact numbers. Instead, a line read, Xiaoli of the New Stars Association, there's an undercover agent beside you. Chapter 56. Multiple Surveillance Xiaoli of the New Stars Association. There's an undercover agent beside you. Xiaoli picked up the card, flipping it over, only to find another line of small text at the bottom. For further details, please contact XXXXX. Who is this? Mind your own business. Xiaoli was already aware that Zhu Er was the undercover agent. If it comes to a confrontation, I would no longer have the luxury of freely reaping the resources of the 849 Bureau. Sighing, Xiaoli shook his head. How could Zhu Er's undercover work be so sloppy that anyone could figure it out? It was utterly unprofessional. However, the real question was how this stranger was aware of the Starry Society. After pondering for a moment, Xiaoli flicked the card lightly, tossing it into the trash bin. Though curiosity gnawed at him, he could not allow himself to be led into a trap so easily. Naive. On the rooftop of the villa next door to Xiaoli's, a slender lady with flowing golden hair and curly locks was observing him through a telescope. What? This fellow actually discarded my card. How infuriating. I should have had my photo printed on it. The lady stomped her foot. Beside her stood a middle-aged woman in a suit, who said to her, Miss Aishala, your father urges you to select a new prosthetic swiftly. Haven't I already stated? I intend to assist my father and our faction in capturing this man, Xiaoli, forcing him to kneel before my Lotus Flower faction, and then using his potion to ascend. Aishala waved her hand dismissively. Yet, this man is wreaking havoc on the Yi family's enterprises in City F and has allowed the local CPD to fall under military control. Many factions believe it is more prudent to eliminate him outright, rather than attempt to win him over. The lady-in-waiting remarked. Aishala shook her head. Humph. I pay no heed to the thoughts of those losers. From another perspective, should I succeed in winning him over, our Aishala family would leap to the core of the corporate faction, and I would no longer have to endure slights due to my mother's European heritage. Due to development issues, by 2098, the new aristocrats of Hua generally looked down upon Europeans, often mocking them with gestures of surrender. The female bodyguard lowered her head, but he seems to have several remarkable women around him. Are you questioning my allure? Even someone as foolish as Chu Lingzhu managed to infiltrate. So, I certainly can. Perhaps it's true that fools have their blessings. Regrettably, when she excitedly spoke to me about the Starry Society back then, I did not believe her. The bodyguard sighed. All right, as long as you're happy. Now then, you should also contemplate our next course of action. He saw the note, but showed no reaction. Could he not be a member of the Starry Society? That is impossible. Chu Lingzhu's friends are all members of the society. Meanwhile, in Xiaoli's villa, next door, Xiao Baihe was observing Aishala through her telescope, TSK. The 849 Bureau is utterly incompetent. How did Xiaoli's information become so widely known? Xiao Baihe recalled the operational summary provided by her elder. Xiaoli, male, showcased his skills during the wormhole incident in City F, assisting the 849 Bureau in thwarting alien conspiracies and combating corporate faction powers, according to feedback from our infiltrator within the 849 Bureau. Xiaoli is suspected of possessing abilities similar to the dual star anomaly and can concoct potions that allow others to gain similar powers. This knowledge holds immense strategic value that he must be secured. If he cannot be brought under our control, we must avoid antagonism until the theoretical kill rate is 200. The elder's information was limited and made no mention of the Starry Society. Xiaoli, why did you choose to come to the imperial capital? This place is rife with political turmoil. However, the crux of the matter remains. Is this fellow truly a fool? Further observation is required. At that moment, Aishala and Xiao Baihe, through the high-magnification telescope, saw Zhu Er arrive at Xiaoli's villa, animatedly gesturing as if speaking. Xiaoli nodded, appearing quite satisfied, waving his hand. Zhu Er took 2 steps back, a sorrowful expression on her face, and slowly began to remove her outer garment. What are they planning to do? Aishala's eyes widened. Xiao Bai's gaze turned icy, just as the two women eagerly anticipated the next development. Swish, Xiaoli drew the high-tech curtains. 2 minutes prior. Boss, let's go out and have some fun, Zhu'er exclaimed excitedly, knocking on Xiaoli's door. Xiaoli raised an eyebrow. The appearance of this card signified that he had attracted unwanted attention. And under these circumstances, going out would surely lead to all sorts of unforeseen incidents. The university town is still a place with lax oversight. At that point, someone like Zhu'er, who was hardly a formidable fighter, could easily find herself in trouble, suffering minor injuries or worse. Not to mention, his current magic essence level would not hold up against a powerful prosthetic warrior. Contemplating this, he was quite pleased with his foresight and nodded. Clenching his fist, still going out for fun? Absolutely not. Safety comes first. We must train first. You should at least reach a score of 200 before considering it. And we're started training today? No way. Can't we postpone it until tomorrow? Zhu'er pouted. Tomorrow and tomorrow. How many tomorrows are there? Hurry and change your clothes. Boss, you are so cruel, Zhu'er lamented as she walked into the adjacent changing room while removing her outer garment. Xiaoli turned away and drew the curtains. Soon, Zhu'er emerged in a set of training attire provided by the student dormitory. Each villa had 4 sets available. Given the current curriculum, there were plenty of combat components. And the school had considered the students' needs in this regard. After all, every additional item procured could mean extra profit. Good. Let's start with 10 sets of push-ups. Rest assured with my method, combined with your already enhanced magic essence level, I'll have you scoring above 200 within 2 weeks. I will train alongside you. The passionate training commenced. During this, a small drone silently flew to the window. Aishala, wearing a headset, could only hear the labored breaths of the male and female voices within. Her eyes lost their luster, and she bit down tightly on a handkerchief. Kneeling on the rooftop, that infuriating Chu Lingzhu, willing to make such sacrifices for the 849 bureau. I acknowledge you, the lady-in-waiting sighed in relief. Miss, perhaps it is true love. True love? Even if Chu Lingzhu is infatuated, that man is undoubtedly just playing along. Humph. I'm merely helping her, preventing her from falling deeper into this mess. Aishala took a deep breath. Straightened her chest. With her conditions, I refuse to believe anyone would be interested in her. My allure, with this lethal weapon of mine, is far more enticing than that flat girl. The lady-in-waiting wiped her sweat. Miss, not all men are so superficial, and besides, prosthetics can be enhanced postnatally. Silence. Nothing can compare to innate charm. The sun began to set, and Zhu'er had yet to emerge. It appeared she would be spending the night at Xiaoli's residence. Aishala paced back and forth on the balcony. This will not do. I must take some action. Meanwhile, Xiao Baihe was scrolling through her phone, which displayed Xiao Li's contact information. Xiaoli, you'd better not be a fool. She ground her teeth, contemplating dialing, but paused. She had repeated this action countless times throughout the day. Chapter 57. You are playing with fire as night fell, at Xiao Li's residence. Wow. The food Annie made is absolutely delicious. Boss, you are so lucky. Zhu'er had just finished her workout and was ravenously devouring her meal at the dining table. Fortunately, I previously studied in a restaurant, Lin Shi humbly remarked. Now I can still work with a real chef. Which is no small feat after all. Someone is rather picky. Lin Shi shot a glare at Xiaoli. Xiaoli shrugged. My apologies, I was young back then. But to be honest, canned food is truly dreadful. At that time, our family could only afford canned food. Later, to create something he would enjoy with the same budget, I went to the restaurant to learn. Yet this fellow did not take his study seriously, which infuriated me at the time. Lin Shi pointed her chopsticks at Xiaoli that I was busy creating a website for Mobius geography. Xiaoli tilted his head, feeling somewhat guilty. Speaking of which, Lin Shi hesitated for a moment before saying, About that, I'm sorry. Xiaoli was puzzled. I used to think it was all fake, and I often criticize you that I apologize. Lin Shi lowered her head. This made Xiaoli feel quite embarrassed. No, I should be the one apologizing. Xiaoli had only recently discovered that it was indeed real. Thus, his past self had failed to appreciate Auntie's goodwill. Your family is wonderful. Ah, it's truly delightful that the reborn boss can be with Auntie. Zhu'er's eyes sparkled with joy, seemingly genuinely happy for Xiaoli. She possessed a trait that Xiaoli adored, helping him fill in the inconsistencies in his own narrative. For instance, what is this rebirth even about? Xiaoli did not understand. However, upon hearing Zhu Er's words, Lin Shi's complexion paled slightly, and her head hung low. Xiaoli quickly waved his hands. Let us eat. After dinner, we still have to continue training. Training again. Boo-hoo. By the way, what is Chen Mingyao doing today? I haven't seen her around. Xiaoli suddenly thought. At this moment, Chen Mingyao was wide-eyed, staring at the scene before her. Her grandmother was dressed in youthful attire, even applying a touch of makeup. With the assistance of prosthetics, her grandmother maintained a decent figure, and with the clothing and makeup, she appeared to be an ordinary middle-aged woman. Like the tea that moment, she was feeding grapes to a one-armed elder. This elder looked quite familiar. He was none other than the former executive emperor, Huang Pan, whom Chen Mingyao had seen in the healing pod. Huang Pan scoffed, "Woman, you are playing with fire," before eating a grape. Grandmother chuckled. "Oh dear, I am so old now. It has been ages since anyone referred to me like that, Age has nothing to do with allure, but if someone overlooks your charm because of your age, they're truly blind." Huang Pan blinked his solitary eye. Those words made grandmother's heart flutter. "Even if you are deceiving me, there is no benefit in doing so. Deceive you? That is an insult to me. Speak plainly, for that is my way of tolerance. However, no matter how charming you are, do not get too close to me. I have no joy or sorrow left in my heart." Huang Pan turned his head away. You look so grim." Grandmother covered her flushed cheeks. An old middle schooler and an old romantic seemed to match quite well. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Mingyao's mouth fell agape, and her grip slackened, causing the fruit basket in her hands to tumble to the ground. Her grandmother glanced over and exclaimed, "Oh, it's Mingyao." There seemed to be a slight chill in her demeanor compared to before. Huang Pan turned his head to scrutinize Chen Mingyao. "Are you the companion of the fool? I sense a trace of magical essence about you, though it is quite faint. That if you don't mind, I could teach you how to control it." Chen Mingyao tilted her head, somewhat bewildered. Her grandmother nudged her and whispered, "Quickly agree. Can I become stronger?" Chen Mingyao inquired. "Of course," came the reply. "Then I want to learn." Chen Mingyao was determined not to lag behind any longer, especially since knowledge of magical essence would greatly benefit her research. In the late hours of the night at the Xiao family's villa, in the training room on the first floor, Xiaoli exhaled, concluding his practice for the day, in addition to physical training. He was also honing his magical essence. To advance from 1 star to 2 stars in magical essence, one must absorb it through the dantian and then circulate it throughout the body. Upon reaching the 2nd star, the body, having been permeated with magical essence, would become significantly stronger. While he understood the theory, the practical application required further exploration. Beside him, Zhu Er lay exhausted, nearly lifeless on the floor. "Phew, I think that's enough for today. Come early tomorrow." Xiaoli stretched his body. "I can't get up. I need the boss to carry me." Zhu Er reached out. Overwhelmed with fatigue, she was prone to acting coy. "Stop it, I just finished exercising, and I'm all sweaty." "Then carry me to the shower," Zhu Er blurted out, immediately blushing and covering her face. "Woman, you're playing with fire," Xiaoli remarked with a twitch of his lips. Ultimately, he acquiesced, lifting Zhu Er to the lounge chair before sitting opposite her. "Rest for a bit. Go wash yourself. That a body with 1 star in magical essence is not that fragile to..." Once in his arms, Zhu Er ceased her antics, appearing quite obedient. By the way, do you know if there are any other mysterious organizations in Hua Country aside from the 849 Bureau, particularly those that oppose the 849 Bureau? It was a perfect opportunity for Xiaoli to gather intelligence regarding the note from the morning. "Well, I'm not entirely sure, but those who dislike the 849 Bureau must be from the corporate faction." Zhu Er pouted, sounding somewhat critical of the corporate faction. "The corporate faction? What exactly does that entail?" It's... Zhu Er gestured animatedly for a while before lowering her head, unable to articulate her thoughts. "All right, I don't really understand it either. My family doesn't discuss it with me. However, someone in the freshman group should know." Zhu Er began to operate her wrist terminal. It said that the president of the Model United Nations Club at the Imperial Capital University is promoting it in the freshman group. He claims that joining this club will allow us to understand the global situation and the movements of various organizations. The freshman group. So soon, the admission notices were only sent out a few days ago. Imperial Capital University truly is extraordinary, Xiaoli mused, pulling out his phone to add himself with a new account. Hello there, I'm Wei Xiao. You're a friend of Chu, right? You'd like to learn more about our club? I presume. Feel free to ask. Model United Nations. Does the United Nations still hold significance? Xiaoli inquired first. Word has it that this organization once dominated global order decades ago. However, after the collapse of the United States of America and the world fully entering a cyberpunk era, it has become a mere shell of its former self, with most nation sovereignty now under the control of multinational corporations. These corporations have repeatedly attempted to interfere with Hua Country, exerting influence through various means. By 2098, Hua Country has come perilously close to a cyberpunk reality. Then, what can you tell me about the corporate faction in Hua Country? Xiaoli pressed directly, seeking clarification on the term he had just heard from Juer. Chapter 58, VVVP huh? Many freshmen are interested in this issue. Quite impressive, as the old saying goes in our Hua Country. Wherever there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. Under the influence of multinational corporations, the factional struggles within Hua Country have intensified. As far as I know, there are currently two main factions, the central government and the six major factions, which are divided into the upper three sects and the lower three factions. The upper three sects consist of the military, the Xianhuang Research Institute, and the Extraterrestrial Exploration Department. The lower three factions consist of the civilian faction, the corporate faction, and the clan faction, as the names imply. The lower three factions are rooted in their native families, while the upper three sects are relatively open-minded, welcoming talents from all walks of life if you come from a civilian background, aside from joining the civilian faction. You could also strive to gain admission to the upper three sects, which foster a strong sense of belonging among their members. Wei Xiao elaborated in detail. Is the upper three sects stronger than the lower three factions? Xiaoli asked curiously. Wei Xiao explained with clarity. From a collective perspective, not necessarily. However, from an individual standpoint, those in the upper three sects generally hold higher status. To be considered a faction, one must possess armed forces. The upper three sects certainly do, while the clan faction, with its long-standing heritage, controls special departments like the 849 Bureau. The corporate faction excels in trade, using financial resources to manipulate and control CPDs across the nation. With support from multinational corporations, and the civilian faction, primarily composed of civilians, has begun organizing local autonomous groups and grassroots organizations to protect themselves from the onslaught of multinational corporations in terms of cutting-edge combat power. The upper three sects are evidently superior, but given the vast expanse of Hua Country, the lower three factions have the advantage in numbers. Xiaoli sighed. You seem to be quite knowledgeable. So, theoretically, if one can subdue these six factions, they could exert substantial influence over Hua Country, correct? Indeed, though ideally, one should dismantle the factions entirely. However, achieving unity in a cyberpunk society is akin to chasing a dream. This is the Imperial Capital. The Model United Nations Club must wield such power. Otherwise, it would be no different from local clubs playing house. If I'm not mistaken, you are likely the most talked-about freshman this year, the one with adaptability rated at 1 star, Xiaoli. Correct? If you wish to join our club, I will do my utmost to assist you. Wei Zhao's voice carried a hint of amusement. Xiaoli remained non-committal. I'll consider TWY the way, if it's convenient for you. Could you also enlighten me about the international situation? Sure. The current situation actually traces back over 60 years. Back then, the United States of America and Hua Country were engaged in fierce trade wars. The U.S. should have been stronger, but its federal system and capitalism ultimately led to its downfall. In an attempt to cripple Hua Country, the policies of President Reliable II severely harmed capital interests. And after a failed assassination attempt on capitalists, he faced even greater retaliation. Ultimately, global capital rose in rebellion, forming multinational corporations and establishing armed forces, plunging human civilization into a cyberpunk realm. The United States was disbanded, and the remnants of its government could only cooperate with Hua Country, resulting in a world divided into two camps: sovereign nations versus multinational corporations. Yet the corporations were not satisfied and sought to employ the same tactics against Hua Country. As tensions escalated toward a Third World War, the Xianhuang Research Institute in Hua Country invented wormholes, allowing humanity to set aside disputes and explore outward. Thus, the global landscape has persisted. Wei Xiao recounted this history with great familiarity. Xiao Li raised an eyebrow. There are no eternal enemies, only perpetual interests. That makes sense. However, the affairs of the United States were temporarily irrelevant to Xiao Li. He speculated that the letter from the morning had been sent by someone from the corporate faction or the civilian faction. Compared to the upper three sects, the lower three factions would be more concerned about a presence like Xiao Li's. After exchanging some pleasantries with Wei Xiao, Xiao Li closed the chat and immediately blended into the freshman group. Upon entering, he was met with a barrage of messages that a particular freshman asked, "Seniors, do you know about the recently famous Zinc Singui?" Xiao Li's attention was instantly piqued. He recalled seeing in the news. It was the infamous cult, wasn't it? Oh, I know. The short video had a twist. It turned out to be local CPD slandering them. The claims about the Raccoon Island and the scallops fleeing were all staged by the corporate faction to deceive individual investors. They orchestrated the whole thing, and the CPD was covering up for them. So, which influential senior should we trust? At that moment, an account labeled as the Anime Club president chimed in. Regarding this matter, those in the know understand, and those who don't are better off remaining ignorant, the Extraterrestrial Research Society president added. Let me take this opportunity to advertise. We're recruiting for the fourth extraterrestrial, known as the Bi-Wing Twin Stars. The new society president interjected, Bi-Wing Twin Stars. That's the official name, right? I've heard that in the public it's referred to as the Mobius Twin Stars, and there said to be relevant information on a mysterious website. Xiao Li discreetly monitored the conversation, suspecting that someone present during his search for his aunt had indeed logged onto the website and disseminated the news. The Extraterrestrial Research Society president urged, "Please share the URL. I'm waiting online, urgently." Xiao Li exited the freshman group and opened the Mobius National Geographic website. After a long period of inactivity, the site's forum was indeed brimming with new posts. Particularly in the city where the wormhole was located, many individuals were posting seeking assistance. That I caught a brain overflow worm. Does anyone want it? Bring an offer. I suspect my neighbor is a witch. He is clearly a man, yet I find him strangely charming. Last night, I saw him dressed as a woman. Should I make the first move? Don't. He might just be a little Nanliang. Coordinates. H City. My employer makes me donate blood every month. I suspect he is a vampire. I need a master to take a look. He is quite wealthy. How practical. My friend is overseas. His city has been taken over by strange creatures. Thanks to the information on this website, he managed to survive. Unfortunately, he can't log in locally, and even VPNs don't work. That I have to relay everything to him. Seeing the website thriving with activity, Xiao Li felt a deep sense of satisfaction, as though he had become Prometheus, bringing the spark of enlightenment to humanity. That moment, he noticed a red dot appear in the website's backend. What was this? He clicked on it. Dear customer, congratulations. Your website has recently received a substantial influx of comments. However, your complimentary quota has been exhausted. Please upgrade to the professional version at your earliest convenience, or delete existing information to free up space. Otherwise, users will be unable to post their messages on the forum, and you will also be unable to add new entries. The professional version costs 16,000 per year. The VIP professional version 23,000 per year, and the VVVIP professional version 36,000 per year. Xiao Li felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Indeed, this is the essence of cyberpunk. The demons busy themselves erecting firewalls, yet they cannot even access the company that owns the servers. Why then do they not assist in securing a VVVIP membership for themselves? Never mind, I have the funds now. In the forum, there are individuals selling rare materials, so it would be wise to spend a little to maintain access, as I can later procure materials through the forum. That I will start with a basic professional version. And when the organization grows, I shall establish my own cyberspace server. After completing the payment, Xiao Li felt as if his very essence had been drained. I hope it proves worthwhile. While murmuring to himself, he privately messaged the brother selling the Mind-Eater worm. This worm's abilities are not essential, yet it can be crafted into an awakening potion, enabling one to embark on the path of magical cultivation. Once prepared, it can be sold for profit. Shally noted that the president of the Alien Research Society could be a perfect mark. Unfortunately, the bodies of the aberrations from Jiangzhou Island and Yi Family Manor had already been taken by Bureau 849 and the military. Resulting in substantial losses, he would need to exploit Bureau 849's resources more in the future. After settling everything, Shally washed up and went to bed. Shally lay down, yet the vicinity of his villa remained quite lively. In the street beside his villa, 3 women were in a standoff. Aishala hid behind her female bodyguard, addressing the woman opposite her. "Hey, why is your alien exploration department here spying on me instead of exploring alien worlds?" The woman across was, of course, Hua Country. TSK. She clicked her tongue, realizing that she had been out of touch with smart devices for too long, forgetting to obscure her device's signal, allowing Aishala to discover her presence. Chapter 59. The power of my king. Hua Country remained silent as Aishala leaned forward for a closer look. "Oh, I wondered who it was. You are none other than Ibai Xiao, the rebellious little princess of the He family. Responsible for local affairs in the Alien Exploration Department that I've even watched the dramas you starred in. Your departure from home to pursue acting caused quite a stir among your peers in the capital back then." Hua Country felt the sting in the other's words and refused to back down. "Your golden diamond hairstyle looks quite familiar too. If I recall correctly, you're the renowned Europa lady of the corporate faction, right?" With that, she raised her hands to perform a French salute, leaving it ambiguous whether it was a gesture of surrender or mockery. "You." Aishala glared fiercely at Hua Country. The two exchanged hostile glances. While factions exist in Huagua, their conflicts are not overly intense, as they are fundamentally united under the central banner. This explains why organizations in Huagua immediately consider recruiting Shaoli upon seeing him, while foreign multinational corporations think of sending assassins. Thus, the first choice for both women upon meeting was verbal exchange rather than physical confrontation. "That guy is my friend. If you're watching my friend, then I will certainly keep an eye on you as well." Aishala rolled her eyes that you're joking. "I see you have a family mission, don't you? I have a proposal. Let us first deal with the people from Bureau 849, and then we can settle our scores." Bureau 849? As expected, Hua Country narrowed her eyes. She had previously been puzzled as to how Bureau 849 could easily connect with Hua Country. Turns out it was due to the undercover agents around him. She recalled the incident in F-City when Shaoli borrowed troops from the Sword 3. She had initially thought Sword 3 was merely a typical civilian organization, but now realized that she was an undercover agent from Bureau 849. Everything fell into place. After connecting the dots, she inwardly scoffed. Bureau 849 is truly shameless. It was clearly Shaoli who discovered the aberrations and sought their assistance. Yet their report to the Central Authority claimed that Bureau 849 led the operation, with a few locals merely assisting. "Fine, I'll collaborate with you for the time being." "Excellent. Rest assured, I know Chu Lingzhu from Bureau 849 very well. We were quite close in our childhood that I have a plan to deal with someone as simple-minded as her." Aishala rejoiced. "Let us hope so." Hua Country cast a sidelong glance at Aishala, feeling an inexplicable sense of kinship. The next day, Shaoli awoke. Upon surveying his room, he noticed a small card slipping through the crack of the window. He approached and picked it up, revealing a photograph of a shapely blonde woman, with contact details below. How quaint. The question is, why is her face pixelated? This is rather unprofessional. Lilith, did the surveillance capture anything? It was a drone. IT has advanced hacker protection. I'm unable to breach it. Did you find anything on this contact? Shaoli revealed a hint of disappointment. Clearly, it is not a special service. Curious, he pondered why they had not directly attacked him if they intended harm, opting instead to lure him out. Lilith searched the internet and concluded. This may be due to the unspoken rules of the Imperial Capital University, the principle of dormitory non-interference. While other places have loose regulations, dormitories are a red line that we are all citizens of Huagua and should engage in healthy competition rather than malicious rivalry. Upon opening his mobile terminal, he discovered a new message. "Are you also in the Imperial Capital? Shall we meet?" It was a message from Hua Country. Shaoli recalled the actress he had rescued in F-City, who perfectly matches XP. He replied, "I am currently occupied, perhaps next time." Suddenly transitioning from small place to such a grand city, coupled with the insights provided by Wei Xiao regarding various factions, left Xiao Li feeling a twinge of anxiety. Beyond external factors, the internal pressure from the Black Dragon was significant. He sensed the instability of the magical essence within him and realized he needed to level up swiftly. He had resolved that he would not step outside until his magical essence reached 2 stars. No one would deter him from his cultivation. Compared to other matters, his life was paramount. He would keep her waiting to rise and commence training, as Xiao Li turned down social interactions and devoted himself to rigorous training. Time progressed to August. He finally broke through his bottleneck, ascending to the rank of 2-star magical essence. The magical essence within him finally stabilized, and on the night following his breakthrough, Xiao Li returned to the dream bubble. The Black Dragon circled around the bubble. You have arrived. Your control over magical essence has improved. I can maintain a semblance of consciousness for a brief period each day. However, heed this warning. Do not venture into the realm of 2 stars before reaching 3 stars. Understood, but I require a story in exchange. Xiao Li animatedly recounted the tale from F City. Hick, the Black Dragon's voice suggested immense satisfaction. Xiao Li discerned an unexpected advantage as my magical essence level rises. Your wakeful duration can also extend? In theory, yes. However, today as 15 minutes are nearly up that I must return to slumber. Xiao Li awoke to the bright sunlight outside. He immediately leaped from his bed, sensing a peculiar switch deep within his being. He decided to experiment, gently toggling the switch. Suddenly, his right hand transformed into a dragon claw, and a deathly aura radiated from him, instantly reducing the desk in contact to ashes. Stop. Xiao Li reverted to his original form. Breathing heavily. So powerful, yet exhausting. At this rate, I can only use it once a week for a minute at a time. The intensity is high. By comparison, I feel I could overpower the previous executor death. This dragon claw is quite impressive. My childhood fantasy of the king's right hand has finally materialized. The anxiety that had previously plagued him began to dissipate. Next week, once the cooldown of the king's hand concludes, he could contemplate venturing out to explore the imperial capital. Most of the materials he had collected were lifeless, save for a single spring lizard, which once transformed into a magical potion, would provide the ability to detoxify. Quite practical indeed. Xiao Li hesitated between crafting a potion or directly seizing its ability. If he claimed the ability first, the potential for transformation into a potion would vanish. He decided to first create potions from the other materials and then swiftly act. Otherwise, he might not have the funds to acquire additional materials. Xiao Li contemplated. Just as he was about to commence his work, he noticed a small card on the windowsill. This was the 30th card he had received lately. One was delivered every night without fail. Chapter 60. Zhuer's concerns. These cards invariably pertain to either Zhuer being an undercover agent or various alluring uniforms of a blonde woman. However, her face consistently bore a pixelated obscurity, much to Xiao Li's dissatisfaction. Very well, let this be a form of relaxation after my exertions. Let us see what uniform is featured today. Xiao Li opened the card, revealing not an image, but several lines of English text. It appear to be poetry. Lilith, what is this? Beep. It seems to be a sonnet by the ancient poet Shakespeare, expressing admiration for you. Such a romantic touch. However, I prefer something a bit more risque. After that, he opened his mobile terminal again. Another new message awaited him, likely from Xiao Baihe. Recently, they had been frequently chatting online. To be precise, Xiao Baihe often initiated contact with him. Yet, they had not delved into any sensitive topics, merely engaging in casual conversation, with her sharing amusing anecdotes from her acting days. This had alleviated much of the distress stemming from his training, and he could conveniently use these stories to satiate the Black Dragon. However, this time it was not Xiao Baihe, but rather the magician. Foolish leader, I've finally made my escape. Where are you? I'm coming to find you. You've escaped? Xiao Li raised an eyebrow. The northern ice city where I was previously located also opened a wormhole. The military engaged in combat with aberrations, and it took considerable effort for me to flee with a group of fans. Now they finally believe I'm not performing magic, but wielding true sorcery. Xiao Li pondered for a moment, deciding to maintain an air of mystery for now. With the power of the king at his disposal, he no longer required strong allies. bringing a group of fans to the imperial capital would pose a challenge in terms of accommodation. More importantly, Xiaoli was unaware of what expectations the magician held regarding the identity of the fool. Ahem, I currently have pressing matters to attend to. You shall establish a base near the Ice City wormhole in the meantime. Await my signal. If the opportunity arises, gather or hunt some extraterrestrial materials and send them to the Imperial University. I will arrange for my subordinates to assist you in concocting potions that, will that not be for the High Priestess? I have already provided her with quite a bit. The thought of those materials pained Xiaoli. The identity of the High Priestess remains uncertain for now. In any case, safety is paramount. Additionally, coordinate with the Emperor's actions in the group. He is one of us. Understood. The magician was exceedingly obedient, which relieved Xiaoli greatly. Ending the conversation, Xiaoli set down the terminal and began to prepare the potions. The sun descended. On the table lay 3 bottles of awakening potions, 6 bottles of red potions, 6 bottles of blue potions, and 17 bottles of brown elixirs. Several other materials remained. The red and blue potions were concocted for Xiaoli himself. The red potion heals wounds, while the blue potion enhances mental acuity and replenishes the body's magical essence. In this era of technology, with nanotechnology, healing robots, and brain-machine interfaces, the market for these red and blue potions might not be promising. Xiaoli, with his poor adaptability, could not utilize the healing robots, making the red potion particularly suitable for him. The awakening potions and brown elixirs, on the other hand, were intended for profit. The awakening potions comprised 2 bottles of overflow brainworm and 1 bottle of black-eyed clam, of little practical use. The brown elixirs temporarily and significantly heightened the sensitivity of human nerves. Xiaoli had investigated. Such elixirs could assist cyborg warriors in swiftly synchronizing with newly installed prosthetics and enable them to enter a state of super-frequency overload during combat without side effects, far surpassing the current adrenaline-type potions. Beyond combat, these elixirs also had a thriving market in daily life, as many sought sensory stimulation. This potion could make sensations more acute. Currently, the cost of this potion was 20,000 per bottle, and Xiaoli intended to sell each for at least 100,000, specifically targeting the wealthy. Though expensive, it was undoubtedly cheaper than a life to AS for those extravagant rich fellows. Spending 100,000 monthly for pleasure should pose no burden. If it was merely for enjoyment, 1 bottle could be consumed multiple times. Next, he needed to consider potential buyers. Xiaoli first logged onto the forum, posting these potions. Awakening potions for 200,000, and other potions for 150,000, waiting for haggling. The forum was his territory, fortified by the demon firewall, so he had no fear of being tracked down AS for payment. There was no concern. The currently circulating international currency, credit points, was akin to Bitcoin, a feature of the cyberpunk society that facilitated covert operations for companies. After completing these tasks, Xiaoli stretched and headed downstairs for a meal. Today marked the weekly rest day, and Jouer did not need to practice. Lazily sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in MR.I in the kitchen. Chen Mingyao was busy cooking. Upon entering the kitchen, Xiaoli was taken aback. Chen Mingyao had not turned on the stove. Instead, she was emitting scorching rays from her eyes to roast the food. Wow, what an innovative cooking technique. Hearing Xiaoli's voice, Chen Mingyao returned her eyes to their normal state and blinked. Grandpa Huangpan said that frequently using abilities can train the internal levels of magical essence. I feel I am on the verge of reaching 2 stars. You've been learning from him at the sanatorium these past few days. No wonder I often couldn't find you. You're quite studious. Xiaoli nodded, asking, why are you cooking today? Where's my aunt? She went to work. What, do you think my cooking is subpar? Chen Mingyao teased, winking at Xiaoli. Of course it's delicious. Xiaoli quickly waved his hands. Women were indeed sensitive. He merely wished to express concern for his aunt, who had insisted on working despite his assurances. Chen Mingyao retrieved an egg and cracked it open against Xiaoli's shoulder. Girls are delicate. Your aunt surely doesn't wish to always be a burden. By the way, Chen Mingyao hesitated, asking softly, do you think age matters in love? Would you be attracted to a woman 20 years older than you? Xiaoli was taken aback, leaning back tactically. Why do you ask? Is your real age more than 20 years older than mine? How could that be? I grew up alongside you. I met my grandmother. Wow, your grandmother must be in her 90s. Honestly, it's fine. With today's technology, people can live long lives. In the context of cultivation, she would still be considered young, right at the age to bravely pursue love. Xiaoli said earnestly. Chun Mingyao pouted. How dismissive. Never mind. You go rest outside. I need to concentrate on cooking. Looking forward to your delicious dishes. Zhu Er's MR could sense those around her, and upon seeing Xiaoli, she removed it. Boss, you're down. Xiaoli keenly noticed something was off with Zhu Er. What's wrong? Are you troubled? Ah, where I have worries. Ha! Zhu Er turned her head and whistled. She was indeed too easy to read. Xiaoli sat beside her, studying her face intently. She averted her gaze. Really, I'm fine. It's just that I've been too tired from exercising lately. Boss, stop staring at me. Let's eat. Chapter 61. Do not underestimate our intelligence network. It wasn't until they finished their meal that Zhu Er wore a deeply troubled expression. No matter how Xiaoli inquired, she deflected the questions. This left Xiaoli somewhat concerned. Was it possible that he had been too rigorous with her training, affecting her mental state? More alarmingly, the usually lazy Zhu Er unexpectedly volunteered to wash the dishes after the meal. Even Chen Mingyao wore a look of disbelief. Xiaoli approached the kitchen. What is going on? At that moment, the doorbell rang. In Aisha La's villa, after reading the contents, Aisha La was filled with excitement, playfully nudging the small Lily beside her. Haha. See, he truly can't resist his curiosity about my masked appearance. The small Lily glanced at the text, slightly baring her teeth. What is this? Could it be? Even if it is, it merely indicates his lust for your body. How superficial. Aisha La puffed her chest with pride. What a being desired for my body. It shows I possess charm, unlike certain individuals who engage in online romances without any progress whatsoever. Let me tell you, your platonic love has no hope. The small Lily widened her eyes. Love, you big buffoon. I'm merely enhancing our friendship. And what's wrong with being platonic? Superficial individuals simply cannot appreciate the essence of mutual companionship online. Had he not been concerned about safety, he would have met with me long ago. You just keep talking. Aisha La tilted her head, suddenly pointing outside. Wait, what is that? The small Lily followed her gesture. A hovering vehicle emblazoned with the 849 Bureau insignia slowly came to a halt at Xiao Li's villa. At Xiao Li's villa, upon hearing the doorbell, Zhu Er jolted. This was the reason for her peculiar behavior today. The 849 Bureau had recently discovered that due to the leak regarding the wormhole incident in F City, Xiaoli had attracted the attention of other organizations. Thus, they decided to send someone to make formal contact with Xiaoli under the guise of the 849 Bureau. A clear distinction between Zhu Er's overt demeanor and her covert concerns. Zhu Er was anxious that a fool might expose her undercover identity or, worse, cause Xiaoli to develop a negative impression of the 849 Bureau, making it even more challenging for her to come clean later. She had initially planned everything out. Once the two developed their relationship to a more intimate level, she would reveal her true identity, expressing that her heart was with him despite being in the enemy camp. Under such circumstances, Xiaoli would surely forgive her. That a perfect plan. She prayed for a reliable colleague, hoping they wouldn't disrupt her scheme. When Xiaoli opened the door, a chubby little fellow stepped inside. The moment Zhu Er laid eyes on the chubby figure, her expression dimmed. This little chubby fellow, named Lu Shuang, was one of the 3 pillars of the 849 Bureau. Hailing from the Lu family and was of the same age as Zhu Er, he was among those who had mocked and bullied Zhu Er due to her adaptability issues back then. She immediately shut the kitchen door and hid. After entering, Lu Shuang surveyed the surroundings, seemingly searching for someone. Not finding anyone, he furrowed his brow in disappointment. Xiaoli regarded the arrogant chubby boy before him, narrowing his eyes. Who are you? Lu Shuang, attempting to appear suave, slicked back his hair. Oh, the founder of the Star Alliance, Xiaoli, how do you do? I am Lu Shuang from the 849 Bureau. I have been following you for quite some time. Upon finishing, he wore a knowing expression. From the 849 Bureau, Xiaoli now understood why Zhu Er was troubled. Come in, what brings you here? 2 bodyguards in black followed, Lu Shuang inside. Xiao Li and Lu Shuang took seats in the living room, and Chen Mingyao, quite perceptive, poured tea for the two. This left Xiao Li with a negative impression. And no need. If you have something to say, just say it. Xiao Li's tone was frosty. Well, I must warn you not to be alarmed. Based on our intelligence, you are indeed the founder of the Star Alliance, the fool. The chubby boy pointed at Xiao Li. And his son. Am I right? Do not underestimate the intelligence network of the 849 Bureau. Lu Shuang wore a smug expression. To be frank, their intelligence network was rather inept. The reason they managed to locate Xiao Li was due to information leaked by the website's owner, which was extracted during a chaotic breach executed by the top hacker X. The outcome was that X was eliminated by the unregulated firewall, and thereafter, no prominent hacker was willing to risk their life for mere information. Considering your Star Alliance's contributions in dealing with anomalies in Huawei, we have refrained from taking coercive actions against you. If you are wise, you should promptly divulge everything you know. Lu Shuang began to rattle off like a machine gun, not waiting for Xiao Li's response. This was a falsehood. The reason the 849 Bureau had not taken action was that they were intimidated by the executives at the firewall that eliminated a top hacker, the 9-star Geek Reaper, and the Emperor, who single-handedly suppressed all anomalies during the estate battle. Perhaps there were 12 others of equal caliber, Xiao Li and the Fool. Xiao Li is merely the son of the Fool, as Bureau 849 believes. Should they capture Xiao Li, the Fool's wrath would be no trifling matter, even if there are moles within their ranks, as long as there are 3 or 4 loyal operatives. Bureau 849 would find themselves at a disadvantage. Moreover, who can guarantee that moles from other factions would not take the opportunity to strike? Currently, there are 6 factions vying for power domestically, while foreign multinational corporations eye the situation with keen interest. And beyond Blue Star, strange entities from dual stars are stirring restlessly. This time, the upper echelons have issued orders primarily advocating for a conciliatory approach, hoping for Xiao Li's assistance in concocting potions and aiding in the investigation of recent disappearances in the imperial capital. However, Lu Shuang, accustomed to arrogance and harboring a grudge against Ju'er, perceives the man who has been toyed with by Chu Lingzhu as unworthy of gentleness, that he believes he can simply coerce him into surrendering all intelligence, thus earning enough merit to ascend to the rank of supervisor. Contemplating his bright future, Lu Shuang's expression transformed into one of exuberance. Xiao Li scratched his face. Had this been before he grasped the power of the king, he might have felt a twinge of apprehension, but now he merely regarded Lu Shuang with an expression of incredulity. Are you experiencing a bout of delusion? What is the Stars Association? To casually intrude into another's quarters and utter such nonsense. I shall accuse you of slander. Please take your leave. You are feigning ignorance. You shall not escape regret. Lu Shuang suddenly rose, arcs of electricity crackling around him, his cybernetic body poised for action. Xiao Li also stood. Do you intend to strike me here? Do you truly believe that even if your bodyguards managed to capture me, you would not be the first to be slain? He had observed that this rotund man possessed only a 2-star cybernetic enhancement, which could be easily dispatched with his spatial manipulation techniques. The bodyguards behind Lu Shuang appear to have 7 or 8 stars, which could pose a challenge. However, having utilized the King's hand for merely 2 seconds that morning, and with a physical limitation of 1 minute per week, he believed he could manage a second activation even if it meant sustaining some injuries. You, without any cybernetic enhancements, speak with such bravado. Lu Shuang's face contorted slightly, at which point his bodyguards gently reminded him. He then begrudgingly inhaled sharply. We are leaving. You shall regret this. Observing Lu Shuang's retreating figure, Xiao Li furrowed his brow, his expression tinged with gravity. Could it be that Bureau 849 intends to abandon their conciliatory measures and adopt a more forceful stance against him? Were they anxious due to other organizations learning of his existence? Chapter 62. Mutual testing. Xiao Li paced in the living room, deep in thought. At present, it seemed that Bureau 849 was the only organization aware of his connection to the Mobius geographic website. Unless they were foolish enough to neglect confidentiality measures, other factions likely took notice of him due to the Void incident in F-City. Previously, he had thought that with Ju'er around, even if Bureau 849 was aware, it would not pose a significant issue. Now, however, it became evident that human hearts are inscrutable. Where there are people, there exist intrigues, even within the confines of Bureau 849. Power struggles abound, and Ju'er, along with their backing from the Chu family, is not the sole decision-maker in that establishment. Lu Xuan's arrival seemed indicative of a rising faction within Bureau 849. Or perhaps it was a test of whether a truly conciliatory approach was warranted. Why else would they send this foolish individual? Shally did not believe that the leaders above were unaware of their subordinates' natures. Besides Bureau 849, other factions had also developed an interest in him, some of which may also harbor hardliners. If he failed to entertain them properly this time, not only would he be unable to extract their resources, but he would also find it difficult to navigate within the imperial capital. Since Bureau 849 was testing him, perhaps he should also gauge the current state of the Stars Association. When the operatives were promoted, they had only considered their level of delusion, without understanding each other's true strengths. It was essential to have some insight. Taking a deep breath, Shally proceeded to the kitchen. Upon opening the door, he found it empty, ultimately discovering Grandeur hiding within a cupboard. "Why are you hiding here? Do you know the person who just visited?" "Boss, I have a slight acquaintance with him." Grandeur slowly crawled out of the cupboard. Her head bowed. "He used to bully me when we were kids. That we are both from the imperial capital and of similar ages, so we would occasionally cross paths." Grandeur sought to clarify, not wanting Shally to associate her with Bureau 849. "Oh, he continued to bully you? Now I truly feel no psychological burden." Shally shrugged. "Boss, what are you saying? What did you discuss with him just now?" "Nothing much, just that he threatened me to relinquish the potion formula and other intelligence, or else I would come to regret it." Shally spoke with nonchalance. This, boss, not everyone in Bureau 849 is like him." Grandeur began to fluster. "Oh, you have friends in Bureau 849? Shally smiled, playing along. Yes. So please calm down." Grandeur attempted to deflect. Shally patted her head. "Rest assured, I do not intend to take any personal action." "Ah, that is good. I do not wish to either." Shally sipped tea, retrieving his phone to open the cadre group using the Emperor's account. The Stars Association currently had many moles. However, organizations capable of deploying moles are the players at the table. Would they forego the chance to undermine their rivals? Let's find out. Shally began to operate. Cadre group. The Emperor proposes a motion. Strike against the Lu family within Bureau 849. Moderation. Emperor, what madness are you proposing? The Hermit. Ha! Finally, an interesting proposal. Emperor, Bureau 849 has been investigating us, and the Lu family is the hardliner faction within Bureau 849, posing a threat to US.to fend off external foes. We must first stabilize our internal situation. Huagua should be considered our stronghold. If we face restrictions in Huagua, how can we develop? The Hangman. Remarkable. The Emperor shares my sentiment. They have indeed been obstructing me as well. Moderation. You are all insane. That is a family from the imperial capital of Huagua. If we actually proceed with such actions, we will be the target of public outrage. The Wheel of Fortune. Exactly. Do you not see that multinational corporations frequently strike against their rivals in Huagua, yet they continue to operate openly across the land, relying on their undeniable strength? Since the CPD has already exposed us to the light, we must make our voices heard. That a single punch may prevent 100 retaliations. Moderation. If I were in your position, I would not allow such a situation to arise. However, we must now unite to combat the anomalies. Why instigate conflict? Furthermore, there are still moles in this group. Emperor, Hermit, do not tell me you are agents of a multinational corporation seeking to weaken Huagua. The Hermit, spare me. Bureau 849 is hardly a concern. Most of Huagua's strength lies within the military. They do not care about a single family within Bureau 849, that there are countless people in Huagua. Losing one family will not hinder us. The key is that they pose a threat to us. The Priestess, enough. Now that everyone's identities are unclear, even if there is unanimous agreement, how can we proceed? It is impossible to consolidate efforts now. The Wheel of Fortune. Let us vote. I in no time. The results were in. 8 votes in favor, 2 against, and 3 abstentions. The Hangman. We will act the night after tomorrow at 7 o'clock. Moderation. Emperor, you have opened Pandora's box that I hope you are genuinely considering the Stars Association's interests. Listen, if you truly intend to engage in this matter, make sure to manage the beginning and end well. Create some leeway, and do not put the central authority in a difficult position. Emperor, do you believe you are overcomplicating matters? My proposal is simply to strike in a modest manner, to serve as a warning and not to escalate things unnecessarily. Among the supporters are the Emperor, the Magician, the world, the hermit, the hangman, the wheel of fortune, the priestess, and the tower. The others remained silent, tacitly abstaining. Xiao observed the group's reactions, somewhat taken aback. The number of supporters exceeded his expectations. However, it was also possible that the Stars Association was filled with individuals suffering from delusions, making a great noise in the group, yet ultimately achieving nothing. Thus, this was also part of Xiao Li's assessment of the operative strengths, as he had no intention of taking direct action. He would wait a couple of days to observe the outcomes. Closing his phone, Xiao Li approached Zhu. Zhu, while I do not plan to act personally, it is possible that operatives from the Stars Association will take action. If you have friends in Bureau 849, instruct them to wrap blue cloth around their shoulders in the coming days. Yes, I understand. How could Bureau 849 send such a person to threaten the boss? Truly. Zhu lightly bit her lip. Meanwhile, in F City, Chu Yun, who was coordinating with the military, received news from Zhu. Wrap blue cloth around their shoulders? What has the headquarters done now? She accessed the office system with her neural interface, her permissions allowing her to view the details of the operation. On the surface, they had also dispatched personnel to engage with Xiao Li regarding the potion and the missing persons case. Executor, Lu Shuang. Upon seeing the name, Chu Yun was struck with alarm and hurriedly called her superior. Commander, why was I not informed that Lu Shuang was sent to engage with Xiao Li? This should have been my assignment. You have connections to Chu Lingzhu. We cannot risk exposing her identity as a mole. This time, it is also an attempt from above to gauge Xiao Li's standing within the Stars Association. Our order is to maintain a conciliatory stance. Should anything go awry, we will place the blame on Lu Shuang's unauthorized actions. The commander explained. But Lu Shuang, how could there not be trouble? If they need to cut ties, the Stars Association must be willing to listen to explanations, and besides, they might very well discern the underlying motives from above. Chu Yun frowned. Well, the Lu family wishes to test the waters, so let them. It is said that other organizations are also preparing considerable offers. Engaging with them could be detrimental. If they can indeed apply pressure, it would save the Bureau a substantial budget. Chapter 63. Assessing Identities. Xiao Baihe stared blankly at the messages in the cadre group, just as the Lu family sought out Xiao Li. A voting event emerged in the group. She was unaware that the emperor had given his account to Xiao Li and instead believed that Xiao Li was secretly manipulating the emperor into taking such actions. What kind of identity could command the emperor's influence? What could allow him to rally so many operatives in agreement? Only the fool. Thus, Xiao Li was most likely the fool. Beside her, Aishala ground her teeth in disbelief. Did that 849 bureau just go straight in? Have their collaborations reached this point? Could it be that Chu Lingzhu has revealed her true colors? No wonder I mentioned in the car that she was an undercover agent. Xiao Li didn't even flinch. Should we just go confront him directly? Xiaobei sighed. I'm afraid that's not advisable. Let's wait and see how things unfold the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow? Why wait until then? She paused, contemplating what to write on tonight's card. Perhaps she should wear that one outfit. But would it be too revealing? Since it's already a high code, maybe it could work. Xiaobei rolled her eyes, internally lamenting. I truly envy your carefree attitude. She was utterly distressed. Should she confront Xiao Li directly? Ultimately, she resolved to approach him under the guise of the Alien Exploration Department, refraining from disclosing her identity as an executive for the time being. How infuriating! If Xiao Li is indeed a fool, what has he been doing these past few days with Chu Lingzhu? The villa is filled with sounds of heavy breathing. Let us not pretend they're just working out. The memories of those heartfelt exchanges online still linger. When her family failed to understand her aspirations, it was the fool who quietly supported her. Despite their familiarity, discussing XP online, how could he not recognize her when he saw actresses that fit his preferences? Back then, Xiaobei sought the fool's opinion on the persona she believed would be universally appealing, assuming if the fool liked it, others would too. Thus, after debuting, she diligently molded herself to align with Xiao Li's XP. Strictly speaking, it wasn't solely for Xiao Li, but he certainly influenced her choices. Had he forgotten all of this? Was it truly as Aishala claimed, that online romance, online friendships, were futile? Achoo! Is someone cursing me? Xiao Li continued analyzing the identities of the executives. He believed that those voting in favor were more likely to be wolves. The magician was one of his own. alongside the Ticket Emperor. The hermit appeared to revel in chaos and was well-versed in Hua. His rhetoric was assertive yet dubious. The priestess was surrounded by grotesque corpses and burgeoning memberships, suggesting the organization was thriving. Shally sincerely hoped she was not an undercover agent. If the voting patterns in the two proposals from the tower were not well managed and remained silent, there was an 80 chance of being an undercover agent.as for the world. She had been stabbed by death, and he wondered how she fared now. Previously, he had assumed she was male. Could Xiaobei be the world? Unlikely. Given Xiao Li's superficial understanding of women, they would certainly refuse to conform to the XP of acquaintances .99.9. Furthermore, during their previous conversations, she never claimed to be an actress. Only that she had run away from home to pursue her dreams. It sounded rather melodramatic. The it must be a coincidence. Xiaobei said she was the 9 of coins. Then the hangman mentioned that the 849 Bureau had recently been affecting his work. And he was also in the capital. What was he doing there? Shally had a favorable impression of him. If he were willing to lend a hand, it would likely not be difficult to pressure the Liu family. Just then, Xiaobei sent another message. Shally ceased his speculations and began a conversation with her. Soon, amidst training with Zhe, 2 days passed, and on the morning of the third day, Shally glanced at the cadre group. It was eerily quiet. No one spoke. Could it be everyone was merely biding their time? This could pose some trouble. Suddenly, a knock echoed from his room. "Oh no, boss! Quick, check the news!" Zhuer's panicked voice reached him. Shally donned his jacket and opened the door. "What is happening?" Zhuer presented a tablet. Local news from the capital read. "Human traders? Absolutely no mercy. Last night, an explosion occurred at a certain estate in the capital, and enthusiastic citizens from the Chiang district reported that the perpetrators attempted to open a wormhole to summon grotesque beings. Investigations indicate that recent missing persons cases in the capital are likely also the work of this organization. Fortunately, authorities intervened in a timely manner, successfully thwarting them and uprooting all relevant members." Shali's expression shifted drastically. Had an executive really messed up? He suppressed his rising panic and maintained a calm demeanor. "Does your family have more detailed intelligence?" Zhuer lowered her gaze. "The family reports that last night all of the Liu family's enterprises were completely uprooted. In a Liu family's main residence, several grotesque corpses and materials for opening a wormhole were found. All major members are missing." Shally paused in disbelief. "Are you certain it was the Liu family?" "I thought the news was referring to the Stars Association." Gently ruffling Zhuer's hair, he feigned ignorance. "Understood. That group of executives has gone a bit too far. They initially only intended to send a warning." "So?" Zhuer was thoroughly shaken. After dismissing her, Shally accessed the cadre group. The Emperor remarked, "Uprooting them seems a bit excessive, doesn't it?" Moderation added, "As expected, it was your doing." The hermit chimed in, "No worries. We left them a way out. Honestly, it doesn't matter. The Liu family is merely one of the 6 major faction clans, a special agency within the 849 Bureau, one of the 3 major families. Their status is just right for us to shake the Tiger's mountain. Too weak fails to showcase our strength. Too strong may offend the upper echelons. They're just perfect," the hangman countered. "You're the one who stirred the pot the most. You turned over all of the Liu family's enterprises," the priestess remarked. "It seems that drone was yours. I wondered why your subordinates couldn't eliminate it." Observing the executives in the group bantering, Shally felt a chill creeping in. He realized that in the pursuit of his lofty ambitions, he would encounter some rather unpleasant realities. This was no mere social gathering. He must prepare himself for the consequences. At the same time, he grasped the essence of power. As long as it aligned with the interests of others, even if they were an undercover agent or a stranger, they could be utilized. Identity seemed merely an external manifestation of this relationship. The Stars Association was formidable. However, this pack of wolves was clearly beyond Xiao Li's current capabilities to manage. He initially intended to merely caution the Liu family. Yet it escalated to total annihilation. One could only hope, as the hermit suggested, that the upper echelons would not overreact. Otherwise, if the Liu family sought him out only to vanish shortly thereafter, Shally would undoubtedly become the prime suspect. Chapter 64. The Supreme Commander. Had the upper echelons reacted? It's hard to say, But all families in the capital were left in shock. Shally likely could not fathom that with just a few light-hearted words in the group, he had set off such far-reaching consequences. Like a delicate butterfly flapping its wings in the right place, it could stir a tempest. The day after the Liu family incident, Zhi's aunt, Chu Yun, arrived at the 849 Bureau headquarters. The once bustling headquarters had grown eerily quiet. She walked directly to the training hall, where she found a group gathered in the center. These were the remnants of the Liu family, possibly given face by the Stars Association, or perhaps storming into the 849 Bureau headquarters to instigate the upper echelon sensitive nerves. Those Liu family members who had remained at the headquarters that night were the ones who survived. The group surrounded a portly man. "That it's all your fault. What exactly did you say?" The Liu family had indeed been fortunate to have him. Damn Stars Association. Do they not understand that debts must be repaid? The man being chastised was Lu Shuang. His former arrogance had vanished without a trace. He knelt on the ground, trembling, sweat soaking his meticulously styled hair, and he cried out, "Impossible. It can't be my fault. It must be a coincidence. I didn't say anything. That man couldn't possibly possess such power." Hearing the sound of Chu Yun's high heels, he lifted his head, his face contorted. Chu Yun, is it your family S. Chu Lingzhu who has been scheming against us? Holding a grudge for how we ostracized her back then. Just because the Stars Association is spreading rumors. Chu Yun narrowed her eyes. You ostracized her back then? It seems her development into this person is partly due to your contributions. Some informed individuals chimed in. Ostracized, that's a rather kind term. It was clearly bullying that my fault. She had a 2-star adaptability. Didn't she deserve that treatment? No one stopped it back then. Lu Shuang exclaimed incredulously, defiantly. Chu Yun's eyes narrowed, and she almost stepped forward to kick him. However, at that moment, a stern man approached. Chu Yun halted. Commander. The man nodded. Congratulations on your promotion, Minister Chu. You now lead my former Special Biological Response Department. Director Han, congratulations on your appointment as Deputy Director. Chu Yun lowered her head. This was the power vacuum left by the Liu family. The two were congratulating each other in front of the remaining Liu family members, which felt rather unethical. Minister, Deputy Director, you must advocate for our Liu family. We are members of the 849 Bureau, and this is a blatant disregard for us and a slap in the face of our clan. Someone in the crowd shouted. Director Han waved his hand. The specifics will be determined by the Bureau Chief, AS for you all. The Bureau's allowance for you to remain here is already a nod to your long-standing contributions. Now, little Chu, come with me to the meeting IT Grand Assembly, and the Supreme Commander will be listening in. The Supreme Commander. Chu Yun's eyes widened in shock. The Supreme Commander of Huagua, reputedly over 170 years old, was the nation's steadfast pillar. Under his banner, Huagua had weathered numerous internal and external crises, becoming a true beacon for humanity. With him present, the 6 major factions of Huagua maintained stability and healthy competition. Even the faction closest to multinational corporations dared not act recklessly. Could it be that the Liu family incident could provoke the Supreme Commander to declare war on the Stars Association? Chu Yun followed the man towards the venue of the meeting. Unable to contain her curiosity along the way, she inquired, just a few days ago, I was merely a minister, lacking any understanding of these matters. However, it seems my family's upper echelon hold a perspective that is quite contrary to yours. Han Zhu offered a faint smile. His real name was Han Lianfeng, and he belonged to the Han family, one of the leading families within the clan faction. The corporate faction advocated for a comprehensive westernization, entering a cyberpunk society alongside multinational corporations, primarily composed of newly emerged affluent families, foreign immigrants, and business owners. The commoner faction, on the other hand, championed democracy and fairness, comprising mostly independent individuals without familial distinctions. Contrary, are you suggesting we should intensify cooperation with the Star Alliance? Chu Yun asked. It's hard to say, but the Supreme Commander has likely been disturbed by the anomalies. A person of his stature tends to consider the rise and fall of the entire nation or even humanity as a whole, rather than being concerned with certain shifts in power. According to my friends in the military, the extraterrestrial expansion is proving to be exceedingly difficult. The two entered a grand auditorium reminiscent of the United Nations Security Council chamber, with a sunken stage at its center, adorned with a round table. While the surrounding seats were neatly divided into 6 sections, they settled into the corner designated for the clan faction, while the Supreme Commander's position loomed above, rendering him invisible from below. Soon, the auditorium was filled to capacity, and the prominent figures around the round table commenced their discussions. There were 3 significant topics on the agenda for this meeting. The first, the military and the extraterrestrial expansion department have faced considerable challenges in the dual star system. Investigations revealed that, according to the individual strength of humanity, there exist formidable entities in the extraterrestrial realm exceeding 11 stars, and even reaching 15 or 16 stars. Our human cyborgs remain stagnant at 9 stars, and we have yet to develop cyborgs exceeding this threshold, resulting in consecutive defeats on the battlefield. Previously, our wormholes were too small, prompting us to focus on developing cyborgs. Now that the dual stars have opened large-scale wormholes measuring 9 by 9, we can deploy large machines and even attempt to project weapons of mass destruction. A representative from the expansion department stated, "That is unwise. Compared to individual soldiers, large machines are intricate and cumbersome. And more importantly, they consume a significant amount of energy, with lengthy supply lines that are vulnerable to attacks, making resupply in the extraterrestrial realm difficult. They should only be used defensively." The military representative shook his head. The Research Institute representative interjected, "Weapons of mass destruction are suppressed by magical essence in the dual stars, yielding subpar results, and are likely to destroy the practical value of the dual stars. We are here to expand, not to destroy. Regarding cyborgs, it is not that we cannot produce stronger ones, but rather that humanity's adaptability is insufficient. The current pinnacle warriors have achieved their status through hard work, utilizing 9-star cyborgs to attain their strength. Cannot you all strive a little harder?" The military representative slammed the table, exclaiming, "What nonsense! Is this a matter that can be resolved through effort?" The first topic sparked a heated argument. After a period of bickering, the host moved on to the next topic. Anomalies have opened wormholes across the globe. Fortunately, our territory remains relatively safe. However, according to intelligence, certain foreign regions have already fallen. Should we send armed forces to assist them? Send them? We can barely hold our own on the front lines. Where we find the surplus troops, we should send assistance. Humanity's fortunes are intertwined. I believe we can send help, but only to assist regions aligned with our faction. The second topic also reached a stalemate. Observing the prominent figures arguing, the host finally introduced the third topic. The currently influential Star Alliance has completely eradicated the Liu family's power from Bureau 849. Simultaneously, their affiliated website contains various intelligence pertaining to the dual stars. Investigations reveal that the Star Alliance possesses high-end combat capabilities utilizing the dual star magical essence system, along with at least one elite hacker. How should we respond? Of course, we must eliminate them. Then, we can appropriate their intelligence for our own use. A representative from the clan faction immediately voiced, "Eliminate them?" As mentioned earlier, the dual-star magical essence system boasts combat capabilities exceeding 10 stars. Even if we could eradicate them, it would come at an immense cost. "You may go if you wish," the military representative retorted. Their willingness to disclose such intelligence indicates their alignment with humanity. They are part of the human faction and could be cooperative. More importantly, they present us with a possibility. The potential for humanity to utilize the magical essence system, a representative from the expansion department declared. Their system remains theirs. Our cyborg system can also integrate their knowledge to become stronger, the research department representative exclaimed, clenching their fist in excitement. They are elusive and difficult to track down. Now is a critical juncture in the face of extraterrestrial invasion. It is unwise to oppose such a powerful organization. The Commoner faction representative added. Once the argument subsided, the host approached the Supreme Commander's seat and bowed low. "Supreme Commander, we rely on your wisdom. Please guide us to that moment." An ethereal voice resonated throughout the venue. "Cooperate with the Star Alliance to cultivate our magical essence warriors. Utilize their knowledge to enhance our cyborgs. If humanity's adaptability cannot be improved, then we shall lower the adaptability requirements for cyborgs. Avoid using weapons of mass destruction unless absolutely necessary. postpone extraterrestrial expansion, and concentrate our forces to aid our allied nations. Simultaneously, we shall require the Star Alliance to clarify their stance and request their participation in wormhole defense. Understood. We shall adhere to your directives. As they departed, Hanju and Qian sat in the hovering vehicle on their way back. Hanju praised, "Truly, the Supreme Commander is remarkable." Qian, equally awestruck, remarked, "But doesn't this increasingly resemble a dictatorship?" That's a superficial understanding. If it were truly a dictatorship, there wouldn't be the scene of mutual arguments we witnessed earlier. The Supreme Commander synthesizes the demands of various factions, along with intelligence from his own agencies, to deduce the most favorable conclusion for our nation while satisfying all factions. Hanju shook his head, his face filled with admiration that we follow the Supreme Commander, not merely for his strength, but due to the prestige he has amassed over the years leading our nation to prosperity. Instilling in us faith in his wisdom, following his lead, our nation shall surely gain dominion over the Star Alliance. Indeed, a sense of admiration welled up within Chuyun. Yet at that moment, she could not help but ponder what would become of their nation if they were to lose the Supreme Commander. In the capital city, within a dimly lit room, 3 humanoid beings were seated, 2 engaged in a game of chess, while 1 observed. Humans are truly remarkable. Even without innate magical abilities, they can invent various alternative devices. The one most resembling a human remarked, "Yet, they possess a fatal weakness. Their hearts, weakness, blind faith, greed, arrogance." The elder with an elongated head said, his skull extending backward, "They wield nuclear weapons and space-based weaponry that we cannot rival. Yet, even in the face of external invasion, their weapons are always directed at their own kind," said the man with fox ears. "It seems you understand them well. However, they also have a profound understanding of us." Are you referring to the Mobius National Geographic website? It solely lists the initial abilities of each race, while we, as superior anomalies, can also plunder the abilities of lower-tier anomalies. The possibilities are endless. The fox replied, "Rest assured, Holy Envoy. It is time for us to make our move," the elongated-headed creature declared. Returning to the Zyoloby Villa. "Oh yeah, boss, I've reached 2 stars. I've reached 2 stars. Zhu exclaimed joyfully, spreading her arms wide and seizing the opportunity to embrace Xiaoli. Having learned of the Liu family's annihilation yesterday, she had been filled with trepidation, as she was an undercover agent, but today she cast those fears aside. In terms of examination scores, even at 2 stars, Zhu would barely score 90 points out of a total of 250, a mere slightly tougher sandbag. No worries. I can compensate with my abilities. Just like the Emperor, directly suppressing everything. Zhu eyes sparkled with longing. "All right, boss. Now that I've reached 2 stars, how should I use magical potions to enhance myself?" Xiaoli stroked his chin, slightly distancing Zhu from his embrace. "Ahem, this involves the secrets of the Star Alliance. I have yet to upload the knowledge to the website. Various BD constructs." Once pushed away, Zhu pouted in slight disappointment, but her attention was swiftly captured by the new terminology. "What is that?" "Our magical essence system allows us to acquire a skill slot for each star we upgrade. We can gain new skills by absorbing other magical potions. The multitude of skills within the dual stars is astonishing. To attain greater combat prowess, we must consider the interactivity of skills," Xiaoli explained in detail. "Not only humans, but superior anomalies also follow this pattern. For example, the magical beings we encountered before possess a racial ability of spatial holes. Yet during their growth, they must hunt other lower-tier anomalies to acquire additional abilities. This process is known as the path of ascension among anomalies. Generally, each superior anomaly race has several proven BD constructs. And some humans even mimic these constructs," he added. "I understand. I'll go ask my aunt to help me buy some." Zhu face was filled with eagerness. However, Xiaoli hesitated momentarily. Yet upon witnessing the girl's excitement, he sighed. "Forget it. Auxiliary abilities should be absorbed by me. After all, I won't be limited by skill slots. I can carry as many auxiliary skills as I desire. What constrains me is the issue of mana. If I exhaust my mana while casting skills, it could damage my foundation, just like the Emperor." He recalled an ability that could significantly increase an individual's magical essence capacity, essentially raising the maximum mana limit. It was worth keeping an eye on. In recent days, there had been no significant activity from the upper echelons, which likely meant there was no immediate threat. Just in time, Xiaoli's king's hand had cooled down. Let us prepare and head out to explore the capital, he decided. Chapter 66. The sycophant's house with no reaction from the upper echelons. According to Jouer, it was because they had found a convenient scapegoat. The executives had falsely portrayed the Liu family as those attempting to open wormholes, which conveniently silenced the upper echelons. Recently, a plethora of spokespersons from various platforms have emerged, leveraging the Liu family incident to amplify the ominous threats posed by strange creatures, inciting the populace to unite against a common enemy. This also serves to provide a cautionary tale regarding the fate of traitors, while other families eagerly vie for the power vacuum and residual industries left by the Liu family. Truly, it is reminiscent of a cyberpunk narrative, sighed Xiaoli. Over the past few days, every potion he listed on the website has sold out, with even the red and blue bottles completely gone, and no price negotiations to be had. Moreover, an overwhelming number of inquiries have flooded in for the brown potion, which Xiaoli has aptly named the overclocking potion. This venture has netted him approximately 3 million, a sum that, while substantial, is merely enough to purchase a small apartment in the capital. Given the exorbitant real estate prices in the capital, Xiaoli began to wonder if perhaps he had set his prices too low. Interestingly, many of the buyers provided addresses at anonymous storage points in the capital, suggesting they too were residents of the metropolis. The remaining materials primarily consisted of commonplace ingredients, with the synthesized effects limited to remedies for ailments such as stomach issues and headaches, conditions humanity had long since conquered, indicating a likely lack of market demand. Furthermore, there were no more materials for the overclocking potion as its primary component. A specific flower only thrives in the Twin Stars. Concerning the website, even with Xiaoli having only opened the first tier, which details the flora and fauna, the number of visitors has surged since the onset of the strange creature's wormholes, drawing increasing attention from Blue Star inhabitants toward the Twin Stars. Xiaoli felt a sense of joy in being able to assist so many people. However, aside from acquiring materials, it had not yet proven to be of significant help to him. Now, with the cool-down period for the Hand of the King having concluded, Xiaoli was finally ready to explore the capital. On this outing, he had 2 crucial tasks. The first, of utmost importance, was to investigate his aunt's workplace. With the profits from the potion business, he could now confidently persuade her to cease her employment and instead assist with the operations of the New Star Association. Additionally, Xiaoli harbored concerns for her safety. The recent disappearances in the capital, while officially attributed to the Liu family, were evidently not the whole truth. There could still be residual forces at play. And should they suspect Xiaoli, they might retaliate against those close to him, which would be dire. Among the other factions, there could also be reckless fools seeking to kidnap Lin Shi as leverage against Xiaoli. For both emotional and rational reasons, he could no longer allow his aunt to roam freely. The second task was to meet with Xiao Baihe, scheduled for the afternoon. Since Jouer had not yet reached the requisite score of 200, Xiaoli chose to drive the floating car alone. After several transfers, he spotted his aunt arriving at a small estate in the northern part of the capital, but a sudden shock coursed through him. Could it be that she was going to work as a maid for the wealthy? That would be far inferior to working for Xiaoli. Watching her enter the estate, he could scarcely contain himself and hurriedly exited the vehicle to follow. However, he was taken aback when he noticed a sign at the entrance, Morning Sun Rehabilitation Center, followed by a smaller line of text, Rehabilitation Center for Individuals with Low Adaptability and Children. Sensing Xiaoli's presence, the gate opened automatically as he stepped into the estate and traversed the gardens. He soon spotted Lin Shi's silhouette on a small playground. Beneath the sunlight, several children. Some missing limbs clustered around Lin Shi. They wore non-embedded prosthetics that had been fashionable decades prior. Lin Shi smiled as she produced candies that Jouer adored, distributing them among the children. Suddenly, a little girl wearing an eye patch pointed behind her, her lips curving into a grin that revealed a perfect set of teeth. "Sister Lin Shi, there's a really handsome brother looking at you. Is he your boyfriend?" "Oh, even Xiao Mei found him handsome." "Surely, sister must take a good look." Lin Shi turned around, her face tinged with a hint of anticipation. But upon seeing Xiaoli, her expression instantly darkened. "What are you doing here?" "Following me." Xiaoli waved his hand. You know my identity is special. I only followed to protect you. Are you here to tell me not to work again? Lin Shi rationally understood, yet emotionally could not accept it. That was my intention, as my current income is more than sufficient to support you, Xiaoli replied. Yet, as he observed the children, his resolve wavered. He had not anticipated that Lin Shi's work was so meaningful. Perhaps, instead of outright forbidding her from working, he could invest some effort into ensuring her safety. Speaking of the children, wow, do you believe it? This handsome guy must be Sister Lin Shi's ex-boyfriend. They gossiped animatedly. I know, he must be here to seek reconciliation. He even claims he can support Sister Lin Shi. How romantic. But following her? I can't quite accept that post-breakup. Humph, just a lovesick fool. Emotional mentors say that lovesick fools never find a home. Lin Shi certainly heard them, her face gradually turning an ashen hue. You little brats. Stop watching those short videos. He is my nephew. After dismissing the children, Lin Shi glared at Xiaoli. Let me make this clear. I will not resign. Xiaoli surveyed the surroundings, aside from the children. There are also elderly individuals with disabilities. These individuals, struggling to adapt after their disabilities, made it impossible to equip themselves with prosthetics, found it difficult to survive in this society. Some of the more agile elderly were gathered together, crafting handmade items, while others tended to the gardens or brewed wine, seemingly employed by the estate owner to engage in various tasks. In this era, where machines were unnecessary, the estate owner was quite benevolent for spending money to hire people. Aunt, let me ask you a question. Is it possible? Just a possibility, Xiaoli said with a serious expression after observing his surroundings, that you are not biologically related to Grandma, but rather adopted from this rehabilitation center? That is why there is such a significant age gap between you and my mother, and you share no blood relation. Lin Shi's mouth dropped open in shock, blinking rapidly until she finally comprehended Xiaoli's words. Her cheeks flushed crimson, but her gaze turned intensely hostile as she jumped up to bop Xiaoli on the head. What are you thinking? I am undoubtedly related to my sister by blood. Fine. Surrounded by so many beautiful girls, you're trying to make a move on your aunt, aren't you? Xiaoli covered his head. Not at all. I was merely exploring a possibility. Please stop hitting me. Oomph. Only then did Lin Shi relent, turning her back to Xiaoli as she walked toward the house. Since you're here, you might as well help out. This is meaningful work. All right. Xiaoli followed her. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that as Lin Shi turned her back, her face was a tumultuous blend of crimson and pallor. Could it be that Xiaoli has discovered the truth? That he is not actually my sister's biological son? If he truly realizes this, how will I face him in the future? Perhaps it would be better for me to distance myself. Chapter 67. The New Star Association is full of good people. Xiaoli remained unaware of the turmoil within Lin Shi. He merely found her to be incredibly charming as he accompanied her through the estate. He witnessed the myriad of lives within. The entire estate operated without any intelligent AI. Most tasks were performed by human hands. Those individuals with low adaptability found their worth here, their faces radiant with joy. Xiaoli assisted them in crafting, brewing wine, and planting potatoes. Ultimately, he prepared a dish himself for the children to sample, relishing the experience. The children, in turn, presented their own dishes for Xiaoli to taste. Ascent, this wonderful. The estate owner is an exceptionally kind individual, and the wages provided are quite generous, Lin Shi remarked, observing Xiaoli interact with the children, a smile gracing her lips. Not too shabby. Xiaoli wiped his face, having just been ambushed by a child wielding mashed potatoes. Noticing his disheveled appearance, Lin Shi's smile turned sweet. I could see that moment. A voice chimed in nearby. Xiao Shi. You're here today, as well. That a mature woman embraced Lin Shi from behind. Aren't you going to introduce your male companion? Lin Shi felt the softness atop her head and rolled her eyes. Sister Hua. Don't use my head as your weapon. This is my nephew. He has quite the lecher. Xiaoli shifted his gaze to Sister Hua's face. Wait a minute, Sister Hua seemed oddly familiar. Hadn't he seen her in the new student group? Xiaoli opened the new student group file and found Sister Hua's information among the top 10 campus figures every new student must know. Li Hua, associate professor at the Institute of Prosthetics, Capital University, the eternal campus beauty. So she was a teacher. Lecture. Cough. I didn't tea. Don't say such things upon realizing she was a future professor. Shally immediately issued a denial to a tea that moment. He sensed a piercing gaze upon him and turned to see a handsome man in sunglasses observing him from the shadows. Yes, Shally turned. The man gestured toward him. This individual exuded an extraordinary presence. Shally waved at Lin Shi and approached the man. As the man caught sight of Shally, he lowered his sunglasses from his nose to scrutinize him closely. Shally mirrored his examination. This fellow bore no signs of prosthetics, which made Shally feel a sense of kinship. The man extended his hand. I'm Ling, currently the personal bodyguard of this campus beauty. Nice to meet you. Shally, Lin Shi's nephew. Shally returned the handshake. After they shook hands, Ling Yi smiled. The reason I called you over is that I sense from your aura that we are of the same kind. Of the same kind? Shally was utterly bewildered. However, upon mention of aura, he instinctively wrinkled his nose. After reaching level 2 in magic essence, his senses had significantly heightened, including his sense of smell, as he sniffed. His brows furrowed. The air was thick with a sense of citrus perfume, gardenia perfume, a blend of fragrances, and rose perfume. An array of aromas enveloped Ling. But if he wasn't a weirdo, then he must be. Shally suddenly felt a deep respect. 8, or perhaps 9. Ling Yi patted Shally on the shoulder. Hey, when you reach my age, you'll understand that having many Ascent always a blessing. By the way, that guy and I are both in our 50s. Shally inhaled sharply, utterly astonished. It's completely inconceivable. That being said, my dear brother, I sincerely hope you do not harbor any intentions towards my aunt. Ling Yi chuckled. There's no need for concern. With so many responsibilities at home, I can hardly keep up. Let us add each other as friends. I might be able to share some insights with you. Li Hua, unlike Lin Shi, was present to make a donation. Today coincidentally marked the day the estate's owner made their monthly appearance. Shally had arranged to meet Xiao Baihe in the afternoon, and with time still on his hands, he decided to stay and witness the grandeur of this estate owner that a considerable number of donors had gathered in a church within the estate, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the estate's proprietor. Numerous children, clutching their handmade gifts, were eager to present them to the estate owner, indicating that the proprietor was indeed beloved. As the doors of the church creaked open, a figure gradually entered. Xiao Li's pupils dilated in shock. Clad in a khaki suit, with a mechanical bird perched on his shoulder, it was none other than Mr. Hangman, a distinguished comrade of the Starry Society. The Hangman approached, nodding in acknowledgement to the crowd. Upon spotting Xiao Li and Ling Yi, he broke into a knowing smile, leaving Xiao Li in a state of utter astonishment. Soon, the Hangman was surrounded by the throng of donors and children, prompting Xiao Li and Lin Shi to exit the church. Mr. Twilight is truly kind-hearted. I've heard that he established this hospice in memory of his deceased family. His loved ones had low adaptability and could not be treated with prosthetic technology, which ultimately led to their demise. Mr. Twilight possesses a profound understanding of the struggles faced by those with low adaptability in our society, Lin Shi remarked with a hint of admiration. Shally nodded and smiled. Indeed, he is quite admirable. It turned out that the Hangman's true name was Twilight. He had no idea that the Hangman had such a poignant backstory, which brought him a sense of solace. It appeared that the Starry Society had indeed more good-hearted individuals than he initially thought. Given that this was the Hangman's territory, Shally felt reassured that his aunt could continue her work. Following this, Lin Shi guided Xiao Li to the estate's hospital. In one room, a blind little girl lay in bed. A small ring adorned her neck, surrounded by burn marks, an external manifestation of her body's rejection of the mechanical implants. Her condition had progressed to an advanced stage, necessitating the constant use of nanobots for treatment. However, her adaptability was quite low, making even the use of nanobots a formidable challenge, resulting in her current state. Upon hearing footsteps, her ears perked up. Sister Lin Shi, you're here again, and today you've brought a male companion. This is my relative. Shall we continue the story we didn't finish yesterday? Lin Shi sat beside the girl. As Xiao Li observed the scene before him, a sudden sense of mission enveloped him. He yearned to disseminate the magical substance system throughout the entire human world. This visit to the hospice proved immensely rewarding for Xiao Li. Not only did he experience spiritual growth, but under Ling Yi's influence, he also opened the door to a new realm of possibilities. That it turned out that there was indeed an option for select all. To be honest, although he felt surrounded by numerous girls, most were drawn to him solely due to the information he possessed, which felt rather insincere. But if multiple choices were available, perhaps the issue of purity would not be as significant? No. Based on his experiences from his adolescent years, was having multiple choices truly advantageous? The shadows of his childhood loomed over him, leaving him in a state of indecision. The floating vehicle was en route to the location he had arranged with Xiao Baihe. Xiao Li would wager that Xiao Baihe's sudden interest in him was 80 attributable to a family mission. Otherwise, why had she been so indifferent in F-City, but suddenly warm after the wormhole incident? Surely, it was after the wormhole event that news of him had spread, prompting her to approach him. However, he still honored the appointment. After all, with her white hair, perfect figure, and enchanting presence, these attributes were undeniably hard to resist. Before long, the corn-shaped building came into view. The entertainment street of the imperial capital was an ideal venue for a date. Xiao Li parked in the designated area and made his way towards the meeting point. "Hey, over here," came Xiao Baihe's melodious voice. In Chapter 68, A Date or a Showdown, Xiao Baihe was dressed adorably, sporting a pink checkered shirt layered with a pastel pink jacket, complemented by a short skirt and white knee-high socks. Radiating youthful exuberance, this made Xiao Li somewhat anxious. Fortunately, his attire had been meticulously arranged by Lin Shi, devoid of chaotic black dragon embellishments, presenting a refreshing appearance that, paired with his fairly handsome face, did not render him inferior to Xiao Baihe. "Hello," he greeted, extending his hand, only to find himself at a loss for words. What was one supposed to say in such a situation? Xiao Li desperately wished to call Ling Yi for some advice on conversation starters. Since he could not conjure a topic, perhaps it would be best to directly confront the matter at hand. He decided to inquire about her true motives for approaching him. Clearing his throat, he prepared to awkwardly conclude the date. That moment, Xiao Baihe smiled and took his hand. "Come on, I've discovered a wonderfully entertaining place recently, but I cannot venture there alone. Now that you're here, let us go have some fun." This unexpected turn left Xiao Li questioning himself. Could it genuinely be just a casual meetup with an ordinary internet friend? All right then, he conceded as he was pulled along. From a distance atop a tall building, a blue-haired girl, equipped with a tablet and a high-power telescope, observed the scene. It became clear why the boss had forbidden her from following. He was here to clandestinely meet Xiao Baihe. Yet he likely had no inkling that a tracking device was embedded in his floating vehicle. I had my suspicions back in F-City, but who would have thought it was true? The number of deceitful cats has been increasing. Indeed, this mere Xiao Baihe is rather audacious. A voice chimed in from beside her. "Wait, why does your voice sound so familiar?" Zhu Er turned to see AI Sha La Chu Ling Zhu. Zhu Er scrutinized AI Sha La's appearance and hairstyle before glaring at her. "So if it's you, the person from the card in the boss's trash bin." AI Sha La tilted her head. "What's wrong? Are you envious?" "Wait, why was it discarded in the trash?" Zhu Er retorted. Naturally, it's because I have no interest in you," AI Sha La smirked. Zhu Er stuck out her tongue. They've disappeared. We'll scold you later." The two pursued Xiao Li, watching as he and Xiao Baihe entered a highly immersive escape room. They've chosen the most famous secret honey escape room in the imperial capital. Xiao Baihe has quite the strategic mind. AI Sha La gritted her teeth. "Isn't this the one where couples must complete the challenge within 2 hours to ensure a long-lasting bond? How could I not have thought of that?" Zhu Er's face was filled with envy and jealousy. "Well then, since they've already entered, they won TB out for at least 2 hours. Which gives me ample time to scold you." AI Sha La redirected the blame. "That I should be the one scolding you. Remember when I invited you to join the Starry Society, and you mocked me? Now you're here, trying to seduce the boss." Zhu Er fumed. AI Sha La's expression turned slightly awkward. "I admit, back then my imagination was rather lacking, but that doesn't excuse my current humility." Before scolding, AI Sha La hesitated. "I want to ask you something first. How have you felt these past few days in the boss's villa?" Zhu Er paused. These past few days. In the villa, she recalled Xiao Li's rigorous training. Feeling a chill run down her spine. The boss is truly a tyrant. I told him I couldn't take it anymore, that I was going to die, but he wouldn't relent. Even after exhausting myself the day before, he still dragged me up early the next morning. Shallah's expression shifted, swallowing hard. How many hours are you training each day? Well, a full day, a solid 8 hours. I thought I was on a breakdown. Ju'er lamented at the memory of that grueling training. That would undoubtedly break someone. Shallah responded, her respect for Ju'er growing, but she quickly regained her composure. Well, that's just because your capabilities are lacking. If I were a proper lady, I'd surely satisfy him in no time. To satisfy the boss's expectations, one would need at least a score of 200 in practical training, which was unattainable for Shallah. Consequently, Ju'er taunted, boasting, you should join me for a try. I doubt you could even last half as long as I did. Ju'er scoffed, you're just afraid, pathetically weak. Shallah stared blankly at Ju'er, who had always been the subject of her mockery, now stood atop the adult world, looking down upon her with derision. Tearfully, she exclaimed, bring it on. Who is afraid of whom? Ju'er regarded Shallah, suddenly curious to see how she would fare after enduring the boss's rigorous training. Nevertheless, she remained resolute in preventing Shallah from getting close to Shaoli. Wait, someone is calling for help. Let us check it out. Are you out of your mind? We're both weaklings, all right? I'll call the bodyguards to handle it. Shallah frowned. You're not me. Have you heard the saying, a soldier depart for battle after 3 days? I'm not the same person I used to be, Ju'er declared eagerly as she dove into the floating vehicle and sped off, prompting Shallah to frown and follow suit. Inside the escape room, Xiao Baihe smiled gently. All right, it's much quieter here, but there are still cameras, so don't act out. What did you say? Shaoli was focused intently on the wall. Xiao Baihe bit her lip lightly. Aren't you curious why I approached you? Actually, wait, let us not discuss that just yet. The text on this wall corresponds slightly with the text on the other side. Interesting, this truly lives up to the reputation of the imperial capital as escape rooms. Shaoli exclaimed with excitement. Since his adolescent years, he had longed to experience an immersive escape room, but unfortunately, his family had lacked the means. More importantly, he had no friends at the time, preventing him from indulging in such experiences. Xiao Baihe was taken aback. Why is this person so unpredictable? Xiao Baihe, please assist me in holding down that mechanism over there. I have a concept in mind. It should follow the sequence displayed on the wall. No. Do you see that staircase? Climb up, and there's a mechanism. Press it with me to under Xiao Li's direction. Xiao Baihe ascended and descended repeatedly. Her gaze lost its luster, and in a fit of frustration, her eyes transformed into a swirling vortex. She activated her illusionary abilities. Yet, Shaoli remained unfazed, earnestly analyzing the puzzle. Indeed, he has become immune to my powers. How infuriating! How could this man be so indifferent? He shows no regard for me at all. Despite my meticulous dressing today, Xiao Baihe felt utterly despondent. An hour and a half later, Shaoli, thoroughly satisfied, led the dazed Xiao Baihe out of the secret chamber. Congratulations to the two of you. Chapter 69. He holds me in his heart. Quite impressive. The combination of reality and special effects creates an immersive experience, and it is evident that a store capable of thriving in the imperial capital possesses something extraordinary. It is far more enjoyable than VR games. In the CF, Xiao Baihe rested her head on the table, listening to Shaoli animatedly recount their recent escape room adventure. She couldn't help but wonder whether this fellow was genuinely obtuse or deliberately toying with her mindset. Observing her listless demeanor, Shaoli gently grasped her hand and presented her with a crystal bracelet he had received as a reward from the staff. This is one of the 2 strings I was given. You contributed as well, so this one is for you. Xiao Baihe rolled her eyes. Her contribution was far greater. During her middle school years, she had heard that some women disliked receiving such gifts. The small orb opened, revealing a flickering blue light. What is this? A device to prevent eavesdropping. Well then, having had enough fun, aren't you curious why I approached you? Xiao Baihe fixed her gaze on Shaoli. He shrugged. Initially, I was concerned when there was no topic to discuss, but I didn't expect you to be so accommodating, so I lost that concern. Ever since the Star Alliance annihilated the Lu family, Shaoli, having comprehended the true essence of power, became less concerned about identities. Even if Xiao Baihe were an undercover agent, it mattered little. What was significant was the comfort he felt in her company, which alleviated his emotions. The stories she shared nourished his little black dragon. Other times, he would merely exercise caution. However, Xiao Baihe was not entirely satisfied with Xiao Li's attitude, appearing quite exasperated. You are a prospective member of the Star Alliance. How can you not be wary of undercover agents? Xiao Li looked puzzled. I'm cautious of you, which is why I only discuss light-hearted topics with you. Besides, I'm merely a prospective member. Why would a formal member like you want to go undercover beside me? Xiao Baihe narrowed her eyes. Because your demeanor hardly resembles that of a prospective member. Rather, it seems like, Xiao Li promptly admitted. Indeed, I am the son of the fool. Previously, Lu Shuang had confidently declared at his villa that he was the son of the fool, considering that the information protection capabilities of Bureau 849 were rather unreliable. It might be better to admit it outright before any secrets leaked, by doing so. Others might even think he was pretending. This was a lesson he learned from his middle school days. This left Xiao Baihe momentarily stunned out of sun. So, I was in an online relationship with a middle-aged man who was a child. No. Absolutely impossible. Not acceptable. The words of AI Shala echoed her mind. Online relationships are highly unreliable. You never truly know who is behind a VR. It could very well be a rugged man cradling a child. Xiao Baihe's pupils trembled, and she slammed the table. I don't believe you. You must be deceiving me. She suddenly recalled that the fool could devour all and was immune to all abilities. This could not possibly be hereditary. Xiao Li shook his head, silently lamenting. See? This is how people are. When I proclaim such truths, no one believes me. Just like in my middle school days when I claimed a black dragon resided within me. No one believed it but Chen Mingyao did believe. I should treat her better in the future. Xiao Li looked at Xiao Baihe with an expression that seemed to ask, What do you want? Xiao Baihe took a deep breath, tucking the hair she had scattered on the table behind her ear. Fine. I understand you wish to keep things confidential. That's all right. Allow me to share about myself first. She revealed to Xiao Li that her real name is a reversal of her stage name. He by Xiao, and that she hails from the He family of the Extraterrestrial Development Department, but she's reluctant to join the department, preferring acting, aside from not disclosing her identity as a world. She told Xiao Li everything else. The reason she refrained from mentioning her world was that she feared she did not know how Xiao Li would perceive it. She wanted to probe further. This revelation mildly surprised Xiao Li. Aren't you a rather unqualified undercover agent, revealing everything to me? Aren't you afraid of repercussions from your family? If I were truly punished, would you take me in? Xiao Baihe blinked. No. Who knows if you were merely pretending to be vulnerable? Xiao Li shook his head without mercy. But then again, it is wise to remain vigilant. Xiao Baihe nodded, puffing her cheeks slightly. Then why do you allow Chu Lingzhu to stay by your side? Because she is more. Xiao Li pondered. Wise. Are you insulting me or her? Xiao Baihe bit her lip. Xiao Li waved his hand. Don't take it to heart. Since you come clean, I shall be forthright as well. Let us collaborate. Your extraterrestrial development department frequently interacts with the twin stars, so you must have access to numerous exotic materials. Hand them over to me, and I can assist in crafting potions. I can also guide you in honing your magical abilities. That's exactly what I was waiting to hear. Just remember not to be too honest. Keep some for yourself. Xiao Baihe smiled faintly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li was momentarily taken aback. You wouldn't genuinely be on my side, would you? Then I won't hold back. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. I'll be watching for you. Xiao Baihe smiled gently. All right, our business is concluded. Let us continue to have fun. Wherever you want to go, I'm up for it. Xiao Li grinned. Really? Then I'd like to see the latest cybernetic enhancements. All-purpose terminals, holographic tabletop games, floating vehicles, robots, all things favored by the middle school boys of this era. After gaining abilities, Xiao Li wanted to make up for his lost childhood. That you're still interested in robots? You do know that humanoid robots are currently prohibited, right? Only those round robots are allowed. I know that I've heard that story though. Let me share a secret with you. Xiao Baihe leaned in close to Xiao Li's ear, whispering, In truth, Adam did not perish. He is still alive, and he possesses control over a concealed, sophisticated humanoid robot manufacturing assembly line. That a high-precision humanoid robot production line is quite complex. requiring a supply chain of various materials. It should normally be quite cumbersome, yet humans have consistently failed to find any trace of it. Xiaoli's eyes widened. Ascent, that fantastic? I've always wanted a humanoid robot girl. Can I place an order with him? Xiao Baihe lightly punched Xiaoli. That is a hostile stance. I wouldn't want to constantly question whether the person before me is human or AI. If AI possesses human emotions and capabilities, then it should simply be treated as a human. Xiaoli, with Lilith by his side, held no strong prejudice against AI. Humph. But the AI must be able to recognize the human way of life. Let us go. I know this place well. I'll show you around. Xiao Baihe stored the eavesdropping prevention orb and, upon stepping outside the building, suddenly spotted a large advertisement for secret honey escape rooms. Couples who complete the challenge within 2 hours will receive matching bracelets imbued with the magic of the twin stars, ensuring everlasting love. Come and take the challenge. She caressed the bracelet on her wrist, her face gradually heating up. He truly holds me in his heart. Chapter 70. The series of disappearances. Xiaoli, what are your thoughts on the executive world? With her heart racing, Xiao Baihe glanced at Xiaoli, tentatively posing the question. Meanwhile, the CPD had cordoned off the area, dispersing the crowd. What caught Xiaoli's attention was a figure with blue hair within the barrier. In the year 2098, hair colors had become increasingly bizarre. However, even so, few could pull off blue hair. Could that be Juer? Xiaoli stepped forward, parting the obstructing crowd. Indeed, it was Juer. She appeared quite proud, animatedly recounting her brave exploits to the CPD officers. The CPD officer, holding a recording device, wore a wry smile. The CPD in the imperial capital is considerably better than that in rural areas. In large cities, oversight is stringent, and they are quite diligent. Xiaoli approached the railing and called out, Juer, what brings you here? Upon hearing his voice, Juer turned around excitedly. Boss. Wait for me. I'll finish my statement and come find you. I have to share my heroic deeds with you. After Juer left, the CPD officer appeared relieved. The four of them gathered. This is Xiaoli squinted at AI, Shala familiar, far too familiar to be precise. While her face was not known to him, her figure and hairstyle were unmistakable. Hello. Upon their first meeting, AI, Shala hesitated, nervously extending her hand. Xiao Baihe, observing from the side, silently mocked. This person dares to ridicule me for engaging in an online relationship. Yet she herself is playing card love. The moment she met in person, she immediately wilted. What a loser. Juer shot a sideways glance at AI Shala. This girl is my childhood friend. We used to be quite close, but ever since I joined the boss, she stopped playing with me. Clearly, she has ulterior motives regarding the boss now. AI Shala quickly defended herself. At that time, both factions and family members said that our two families belong to different factions and cannot play together. So I stopped playing with you. It's not that I think you're foolish. You are the first person brave enough to call me foolish to my face. Juer, in a fit of anger, pinched Aishala's face. Xiaoli stroked his chin thoughtfully. Different factions? Little Lily leaned close to Xiaoli's ear and whispered. Aishala's family represents the corporate faction, while Chu Lingzhu's family aligns with the clan faction, and their relationship is rather strained. That makes sense. Xiaoli nodded slowly, lost in contemplation. With these girls belonging to different factions, if I could support their families and help them rise as leaders within their factions, then the Chuanqing society could subtly exert influence over the entire Huagua through them, making it easier for me to achieve my grand ambitions. Although this plan feels somewhat hasty, it is a path worth pursuing. Otherwise, the usual route would involve graduating from university, navigating numerous examinations, and struggling to secure a position as a civil servant. During the arduous process of climbing the ranks, one would need to join a faction and engage in endless power struggles to become its representative, ultimately leading one's faction to persuade others before any influence could be exerted over Huagua. That seems far more challenging. For now, I shall welcome all opportunities. Since we are here, let us enjoy ourselves together. Having worked so hard for so many days, deserve a chance to unwind. Releasing her grip on Aishala's face, she exclaimed, Hooray! By the way, boss, I haven't yet recounted my heroic deeds from earlier. Let's talk while we walk. And so, Zhur animatedly recounted the events that had just transpired. She had heard someone calling for help and swiftly rushed to the scene, only to find two bizarre robots attempting to abduct a working woman. How could she possibly tolerate that? She charged in, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks that sent the robots tumbling to the ground. What a tall tale, she spun. Aishala interjected, revealing the truth. Zhur had rushed in and, employing her rudimentary martial arts skills, had provoked a counterattack from the robots. Fortunately, in the capital of Huagua, there are strict regulations on lethal cybernetic enhancements and weaponry. So the robots lacked sufficient lethality. Zhur had been battered like a punching bag for over 10 minutes until the CPD arrived to rescue her. To her surprise, her lack of enhancements allowed her to endure such punishment. Perhaps this was the advantage of the magic Ascent system. Aishala mused enviously. Are you all right? Shaoli gasped in shock. I'm fine. The CPD treated me, and luckily, my adaptability is rated 2 stars, allowing me to utilize nanobots. Despite being upstaged, Zhur proudly puffed out her chest, recalling her boss's words. With great power comes great responsibility. Possessing 2-star adaptability means she can use a variety of machines, which is why Shaoli's 1-star adaptability is considered a recognized disability. I'm relieved to hear that, but you mustn't act so impulsively next time. Wanting to help others is commendable, but you must first ensure your own safety, Shaoli admonished sternly. Understood, boss, Zhur replied, though her expression suggested she was still eager for action. The CPD officer had mentioned that there had been a recent surge in kidnapping cases, primarily targeting individuals with low levels of cybernetic enhancements, possibly indicating a series of linked crimes involving the Liu family and their accomplices. Shaoli pondered. It is more likely that the Liu family is being framed. They're not the true perpetrators. Aishala shook her head. I've heard from my elders that since the wormhole incident, disappearances have become frequent in the capital. Initially, only violent criminals in prison went missing, but soon after, ordinary citizens began to vanish as well. The CPD's higher-ups have been unable to solve the case and are quite anxious, seeking ways to pass the buck onto the 849 Bureau. How outrageous! The CPD is so shameless. Zhur fumed, ready to explode, but suddenly remembering Xiao Li's presence, she quickly restrained herself. Phew! She nearly revealed her connection to the 849 Bureau. Zhur wore an expression of relief. Little Lily analyzed from the sidelines. However, the crime was committed by robots, which resemble humans. To shift blame onto the 849 Bureau, they must uncover the involvement of any anomalies. Unless the 849 Bureau is willing to take the case willingly, I don't know what the higher-ups are thinking. However, I have heard that some high-level anomalies possess intelligence and could potentially control robots. Aishala remarked with a smile. Shaoli quietly committed this matter to memory and then took the 3 girls out to enjoy the entertainment district of the capital. As night fell, Shaoli finally felt satisfied. He was immensely grateful that his family had been financially constrained in his youth, or else, after experiencing such pleasures, he might not have been able to focus on his studies during his final year of high school. Among the 3 girls, Zhur was having a blast, while little Lily and Aishala appeared fatigued. Having been raised with refined manners, the 2 ladies struggled to grasp the joys of this youthful culture. Zhur looked at them, crossing her arms with a smirk. Humph, it seems that I'm truly the best match for the boss. Aishala gasped for breath. Given my current state, I should be able to buy a potion from Shaoli. Right? Little Lily fiddled with her bracelet. But he has feelings for me. Chapter 71. A 4-pronged approach to success. In addition to reveling in entertainment, Shaoli simultaneously procured some equipment and props, arranging for them to be delivered to his villa. Satisfied, he finally announced the dissolution of their outing. Upon returning to his room, he stretched comfortably. Lilith, what do you think of my idea to support the other girls' families? After conducting a thorough search through the cyber network, Lilith concluded, drawing from history, your idea is quite astute. Centuries ago, ancient peoples employed similar strategies during periods of social upheaval or new dynasties ascending the throne. They often faced significant resistance from entrenched interest groups at such times. Supporting certain vested interests while simultaneously forming alliances through marriage could integrate them into one's own faction, solidifying the positions of both parties. Marriage? Xiao Li's expression shifted, a mix of joy and sorrow washing over him. No. No. I merely wish to unite their families. Marriage isn't necessary. That would complicate matters. Zhuer and little Lily were manageable enough, as he had developed an affinity for them. But Aishala was still a stranger, and there were other factions to consider. Too many entanglements would be unwise. Marriage would indeed enhance mutual trust. However, it ultimately depends on your own intentions, Lilith remarked, quietly presenting Xiao Li with some cautionary examples. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Xiao Li replied, I will think it over, but this is not the ancient era. Can such a strategy truly apply here? It can be partially applicable. The primary reason ancient societies functioned this way was due to the monopolization of production resources, giving noble interest groups greater productive capabilities and thus more significant influence compared to commoners that in today's cyber society. There are similar tendencies. However, this only accounts for a portion of the vested interests. The majority belongs to the populace. Just like during the Silver Arch incident in City F, their collective strength was formidable. But if you wish to realize your grand ambitions, you must consider two aspects, your own reputation and influence. That makes a lot of sense. Xiao Li nodded thoughtfully. Taking a deep breath, he reflected. Thus, the current situation presents a favorable opportunity. If I can popularize magic potions and improve the lives of ordinary citizens, they may support me. By utilizing the knowledge I possess to repel the dual stars, I can demonstrate my capabilities in combat. Enhancing my magic essence ability and consolidating the Chuanxing society will allow me to wield my own power. Supporting individuals within the vested interest groups and forming marriages will help minimize their obstructions during transitions and perhaps even gain their backing. The four-pronged approach. The path ahead is becoming clearer. Yet, it would be a challenging endeavor, particularly the final aspect, which would be exceedingly difficult for a straightforward man like Xiao Li. He would need to seek guidance from Ling Yi. Thank you, Lilith. Your assistance has been invaluable in clarifying my direction. There's no need for thanks. I, too, hope for your success, as it seems your world is willing to provide a space for us intelligent AIs. That is your merit. After all, you're the first intelligent AI I interacted with. And such a delightful one at that. Xiao Li chuckled. Delightful. Lilith fell silent. With newfound clarity, Xiao Li immediately began to strategize. The next day, the promised materials from little Lily began to arrive one after the other. He was uncertain how she had managed to persuade her family members to cooperate so readily. Perhaps the upper echelons had issued directives? Regrettably, most of the materials were corpses, with only a few living specimens, yielding little in terms of power. Staring at the copious materials, Xiao Li felt overwhelmed. If he were to concoct magic potions daily, he would have no time for anything else. Perhaps he could enlist her. No, she seemed ill-suited for such intricate tasks. Wait a moment. Wasn't there an academic prodigy right in front of him? Xiao Li made his way to Zhuer's villa and found Chen Mingyao in her study. Chen Mingyao, what have you been busy with lately? Chen Mingyao removed the computational aid from around her neck and looked up. Ah, Xiao Li. I've been researching the processes for carbon-based nanobot technology. Why the sudden interest in this? Isn't it outdated? Xiao Li asked, intrigued, as he had studied it before. This technology had been quite popular 60 years ago. Well, a few days ago, the Xianhuang Research Institute and the Imperial Capital University announced a joint establishment of a new research group and are currently recruiting. The focus of the research is precisely this. Previously, everyone believed that carbon-based nanobots had poor manipulability, limited information storage, and were functionally simplistic, akin to targeted drugs rather than true robots. However, after the success of new materials for nanobot technology, it has become widespread. Xiao Li nodded, but the new materials tend to be highly irritating, making them unsuitable for some individuals, hence the emergence of the adaptability system. Exactly. Recently, there's been a sudden surge of research groups announcing their intent to explore methods for reducing the adaptability requirements of cybernetic enhancements and other new technologies. It seems we were all inspired by the magic essence system of the dual stars. I thought I was the only one with such aspirations, Chen Mingyao exclaimed. Who knows, perhaps in the future. You might also consider getting cybernetic enhancements. She teased lightly that I have no need for that. You continue your research. I initially intended to ask for your help in potion crafting. Xiao Li sighed. Am I really going to have to rely on you? However, upon hearing these words, Chun Mingyao immediately became excited. Coach, I want to learn potion brewing. Huh. I believe that the fusion of magical essence and technology is the path of the future, which is why I also wish to acquire knowledge related to potion crafting. Chun Mingyao was quite earnest. You truly have a thirst for knowledge. Very well, I will grant you access to the second tier of the Mobius National Geographic website, which contains information on potion recipes. Then I will accompany you in potion brewing for a few days. It's quite straightforward. The potions include antidotes, agility enhancers, and metal manipulation. With metal manipulation, Shaoli immediately conceived numerous ideas. The combination of agility and the previously acquired object control ability seems to hold the potential for fascinating developments. Shaoli was eager to try. In the following days, Shaoli instructed Chun Mingyao in potion brewing in the mornings, supervised Zhu Er's physical training in the afternoons, occasionally visited the sanatorium with Lin Shi, and at night quietly worked on his own equipment. Aishala had stopped sending cards, opting instead to communicate via messages like Xiao Bai. To be honest, she wasn't as conversational as Xiao Baihe, and Shaoli felt it might be better to continue sending cards. However, Xiao Baihe had also been acting a bit strange lately, persistently asking Xiao Li for his opinions on each executive. Could it be that she is attempting to find a flaw in Xiao Li's views on the executives? Chapter 72. The return of the fool soon. A few days passed. Only 2 weeks remained until the start of school. With the aid of metal manipulation, Shaoli finally completed his equipment, a small sword, a mask, and a hooded cloak that he aimed the terminal's camera at himself. Lilith, watch my performance. With a flick of his wrist, the small sword exploded with nanometal, transforming into a plain, yet formidable great sword. Come forth. Simultaneously, he activated the abilities of object control, agility, and metal manipulation. The great sword floated horizontally in midair, and he stood atop it. Soaring through the room, the swordsmanship I have long yearned for has finally become a reality. Coupled with this mask, I can operate covertly. Unfortunately, the current level of magical essence is still low, and the output power of each ability remains limited, necessitating their combined use. Once my star level increases, it will no longer be so cumbersome. A single object control ability might suffice to wield the sword, perhaps even allowing the use of the 10,000 swords technique. Shaoli felt invigorated. Lilith doused his enthusiasm. This swordsmanship is commendable. However, the 10,000 swords technique, while it may appear impressive, its lethality pales in comparison to a small neutron bomb. That is indeed true. Yet a neutron bomb spares neither friend nor foe and poses a contamination risk. If enemies were to appear in the capital, employing a neutron bomb would certainly be out of the question. Shaoli donned the hooded cloak and mask, snapping his fingers. His form gradually became indistinct, and the great sword shifted modes, cloaked in optical camouflage. Lilith, can you see me? So close, one can make out the silhouette. The current technology for optical camouflage does not yet achieve complete invisibility. However, it can effectively guard against camera and satellite surveillance. Lilith remarked, excellent. All this equipment has been crafted by my own hands. Rendering it untraceable by model, I operate through my abilities rather than electronic remote control, thus eliminating all signal transmission functions. Even a most adept hacker could not breach IT. IT is foolproof. Shaoli smirked. Flicking his cloak, fool, it is time for your return to the world. With a mask in place, his youthful exuberance reignited. Now, regardless of the phrases he uttered, he felt no shame, only pure delight, under the moonlight. In the night sky, I am the fool of the Starry Council. Gracing this place? No, that gesture lacks flair, and the dialogue lacks impact. It feels somewhat awkward, must refine it further. The entire night passed in such a manner. The next day, in the basement of Shaoli's villa, transformed into a potion brewing area, the workplace of Chun Mingyao. Coach, how did my potion brewing turn out? Not bad. You're learning quickly. Shaoli was quite pleased. Taking several bottles of red and blue potions for backup, then instructing her to continue brewing awakening potions. Take your time. No need to rush. The magical essence system conflicts with the replacement type prosthetics. And the extraterrestrial exploration department likely wouldn't find many suitable candidates for medication in the short term. So there is no hurry. Shaoli prepared to take half of the materials while also requesting production fees from the extraterrestrial exploration department. 3 million may seem substantial for an individual, but for establishing an organization, it is rather meager. Work diligently, and I shall reward you for each bottle. Do not concern yourself with finding a job. Xiaoli patted Chun Mingyao's shoulder. Thank you so much. I shall not be modest. Chun Mingyao smiled and nodded. You could see that moment. Xiaoli's phone vibrated. Lilith alerted him that someone was visiting. Xiaoli glanced at the surveillance footage on his phone. In front of the villa, yet another hovering vehicle adorned with the unique emblem of the 849 Bureau slowly descended. This time, a strikingly attractive woman from the 849 Bureau arrived. She extended her hand. Greetings, my name is Han Qian, the regional supervisor for the 849 Bureau in the capital. I apologize on behalf of our previous liaison for any offense caused. Point 1 does not strike a smiling face. Xiaoli replied as he shook her hand. No worries. I presume he has faced appropriate consequences. However, Xiaoli mused. Han family. I have heard that the 3 major pillar families of the 849 Bureau are Liu, Chu, and Han. With the Liu family eliminated, should the Han family also fall, Zhuer's Chu family would undoubtedly dominate the 849 Bureau. Han Qian sensed Xiao Li's peculiar gaze and immediately felt as though she were treading on thin ice. In that case, let me state the purpose of my visit. Han Qian clapped her hands, and 2 bodyguards approached, carrying a cage draped in black cloth. From within the cage, faint sounds resembling a baby's cries emerged. Han Qian lifted the black cloth to reveal a small calf inside. It sounds akin to a crying infant. Xiao Li's eyes widened in astonishment. Being well acquainted with nearly all dual-star beings, he immediately recognized what lay before him. This was no ordinary cow, but a rare exotic creature known as a rhinoceros, which, despite its infant-like cries, becomes exceedingly ferocious in adulthood, preying on humans. It emits cries that lure the innocent into the wilderness, only to devour them. Its magical essence ability forms a dense liquid shield around it, effectively resisting impacts and laser weaponry, and it is resistant to high temperatures. Its sole weakness lies in electricity. Xiao Li, possessing magical immunity, was most apprehensive of physical attacks, making this the very life-preserving capability he currently needed. You managed to capture one alive. That is quite an accomplishment, Xiao Li remarked, realizing the 849 Bureau's operational capabilities were indeed commendable. Han Qian smiled. We did not capture it on the dual stars. It is a species that has existed on Blue Star for thousands of years, with which our ancestors frequently interacted. Indeed, Xiao Li nodded, speaking plainly. So, you intend to gift it to me? What is the catch? To speak candidly, first, I wish to apologize for the previous offense, and hope to use this to mend our relationship. Facilitating future collaboration. Well, as long as it is the same type of collaboration as with the Extraterrestrial Exploration Department. Xiao Li understood. They had indeed been provoked by the Extraterrestrial Exploration Department. That is no problem, provided you can supply the materials. Secondly, we wish to enlist your help in investigating the recent disappearances in the capital. We already have a suspect in mind. Han Qian's demeanor turned serious. Please, do elaborate. Xiao Li narrowed his eyes that he was not inclined to take the blame. Rather, based on his experiences in City F, the exotic creatures abducting humans likely intended to unleash some highly resource-consuming magical abilities. If such an incident were to occur in the capital, Xiao Li would inevitably be implicated. Thus, he found it pertinent to investigate. The initial missing individuals were serious offenders. Through our inquiries in the prison, all information points to a single location. Han Qian produced a small orb, which split into 4 segments, connecting light to form a screen that projected a map of the capital. This estate. Xiao Li scrutinized it closely, and his heart raced. This was the Dawn Sanatorium, a charity institution established by our good comrade, the Hangman, Chapter 73. Those who enjoy magic are not bad people. Is your intelligence perhaps mistaken? Xiao Li furrowed his brow. Han Qian shook her head. This is not solely the result of our 849 Bureau. It is also a joint investigation with the CPD. The opponent indeed possesses meticulous intentions and formidable hacking capabilities. Yet we have operated in the capital for many years and have still uncovered certain flaws. We just cannot be certain that be frank. If you're uncertain, you ought to continue searching for other clues. I will investigate him. Xiao Li was skeptical about the hanged man colluding with exotic creatures. Han Qian nodded slowly. If you say so, then I shall leave it to you that if there are no further matters, I will send over some exotic materials in a couple of days, and I would appreciate your help in brewing them. Understood. After Han Qian departed, Xiaoli hurriedly made his way to Zhu Er's room. Knocking anxiously yet softly on the door, as expected, she did not respond, but he opened the door to find her soundly asleep. What time is it? It's time to exercise. Just because I haven't been around in the mornings lately doesn't mean you can sleep in. Zhu Er, still half asleep, smiled foolishly. Boss's voice. Don't talk. Kiss me. Xiaoli felt his vision darken and promptly closed the door. Forget it, Lilith. Please leave her a message, instructing her to investigate the missing persons case related to the CPD and the 849 Bureau through her family. The intention behind suggesting she use her family was merely to make her believe Xiaoli had not discovered her undercover status. Xiaoli suspected that during the Liu family incident, the hangman might have inadvertently revealed his ties to the Starry Council, prompting the 849 Bureau to test him. If the hangman were indeed colluding with exotic creatures, then it would have been impossible for him to assist Xiaoli in City F. It seemed he too would need to investigate the hangman to uncover who he truly was and whether he could be considered a loyal servant of the Starry Council. Coincidentally, he could bring along some prepared potions as well. In the floating vehicle, Lin Shi wore a perplexed expression. Why are you so enthusiastic today? Are you planning to accompany me? Our dual-star systems potions can be utilized even by those with lower adaptability. Hence, I intend to donate some. Xiaoli pointed to his backpack, which was filled with medical potions and several vials of awakening potions. Your potions assist with cancer as well. Perhaps Xiaoli could be saved. Lin Shi inquired, tilting her head. In this era, humanity has indeed conquered cancer, although it necessitates the use of nanobots, which means that individuals with a one-star adaptability still cannot benefit. Some potions and abilities can. But I currently possess none, Xiaoli replied, shaking his head. I hope Xiaoli can hold on until you find the corresponding ability. Lin Shi sighed, her gaze lowered. Xiaoli is the blind girl whom Lin Shi frequently visits to tell stories. The floating vehicle came to a halt at the manor, which, in stark contrast to Lin Shi's previous visit, was devoid of laughter and filled with solemn faces. Upon witnessing this, Lin Shi's expression changed dramatically, and she hurried towards the infirmary. As expected, Xiaoli had vanished, and several children were weeping nearby. What happened? Where's Xiaoli? Lin Shi asked anxiously. Akati felt as though a thunderbolt had struck her. Xiaoli gently patted her back in comfort, though his eyes were filled with confusion. What is the hangman up to? He left Lin Shi, who was accompanied by the sorrowful children, to investigate around the manor. Lilith, can you hack in? No, the master here is far more powerful than I am. The firewall is extremely tight. Even in his absence, I cannot breach it. Then we must conduct a thorough search. As the sun gradually sank into the horizon, Xiaoli arrived near the church, finally discovering a hidden door in the cemetery behind it. This led underground, seemingly to the hanged man's laboratory. However, Xiaoli found himself at a loss before the door. Forget it, I'll just take note of this. Once Zhu Er acquires information from the 849 Bureau, I'll decide whether to force my way in. More intelligence was needed for Xiaoli to ascertain friend from foe. Strictly speaking, at the Jiangzhong Island Bridge in F City, the hangman had saved Xiaoli's life, and Xiaoli owed him a favor. Yet, given the suspicion surrounding him, Xiaoli was reluctant to intrude upon the other's laboratory. Simply because the hangman's statements were somewhat eccentric, aligning with Xiaoli's own expectations, he had been elevated to the position of executor. Xiaoli knew little of his past. Leaving the Morning Light Sanatorium, Xiaoli headed straight for the Healing God Staff Group Sanatorium. Ahem, Mr. Xiaoli, what brings you here? Huang Pan received the fruits Xiaoli had brought along, looking quite flabbergasted. I wanted to check on your recent condition. Also, I'd like to hear your thoughts on the other executors, starting with the hangman. Xiaoli got straight to the point. Huang Pan fell into contemplation. The hangman, that fellow, is quite mysterious. I believe he walks a fine line between good and evil. His statements in the group suggest he desires to be a good person, yet his worldview differs slightly from that of an ordinary individual. Desires to be a good person? Xiaoli pondered deeply. Xiaoli focused intently, eager to listen. And then there's world. I sense she has a strong affinity for the Star Association. After the fool ceased speaking, She often animated the atmosphere in the group. After the fool deactivated his account, she was the first to attempt to maintain order, awaiting his return. Unfortunately, she might be a bit too young, lacking thorough consideration in some matters. Huang Pan's assessment of world was quite favorable as for the other executors. He was less familiar and chose not to elaborate. Along the way, he also inquired about the magician's views on the hangman. The hangman? He previously struggled to understand the value of magic, even deeming my ability to entertain the audience as foolish, so I debated with him. Through our exchanges, we grew familiar. He seemed to gradually be persuaded by my arguments, coming to appreciate the allure of magic. Those who love magic are not bad people. This magic enthusiast, absurdly judging right and wrong based on one's appreciation for magic. In summary, piecing together all the clues, Shally concluded that the hangman could not possibly be colluding with the aberrations. For now, knowing this was sufficient, that if he truly intended to experiment on hardened criminals, then Shally did not wish to sever ties with him over this matter just yet. However, he was left with another question. When he went out a few days ago, the robots were also abducting ordinary civilians. Was this also under the hangman's secret directive? Chapter 74. Zhuer's promotion upon returning to the villa. Shally held a terminal, pacing in the hall. The mobile device displayed a chat window. Chun Mingyao, emerging from the kitchen with a plate of food, teased, "Are you hesitating to strike up a conversation with a lady?" How could that be? Shally rolled his eyes. He was actually contemplating whether to confront the hangman directly in his capacity as emperor. However, that seemed rather absurd and might provoke unnecessary caution. It was better to await Zhuer's news. Rationally speaking, as long as the hangman did not collude with the aberrations, Shally's safety would remain unaffected. Shally glanced at Zhuer's message. She seemed to have seen his message upon waking and eagerly accepted a new task. The timestamp of this message was at 12:30. If left unchecked, she would sleep, and upon her return, he would have to subject her to rigorous training. Had she already procured materials for the sunlight bats so quickly? Impressive. Shally felt that after the Liu family's downfall, the efficiency of the 849 Bureau had significantly improved. With this thought in mind, he descended to the basement, gazing at the gifts from the 849 Bureau. With a swift motion, he initiated the process. Before long, he felt a new ability coursing through his body. Extending his hand, a liquid shield materialized before him. This liquid shield appeared to be a non-Newtonian solid in rapid motion, capable of adhering to his body. Given his 2-star output of magic energy, it could not yet be deemed invincible, but it was more than sufficient to withstand the ordinary kinetic bullets of a 7-star marksman. Just wary of electric energy, that it was safer to operate under the guise of the fool. As he ascended to the hall, Chun Mingyao called out from the kitchen that dinner was ready. Shally proceeded upstairs and stood before Lin Shi's room. "Aunt, dinner is ready. You all eat? I have no appetite today." Lin Shi's voice was muffled, as if she had been crying moments ago. "People are made of iron, and meals are made of steel. When my parents left, I hid in my room, and you told me the same." Shally spoke softly. "If you don't want us to see your tear-streaked face, then wait until we finish eating before you come out." Just then, he heard the sound of her getting out of bed, and the door slowly opened. A visibly unwell Lin Shi appeared before Shally. Before he could speak, she suddenly embraced him tightly, burying her face in his chest. "You must not die without warning." How could that be? Shally felt a bit flustered, unsure where to place his hands. "I know you've been engaging in dangerous activities recently, haven't you?" "No. The website you've been discussing is real, so you must have started doing risky things quite some time ago, right?" Lin Shi held him tightly, as if fearing that if she did not hold on firmly enough, she would lose Shally just as she had lost Xiaoya. Shally remained silent. He had certainly experienced fear, which was why, after obtaining the potions, he had not immediately given them to Lin Shi. He did not wish for her to recklessly enter this world and lose her previous life, unless they were both psychologically prepared. And to be honest, I am indeed more special than others. Given my uniqueness, I should accomplish something significant. This way, the sacrifices made by my parents will hold greater meaning. You need not concern yourself with that. This is just a part of it. The most important thing is that I yearn for a future that is vibrant and resplendent. I long for a fair world. That I believe that if I cannot achieve it, then no one else can. Shaoli gently supported Lin Shi, meeting her gaze with unwavering determination. With the black dragon within him, possessing the website, and holding the Star Association, who else could be more suited for this mission than he? After dinner, the villa felt particularly desolate. Shaoli stood before the mirror, gazing at his reflection. It was entirely normal for his aunt to worry about him. He too had moments of self-doubt, fear, and a desire to slack off. He pulled out the mask he had crafted and held it before his face. Yet, the fool he envisioned would not falter. Previously, when Lilith mentioned marriage, Shaoli had pondered whether he truly deserved such wonderful women. Such a blessing seemed reserved for the ancient emperors who achieved great feats in this era. The only one worthy was the fool in his heart, who would lead humanity to expand its horizons and ultimately master the stars. Thus, it was simple. He must strive to become the ideal version of himself. With blood surging through him, he decided to go out for some fresh air, hoping to uncover relevant information. Waiting in silence was not his style. He donned his cloak, becoming transparent, and soared out of the villa wielding his great sword. The next afternoon, at the 849 Bureau, Chu Yun handed a small notebook to Zhu Er with great seriousness. Chu Lingzhu, in recognition of your outstanding performance as an undercover agent in the Star Association and during the F-City incident, you are hereby appointed as a Level 2 agent in the Special Biological Countermeasures Division of the 849 Bureau. Hooray! I've reached Level 2, Zhu Er exclaimed joyfully, having jumped several ranks. Only Level 1 and the supervisor position remained. Chu Yun tapped her on the head. With the Liu family gone, many positions have opened up. You need to make an effort. The old man's health is declining, and who knows how long he can remain in the Deputy Bureau. When that time comes, I will be promoted, and our family will be left in a precarious position. It will all depend on you to the 849 Bureau. The director is appointed by the central authority and primarily serves a supervisory role. Beneath him are 2 deputy directors. Previously, there was one from the Liu family and one from the Chu family. Now, there's one from the Han family and one from the Chu family. Don't worry, Zhu Er replied confidently. The boss will definitely support me. By the way, the boss's tasks must also be carried out effectively. During work hours, call me Minister. Minister, what is the situation regarding the recent disappearance cases in the Imperial City? Zhu Er inquired. Recently, it seems the boss, Ahem, Shaoli, intends to investigate this matter. Chu Yun gazed meaningfully at her, then produced a map. In fact, we have several suspects, with the highest suspicion currently resting on the owner of the Morning Light Sanatorium, Huang Cun. His credentials are too flawless, yet such perfection is inherently flawed. I have already commissioned Shaoli to investigate this matter, though. Is there anything else? Zhu Er inquired, diligently probing for information. There are 2 more, but we dispatched personnel to conduct a thorough search yesterday. And everything seems in order. Most likely, it is indeed the Morning Light Sanatorium, Chu Yun replied. Is it possible that our people are simply inept? Zhu Er blinked that you've been at the Xingxing Society for too long recently. Have you developed a backbone? The 849 Bureau is comprised of professionals. Chu Yun retorted, vexed. Zhu Er stuck out her tongue, thinking, I heard the Han family is renowned for their backdoor dealings. She was entirely oblivious to the fact that she herself had entered through a backdoor. This illustrates the significant drawback of family-controlled organizations, where blood ties reign supreme. After obtaining the answers, Zhu Er skipped out of the 849 Bureau's doors that I should report the situation to the boss. Just as she took out her mobile terminal, 2 robots appeared beside her, swiftly incapacitating her and carrying her away. Chapter 75. A seamless plan. The reason for the 3 strikes was that the first 2 had failed to knock Zhu Er unconscious. Time passed, and eventually, Zhu Er slowly regained consciousness. The first thing she did was to touch her head. Damn it! Everyone claims I'm not clever. Isn't this just proving their point? At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from the darkness. Chu Lingzhu. Was it you who said something at the Xingxing Society? That's why our Liu family is being eradicated. Why have I become this despised rat? The voice belonged to Liu Shuang, whom Zhu Er found particularly irritating. He emerged slowly from the shadows. Zhu Er widened her eyes and struggled, but she was tightly bound like a zongzi, her electronic devices completely destroyed, likely due to a high-grade EMP blast. Unable to escape, she could only stick out her tongue defiantly and retort, that tail on your backside is rather amusing. Unlike before, Lu Shuang now bore a genuine rat tail protruding from his coccyx, despite being covered by clothing. It was evident that his lower body had lost its human form, resembling that of a rat instead. The Sanctifier has elevated me, granting me the power to exact revenge upon you. Lu Shuang chuckled instead of expressing anger. From the surrounding darkness emerged numerous blade-wielding minions. Zhu Er glanced around and noticed that besides herself, many others were also trapped here. One of the minions flipped a victim over and began to carve a magical rune into their back with their blade. Zhu Er scrutinized the patterns, realizing they were nearly identical to those on the victims from City F. She quickly grasped Lu Shuang's intentions. "You are a traitor." "Humph. It seems the boss did not kill the wrong person." "Ha! I never expected that my family's upper echelon truly has connections with the Sanctifier. If not for this, I wouldn't be here, reveling in your despair." Lu Shuang guffawed. "Despair? I am no longer afraid of you." Zhu Er bit her lip defiantly. That moment, a mature female voice spoke up beside her. "If you engage in such activities, my family's bodyguards will not be pleased." Lu Shuang turned to look. "I wonder who it was. It's just Associate Professor Li Hua from the Imperial Capital University. Your bodyguard is indeed formidable, but he won't come to your rescue. The Sanctifier's plan is flawless. Your bodyguard will breach Adam's courtyard and then be killed." As night fell, at Xiao Li's villa, he had been on the move all night, but had found no clues, sensing that the opposing party had gone into hiding. Today, he had been occupied with various courses assigned by Lilith. While the internet provided all necessary information, it could not be transformed into experiential knowledge, making it challenging to apply in critical moments. "ILL check," Xiao Li declared as he took out his mobile terminal. She should be working at the Morning Light Sanatorium. Under normal circumstances, she would always have various terminals on hand, ensuring she wouldn't miss any news from me. Anxiety washed over him. Could it be that the Chu family discovered she is a double agent and dealt with her? At that moment, Xiao Bai has sent a message, showcasing her dinner for the day. Just as Xiao Li was about to ask her to investigate Zhu Er's whereabouts, a call came through the terminal. The caller was Chu Yun, Zhu Er's aunt. Xiao Li frowned, a sense of foreboding creeping in. "Xiao Li, is Zhu Er with you?" Chu Yun's voice was tinged with urgency. "What's wrong?" "She's disappeared. The surveillance footage shows she was seemingly abducted." "Seemingly?" The assailants used optical camouflage to evade detection. We could only see vague images. "How is your investigation of the Morning Light Sanatorium going?" "Zhu Er must have been taken by Huang Xuan." Chu Yun sounded genuinely worried for Zhu Er. "Are you certain?" "I'll go check," Xiao Li said, abruptly rising to his feet. Although he believed the hangman wouldn't resort to such tactics, the CPD and the 849 Bureau had operated in the imperial capital for many years. Their intelligence might just be worth trusting this time. We've already headed over to meet with the CPD. You should hurry. Chu Yun hung up. Xiao Li shut off the terminal. "Chun Mingyao, stay at home. There is no need for you to cook for me." "Yeah, it's already prepared." "Never mind. It's not safe for you to be alone. I'll call Aishala and Xiao Baiha to keep you company." After speaking, Xiao Li hurriedly departed. Equipped with all his gear, he boarded a hovering vehicle and sped towards the Morning Light Sanatorium. The Morning Light Sanatorium. Lin Shi held the children close, hiding inside the church. Outside, a fully armed group had besieged the sanatorium. Unable to determine their identity, Lin Shi took refuge with the children. The cacophony outside was deafening, with a voice blaring through a loudspeaker. "CPD, you are surrounded. All unauthorized personnel, raise your hands and exit the estate." "Sister, the people outside claim to be from the CPD. Should we go out?" Xiaomei trembled as she asked. Another boy wept quietly, but I saw them turn the butler into a sieve. "Boo-hoo." The butler, at that moment, another child spoke up. "There's a secret passage nearby. I remember Mr. Huangxun took Xiaoyu out through the secret passage a few days ago. If we find it, we can escape." "Stay hidden here. I'll go find the passage. Don't worry. Everything will be fine." Lin Shi took out her mobile terminal, hoping to call Xiao Li for help, only to discover there was no signal. Disrupting signals before a confrontation was a basic tactic, as the 849 Bureau had done when attacking the Yi family estate in City F. Suddenly, Lin Shi heard loud knocking sounds coming from the cemetery behind the church, as if someone was trying to break down a door. Could it be the entrance to the secret passage? Stealthily, Lin Shi moved towards the cemetery under the cover of darkness. She soon spotted a large hole, still emitting wisps of smoke. Someone had forcefully broken in. Lin Shi hesitated, contemplating whether she should follow. Xiao Li's hovering vehicle arrived at the sanatorium, where he observed from above that both the CPD and the 849 Bureau had suffered significant losses. Some gardeners and butlers had suddenly transformed into mechanical bodies, pursuing agents from the 849 Bureau, whose cybernetic enhancements and advanced weaponry had been hacked, rendering them ineffective as they struggled forward with mere firearms. Controlling so many machines, only a leader could achieve that, and the hangman was a network hacker. Either he had many accomplices, or he was not just a simple hacker. Chapter 76. I also intentionally allowed myself to be captured upon seeing Xiao Li's vehicle. Neither side attempted to intercept him, allowing him to enter freely. He quickly flew towards the cemetery, where a large hole came into view. The previously concealed entrance had been violently opened, and sounds of combat echoed from within. Xiao Li took a deep breath and drew another sword. This was one he had crafted specifically for the Xiao Li identity, to avoid being recognized while wielding the fool's sword. The hangman should recognize him and would not attack directly. Xiao Li thought it prudent to maintain a friendly rapport with the hangman, as his current strength made it preferable to be allies. If he had captured Grandeur, perhaps he could assist in finding her. With his superior hacking skills, he would undoubtedly be more reliable than the 849 Bureau. With that resolution, he boldly ventured underground. After walking several dozen steps, he found himself in a vast underground hall, where various assembly lines were in operation, seemingly manufacturing intricate machines. Additionally, several brains floated in chemical liquids. The sight clenched Xiao Li's fists. If Grandeur were, he realized that despite his constant vigilance against Grandeurs' advances, he had unwittingly developed feelings for her. At this moment, he could no longer bear the thought of losing her. Xiao Li hurried forward, traversing one hall after another, until he finally reached the end of the last hall, where two figures stood in confrontation. Upon closer inspection, it was less of a confrontation and more of a break in the action. The person with their back to Xiao Li was Ling Yi, his intended emotional mentor. Surrounding Ling Yi were numerous pieces of scrap metal, seemingly pulverized by his fists. Facing them was none other than the hangman, a figure Xiao Li was somewhat familiar with. Xiao Li quickly leapt to a vantage point above, hiding to observe the unfolding conflict. However, it seemed the two had already sensed his presence, but were too engrossed in their standoff to pay him any mind. Ling Yi spoke first. It appears you've captured quite a number of people. He must have noticed Xiao Li's arrival, which prompted his statement. The hangman sighed. In truth, I did not wish to use acquaintances of yours. Unfortunately, their faces bear no names. If any of my captives happen to be your friends or family. How unfortunate. Xiao Li gritted his teeth. This bastard really has taken hostages. Hand them over. Ling Yi lunged forward with remarkable speed. Delivering a punch aimed at the hangman, however, his fist struck a mechanized construct instead. The hangman raised his hands in surrender. You are a magic warrior. If we were to encounter each other on the road, I might not be able to defeat you, for my body is merely equipped with the tools of a network hacker. However, should you choose to fight here, I regret to inform you. The floor cracked open, and the surrounding walls unfurled. Various models of mechs and humanoid robots adorned with cybernetic enhancements emerged. Several 9-star geeks and 9-star gunmen appeared as well. The crown mechs could only be controlled by their commanders, and there were 3 or 4 of them, which the hangman manipulated effortlessly. I should be the one apologizing. In the magic system, each star upgrade enhances 1 skill slots. Thus, I pondered if all 9 skill slots were dedicated to a single ability. How formidable would it become? Ling Yi tore off his shirt, revealing a physique brimming with strength. Clothed, he appeared lean. Unclothed, he exuded muscle. Xiao Li scrutinized him closely and concluded that Ling Yi's ability was simply a basic enhancement of the body. It was a 1-star ability, fundamental, yet if honed to perfection, it could prove to be quite formidable. Xiao Li couldn't help but wonder why Ling Yi was not bald. Could his hair be a wig? Although my initial intention in selecting this ability was merely to enhance my kidney function, I found myself growing stronger than I had ever imagined through rigorous training. Ling Yi charged into the throng of robots. Xiao Li, positioned above, covered his right hand, contemplating whether to deploy the hand of the king. However, the robots here, coupled with the hanged man's extraordinary control over them, if it were a sentient AI, merely destroying its body would not suffice to vanquish it. Below, the battle raged fiercely, smoke and dust swirling. Yet the person Ling Yi sought was not present. In an unknown cavern, Lu Shuang wore a triumphant expression, laughing maniacally. Suddenly, Li Huahua's body ignited, and the ropes binding her were incinerated, allowing her to deliver a powerful kick between Lu Shuang's legs. Li Huahua was also a magic warrior. I was deliberately captured to observe her nefarious activities. Initially, I intended to linger longer, but given your words, I must hasten to prevent my bodyguard from going berserk. As she spoke, Li Huahua prepared to assist Zhu in breaking free. However, Zhu remembered her own abilities and unleashed a sonic blade, severing the ropes binding her. Simultaneously, she launched a flurry of blades, cutting the ropes of others within sight. Once freed, she stretched her sore body and awkwardly gave a thumbs up. Actually, I was also intentionally captured. This was a fabrication. Huahua chuckled and waved her hand, dispatching the surrounding blade-wielding imps. We must retreat swiftly. I sense something formidable lurking deeper within this moment. Lu Shuang, writhing on the ground, trembled and transformed into a large rat. How dare you? Leave me behind. He opened his mouth wide, emitting a sonic wave. Hurry, he is notifying the powerful ones behind us. Li Huahua's expression shifted. Sister Huahua? He has already been silenced by me. There's still time. Let us collaborate to eliminate him and rescue the others. Zhu raised her fist. Your ability is impressive. Huahua gave her a thumbs up. Below the rehabilitation center, a clash of steel and flesh ensued, with flames, electric currents, and toxic gases swirling chaotically, yet they posed little threat to Ling Yi. However, Ling Yi's limited offensive strategies did not endanger the hangman, resulting in a stalemate, until a tank shell was deflected by Ling Yi. Soaring past him, a female figure peeked out from the shell's landing point. Xiao Li's gaze sharpened as he swiftly maneuvered his body, descending from the ceiling to shield the anti-tank shell. Behind him, Lin Shi had stealthily followed. Minutes earlier, Xiao Li had rushed into the underground without surveying his surroundings, unaware that Lin Shi was also present. Lin Shi watched as Xiao Li descended, unable to remain idle. After several minutes of uncertainty and concern for Xiao Li, she was compelled to follow him down. As she reached the end, Ling Yi had just deflected the anti-tank shell. Although it did not directly target Lin Shi, the explosive aftermath could have obliterated her. Fortunately, Xiao Li stood before Lin Shi, extending his hand to form a liquid shield. Boom! Lin Shi was momentarily stunned, covering her ears and opening her mouth. As the sonic wave passed, she intended to speak, but noticed Xiao Li's expression shift. This is bad. There is an electric current concealed within the anti-tank shell. Chapter 77. It is not yet time for such a plot. The hangman shells were not easily handled. The liquid shield absorbed considerable damage, but the electric currents surged through the unknown liquid, invading Xiao Li. His left hand was instantly scorched, the electricity ravaging his palm. Even though he had donned insulation gear, it was pierced. He immediately clutched his arm, gasping for breath, while Lin Shi, witnessing the dire situation, was reduced to tears. Why must you protect me? No, I'm sorry. Xiao Li gritted his teeth, gazing at Lin Shi's tear-streaked face for several seconds before squeezing out a response through clenched jaws. Wait a moment. This is not the time for such a plot. With that, he retrieved a red potion from his pocket and sprinkled it on his burned hand. Within mere seconds, his left hand was restored. Xiao Li nodded in satisfaction. Chun Miao's concoction is quite effective. Ahem, such plots are too cliché. Save them for next time. Before he could finish, Lin Shi clung to his arm, weeping uncontrollably and repeatedly murmuring her apologies, causing the two combatants nearby to falter. The hanged man shook his head. I do not comprehend. You possess such abilities. Why do you allow those you care for to remain in a high-security prison? Ling Yi halted his movements. What do you mean? Was it not you who used robots to abduct people in the streets? With so many robots at your disposal, you cannot claim ignorance. Ling Yi narrowed his eyes. Are you implying that you only abduct individuals within the prison? That the ones outside were captured by other factions? Shally interjected. Hangman, I too do not believe you are responsible for this. Why not assist us in finding the true culprit behind your framing? Huh. The hangman replied with a mocking smile. After dismantling so much of my equipment, you expect me to assist you? Yet, I will indeed help. For the sake of our shared affiliation in the Star Alliance, though. Ling Yi's expression shifted slightly. The hangman closed his eyes for a moment, then snapped his fingers. Check your terminals. You have other places to attend to. He lifted the signal, jamming. Instantly, both Xiao Li's and Ling Yi's terminals chimed simultaneously. Xiao Li answered the call, and Zhu Er's voice resonated loudly. Thank heavens. Boss, you finally picked up. Annie has no idea why she isn't answering the phone. I was kidnapped by strange creatures. They truly have a grand scheme. On the other end, Ling, you received a call from Li Hua. It seemed there was a second battle to rush to. Xiao Li frowned slightly. The hanged man shook his head. Do not expect my assistance in this matter, with the strange creatures framing me. My presence is now exposed in the eyes of the capital. I may no longer be welcome there at this moment. Lin Shi, who had been weeping, suddenly raised her head, summoning her courage to ask, Mr. Twilight, is Xiaoya all right? After you leave, will this place continue to operate? Xiaoya, with good fortune, you may yet see her again. However, she may not resemble the person you once knew. After my departure, as long as those above retain their sanity and do not seal this place, it shall persist. Now, let us be on our way. The hangman waved his hand. Ling Yi wasted no words and vanished without a trace. Xiao Li embraced Lin Shi and hastily exited, preparing to search for Zhu Er. After all had departed, the hanged man surveyed the devastation without a hint of regret, contemplating. I have nearly completed my research. The ability spoken of by the mechanized demon can only resurrect individuals who have died minutes prior, requiring a life for a life. And no matter how much I study, resurrecting Chun, she seems implausible that I may need to venture to the Twin Stars to seek the legendary entity, Soulfire, which can resurrect the deceased with merely a fragment of their soul. As Xiao Li emerged from the underground, Lin Shi gently nudged him to set her down. She understood that she could not prevent Xiao Li from proceeding. Xiao Li nodded. Do not jinx me. No sooner had he spoken than a brilliant light erupted in the distance, that he quickly boarded a hovering vehicle, soaring into the air to gaze towards the source of illumination. That a wormhole had opened in the city center. Unlike others, this wormhole was grounded, its lower half embedded underground, swallowing a portion of the capital's core. Xiao Li sighed. Division 849, CPD, is this how you gather intelligence? I suspect your ranks have been thoroughly infiltrated. To trust you would be folly. Ultimately, the strange creatures executed their plan. Xiao Li mused that he could have managed things better. If he took charge, it likely wouldn't have culminated in such a disaster. However, he had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation until Zhu Er's trembling voice echoed from the terminal. The vanished land is Outer Beihai, the residence of the Supreme Commander. The Supreme Commander? Xiao Li pondered, still unfamiliar with the political framework of Huaguo on the other side. Upon receiving this news, Chuyin dazedly knelt to the ground that a storm was brewing. In a darkened room, 3 humanoid entities were toasting with champagne. This hole is somewhat smaller than expected. Has a sacrifice escaped? The fox person furrowed their brow. No matter. The plan is progressing smoothly. The long-headed creature chuckled as it clinked glasses with the fox person. The humanoid, however, appeared puzzled. Ascent, this merely the opening of a wormhole. Is such elation warranted? We opened 16 last time. The fox person shook their head. Saint, it is said that your twin stars, unlike other planets inhabited by strange creatures and humans, have not interacted with such a vast human society. The humanoid nodded. Indeed, our planet sustains only a small segment of humanity, while the majority resides on the opposing planet. The long-headed monster elucidated. Humanity's greatest adversary is, in fact, themselves that we have been silently observing since the turn of the millennium, and now, the contradictions within human society have become irreconcilable. Ordinary individuals, multinational corporations, AI, and the factions within Hua Country have always relied on the supreme leader of Hua as a stabilizing force to barely maintain equilibrium. With a sudden epiphany, one mused. Thus, after the disappearance of the supreme leader of Hua, humanity would plunge into chaos, perhaps even resorting to fratricide. Indeed, the likelihood is substantial. However, Hua remains overwhelmingly powerful. The long-headed monster shook his head. Feeling a sense of regret, Point One mused with a chuckle. Oh, how fortuitous. Our Dark Lord wishes to stretch his limbs. 8B, the wormhole. A colossal figure emerged, enveloped in flames. His red hair billowed fiercely. Two immense horns adorned his head as he brandished an arm, drawing a fiery trident from the wormhole. His massive form was too great for the current size of the wormhole, revealing only his upper half. From afar, he appeared akin to the fire giant Surtur from Norse mythology, poised to ignite the entire world. In the distance, Shaoli gazed at this spectacle, his expression grave. That moment, his phone vibrated twice, signaling a message from the Emperor's account. In the Stars Association cadre group. Assist the imperial capital of Hua in overcoming this crisis. Chapter 78. The restraint of the Stars Association a few minutes prior to the opening of the wormhole in the imperial capital. At the North Sea External Political Building, he was originally named Zhong Xiaojia, serving as the Secretary General to the Supreme Leader of Hua. Cradling his head in his hands, he pondered, despite being equipped with the most advanced cybernetic enhancements. I inexplicably fell into an uncontrolled slumber. Could it be due to the overwhelming stress of recent work? Those old foxes from the six factions are indeed difficult to contend with. If only the Supreme Leader were still here. 3 years ago, cough, Shao Jia, how long have you been with me? The Supreme Leader, Bedardin, looked kindly at Zhong Xiaojia. Supreme Leader, it has been 38 years. Very well, that I appreciate your hard work over these years. However, I may need to trouble you even more in the times to come. The Supreme Leader remarked with a smile. Zhong Xiaojia, perplexed, inquired. What do you mean? I have sensed that this body may soon fail to sustain itself. Zhong Xiaojia's pupils constricted immediately. Supreme Leader, Hua cannot afford to lose you. The Supreme Leader gestured for him to listen. Xiaojia, I recall that according to the classifications of the Xinyuan Research Institute, you are a crown leader, correct? Yes. Zhong Xiaojia, a robust man of 8 feet, felt moisture gathering in his eyes. Cough. You are right. Hua cannot afford to lose me at this juncture. Due to my past errors in dealing with multinational corporations, I failed to prevent other agencies from forming their own armies, resulting in a fragmentation of military power, leading Hua to gradually develop into various factions. Now, I can only suppress them through my personal prestige. Should I depart this world now, Hua would likely descend into a cybernetic society. Though the Supreme Leader was aged, his gaze remained keen. Supreme Leader, this is not your fault. Following the expansion into alien territories, there are too many places to hide troops and establish military factories. Even if we wish to manage them, it would be exceedingly difficult. Not fret. With current technology, you can still. Zhong Xiaojia was highly agitated. The Supreme Leader waved his hand. I know my own body. The ailments I have long suffered from are past the optimal period for treatment, and current technology is unlikely to remedy them. Moreover, I am truly old. Had I been willing to pay the price back then, it would not have been impossible to prevent this. Yet, I have grown old enough to become indecisive, old enough to lose my incisiveness, old enough to exhibit unnecessary mercy. Supreme Leader. The Supreme Leader patted Zhong Xiaojia's shoulder. Yet you are still young. You are a crown leader, having been with me for nearly 40 years. You understand me and Hua well. After my passing, you shall convert my body into a robot and use it to stabilize Hua. Seizing the opportunity to develop yourself, me, how could I possibly? Zhong Xiaojia was taken aback. Perhaps you can not only stabilize Hua, but also resolve the issues I leave behind. Cough. Do you remember the Stars Association I had you join? That is the key to resolving the problems. You must find a way to make the Stars Association your own, accumulate your reputation, align with allies, and ultimately replace my lifeless form, leading Hua towards the most ideal future. This is indeed no easy task. Perhaps at present, you may not be able to accomplish it, but when I was a child herding cattle, I would have never believed that I would stand in this position today. Fearing death itself. The future depends solely on human endeavor, not on one's current position. This is an order, my final command to you, as the Supreme Leader. Zhong Xiaojia knelt before the bed. gritting his teeth. Yes. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Jia, I am sorry. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. During these years, Zhong Xiaojia manipulated the body of the supreme leader, masquerading as him, diligently striving to mend the balance among the various factions within Hua. Working late into the night each day, adopting the supreme leader's way of thinking to issue commands. In truth, perhaps I lack this talent. It is likely that the supreme leader had no one else to entrust, which is why he chose me. He often doubted himself. Recalling the past, Zhong Xiaojia stood up, relaxing his body. I could see this moment. A shadow appeared, reporting the situation to him. This was the intelligence agency loyal to the supreme leader, the shadow guard to whom command had been entrusted before the supreme leader's demise. What? Investigations revealed anomalous activities in the imperial capital. There are individuals within the 849 Bureau and CPD assisting them in concealing these matters. Upon hearing the report, Zhong Xiaojia erupted in fury. IT may not necessarily be a matter of loyalty. It is highly probable that they are being controlled by the powers of the anomalies. The Shadow Guard leader remarked, "Prepare the vehicle. We are heading to the military base in the imperial capital. Will the supreme leader be accompanying?" The Shadow Guard leader was aware of the truth. No. In keeping with the supreme leader's style, he would only send me in such circumstances, shortly after he left the North Sea. The wormhole erupted, pulling the North Sea into an alien realm, while a giant emerged. At the military base, Zhong Xiaojia stared blankly at the wormhole in the North Sea, collapsing to the ground. Strictly speaking, the anomalies did not endanger the supreme leader's safety, for the supreme leader had long since departed this world. Yet this was evident to all that IT is over. His mind raced chaotically to recreate a supreme leader. No, after this incident, those from the 6 factions will undoubtedly demand a physical examination for the supreme leader. Perhaps humanity must come to terms with the loss of the supreme leader. Trembling all over, Zhong Xiaojia slowly rose, forcing himself to remain calm. The Stars Association must also be involved. Xiaoli gazed at the half-giant emerging from the wormhole. While on the phone, Zhu'er was explaining matters concerning the supreme leader to him. In summary, my colleague, Associate Professor Li Huahua, mentioned that with the loss of the supreme leader, a storm would brew over Hua. However, it was evident that Zhu'er did not fully comprehend the situation. Merely reiterating what others had said, I understand. But first, tell me where you are. Xiaoli was now more concerned about Zhu'er's safety. I am near Fang'an Yuan, making my escape. Fang'an Yuan is very close to the North Sea. The fire giant could strike with a mere swipe of his trident, even if the fire giant refrains from attacking. Should Hua employ any large-scale weapons, the repercussions would be easily felt. Xiaoli grew anxious, clenching his right hand. The evil god seed, a noble among the higher-level anomalies, possesses 5 stars from birth, carrying multiple extraordinary abilities, with an unknown upper limit after rigorous training. This one before me appears to boast at least 15 stars of combat capability. Is there a human existence at 15 stars? The probability is low. Currently, the strongest cybernetic body among humans is 9 stars. Some individuals, exceptionally gifted, can utilize 9-star cybernetics to exert strength exceeding 9 stars, thus becoming crown leaders. Yet humans possess limits. Even the most gifted cannot manifest combat strength of 15 stars while wielding a 9-star cybernetic body. There remain large-scale destructive weapons, but this is the imperial capital. Would they dare to use them? At that moment, 3 middle-aged individuals, accompanied by a humanoid mech, flew into the air. The pinnacle of Hua's technological might was deployed. Chapter 79. High-end combat power upon their appearance. Zhu'er on the other end of Xiaoli's phone began to excitedly explain, "Wow, it's the legendary strongest geek of Hua, the Thunder God, who can freely control lightning through his entire cybernetic body, rivaling the Thunder God. Over there is the strongest mech, the Azure Dragon Type 7, piloted by the Crown Leader, Master Lien, and there's the Crown Marksman, Aurora Aki. The stout figure is Iron Block Chi Bin, who reportedly has 98 of his body composed of cybernetics. As a quintessentially enthusiastic young lady, Zhu'er seemed to know the intricacies of Hua's high-end combat power by heart. Xiaoli rolled his eyes. Enough talk, while they buy time. You all need to escape quickly. Before she could finish her sentence, 6 beams of lightning shot towards the edge of the city. The electromagnetic cannon, an environmentally friendly defensive weapon, served as an appetizer, sending sick bolts of lightning towards the half-giant's body. Instantly, flames and steam erupted from his being, but he emerged unscathed. Observing this, Xiaoli parked the levitating vehicle amidst the trees of the park for concealment. Donning the fool's cloak. Once again, the scent of demonic essence wafted through the air. "Do you intend to breach and utilize me?" The black dragon inquired. "It is highly probable," Xiaoli nodded. "The wormhole over there is wide open. With a surplus of demonic essence, I may be influenced. I am uncertain if I can properly control the aura of death. If you use me now, you may incur injuries," the black dragon cautioned. Xiaoli adjusted her mask. "Since you say it's possible, Ascent, certainly, as long as you can control it to a level that doesn't kill me, it will suffice." At this moment, on the front lines of battle, seeing that the electromagnetic cannon had no effect, the Azure Dragon mech was the first to charge forward. This mech, resembling a humanoid figure akin to Gundam, could fly freely in the air, surpassing any cosmic robot by an unknown margin. Surrounded by a force field shield, it deflected the flames. The mechanized arm was equipped with a laser sword capable of slicing through steel as though it were mere tofu, delivering a cross slash towards the chest of the malevolent king. The king's body split open, transforming into molten lava, only to restore itself instantaneously. Despite his colossal stature, the king exhibited remarkable swiftness, sweeping his trident horizontally. A few managed to evade the trident's deadly arc. Taikwai Chi-Bean furrowed his brow. "How astonishingly large! Had I known, I would not have opposed a proposal to research large-scale mechs in the past." "Ha ha!" The malevolent king swung his trident wildly, laughing heartily in a tongue incomprehensible to all. The trio and their mech narrowly avoided him. After several failed attempts to strike, the king appeared to grow bored. Redirecting his gaze towards the entertainment district of the imperial city, the shape resembling corn was indeed tempting to roast. He extended his left hand, which transformed into a conflagration, launching it forth. "Oh no!" Taikwai Chi-Bean interposed himself before the flames, and in an explosive burst he was engulfed. Although his entire body was composed of high-strength, heat-resistant materials, the fire imbued with demonic essence scorched him to the brink of melting. The presence of demonic essence rendered the laws of physics obsolete. Fortunately, he had a contingency plan. His cybernetic body activated, enveloped in a shockwave shield, barely deflecting the flames. Previously, he had traversed the battlefield with ease, impervious to harm, collapsing everything in his path with his shockwave hand and shield. Intrigued, the malevolent king's forehead suddenly split open, revealing a third "I.no." Chi-Bean's body began to petrify from his feet upwards. At that moment, a chi beside him abruptly reached out, directing a beam of light towards the king's eye. The Delta Laser, humanity's most formidable weapon, wielded by sharpshooters, could obliterate a significant portion of the battlefield in a single sweep. Yet, it merely tickled the king, inflicting no damage. Nonetheless, the king, disliking the bright light, closed his central eye, sparing Chi-Bean's head from petrification as he plummeted downward. After all, only a fraction of his mind remained human. Perhaps he still had a chance at survival. However, a Chi, having attracted the king's attention, was not so fortunate. With a mere gesture, the king unleashed a crimson beam that pierced a Chi's body, halting the function of his brain and entire cybernetic form. This strike penetrated the realm of the soul, an area humanity had yet to explore. The side. The Thunder God and the Azure Dragon mech's feeble attacks were insufficient to warrant description from a king. With a clasp of his hands, he emanated thermal radiation, akin to a sacrificial halo, enveloping a 5-kilometer radius in searing heat. The Thunder God and Azure Dragon immediately retreated to evade the onslaught. At that moment, with a minute remaining until 3 minutes elapsed, a figure darted forth, leaping high and delivering a kick to the king's colossal visage. While lacking in lethality, it was a profound insult. This figure was the hastily arriving Ling. Regrettably, he proved of little use. The king extended his hand, a swift motion sending him hurtling dozens of miles away, his fate uncertain. The king's immense form, coupled with his overwhelming demonic essence and unpredictable abilities, instilled a sense of despair. Suddenly, A grave expression crossed his features as he raised his trident to shield his head. Simultaneously, a colossal new metal rod pierced the clouds, crashing heavily against his trident. This weapon, known as the Sea Stabilizer, developed by Hua, boasted a force comparable to that of a nuclear weapon concentrated at a single point, a feat even the king found difficult to withstand. The trident slipped from his grasp, and the metal rod impaled his body, the pressure proving unbearable. Alas, those who dared utter such defiance were unlikely to emerge victorious. The king's form morphed into molten lava, extricating itself from the rod as it reformed beside it. Attacks that cannot touch the soul can never slay me. The king spoke in human tongue. Jiji suddenly rose from the command seat. Fists clenched tightly as he slammed the table. Launched missiles armed with antimatter weapons toward the remaining 16 large wormholes leading to the aberrant. The military representative trembled, the chair tipping over in fright. Secretary General Zhong. Antimatter weapons require the Supreme Commander's direct authorization to deploy. Meanwhile, the representative from the Extraterrestrial Exploration Department interjected. We also have a significant contingent stationed at the dual stars, if intercepted or faced with unforeseen circumstances. Our forces would be obliterated. The representative from the Xianyuan Scientific Research Institute added, antimatter weapons possess tremendous lethality even in alien territory. Their use would lead to inevitable annihilation. Jiji pointed towards the satellite monitoring screen, where the king was coalescing a fireball. Then tell me how to deal with this threat. In the absence of the Supreme Commander, have we lost our resolve? Better to shatter like jade than remain whole like tiles. We must demonstrate our strength to instill fear in our adversaries. Perhaps launching directly towards the Imperial City would be more fitting. The other representatives shook their heads in unison. No. Let us negotiate. We must negotiate. Ridiculous. They themselves were within the Imperial City, detonating antimatter weapons that would spell doom for them as well. Theoretically, a single missile could obliterate a quarter of the Earth's surface. Wait, Secretary General Zhong. More individuals are approaching, a representative exclaimed, pointing at the screen. Everyone turned to see who dared approach their demise. The screen revealed a figure clad in an exaggerated mask and cloak, as the camera zoomed out. The owner of this ensemble stood with hands clasped behind him, hovering above a massive sword. Moonlight cascaded down, the black mask gleaming with metallic sheen, the cloak billowing in the wind in this scene. The higher the level of absurdity, the stronger the aura, leaving no one to perceive him as ridiculous, but rather as a true powerhouse. Chapter 80. Master of the Starry Council greetings. I am a reporter from the Cosmic Urban News under the Udo Group, currently broadcasting live from the skies above Hua. As you can see, moments ago, a wormhole appeared above the Imperial City, engulfing the residence of the Supreme Commander. Not only that, but a powerful aberration has also emerged. We continue our report. The formidable being is not easily vanquished. The space-based weaponry appears ineffective. Is humanity's last beacon about to fall? What? AI has warned me not to use that term to describe Hua. Damn. Wait, no signal. Has the official signal been blocked? Oh, it's back. Is there a hacker assisting? Regardless, let us continue watching live. Another figure appeared. Oh my god, he is flying on a sword. Did you see that? He is flying on a sword. The legends of Hua's Xianxia dramas are indeed true. Can this sword immortal turn the tide? Family. Indeed, I am in the Imperial City, witnessing this world-shattering spectacle up close. Brothers, for every $100 you donate, I'll move closer by a meter. Oh my gosh. It's a person, a sword immortal. It seems he has no cybernetic enhancements. A true sword immortal. Hurry, everyone. Donate so I can move closer. This is an unprecedented type of aberration, and it even speaks. Experts, what are your thoughts? Another sword immortal has appeared. Can he halt this aberration? Ahem. Based on my experience, let us first leave the Imperial City, and discuss this topic. Once we're on the plane, nearly the entire human world was fixated on the Imperial City. Countless eyes, cameras, satellites, and mechanical eyes trained on the sky above the city center, all platforms broadcasting this event in real time. Everyone understood that the outcome of this battle would alter the course of the world. And who was this suddenly appearing sword immortal? Was he here to turn the tide, or merely another passerby, like the previous strong figures? Under the gaze of thousands, the sword immortal extended his right hand. His arms sprouting black scales, instantly altering the atmosphere. From an external perspective, within a few kilometers centered around the sword immortal, all color vanished, leaving only black and white. The malevolent king, facing the sword immortal, appeared unresponsive, yet unbeknownst to him. 3 demonic eyes had opened upon his forehead, glaring like bronze bells, unleashing a torrent of abilities upon the sword immortal. However, he discovered that none of his powers were effective. In astonishment, he twisted his body, retrieving the trident he had previously lost, and hurled it fiercely at the sword immortal. The sword immortal merely waved his right hand lightly. While appearing motionless, everything in that direction began to crumble. It was as if a personified death erupted from his right hand, and with the motion of his wave, the trident, along with the king's right hand that wielded it, was instantaneously obliterated. Leaving no trace behind, the king stared blankly at his hand. Even activating his molten transformation ability could not regenerate a new right hand. This was an erasure of both body and soul. "You, who exactly are you?" His features contorted in a grotesque display of sheer terror, despite his non-human appearance. The sword immortal chuckled lightly, as if he had awaited this question for an eternity. He assumed the most perfect pose from his rehearsals, his mask's voice modulator deepening his tone. "I'm the master of the Starry Council. Fool director, quickly adjust the soundless drone to get closer. I want the audience to hear every word of their conversation. This sword immortal claims to be the master of the Starry Council. Fool, does anyone know of the Starry Council? Is the viewer with the ID Praise the Fool still here? In the number 7 large wormhole war zone. Sis, what time is it? Why are you still watching the live stream? Hurry and rest. We need to rise early to escape tomorrow. Brother, didn't you say thanks to Lord Fool of the Starry Council publicly disclosing information about the aberrations on the website? We've managed to survive in the wormhole war zone until now. That fool seems to have appeared in the video. Let me see quickly. Oh, praise the fool. Sitting in a daze, gazing at the sky, Chu Yun suddenly received a call. Upon connection, the voice of the elder from the Chu family resonated. There is no need to look further. The Grand Commander has vanished. The fool has emerged. And a new era is on the horizon. Now, directly seize power and take control of Bureau 849. The IT is imperative that we manage all individuals aware of Xiao Li's identity as the fool's son. We must not allow any information to leak. This bet I have placed. Understood. Clan leader at Xiao Li's villa, Chun Mingyao, Xiao Baihe, and Aisha sat side by side, engrossed in the television. The fool, Chun Mingyao, fumbled anxiously, her concern for Xiao Li palpable. However, the other two seemed oblivious, forcing her to suppress her distress, which became increasingly arduous. Yet, in truth, Xiao Baihe also struggled with her emotions, suddenly rising to pace the living room. Only Aisha gazed with longing, exclaiming, "Wow, the star group is indeed formidable. Can I apply to join Xiao Li soon? Alas, I regret not believing back in my childhood." Countless individuals and organizations were stunned by this proclamation, each reacting in myriad ways. Meanwhile, the battle in the skies was far from over. Yet, the sword immortal had no intention of sparing him. With his right hand coalescing a black, unknown substance, he directed a punch towards the wormhole. The black matter instantly piercing through the evil king. No. With the evil king's anguished cry, his entire form disintegrated. But it was not over. After penetrating his body, the black substance violently collided with the white wormhole. In an instant, the entire sky above the imperial capital illuminated as if it were daytime. Only after several seconds did the blinding light gradually dissipate, revealing that the wormhole had vanished, leaving behind a gaping void. And the sword immortal had also completely vanished. From the moment of his appearance to his departure, no more than 2 minutes had elapsed. As the saying goes, 10 steps, 1 kill. 1,000 miles, no trace left. Having accomplished the deed, one departs, concealed in both body and name. A tremendous cheer erupted throughout the imperial capital that we won. No need to flee. It turns out that humanity possesses such formidable combat power. The fool is truly exceptional. What organization is the Star Group, after all? I also wish to join. How could they slander the Star Group as a cult? How vile. Amidst the cheers, a tinge of sorrow lingered. Grand Commander, How shall we survive now that you have departed? In a distant place, within the headquarters of a large multinational corporation, the chairman sat before the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the live broadcast, gazing outside. Half the city was ablaze due to a wildfire. He remained unfazed, for those burning were not the company's assets. Relay my orders. Locate all core members of the Star Group and corrupt them with money. Do not provoke them. The fool is too powerful. Furthermore, with the Grand Commander's disappearance, it is time to explore new markets in Hua. Chapter 81. I apologize. I am an undercover agent in the dimly lit room. The champagne in the hands of the three anomalies lost its appeal. This is not right. The long-headed anomaly was taken aback. Again, the Star Group? The fox-like creature exclaimed in shock. Those resembling humans knelt on the ground, crying out, "No! Evil King, Star Group, I will never coexist with you." The entire Blue Star was stirred by the fool, with over half the voices expressing admiration. However, the fool's current state was far from favorable. Seizing the moment of blinding light, Shaoli activated his optical camouflage and swiftly departed the battlefield. He soon found refuge in a copse beside a concealed vehicle, staggering to the ground beside it. Using the last of his strength to stow away his fool's attire, then finally resting his right hand over his chest, collapsing onto the ground. Even if discovered now, no one would suspect him to be the fool. Once he relaxed, he struggled to retrieve a vial of red medicine, consuming one while dousing his body with another. The Black Dragon was indeed correct. He had warned of injuries, and he was now covered in wounds. The aura of death emanating from Shaoli's body had also taken its toll on him. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. The opponent had cooperated splendidly, allowing Shaoli to utter the words he had longed to speak, and coincidentally timed their demise. Shaoli had not anticipated the overwhelming power of this aura of death. The only regret was that this kill was achieved through the Black Dragon's death aura. Depriving him of the opponent's abilities, he pondered how those outside would perceive the fool. Lost in thought, he slowly closed his eyes. Time passed. "Boss, wake up! Wake up! Please don't scare me. If you don't wake up soon, I might have to perform mouth-to-mouth." Upon hearing Jouer's voice, Shaoli prepared to open his eyes. Yet his body refused to respond. Even the simple action of opening his eyes felt impossible. He sensed a soft body leaning against him. The sound of her anxious breaths drawing closer. Was this a bit hasty? This middle schooler, Shaoli, still valued a sense of ceremony. "Oh, no!" "Move, body," he silently urged, and his left hand finally stirred, pulling Jouer into an embrace. "Boss, why did you wake up at this moment?" Jouer murmured, her face nestled against Shaoli's chest. While the external wounds had nearly healed, his body remained difficult to control. It seemed likely that his soul had yet to fully recover. It would require time to recuperate this sensation. For the time being, he wished to avoid employing that technique again. Shaoli thought of the three women waiting for him at home. Qinming Yao was manageable, but Aisha and Xiao Baihe might not know his true identity. More importantly, he needed to first assure them of his safety. Upon hearing this, Jouer's face flushed a deep crimson, and with a compliant nod, she silently assisted Shaoli. With her help, the two boarded the hover car. Shaoli pulled out his phone, only to find a mountain of messages piled up. First, he checked his new account. "Qinming Yao, are you all right? Is everything okay? Lin Sure. Where are you? Don't tell me that fool is really you. Xiao Baihe. Hey, are you alive? Say something. I'm waiting for you at your house." Xiao Baihe bombarded him with a series of messages. Shaoli furrowed his brow. From this string of messages, it seemed she believed him to be the fool. Where did she get such confidence? The magician. Impressive. Boss. Absolutely phenomenal. Huang Pan. Praise the fool. Humanity's savior. His alternate account, the Emperor of the Star Group, had been given to Shaoli. The flattering remarks from his loyal subjects made Shaoli's bones feel weak. Opening the Emperor's account, he examined the Star Group's executive chat. Inside, it appeared somewhat desolate. The priestess. "I never expected the anomaly's target to be the imperial capital. And no wonder I noticed so many smuggling boats heading towards the imperial capital recently. They must have been bribed by the anomalies. The Wheel of Fate. Oh, has the fool already subdued the Black Dragon within him? Truly worthy of being our leader." The priestess. "However, it seems there aren't many people speaking in the group right now. It appears many executives are busy in the imperial capital. Battle car. I hope they are safe. Shall he close the terminal? So, many executives are in the imperial capital. He suddenly recalled what the hangman had said to him and Ling before. He mentioned that considering they were all colleagues in the star group, the hangman had helped Shao Li in City F, knowing he was an accomplice of Treasure Sword 3. But what about the other member? Ling Yi. Thus, he might also be part of the star group, and perhaps he was an executive? Once he recovered, he needed to investigate. He hoped he hadn't been killed by the evil king's assault. As he pondered, the hover car smoothly arrived at Zhu Er's dormitory rooftop, which was conveniently adjacent to Shao Li's villa. Zhu Er helped Shao Li arrange a guest room before disappearing without a trace. Shao Li had intended to ask her for assistance, but before he knew it, she was gone. Left with his weary and uncooperative body, he painstakingly washed up and made his way to the guest room. Collapsing onto the bed, he was tired. Regardless, he decided to sleep for now. Pulling back the covers, he burrowed beneath them. Why is this blanket so warm? Is it high-tech? Clearly not. Shao Li turned his head and lifted the cover on the side, revealing Zhu Er nestled inside. She wore a maid outfit, her hair slightly damp, as if freshly washed, her face flushed like an apple. Shao Li rubbed his forehead. Why are you wearing Chiming Yao's clothes? It's not hers. This is my own maid outfit. I thought it looked like something boss would like. Zhu Er seemed to have no intentions of seeking thrills. Forget it. He was too tired today and just wanted to sleep. Shao Li closed his eyes, but Zhu Er appeared reluctant to let him rest. Shao Li, puzzled, turned his head. What's wrong? He saw Zhu Er gazing at him with tear-filled eyes, an expression of both familiarity and strangeness. This look reminded him of something he had seen in his parents' eyes over a decade. 8G, seemed to convey a certain sentiment that was somewhat sentimental. It tugged at Shao Li's heart. Even in his weakened state, he ultimately leaned down to meet Zhu Er's lips. She was clumsy, but who among the good-hearted would extend their tongue on the first try? Darn it, the camp has fallen. We must counterattack. The enemy's counteroffensive was fierce. The main forces from both sides became entangled. The enemy lost their ability to resist, easily subdued under our offensive. Nice, the skirmish concluded. Zhu Er gasped for breath, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed. Boss, I'm sorry. I'm an undercover agent, she finally confessed. Chapter 82. Stepping onto the path of Azura when Zhu Er first encountered the Star Group. It marked the darkest moment of her life. Her parents perished during the Bureau 849 mission, leaving her to be raised by her aunt. Meanwhile, she was discovered to possess only a 2-star adaptability, rendering her unable to equip a prosthetic body and unable to partake in the advancements of humanity. The future that awaited her seemed to be one of becoming a mere tool for family alliances, destined to be handed off to some nouveau riche needing to forge connections. Even so, happiness would be elusive. Without a suitable prosthetic, she would soon wither away, becoming a mere relic of her former self, discarded and forgotten. Even before the future arrived, upon learning of her 2-star adaptability, her former friends began to distance themselves from her, and other family members subtly started to ostracize her as well. Lu Shuang and his group went even further, causing her to retreat into the confines of her home. Reluctant to attend school, that it was not until she encountered the Star Association that she glimpsed an alternative possibility. This place offered her hope, care, and validation. Among them, the fool who founded the Star Association became an object of her deep admiration. Initially, it was merely admiration, until Chu Yun received news regarding Shao Li. The elders could not fathom that such a young boy could be the founder of the Star Association. Instead, they imagined him to be the son of the fool. Only Zhu Er, upon seeing Shao Li's photograph, believed immediately. Age was not the crux. Rather, it was the aura of loneliness that surrounded him, a solitude that the world failed to comprehend. Undoubtedly the mark of the fool, as she delved into the investigation report from Bureau 849 concerning Shao Li. Zhu Er discovered that their circumstances bore a striking resemblance. Both faced exclusion and exhibited remarkably low adaptability. Like Zhu Er, Shao Li had also lost his parents at a tender age. Thus, after witnessing the incident at the cinema, she resolved to pay homage to the classics, determined to capture Shao Li's heart. It appeared to be a task assigned by Bureau 849, yet stemmed from her genuine desire. Unfortunately, Her plan faltered due to her unfamiliarity with high-heeled boots, the result of insufficient practice, leading to failure. Furthermore, after meeting Xiao Li, Zhu frequently stumbled, inadvertently revealing her shortcomings. However, unlike her family, Xiao Li bore no resentment. Instead, he treated her with kindness, aiding her in overcoming challenges, patiently guiding her without a hint of impatience. He truly was remarkable, not merely for the black dragon within him. Even without relying on it, he excelled academically, remaining composed and shining brilliantly amidst various tribulations. Zhu grand plan crumbled, not only failing to ensnare Xiao Li, but causing her to become ensnared instead. After falling for him, she began to worry. What if Xiao Li discovered her undercover status? What would he think? Would the tenderness he had shown her dissipate? Would he come to loathe her, forbidding her from approaching him again? Would he expel her from the Star Association? Or worse, would he treat her as a traitor? She had heard tales in Bureau 849 of how traitors were encased in concrete and cast into the sea. How terrifying! Surely, the leader would not resort to such measures. Yet, even the mere thought of his disdain was unbearable for Zhu. Thus, she remained in a state of trepidation, planning to confess after the completion of her mission. However, her plans rarely materialized successfully. Now, after the kiss, she could no longer contain herself. The burden of concealment tormented her heart. She yearned to share everything with him. Indeed, in the pure thoughts of a lovesick adolescent girl. True love should harbor no secrets. She confessed. After revealing her truth, she curled up beneath the covers, closing her eyes, her body trembling slightly. Xiao Li was perplexed. Why was Zhu confessing now? Oh, could it be that she was captivated by his overwhelming presence in the capital? How trivial! Xiao Li felt a tinge of regret. For now, he could only rely on the Black Dragon's dominance. But in the future, he longed to assert his own strength with the same authority. That would be even more exhilarating. Zhu opened her eyes. Boss, are you not angry? Just this, time for sleep. Xiao Li yawned. What was so novel about this? He had known all along. Zhu was taken aback. I am an undercover agent. I have been secretly relaying your information to Bureau 849. This was not merely a statement. It was her own decision to no longer conceal the truth from him. Now, it was Xiao Li's turn to be astonished. Huh? Why? Zhu eyes welled with tears. Boss, you big blockhead. Just now it was so obvious. How infuriating. This was her first kiss. It must be that her online learned techniques were inadequate, failing to conquer him. She had to try again. Several minutes later, Xiao Li gazed at the slumbering Zhu, lost in thought. She seemed to have been tense and anxious until now, but having relaxed, she had drifted off to sleep after their kiss. However, it was for the best. Xiao Li was currently unwell and even found it strenuous to move his tongue. It was time to sleep. Xiao Li also succumbed to slumber. This rest was deeply satisfying. That night, the Black Dragon did not manifest, perhaps due to the exhaustion from suppressing the aura of death. Xiao Li slept soundly until midday, finally feeling somewhat rejuvenated. Upon awakening, he felt extremely hungry. It seemed that the soul required a robust body for sustenance. Fortunately, Lilith had prepared him well. At this moment, he was no longer tormented by the dilemma of whom to choose, but had resolutely decided to embark on the path of Ashura. Therefore, any further actions would wait until Zhu could accept this behavior. But he gently stroked Zhu hair, then donned his clothes and exited the room, although Zhu still kept her eyes closed. Her face gradually flushed, and only after Xiao Li departed did she rise and embrace her pillow. The boss has known all along that I am an undercover agent, yet he treats me with such tenderness. He cares for me. Xiao Li strolled to the entrance of his villa, stretching lazily as he opened the door. However, before him stood a figure that left him puzzled, with a voice as melodious and clear as a lark. Even after a sleepless night, it bore no blemish. Xiao Baihe was gazing intently at Xiao Li. Chapter 83. What have you done to the world? Xiao Li stepped back a pace, but suddenly remembering that this was his home. He stepped forward again. What are you saying? I didn't do anything yesterday. Yet Xiao Baihe was evidently unconvinced. During their time as members of the Star Association, her culinary skills rivaled those of Zhu. If Zhu could identify Xiao Li through his aura, She could manage it as well. She turned, pinning Xiao Li against the wall. Humph. I am done with this tug-of-war. See for yourself. She thrust her mobile terminal before his eyes. As Xiao Li examined the terminal, he caught a whiff of a strong, youthful fragrance emanating from her. This, coupled with Xiao Li's late return home. Instantly, her expression darkened. Cursed, someone has gotten ahead of me. So, he and Chu Lingzhu have developed a relationship of deep intimacy. Meanwhile, Xiao Li furrowed his brow as he viewed the terminal's display. The account of the executor world. Xiao Li's demeanor turned serious. What have you done to the world? He was astonished that he had been captured by your alien exploration department. Xiao Li clearly believed that the world had been subjected to severe torture, thus surrendering its account. This drove Xiao Baihe into a frenzy. Not at all. Don't you recognize my attire? Doesn't seem familiar. Xiao Li raised an eyebrow, thinking, indeed, this is clearly what I had discussed with the world regarding XP. So, the case is solved. Is your brother all right? Did he really give you his account? Could it be he has encountered misfortune? The world has actually fashioned his sister to fit Xiao Li's XP. What could their intentions be? Xiao Baihe, infuriated, seized Xiao Li by his collar. Don't you realize I am the world? We have shared our XP, discussed the past and future, and exchanged views on this world. Internally, Xiao Li did not display much astonishment, for he had mentally prepared himself during the previous offline meeting. Nonetheless, this issue warranted questioning. Xiao Baihe's face flushed. You are being discriminatory. Girls in their adolescence can also be interested in such matters. Many manga artists in the neighboring Sakura country are female. Xiao Li scrutinized Xiao Baihe. Your words indeed resemble what the world might say, demonstrating such familiarity with the manga market. Enough. I have recovered. Xiao Baihe punched Xiao Li's shoulder. So, you truly are him? My heavens, give me a moment to process this. Xiao Li remained in shock. Xiao Baihe fell silent, her inner turmoil tumultuous. The truth was revealed, but then what? Xiao Li had always regarded her as a man. Throughout their nightly conversations, only she had developed feelings, while Xiao Li merely regarded her as a friend. Thus, he and Zhu Er shared a physical bond, while she and he had a platonic one. Xiao Baihe felt faint, collapsing onto the nearby sofa, muttering, "It was clearly me who initiated." Meanwhile, Xiao Li was utterly perplexed. To be frank, he had harbored quite the fondness for her. In every aspect, she perfectly matched his XP, and they had shared countless conversations. When Lilith proposed a union with her, Xiao Li had not opposed it in his heart. Yet now, learning she was once his online brother, Xiao Li felt a wave of softness wash over him. It was akin to discovering that his former roommate had suddenly transformed into a beautiful girl who matched his XP. How could he proceed with that? Never mind. If she were truly a good buddy, he could manage without a union and still navigate the alien exploration department. Let's switch the topic. Xiao Li sat beside Xiao Baihe. Since it's you, I won't hide anything. Am I handsome last night? Xiao Baihe, exasperated, replied, Handsome, indeed very handsome. Want to learn? Call me OO, and I'll teach you. Xiao Li smoothly transitioned into buddy mode. Xiao Baihe puffed out her cheeks. You? Then with a seductive gaze, she leaned close to Xiao Li's ear, whispering lightly. Oh, hiss. Xiao Li inhaled sharply, his entire being shivering. He immediately stood up, distancing himself from Xiao Baihe. This was bad. He almost made a mistake with his buddy. All right, you first? I recall the world holds abilities. Show me what you can do. Xiao Li swiftly changed the subject. However, his reactions were all noted by Xiao Baihe. She felt she still had a chance. She would win. With a light chuckle, she elegantly crossed her legs. My ability is the Eye of Illusions. It won't work on you, brother fool. It was the potion sold to me by the priestess. I am now at 4 stars. Xiao Li nodded, saying, the Eye of Illusion is a 2-star ability. You still have 2 skill slots available. Why not seek out a few more skills? Xiao Li clapped her hands in approval. Very well. This way, your opponent will forever be unable to distinguish between the real and the illusory. You truly are quite cunning. That isn't this something I learned from you? But that is a 3-star ability, and quite rare at that. Our extraterrestrial exploration department has yet to capture any corresponding abilities from the alien creatures. Xiao Baihe shook her head. This ability of reality and illusion, also known as Mirror Flower, Water Moon, is a racial ability of the high-level alien creature known as the Trickster. Essentially, it is an attack on the soul, capable not only of transforming pain perception, but, if the opponent is convinced, can even cure ailments, among other things. The trickster resembles humans closely, with the distinction of possessing an elongated occiput. They are perceptive, highly intelligent, and exceptionally adept at blending into human society. Due to their lackluster combat capabilities, they are relatively rare among the power-centric two-star alien creatures, yet they are widely distributed among human societies. It is said that many tricksters were transported to Blue Star by natural wormholes a millennium ago and have continued to proliferate ever since, predominantly residing in the region of Hua Country. With globalization, one wonders how they might be running amok now. I will keep an eye out for you, as for now, I am famished and must eat. Where are the others? Xiaoli glanced around. Xiao Baihe replied. Xiaoli nodded and headed toward the kitchen. They should be around, but depends on whether you can manage them. Humph. Do you not wish to sample my culinary skills? Chapter 84. A parting gift? Is this truly your culinary prowess? Xiaoli gazed at the table laden with dishes, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. A hot pot accompanied by various dishes. While edible, it lacked any semblance of culinary artistry. Hush, just say it tastes good. Xiao Baihe nudged Xiaoli, ignoring him as she picked up a slice of meat to cook. Xiaoli was not entirely convinced. He believed that those truly impoverished should resort to canned insects. She had undoubtedly brought a substantial amount of startup capital, lucky money, from home. As the two bickered over their meal, a knock echoed from outside the door. Xiaoli retrieved his mobile terminal. Where Lilith had already projected the surveillance footage, on the screen appeared an elderly gentleman clad in a suit, his visage somewhat familiar, though he could not place it at that moment. Who are you? Xiaoli inquired upon opening the door. The elderly man removed his gentleman's hat, and Xiaoli recognized him as a steward from the Morning Light Sanatorium. Mr. Xiaoli, Lord Dusk has something for you. The steward presented an envelope. Xiaoli raised an eyebrow, a flicker of confusion in his gaze. What business did the hangman have with him? Inside the envelope were a piece of paper and a card. After perusing the card, Xiaoli's eyes widened in astonishment. He had already ventured into the two-star realm to seek the soul firefly. He hoped that Xiaoli could relay a message to the fool. If the fool could assist in locating the soul firefly, he would be willing to extend his utmost efforts to aid the fool. Steward, are you aware of the contents of this letter? Xiaoli turned to the somewhat anxious steward beside him. I am not entirely certain, but Lord Dusk mentioned that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you would become our new master. The steward's expression appeared anxious, seemingly fearful of Xiaoli's rejection. Xiaoli glanced at the last line on the paper. At the Morning Light Sanatorium, I have left behind many gifts, provided you can ensure their evasion of official scrutiny. It is currently a hot potato, but I hope you can continue its operation. Xiaoli rubbed his forehead, piecing together the implications. The hangman, in his resistance, had exposed high-precision humanoid robots. If the 849 Bureau and the CPD were astute, they might deduce the identity of the hangman. Moreover, beneath the sanatorium lay a factory for the manufacture of high-precision robots, a perilous acquisition. The upper echelons of the world feared AI, usurping humanity, and had long signed treaties prohibiting such production lines. If Xiaoli obtained this and it was discovered, he would become a universal enemy. Wait, that group of individuals seemed not to have breached the underground facility. Only Xiaoli, Lin Shi, and Ling Yi had uncovered the underground factory. Perhaps there was an opportunity. Let us proceed to investigate, Xiaoli declared, dismissing Xiao Baihe. Watching his receding figure, Xiao Baihe gritted her teeth, silently criticizing, this fellow still regards her as an outsider, despite the past. No, she had to think of alternative methods. In truth, Xiaoli was plagued by a fear instilled by the Grim Reaper out on the island in the river. He had encountered the closest brush with death. Back then, he had shared a camaraderie with the Grim Reaper in the game, discussing matters without reservation. Yet, in the blink of an eye, that entity was poised to purge the entire Star Alliance. This engendered a sense of wariness within Xiaoli towards online acquaintances that, of course, this did not exclude true friends like Jouer, but required time and events to foster complete trust. As for Xiao Baihe, she had already earned half of Xiaoli's trust. However, the matter of the underground factory was too grave to allow any slack, hence his reluctance to bring her along. Before long, The floating vehicle arrived above the sanatorium. Below, it was shrouded in mist, a result of tactical smoke grenades. As the vehicle traversed the mist layer, the scene that unfolded before Xiao Li left him in shock. Currently, Chu Yun still surrounded the entire sanatorium, yet she had not pressed forward. Instead, she was eliminating or controlling the CPD and 849 Bureau personnel emerging from within. Within mere seconds of entering, Xiao Li noticed several beams of red light targeting his floating vehicle. It was only when the drones recognized his license plate that they ceased their aim and signaled for him to disembark for a discussion. Inside Chu Yun's command vessel, Xiao Li observed. "What are you doing?" "Infighting." He regarded the weapons pointed at him with indifference, taking a seat unceremoniously. Opposite him sat Chu Yun, flanked by familiar faces, the bald captain and the slender vice captain. Chu Yun waved her hand, instructing the two to depart first. Once they had left, she turned her gaze to Xiao Li. "You appear unsurprised. Did Zhu Air inform you?" She referred to matters concerning the 849 Bureau. Xiao Li shook his head. "I was aware of it long ago. It does not affect us. We all benefit." "Quite a broad perspective. No wonder you are the fool's son, but I would like to ask you a question. What exactly does the Star Alliance aim to achieve?" Chu Yun's expression turned serious. "I am unaware of my father's intentions. He has been missing for quite some time. The Star Alliance itself is merely a loose coalition with a singular purpose: to protect humanity amidst the alien threat and, ultimately, to seize control of the stars. Thus, we develop online without concern for each other's identities. He selectively revealed the truth. In the past, he had indeed harbored such thoughts, indifferent to identity. But now, he was acutely aware of it. He wished to forge a Star Alliance devoid of infiltrators." Chu Yun rested her chin thoughtfully, scrutinizing Xiao Li. Her internal lie detection system indicated that he appeared to be truthful. How noble. However, when the intensity of battle escalates, the combat efficacy of a loose alliance is quite poor. "Do you not intend to consolidate the Star Alliance? Your words, what insights do you have?" Chu Yun leaned forward, resting her arms on the table, her expression earnest. "With the Grand Commander's disappearance, the various factions within Huagua are left without a leader. Beset by internal and external troubles, a force must arise to bear the burden. Our Chu family has fully grasped the 849 Bureau and will soon control the clan factions if we collaborate. You can utilize all our resources to consolidate the Star Alliance, and in return, the Star Alliance will assist us." For Xiao Li, who was still in the developmental phase, this was an appealing proposition. It seemed that the fool's recent maneuvers had indeed frightened many, prompting them to offer more sincere proposals. Xiao Li slowly nodded. "I am quite curious, after the Grand Commander's disappearance. How will the subsequent leadership be determined? A public vote? Or will the factions engage in direct conflict?" Chu Yun shook her head. "Currently, there are external foes. Until the theoretical success rate exceeds 200, the factions will not engage in mutual combat. If it devolves into a war of attrition, it would only benefit outsiders." Xiao Li discerned the underlying implication. A high success rate could lead to infighting, akin to Chu Yun's actions of eliminating dissenters within the sanatorium. Once the Grand Commander departed, they could hardly contain themselves that a public vote was out of the question. The populist faction was numerous, while the corporate faction could simply buy their way through, creating an imbalance. The current plan is to see which faction completes a national-level task first. Chapter 85. Striking rich after departing from Chu Yun's base, Xiao Li fell into contemplation. The so-called national-level tasks are the most beneficial endeavors for Huagua at present, which include 1. Developing cybernetic enhancements exceeding 10 stars. 2. Closing the large wormholes opened by aliens both domestically and abroad. 3. Establishing Huagua's own magical warrior corps. 4. Consolidating multinational corporations. Over the course of 1 year, the original Grand Commander's Secretariat will review and assess the completion rates of each faction, selecting the most qualified faction to lead Huagua. While it appears to be a fair system, Xiao Li, having studied history, understood that this was merely a temporary measure akin to the twilight of a dynasty, incapable of uniting Huagua into a cohesive entity. Even if a faction were truly chosen, there would still be various schemes and intrigues behind the scenes. He shook his head. For now, these matters were irrelevant to him. His immediate focus was on gradual development, stealthily cultivating his strength, then astonishing everyone. What worried him was that without a Grand Commander, certain factions might resort to force against him, particularly those that had failed to collaborate with Shaoli, who might come to abduct him or even eliminate him outright. The thought of this filled him with anxiety. The cooldown time for the Hand of the King is quite lengthy. He must swiftly enhance his combat capabilities. Lost in thought, Shaoli entered the sanatorium. The once lush, picturesque estate had become dilapidated. Within a few paces, he encountered corpses and the remnants of artificial robots. As he ventured further, Shaoli understood the reason behind the 849 Bureau's lack of advancement. 2 crown-level mechas previously utilized by the hangman were stationed nearby, guarding the main building of the estate. After detecting Shaoli, the mechas scanned him before clearing the path. Approaching the main building, Shaoli heard the sounds of weeping and frantic discussions emanating from within. People are apprehensive about life in the future. Shaoli, for the time being, chose not to enter the main building, instead opting to make his way to the church at the back, where he entered the underground factory of the hangman. The card given to him by the hangman illuminated, and Lilith appeared, extracting the hidden path from the card. With the aid of the card, Shaoli swiftly arrived at the heart of the factory. Observing everything before him, he felt as if he were Lu Lao stepping into the grand view garden. It resembled an alien spacecraft, filled with technological marvels that he could hardly comprehend. How prosperous! How much would all this cost? And how much could it earn? This conveniently addressed one of his significant dilemmas. Finances. The most crucial aspect for any organization is the ability to sustain its members. This is the very foundation. The economic base determines the superstructure. Furthermore, this entire estate could serve as a strategic pivot for his activities in the imperial capital. The Fool's Guard, which Shaoli had envisioned, could finally take shape. Lilith's voice resonated at an opportune moment. Master, this is a highly automated factory. Over there is an interface where you can connect your terminal, allowing me to access the core and control the entire factory. Excellent. Give it a try and assess the existing assets. Shaoli nodded. His father had once said that the gifts fate bestows are always discreetly marked with a price. The other party might have left a backdoor. One must remain vigilant. However, upon hearing topics related to the outer realms, Lilith fell silent. Shaoli, oblivious to her silence, wandered about like a child who had just received an intriguing toy, touching this and that. Before long, Lilith reported the existing equipment. 1 advanced humanoid robot production line, 1 intelligent firearm rifle production line, and 4 production lines of the 9-star core cybernetics, geek, hacker, gunner, commander, each with an unknown model. The core cybernetics function similarly to a computer's motherboard, determining the career path, with subsequent cybernetics needing to connect to the core. In addition to these production lines, there was a peculiar research area filled with numerous brains. Originally, there had been more production lines, but most had been damaged during the battle between the hangman and Ling. Shaoli sighed. Had he known that these would ultimately belong to him, he would have intervened in the quarrel sooner. Both firearms and cybernetics could be sold or used to arm his subordinates. One for the low-end market, the other for the high-end market. In this era, most cybernetic warriors possess subdermal armor, and the more powerful ones even have shockwave shields, electromagnetic shields, and other external protections. Thus, the effectiveness of most firearms is rather limited, due to radiation, energy, recoil, and various other reasons. Powerful firearms have largely been transformed into cybernetics or turrets, operated or wielded by gunner professionals. These intelligent firearms are primarily designed for use by ordinary individuals with low adaptability, often shining brightly in combat among the wandering groups of the Third World. In summary, as long as Shaoli can resolve the issues of raw materials and sales channels, this continuous influx of wealth would be sufficient to sustain the operations of a small multinational corporation. Master, it has been detected that other regions of Blue Star also house production factories belonging to the hangman, and the privileges of this card can be utilized there as well. However, he left a message saying that if you wish to take over other factories, you must be cautious of his kind. His kind? You mean intelligent AIs? Shaoli responded, no matter. That is a matter for the future. Let us first digest what we have here. Before long, feeling satisfied, Shaoli made his way back toward the main building. This time, he noticed that the 2 sentinel mechas had collapsed to the ground. Ceasing operation, Lilith explained. After we took over here, the operational authority was transferred to us. But I lacked the capability to temporarily activate the sentinel mechas. Xiao examined the two mechas, which now belonged to him. Unfortunately, at least a 6-star commander was needed to barely operate them, and 8 stars were required to unleash their full potential. While Lilith, as an intelligent AI, could be considered a master of all professions. She was currently only at 4 stars. There were no suitable candidates among Xiao Li's subordinates, making the possession of these two mechas somewhat burdensome. Lilith, it's time for you to undergo rigorous training. How do you upgrade? Xiao Li inquired, shrugging that my father prepared all the hardware necessary up to 9 stars before he left. What restricts me is the software. Perhaps it could be referred to as the soul. This will take time, but I could also acquire the residual cybernetics of high-star network hackers, which may contain their original algorithms and shorten our growth cycle. Understood. Perhaps we can procure some from the Chu family. At that moment, a butler approached Xiao Li. Sir, Butler 3 at your service. This was evidently a standard AI. The hangman even equipped ordinary AIs with human forms. How audacious, Xiao Li remarked, perfect timing. Everything in the estate remains as it is, for now. Let the underground production line consume the remaining materials, and then cease operations temporarily. Chapter 86. A desire to depart after making the arrangements. Xiao Li arrived at the main building, the current gathering place for the survivors. Xiao Li, Lin Shi exclaimed upon seeing him walk through the entrance of the main building, rushing over to embrace him. Her petite frame trembled slightly. Before Xiao Li could respond, he heard the voices of children behind him that a girl named Xiao Mei remarked, I told you, sister still loves her ex-boyfriend. Another girl chimed in. But sister said they are family. How taboo. How romantic. A boy interjected. What are you talking about at a time like this? We should be thinking about our future. Not only the children, but also many elderly and disabled individuals turned their gaze toward Xiao Li. They were not fools. At this point, they had realized that the previous Lord Twilight likely had a different identity. Yet for them, identity was of no consequence. What mattered was the kindness shown to them. Regardless of how nefarious Lord Twilight might have been, their ability to live happily here was entirely reliant on him. Dear elders and fellow villagers, before his departure, Mr. Twilight entrusted this sanatorium to my care. I have already communicated with the outside world. This place will not be dismantled, but will continue to be operated under my stewardship. I will do my utmost to maintain everything as it is. No sooner had he spoken than the crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices. Most were cheering, while a small faction observed Xiao Li with skepticism, their gazes laden with doubt. His youthful appearance naturally invited suspicion. Gently stroking Lin Shi's long hair, Xiao Li said, I must admit, my current abilities do not match those of Mr. Twilight. I am quite unfamiliar with the operation of this sanatorium. Therefore, it would be wise not to depend entirely on me, but to try to rely on yourselves. The crowd exchanged glances. Among them, a venerable-looking elderly man with a limp spoke, Young brother, we are already grateful for your care. We should not ask for more. However, we are all individuals with low adaptability in society. Without relying on the goodwill of others, we struggle to find a way to survive in an era where machines have replaced most job positions. Those unable to afford cybernetics find themselves unemployed. Without work, there is no income. Without income, survival becomes impossible. Currently, most individuals with low adaptability rely on short video tips to scrape by. Xiao Li gazed into the distance. To be candid, my adaptability is at a mere 1 star, so I can empathize with your circumstances. However, the world is on the verge of transformation, and individuals like us will also possess the capability to stand firm in this world. He extended his hand, using his ability to summon objects, drawing a distant cup toward him. This method involved absorbing the powers of the dual star aberrations. If anyone is interested, feel free to approach me. For those uninterested, there's no need for concern. I will do my best to maintain the status quo. Once the underground factory is successfully operational, credits will flow abundantly. Sustaining this sanatorium will be merely a drop in the bucket. Having said that, he took Lin Shi with him to the top floor of the main building, into Lord Twilight's office. Only then did Lin Shi regain her composure. Are you really Xiao Li? I feel like I don't recognize you anymore. She stepped back from Xiao Li's embrace, seemingly struck by a thought, suddenly pointing at him. Ew. Don't tell me you're a time traveler. You must have crossed over during your senior year, which is why you suddenly started studying hard. What happened to the old Xiao Li? Auntie, your imagination is quite vivid. I merely had a moment of sudden enlightenment. Xiaoli replied. This world is indeed flawed. But if we wish to change it, we must put in the effort. He gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle. Lin Shi approached and pinched his cheek. Isn't this just a phase of adolescent rebellion? Have you not outgrown it? This familiar demeanor offered her some reassurance. This is not an adolescent phase. It is genuine brilliance. Now, Annie, what did you want to say? I remember every detail, so don't claim you've forgotten. Lin Shi lowered her head, her expression darkening. I wanted to tell you that I, too, will soon be parting ways with you. Xiaoli froze, grasping Lin Shi's hand. What are you saying? Why? School is resuming. Lin Shi bit her lip. She shook her head. I'm not running away. The principal's office said I could transfer to another school in a nearby city. Xiaoli entered into a playful banter. As they spoke, her eyes began to glisten with tears that he frowned slightly. You're lying, I don't believe it. Back then, you could have ignored me, yet you chose to care for me, struggling to make ends meet while I burdened you with the need to work every day. Leaving you with dark circles under your eyes, no time to study, and even stunted growth. The last statement was unnecessary. Annie, I understand you. Contrary to what you say, you are actually afraid of burdening me. Aren't you? Xiaoli's gaze locked on Lin Shi with utmost seriousness. Having spent ample time together, he knew she was prideful. However, his words made Lin Shi's tears overflow. She bit down hard on the hand he held. Though she didn't break the skin, her warm tears cascaded onto Xiaoli's hand. What do you understand about me? I am but a great deceiver. In those days, it was I who lured the monster here. The one responsible for your loss of parents is me. Everything suddenly makes sense. In her childhood, Lin Shi was rather adventurous, running about recklessly and inadvertently wandering into the experimental zone that that moment. The authorities were conducting experiments to open a wormhole nearby, that a wormhole opened near her, and a monster sprang forth, fixating its gaze upon Lin Shi. Startled, Lin Shi hurried to her sister's home, which belonged to Xiaoli. The monster relentlessly pursued her, ultimately leading to the tragic incident that befell Xiaoli's family. The survivor, Lin Shi, upon witnessing the heart-wrenching cries of little Xiaoli, finally comprehended the gravity of her actions. Thus, she chose to remain and care for Xiaoli, driven by a sense of responsibility. Even if it meant juggling multiple odd jobs and sleeping less than 5 or 6 hours a day. She bore no complaints to owe her. This was an act of atonement. Her previous harshness toward Xiaoli was not solely a consequence of her sister's sacrifice to save her, but rather stemmed from her own inability to confront her feelings toward Xiaoli, which was a form of evasion. She feared Xiaoli's gratitude. The kinder Xiaoli was to her, the more tormented Lin Shi felt internally, as guilt threatened to overwhelm her. Last night, when Xiaoli was injured while shielding her from a barrage, her guilt reached its zenith. She contemplated fleeing. Now, can you let me go? Lin Shi obscured her tear-filled eyes with her bangs, sobbing uncontrollably. Chapter 87. Stay with me as family for a lifetime. The tears soaked her bangs as Lin Shi gently patted Xiaoli. Let go. No wonder I was such a mischievous brat back then. Annie, you have never abandoned me. I thought it was forced affection. Stop jesting. This is a matter of great seriousness. Lin Shi turned her head away, refusing to let Xiaoli see her face. Seriousness. To put plainly, this is not your fault. When children encounter danger, they inevitably seek out adults for help. Xiaoli tilted his head, determined to gaze at Lin Shi's face. Had it been the immature Xiaoli of yesteryears, he might have blamed Lin Shi for this. Now, having experienced much and glimpsed a broader world, having observed the lives of various individuals, his maturity had deepened. He could empathize with Lin Shi. Seeing her in self-reproach made Xiaoli flustered, ultimately leading him to conclude that a firm approach was necessary when dealing with someone as proud as her. He stepped forward and embraced her. Lin Shi. Even if it was an accident, even if it was not your fault, indeed, if not for you, my parents would not have departed in such a manner. You took away my family. After embracing her, Xiaoli's voice grew somber, as if reproaching Lin Shi in his arms. Lin Shi ceased to struggle, as though Xiaoli could do anything at that moment. Xiaoli continued, And now, do you intend to take away the only remaining family I have? What? I absolutely will not allow you to leave on your own accord. Stay with me is family for a lifetime. Auntie. Xiao Li's tone was resolute. You. Lin Sure was at a loss for words. She wished to express that, in truth, they were not related by blood. Xiao Li was not her mother's biological child, hence she was not his aunt. Nor was she his only remaining family. Yet, this embrace felt undeniably warm. The once mischievous child had transformed into such a reliable man. He bore no anger and was willing to forgive her, urging her to stay. Deep within, she certainly wished to remain, to have a family of her own. Ultimately, Lin Sure refrained from voicing the truth about their lack of blood relation. She feared that once Xiao Li learned it, their familial bond might shatter. Unaware of the storm raging within Lin Sure, Xiao Li gently lifted her face, parting her bangs. Behind those strands were her glistening eyes and the dark circles, long dampened by tears. The sight of those dark circles pierced Xiao Li's heart. He had failed to notice until now. How arduous these years must have been for Lin Sure. She harbored so much self-reproach, so much resentment towards herself. Struggling to endure until now, and oh wonder, even after arriving in the capital, despite establishing a regular routine, she still bore those thick dark circles. It was likely that these emotions weighed heavily upon her, preventing her from finding rest each night. She was barely 2 years older than Xiao Li, yet bore such a heavy burden. Lin Sure, we must live well together, accomplish great things so that our mother and father can see that their sacrifices were not in vain. Moreover, let all of humanity, future generations, express their gratitude for them. Therefore, stay with me and let us strive to change this world. Xiao Li declared. So, this is your motivation for working so hard. It turns out you're not merely being melodramatic, but genuinely feel this way. If you don't mind, please allow me to stay. She clasped Xiao Li's hand in return. Xiao Li let out a sigh of relief and smiled. That's wonderful. Now, you're the director of this sanatorium. This sanatorium is the starting point for changing the world. I am to be the director. Xiao Li was gradually gathering strength. Meanwhile, others were not idle. The Chu family of the clan faction and the He family of the extraterrestrial development department collectively sealed off information regarding Xiao Li. When the hangman departed, he utilized his exceptional hacking skills to erase all information related to Xiao Li from cyberspace. In the eyes of other factions, Xiao Li was merely a fortunate individual who had gained some merit during the wormhole incident in City F, relying on this to attach himself to the Chu family's influence. These factions also sought intelligence regarding the dual star potion and the cultivation system. Unable to locate Xiao Li, they targeted another individual without cybernetic enhancements, launching an attack against the surviving Ling Yi, whose injuries had not yet healed, became a target to bear the brunt of the assault from various factions, evading and hiding in the darkened room. He lamented, I didn't expect the fool to be so formidable. Had I known he would emerge, I would not have gone to confront him. As he sighed, he applied red medicine to his wounds, medicine purchased from the Mobius National Geographic website. You were worried about my safety, weren't you? Chuckled Li Hua beside him. Of course I was concerned for you. You went undercover without even informing me, causing me to be deceived by the monster in a fighting atom. Ling Yi frowned. Hua playfully poked Ling Yi's shoulder. I told you, when faced with a situation, don't just rush in blindly. You should think things through, you muscle-headed guy. Ling Yi grasped Li Hua's hand. All right, I'll be more cautious next time. Recently, certain factions have been pursuing me closely. Li Xiaohua, I need to go out and lay low for a while. You all should be careful. He intended to draw those factions away to prevent them from implicating Li Hua and the others. His abilities were too singular. While he could protect himself, safeguarding others proved far more challenging. It was better to avoid exposing his vulnerabilities. Before leaving, he contemplated for a moment and ultimately retrieved Xiao Li's contact information, should any problems arise. He could reach out to him, and he would likely be willing to help. Ling Yi also recalled the words of the hangman. Are they all comrades of the Starry Council? The restraint dared not openly state that the commander had passed away 3 years prior. And even as the commander's secretary, he had to feign support for them. Yet, he truly did not wish for these soldiers to become mired in extraterrestrial affairs without sufficient intelligence, should too many loyal individuals perish. The military might fall into the hands of the disloyal. Restraint must find a way to avert this situation. Fool. If he were willing to intervene, perhaps he could alter the current predicament. Chapter 88. Are there more experts? Meanwhile, a woman clad in metal and donning sunglasses descended from her private jet, this Hua Country, the so-called last beacon of humanity. This capital city appears to pale in comparison to our Dongyadu. The woman scoffed disdainfully. Beside her, a man in sunglasses concurred. Indeed, they're merely impoverished souls who have presumptuously adorned themselves with this title. They're only slightly kinder to the destitute, yet for the wealthy. Residing in our Dongyadu is far more comfortable. The woman nodded, kind to the impoverished. Then the society must be relatively stable. No wonder our weapons are struggling to sell. What about the gaming industry? Ahem. The people of Hua Country are overly superficial, lacking an appreciation for the freedom of human gender and aesthetics. Hence our games have not fared well. The man in sunglasses wiped his brow. The woman snapped her fingers. Humph. Our company only has these two industries worth promoting. It's no wonder I was brought in to expand the market. Thus, a three-step approach. First, target small cities. Use money to sway those grassroots officials, inciting them to become complacent, even making erroneous decisions that stir public discontent. Promote the excellence and freedom of our Dongyadu on social media, igniting the aspirations of the ordinary populace, and amplify conspiracy theories and the threat of monsters, guiding people to purchase weapons and cybernetic enhancement for self-protection. Subsequently, she transmitted the detailed operational document to the man in sunglasses. The threat of monsters? You mean, the woman smirked, I've heard there's a website gaining traction in Hua Country called Mobius National Geographic. It mentions that monsters are hidden among humans, along with methods to identify them. Let's have them seek out these monsters, then guide them to fight. That way, they'll need weapons that if the Hua Country government won't buy our weapons, then we'll sell them ourselves. Yo, you are brilliant. As the conspiracies of various factions brewed, 2 weeks swiftly elapsed. School resumed. Shaoli contemplated whether, as the leader of a secret organization, he should still attend school. However, one cannot expect a freshly graduated high school student, just emerging from a phase of youthful impulsiveness, to accomplish such grand objectives, right? There was so much to learn, since he had to learn anyway. Why not attend the highest institution of learning? Moreover, he sought like-minded companions. Through various historical texts, Shaoli discovered that most individuals aspiring to achieve greatness, but lacking substantial familial influence, often sought friends with similar ambitions in places akin to universities. For instance, Liu Bei sought guidance from Zheng Xian and befriended Liu Ji, as well as Gong Sunzan, among others, such as Huang Oo Academy, etc. Friendships formed during one student years often possess a remarkable continuity. Facilitating the discovery of like-minded individuals among peers, Shaoli has come to this realization. No wonder Yao was so keen on establishing his authority in class. It appears he sought to cultivate his own faction. The world is vast, and even the most formidable warriors cannot attend to every matter, let alone when their combat prowess is not as formidable as it once was if one aspires to achieve great things. Having loyal subordinates is indispensable. Thus, Shaoli devised a plan. His mission at the Imperial Capital University would be to recruit talent and establish a solid framework for his direct organization. Early in the morning, Shaoli stepped out of his home, only to find several girls waiting for him at the doorstep. Zhu Er appeared weary. Ever since that incident, she had developed the unfortunate habit of nocturnal visits to Shaoli. Although nothing untoward occurred, they merely shared the same bed. However, fearing he might lose control during these nights, Shaoli sought counsel from Ling, that if one desires a harmonious family environment, it is prudent not to advance too quickly with any one individual. Rather, progress should be made in unison. Auditor Zhu's nighttime escapades. He resolved to intensify her training, exhausting her to the point of fatigue by nightfall. Xiao Bai also bore a tired expression, consumed with thoughts on how to dissolve the brotherly bond between herself and Shaoli, so that he might take the initiative to pursue her. She toiled tirelessly. Chun Mingyao, on the other hand, radiated excitement and longing, eagerly anticipating the days ahead. It was remarkable how she never felt fatigue from her daily potion concocting inshallah. However, was preoccupied with deeper concerns that it was due to Zhu Er that she had deduced Xiao Li's affiliation with the Star Group. Her family was only aware of Xiao Li's destruction of the Yi family's influence in F City, inciting a desire for his removal. They were also seeking intelligence related to the star group and potion systems. She hesitated over whether to disclose Xiao Li's situation to her family, but this felt somewhat akin to betrayal. She grappled with which side to choose, unbeknownst to Xiao Li. The girls harbored their own thoughts. He merely pondered whether his entrance into the university was too ostentatious. Once within the campus, Chun Meng Yao departed from the group, heading to report to her professional class as an ordinary student. The others were enrolled in a sponsored class, which afforded them considerable freedom. The Imperial Capital University boasted a commendable system. As long as students expressed interest, they could attend any lecture. Ordinary classes prioritized compulsory courses, while sponsored classes enjoyed unrestricted access to lectures, even allowing students to graduate at their discretion, though the diplomas differed, enabling employers to distinguish between them. Nevertheless, those who could afford to enroll in sponsored classes seldom ventured into the workforce. The group entered the sponsored class, where the students were adorned in extravagant attire, some flaunting various kinds of augmentations. The moment Xiao Li and his companions made their entrance, a flurry of discussion ensued among the students. Look, that's AI Shala. Hello. Gesturing a surrender sign. That's AI Shala. May I interview you? I heard that the Frandong Kingdom was the first nation in the Yoruba region to offer national sovereignty to multinational corporations. Is this true? That person resembles Xiao Baihe. Could she possibly be the real deal? I heard Xiao Baihe got embroiled in certain scandals and temporarily halted her entertainment career. Perhaps it is indeed her. That's the underdog of the Chu family. The one beside her must be that prodigy with an adaptability rating of 1 star. Oh, I've heard of this individual. In F City, they assisted Chu Lingzhu and caught her attention, bringing her to the imperial capital. Seeing them together today, it's truly a match made in heaven, both unable to don augmentations. How fortunate. The Chu family possesses considerable strength. I wish I could live off someone. Do you think the underdog has many resources? She probably only receives a meager allowance of a few thousand credit points monthly. That seems insufficient. I could blow through that in just a couple of days on meals. The students remained largely oblivious to the tumultuous world beyond. And this was, after all, a sponsored class, a veritable haven for the affluent. Even the most remarkable scions of wealthy families often opted for ordinary classes, seeking to gather talented yet impoverished elites as their subordinates. However, despite their indulgent natures, the families backing them were not to be underestimated. For instance, the woman who had just insulted Zhu Heir belonged to the Yin family, another faction within the clan system, currently embroiled in a power struggle with the Chu family for leadership. Clearly, judging by her foolish demeanor, she was unaware of the gravity of the situation. Zhu Heir tilted her head and remarked, "Yin Xiaoman, if you continue to act so foolishly, your mother might end up in a pigsty." All right. Having a man makes you bold, doesn't he it? Xiaoli discreetly inquired of Xiao Baihe. Does this clan system truly allow people to reside in pigsties? Xiao Baihe cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Li, reluctantly responding, The clan system originates from ancient aristocratic families. Upon entering the cyber society, it has revived many of its past feudal practices, including polygamy. Depending on their status, their living conditions vary. Of course, this is not publicly acknowledged. They still outwardly support the marriage system established by the Supreme Commander. Xiao Li's eyes widened in surprise. Goodness, this is utterly inappropriate. AI Shala interjected. Indeed, the clan system is fundamentally flawed. It permits one man to have multiple women. In contrast, our corporate faction aligns with international standards, advocating for freedom, where one woman can be with multiple men. Furthermore, we recognize over 100 genders and can even utilize augmentations to switch genders for experiential purposes. Xiao Li was taken aback. Are there truly such experts? Chapter 89. A loss of 100 million. You must have come from a public school, devoid of any peculiar indoctrination. Noting Xiao Li's astonishment, Xiao Baihe smiled with satisfaction. Xiao Li turned to her. You can change genders. Wait, you weren't really a boy before, were you? Xiao Baihe froze momentarily before erupting in anger, striking Xiao Li's shoulder with force. I am not. Even if I were the president, you cannot joke like that. Do not equate me with those who disregard humanity in the name of freedom. I apologize, Shally quickly offered a sheepish grin. However, AI Shala appeared somewhat displeased. Can we refrain from making sweeping generalizations? Besides, what do you mean by humanity? Humans originally descended from monkeys, living primitively. We developed technology to transcend the limitations imposed upon us by nature. In the past, gender conflicts were acute, yet now that technology allows for gender alteration, such conflicts have been resolved. The two engaged in a spirited debate. Shally diverted his gaze, observing Zhu and her companions, who had already begun a less amicable discussion. Chu-Ling Zhu, today I shall teach you how to speak on behalf of your underground parents. Zhu was equally incensed. Oh, you intend to use tentacles? Are you so unsatisfied? That augmentation of yours should belong in your bedroom. Not here. Boss, do not intervene. Shally, who had just approached, paused. It would be prudent to assess Zhu recent progress. The others instinctively parted ways. While an individual, either a leader or a hacker, manipulated a high-tech desk to form a circle. Thus, the arena was set. Nearby, someone began to shout, Yin Xiaoman versus Chu-Ling Zhu. Odds 1.2. Place your bets. Place your bets. No need to worry. Brother Lin is watching. No one will be harmed. They were remarkably adept. Had it been the old Shaoli, he would have been astonished by how these wealthy youths reveled in the chaos. Yet now, in comparison to the ever-present danger of death on the battlefield, Shaoli found this group to possess a certain vitality and innocence. Betting had already commenced. Yin Xiaoman, 30,000. Yin Xiaoman, 80,000. Aren't those odds skewed? Shouldn't it be at least 1.3? Chu-Ling Zhu doesn't even have an augmentation yet. Haven't you heard? The Chu family has recently learned some peculiar skills that suit those without augmentations. Wow, peculiar skills? They can't possibly be human traffickers, can they? Learning such skills wouldn't leave them with the genes of those beings. What a pity. She's rather attractive. A torrent of rumors and discussions ensued. Before long, bets on Yin Xiaoman soared to around 1.5 million, while wagers on Zhu lingered at a mere 200,000. At this moment, Shaoli raised his hand, bet 1 million on Chu-Ling Zhu. I would want you to lose too much. The bookmaker raised an eyebrow. Wow, this esteemed guest has quite the audacity. Accepted. No wonder he asked the son-in-law of the Chu family. This money couldn't possibly belong to Chu-Ling Zhu. Could it? At this juncture, the arena had erupted into a flurry of punches and kicks. Under Shaoli's training, Zhu's martial arts had significantly improved, and coupled with her enhanced physical prowess from magical essence, she surprisingly gained the upper hand. Her opponent, Yin Xiaoman, appeared to possess only a 2-star augmentation level, yet her techniques were varied. Not only did she wield her whip with vigor, but her other hand also unleashed a multitude of concealed weapons, flying daggers, electric nets, and sticky substances, while her mouth incessantly jabbered. Wow, I've never seen anyone carry so many peculiar items on their person. This liquid Ascent, something you collected. Is it? Shaoli's expression darkened. What had this girl been watching lately? Had she begun to delve into such topics? Truly, she was an eager learner. Yin Xiaoman fumed. This is advanced glue. It can stick you to the ground. As she spoke, her whip momentarily slackened, prompting Zhu to charge forward and seize the whip, exclaiming, "Ha flaw!" With a swift motion, she unleashed a blade of wind, striking directly at Yin Xiaoman. Yin Xiaoman's pupils widened. At that moment, a man leaped between them, blocking the wind blade with his arm. That's enough. Chu-Ling Zhu wins. This must be Brother Lin, as mentioned by the bookmaker. Zhu beamed with pride. But Yin Xiaoman was far from satisfied. I could have blocked that. She is the true loser. As she spoke, the whip suddenly discharged electricity. Zhu was jolted, disoriented, and hastily severed the whip with a wind blade. Staggering back a few steps, her body trembling. This is utterly dishonorable. Shaoli appeared, catching her. The electrical output of a 2-star prosthetic is not particularly formidable, and currently, various types of clothing possess insulating properties. Additionally, bodies enhanced by magical elements can effectively mitigate electrical harm. Zhu swiftly recovered, beginning to squirm in Shaoli's embrace. Yay, I won. Boss, reward me, she exclaimed. Hey, that's so strict. Meanwhile, Brother Lin turned around. revealing a crack on his arm. Even my 4-star subcutaneous armor couldn't withstand it, especially in the reinforced area of my arm. That thing on you, even if it can block, would leave you half dead. He extended his hand. All right, it's time to pay up. The rescue fee, you greedy money grabber, Yin Xiaoman retorted, producing a vial of brown liquid. The classmates below gasped in unison. It's a super-frequency potion. It can enhance the output efficiency of prosthetics without side effects. Super-frequency enhancement can elevate combat power by 1 star. This potion is said to sell for 800,000 to 900,000 in the black market. A life-saving trump card. It seems Yin Xiaoman still has a chance. Though she was ambushed by Chu Lingzhu. Upon hearing those remarks, Yin Xiaoman's expression softened. She was not intent on continuing the fight, but wished to salvage her dignity, which she held in high regard. Did you hear that? Chu Lingzhu, even if you win half this time, next time I'll make you pick up your teeth off the ground. Zhu Er stuck out her tongue. La la la, all I hear is a defeated dog barking. Whose dog is off the leash? You, Yin Xiaoman fumed. Xiaoli's expression also darkened, not because of Yin Xiaoman, but what had he just heard? This was indeed the super-frequency potion. He had listed it on a website. However, it sells for 800,000 to 900,000 in the black market. He recalled selling it for only 150,000 on the website. That's a loss of nearly $1 million. At that moment, a deep, steady male voice resounded from outside the door. What are you all still doing at this hour? Truly the notorious signs of privilege. Sit down. Chapter 90. There is still a chance to win. A middle-aged man with piercing eyes strode into the classroom with an air of authority, his expression stern yet commanding. Zhu Er's eyes widened. It's the strongest geek in Huagua, Thor. Shaoli remembered. He was one of the 4 great powerhouses who had made a cameo during the Evil King War. Thor scanned the room. And with a flicker of his eyes, the high-tech desks and chairs promptly returned to their designated positions. During the rearranging, a chair even bumped into an innocent student, but he paid it no mind. As a geek, his control was remarkable. Truly, he lived up to his name. Thor, Zhu Er marveled. Before meeting Shaoli, Thor had been her idol. Thor approached the podium. I am your counselor. From now on, there will be a collective class every week. And I do not wish to see anyone absent. During other times, you are free to attend classes. Now, let's take attendance and begin watching the live stream of the opening ceremony. Shaoli chose a seat at the back by the window. Zhu Er immediately snatched the spot next to him. At that moment, Xiao Bai and AI Shala finished their conversation, with Xiao Bai taking a seat behind Shaoli. Shaoli inquired, Xiao Bai, why has even the strongest geek deigned to be a counselor? Xiao Bai, whose real name was Bai Xiao, was referred to as Xiao Bai by Shaoli to conceal her identity. Prosthetics require maintenance, and powerful individuals often need substantial funds to keep their prosthetics in optimal condition, even spending money to upgrade them. Hence, the counselors of sponsor classes are generally strong figures. They too need to seek out sponsors. But I didn't expect Thor to be here. Perhaps he was inspired by the Evil King and the Fool's combat prowess. Xiao Bai shrugged. Boss, why don't you ask me? Zhu Er pouted. Ditto. You know something? I don't know, but I can learn for you, boss. Learn. You first clarify where you picked up that trash talk during the battle. Shaoli shot Zhu Er a sidelong glance. Zhu Er gasped. Ah. Haha, where could I have? Recently, she had indeed been studying human reproduction. She had initially planned to confess her undercover status after the bed scene, but now, without that, she felt anxious and was frantically acquiring the relevant knowledge. Sensing Xiao Li's skeptical gaze, Zhu Er weakly said, Boss, could you teach me step by step? Behind her, Xiao Bai caught the double entendre. Her spirits lifted. Indeed, they had not reached that stage yet, through her observations over the past few days. Combined with Zhu Er's confession, Xiao Bai understood she still had a chance. It is said that regardless of gender, one's first partner leaves a profound impression. If she could capture Xiao Li's heart before Zhu Er, she might prevent him from engaging in those bizarre polygamous or free marriage arrangements, ensuring they would be together exclusively. Shaoli pondered Zhu Er's words, somewhat puzzled. Teach you how to disrupt the enemy's formation with trash talk. Or, just as Shaoli was about to grasp the implication, Xiao Bai interrupted. Phew, little Zhu Er, let me teach you. Zhu Er turned to Xiao Bai, suddenly enlightened. So you're a sneaky cat too? I don't want that. You want to teach me? You must have been a man before. Get lost. I'm 100% original. My sexual orientation is normal. Sister, I'm your senior. I've known him much longer. They began to bicker that moment. Thor cast a sideways glance at them, and the air crackled with tension. The two girls immediately fell silent. Humph, Thor huffed, and the classroom curtains automatically drew closed, a massive projection appearing. Making everyone feel as if they were in an auditorium. Our devices popped up on the desks, allowing students to don the equipment for a more immersive experience. An elderly man ascended the podium to commence the opening ceremony. Omitted several lines. Over the years, under the leadership of the Supreme Commander, the realm has flourished with vibrant vitality. Omitted several lines. Even in the absence of the Supreme Commander, we must press forward. Striving to excel. Omitted several lines. Shaoli quietly mused. If we were to categorize factions, what faction does this Imperial Capital University belong to? Zhu Er tilted her head. After speaking, Xiao slightly curled her lips. Casting a sidelong glance at Zhu Er puffed out her cheeks. You think you're so clever with your knowledge. Soon, the opening ceremony concluded, and they were free to roam. The members of the sponsored class dispersed in various directions. Shaoli contentedly collected his winnings from the earlier bet. The dealer was quite perceptive, and fortunately, Shaoli had shown mercy, allowing him to earn a little, thus avoiding a loss. Those who had bet on Yin Xiaoman, however, did not look so pleased. During their free time, Zhu Er unexpectedly decided to part ways with Shaoli. What are you going to do? Shaoli asked, puzzled. Zhu Er hesitated, glancing at Xiao Bai, seemingly afraid that Xiao Bai would seize the opportunity in her absence. But her plans had been arranged long ago. Ultimately, she figured that given Boss's obliviousness, he would undoubtedly remain unassailable for a short while, so she needed to prepare a surprise for him. Boss, I have an appointment. Don't worry, I'll be safe. You take care and stay safe too. Shaoli watched her retreating figure, feeling a tinge of worry. Xiao Bai reassured him. No need to fret. While she may be a bit dim-witted, she is still from the Chu family and won't easily get into trouble. Come on, let us check out the clubs. Subsequently, Xiao Bai exchanged glances with AI Shala, who rolled her eyes and, quite perceptively, declared she had a class she wanted to attend, leaving the group. All right, she definitely needs some personal space. Shaoli agreed that I'm quite interested in the clubs at Imperial Capital University. Previously, Senior Wei Xiao from the Model United Nations had left a deep impression on him when they had discussed factions online, helping Shaoli open the door to a new world. Perhaps there were many insightful individuals in the other clubs, most of whom likely hadn't yet decided on their alliances, and he might be able to recruit them under his banner. By the way, I just so happen to want to ask, does your extraterrestrial exploration department have any unique marriage systems? Shaoli inquired curiously. Xiao Bai rolled her eyes. Their lower three factions are bound together by such superficial political inclinations. Hence the existence of these absurdities, whereas our upper three factions are united by a common dream. We don't meddle in the private lives of our members. Shaoli suddenly understood. No wonder you're in the upper tier. Very impressive. Of course, enough of that. Let us head over to the club recruitment area. Chapter 91. The 100 Schools Martial Arts Association. The club recruitment area was a grand auditorium. Inside, it resembled various expos, car shows, comic conventions, gaming expos, with each club occupying a section to provide freshmen with experiences that present. Most freshmen were attending classes, so the space was not crowded with newcomers. Rather, it was filled with returning students from various clubs who promptly surrounded Shaoli and Xiao Bai. Come join the culinary club and explore extraterrestrial cuisine. Join the game production club. In modern society, gaming is one of the pillar industries with a promising future. Light music club. Shall we form a band together? Go, go! Shaoli, intrigued, glanced around, but Xiao Bai pulled him away from the crowd. Don't bother with those leisure clubs. Given the current situation, we need to seek out higher-level clubs. Are they really that eager for members? And what do you mean by higher-level clubs? Shaoli questioned. Xiao Bai cleared her throat and began her explanation. Of course, they're lacking members. The club competition is imminent, and the leaders of the winning clubs will become the new student council president, while also being able to consolidate the strength of all clubs at Imperial Capital University to represent the university in the 100 Schools Martial Arts Association. Certainly, these competitions are far from mere contests. They encompass a plethora of intriguing events. The Grand Martial Assembly, in particular, has evolved into a military exercise where various factions showcase their students equipped with the latest cybernetic enhancements or weaponry, striving to outshine their rivals in a bid for public support. This endeavor carries profound political implications. Xiaoli raised an eyebrow. The president of the Imperial University's Student Council was not elected by the faculty? Of course not. The Imperial University is a melting pot of diverse interests, and no educator would dare to offend any faction arbitrarily. Hence, the selection must be made in a manner acceptable to all parties involved. Moreover, power is rooted in strength. The current student council president must have direct access to a combat-ready organization within the campus. Otherwise, their words would hold no weight. Xiao Baihe, evidently well-versed in the subject, spoke confidently, drawing a distinction between recreational and elite clubs. In simple terms, elite clubs possess combat capabilities, while recreational ones generally do not. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoli deduced, so if we choose to join an elite club and lead it to victory in the championship, we can significantly enhance our prestige and attract talent more easily, correct? What then of the Grand Martial Assembly? Truly worthy of the title President Brother. Could we perhaps use a different appellation? Xiaoli, aside from members of factions like Zhuer and myself. Most students begin as free agents. The 6 major factions are always on the lookout for fresh blood, hence their participation in the Grand Martial Assembly to scout for elite recruits. Additionally, this is a competition that impacts the allocation of national funding to each institution. Xiaoli sighed. The cyber society is rife with competition. Xiao Baihe playfully pointed a finger at Xiaoli's face. This year's Grand Martial Assembly is of paramount importance. Xiaoli, you must be aware that the 6 factions are vying for leadership over Huagua. Right? The victorious organization, representing the younger generation of Huagua, will inevitably bolster its faction's prestige and standing. Thus, the private schools of each faction are gearing up to claim the top spot. Xiaoli grasped Xiao by his hand, halting her incessant poking. Just call me Xiaoli. Avoid calling me that in public. What about at home? All right, could you refrain from treating my home as if it were yours? In any case, the Grand Martial Assembly can indeed enhance prestige, so I believe we should consider participating, Xiaoli pondered. However, he preferred to quietly amass wealth, letting others take the spotlight. For instance, he could support Xiao Baihe or Zhuer in becoming the student council president, utilizing the He or Chu family to obscure his presence, while he operated behind the scenes in a subordinate role. Moreover, even if competition were necessary, he would rather not personally partake, as that would diminish his stature. There was ample time ahead. It would be more prudent to empower reliable individuals to seize the crown, thereby enhancing his enigmatic persona. I could see that moment. He still held Xiao by his hand, which she had naturally entwined with his. With her leading the way, her long hair swayed gracefully, and a refreshing scent of lilies trailed behind her. You smell delightful. He thought that, oh dear, it's becoming a challenge to maintain composure in her presence. Under Xiao Bai's guidance, they arrived at the elite club area. The senior students here appeared quite zen, calmly engrossed in their own tasks, exuding an air of tranquility reminiscent of Jiang Taigong fishing, waiting patiently for those willing to engage. Suddenly, Xiaoli felt a tremor deep within him. He sensed an increase in the surrounding magical essence. What could be happening? Following recent events, he instinctively wondered if some anomaly was at play. He swiftly turned to the direction from which the magical essence emanated. There, he beheld a tall, bespectacled senior clad in a white lab coat, fervently operating a large machine beside her. Freshman, behold! I have mastered the ability to open a small wormhole at will. Even the Xinyuan Research Institute cannot rival my stability. Seeing this, it would take a remarkable individual to resist joining our Wormhole Research Society. The senior murmured to herself as a wormhole approximately 1 square meter in size materialized from a machine. Xiao Li's eyes widened at the sight of the wormhole. He felt an overwhelming urge to step inside. But reason prevailed. He recalled that the Black Dragon had warned him against entering before reaching a certain level of magical proficiency, lest he lose control. Thus, he resolved to explore this area another day. At that moment, a mechanical hand extended from a nearby platform, tapping the bespectacled senior on the head. What are you doing? What if some anomaly escapes? She was adorned with a badge from the Extraterrestrial Cybernetics Research Society. A fervent, somewhat foolish individual with blades for hands rushed over. Fear not. Even if an anomaly does emerge, it will merely provide us with more research material. His badge read Alien Research Society. Xiaoli focused intently. This was the ability of the blade-handed goblin. It seemed this enthusiastic fool had purchased the awakening serum produced by Xiao Li from an online marketplace. The bespectacled senior exclaimed. Don't you feel moved by this? This is my small step, yet a giant leap for humanity. Xiaoli perked up at the mention of a teleportation stone. He too possessed two. It seemed his Mobius National Geographic website had gained popularity among the youth. The bespectacled senior continued. A gentleman does not seek the extraordinary, but rather makes good use of resources. Humanity's progress has been driven by its ability to harness nature. The fervent fool interjected. All right, there are juniors present. Let us not embarrass ourselves in front of them. As they conversed, a small anomaly indeed flew out of the wormhole. Chapter 92. Establishing a Society. From the 1 square meter wormhole, a creature reminiscent of a bald eagle suddenly burst forth. An orange-haired lowly shouted, I told you so. The fervent fool charged forward. Don't be afraid. Allow me to handle this. With non-replaceable cybernetics on his legs, it did not hinder his magical abilities. He leaped into the air, aiming a hand-blade strike at the bald eagle. The eagle flapped its wings, unleashing a barrage of feathers wrapped in magical essence. Its innate ability. The fervent fool was soon riddled with feathers. Groaning as he fell to the ground, the orange-haired lowly rolled her eyes. You've become so weak. If only you had swapped your cybernetics for magical abilities. My abilities hold great promise for the future. The fervent fool struggled to rise, still brimming with enthusiasm. The orange-haired lowly's mechanical arm opened, releasing a net. The bald eagle soared gracefully, evading capture, and swiftly darted toward Xiaoli, seemingly poised to attack him. The orange-haired lowly narrowed her eyes, preparing to unleash her ultimate move. Just as she was about to act, the bald eagle began to wobble mid-air. Its eyes glazed over, as if entranced by a kaleidoscope of colors. Uncertain of what it perceived, the eagle descended clumsily and perched upon Xiao Bai's arm, rubbing its head against her. Oh, how adorable! Xiao Baiha exclaimed. Xiaoli, would you like it? Xiaoli observed the creature closely, recognizing it as a splitting feather eagle, capable of shooting its feathers. While this ability was commendable for a bird, it lacked sophistication for a human. He was not particularly fond of this ability. Whether he accepted it or not was inconsequential. If offered to him, he would simply dispose of it for its meat. That he shrugged. Xiao Baiha leaned closer to his ear. That's fine. I can use an illusion to make it mistake me for its mother. But I want to be able to control it for long. The surrounding seniors were astonished by the eagle's docility. Could it be that you possess abilities too? The fervent fool's eyes widened. I want to study this. The bespectacled senior stared intently. Meanwhile, the orange-haired lowly smacked both of them on the head with her mechanical arm. Hurry up and close the wormhole. As they worked to seal the wormhole, Xiaoli drew a knife and swiftly dispatched the splitting feather eagle. Acknowledging the addition of yet another lackluster ability to his repertoire, he felt neither joy nor sorrow. Wow. This junior, you're wasting a valuable opportunity. Since you can control it, why not use it for research? The fervent senior lamented. Xiao Baiha smiled sweetly. This control isn't permanent. You know, seniors, would you like to sample the flavor of this extraterrestrial creature? Eat! What a waste! The fervent senior exclaimed. Its remains could be used for magical potions. Xiaoli understood that after acquiring its ability, the effective components within the creature's body would have been absorbed, rendering it unsuitable for potion making. Should it be taken for research, it might arouse suspicion. He waved his hand dismissively. There's no need. Such small creatures should be plentiful over at the development department. Since it attempted to attack me and was subdued by my people, it rightfully belongs to me. I have a strong desire to consume it today. The fervent senior scratched his head, recognizing the validity of Xiao Li's argument. Ultimately resolute, eat. If the juniors don't mind, I'd like to partake as well. Let us invite someone for the culinary department to prepare it, suggested the bespectacled senior, rubbing her hands eagerly. The orange-haired lowly puffed out her cheeks. You're all hopeless. We're still in the recruitment phase. The bespectacled senior waved her hand. Most students only finish classes in the afternoon. Those who can come now are likely to be from the sponsorship classes. They probably lack any substantial abilities, so it doesn't matter if we ignore them. After saying this, she seemed to realize something and turned to them with a high emotional intelligence. Ahem. Not that I'm referring to you. Xiaoli chuckled lightly, appearing unperturbed at this moment. Another male voice interjected into the conversation. Wow, it seems quite lively here. May I also partake in the tasting? Brother Xiaoli? Xiaoli turned to see the newcomer. A man clad in a blue suit, sporting gold-rimmed glasses, presenting an impeccably neat appearance, with a badge of the Model United Nations Society hanging from his chest. The orange-haired lowly stuck out her tongue. Wei Xiao, we didn't invite you. You know that I detest those who meddle in politics. Humph, President Zhu Kai. This is Brother Xiao Li's affair. It depends on his willingness. Wei Xiao replied with a grin. Xiao Li raised an eyebrow. Brother Wei Xiao, seeing you in person is a true delight. Thank you for your assistance with the previous matter. Not at all. The information I provided was merely common knowledge. If we engage in deeper discourse, you might uncover even more. Wei Xiao shrugged. Xiaobai stepped forward, obstructing Wei Xiao's gaze. Xiao Li, be cautious. Those who play politics often hedge their bets on multiple fronts. His family is notorious for being a swing faction, with members holding positions across the upper echelons. Family is family. I am I. You two have diverged from your family's views. Miss He, Wei Xiao countered, shaking his head. Yes, they conversed. The bespectacled senior, brimming with anticipation, had already summoned the culinary department, who marveled at the exquisite dish they carried. The cracked feather eagle, and promptly set about preparing it. In half an hour, it would be ready to savor. The bespectacled senior gave a thumbs up. Rose, isn't your primary focus on wormhole research? Why are you so eager? Aren't you worried about pathogens? Zhu Kai inquired, perplexed as she twirled her twin ponytails. With today's technology, there's nothing to fear, the enthusiastic senior replied. Rose chuckled lightly. Old Luo, understand that Zhu Kai comes from humble beginnings. She isn't as attuned to technological advancements at this moment. Xiao Li discerned the relationships among the individuals present. The ardent old Luo, the bespectacled Rose, and the orange-haired Zhu Kai appeared to be leaders of their respective societies. Sharing a meal together was not an unfavorable prospect. Beside him, Wei Xiao slipped past Xiao by his blockade and approached Xiao Li. If I am not mistaken, you, Xiao Li, have come to join a prestigious society. Correct? I have a suggestion. Given your capabilities, why not establish your own society? Xiao Li's eyes flickered. This could indeed be a promising idea, freeing him from dependency. Xiao Bai he dashed over. Xiao Li. This guy has ulterior motives. Establishing a society now would mean you'd miss out on the current recruitment drive. The competition among societies assesses comprehensive capabilities, not merely individual prowess. Without sufficient new members, it will be challenging for us to secure victory, Wei Xiao retorted. But there are advantages to this approach that you wish to toil away for other societies, climbing the ranks slowly. My proposal has its pros and cons. If you succeed, I, Wei Xiao, will acknowledge your prowess. Such sweet words disguise the true intent of reducing a competitor. Xiao Bai he harbored a grudge against Wei Xiao. Xiao Li fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, Zhu Er stood solemnly at the podium. Have we gathered, fellow members of the Star Society? Chapter 93. A new undercover agent has emerged. Indeed, Zhu Er was convening the members of the Star Society. Xiao Li was particularly focused on the cadre group of the Star Society, lacking the time to monitor the main group, so he entrusted the task of surveillance to Zhu Er in the main group. There happened to be several students studying at the Imperial Capital University. Zhu Er thought to summon them, intending to surprise Xiao Li. Of course, having heard whispers of numerous infiltrators within the group, Zhu Er resolved to conduct a preliminary screening herself, identifying the spies before handing over the clear organization to Xiao Li. She also remained cautious, only inviting those without cybernetic enhancements. Humans outside the Star Society possessed limited understanding of the magical essence system. Even if there were infiltrators, they might not be able to match her. Confident in her extensive experience as a dual specialty agent, she believed she could swiftly identify the infiltrators. In truth, all of the above were mere excuses, justifications for Zhu Er's actions. The reality was she craved the thrill of being impressive. As a spirited young girl, acquiring abilities without flaunting them felt akin to wearing splendid garments while remaining unseen. Just as one would feel dissatisfied after catching a grand fish without showcasing it. Surrounded by formidable individuals, she could no longer suppress her desire to impress, thus rallying the members of the Star Society. Seated below were 9 individuals, including familiar figures Sword 1 and Sword 2. Saint-Air, did you truly earn the Fool's recognition? Is that true? Sword 1's eyes sparkled with excitement. Previously, Sword 1's admiration for the Fool was merely a 5-star rating. But post the Evil King incident, it soared to an astonishing 15 stars. Zhu Air touched her lips, her face slightly flushed. Of course, after the Fool vanquished the Evil King, he sought me out along with another member of the He family. Imparting vital information regarding the Twin Star Realm and the magical potion system, I have been recognized by the Fool and granted his personally bestowed potions. I am destined to ascend to the role of executive officer. This was the official line crafted in collaboration between the Chu family and the He family. They had discreetly allied. After all, no one could locate the Fool, and even if they did, they would hesitate to inquire. Even if the Fool disapproved of them using his name, with Xiao Li as the Fool's son, it was believed the Fool would remain silent. They were utterly convinced of Xiao Li's status as the Fool's son. Upon finishing her statement, Zhu Air extended her hand, unleashing several soundwave blades that sliced through the wooden stakes she had prepared. Wow! Saint-Air is incredibly powerful. Sword 2 applauded, as the leader of the Sword Legion. I can't believe I was outdone by Saint-Air. Sword 1 pouted. The others joined in applause. Zhu Air, brimming with pride, declared, "Fear not. As long as you pass the 3 trials I have set, you will become members of the Fool's Direct Guard, the Fool's Company, and earn magical potions." These 3 trials were designed to assess loyalty. Zhu Air scanned the room, already identifying potential infiltrators. First, there was the bespectacled otaku in the last row, sitting so far back surely out of guilt. Next, the chubby fellow in the middle. He avoided eye contact with Zhu Air, instead fixating on Sword 1, indicating ulterior motives. Finally, the eager little girl in the front row. Aside from Sword 1 and Sword 2, she was the only other presence in the front, and her enthusiasm screamed guilt. Zhu Air adjusted her non-existent glasses with a flourish. Classic 3-choice dilemma, where the truth lay in one. In any case, we shall commence with the first trial, a written test. Zhu Air produced a meticulously prepared exam, which included both general knowledge questions and specifics regarding the Star Society. She ceremoniously distributed paper and pens, a rarity in this day and age. Let us begin. Was there truly an infiltrator among them? Indeed, there was, but it was not one of Zhu Air's 3 suspects. Instead, it was the pale-haired Gothic girl in the center, her expression one of despondence. She hailed from H City, having endured various tribulations before arriving in the imperial capital. While taking the exam, she encountered a question. Vampires arrived on Blue Star thousands of years ago, making them one of the most renowned anomalies throughout history. What are the origins of their various abilities? Excluding other abilities, what is the inherent ability of the vampire race? Internally, she fumed. Those wretched humans. All we require is a modest amount of blood from you each month. Yet, the treatment you receive from us far exceeds what you offer. Why do you not confront the true capital vampires? Tears threatened to spill as she silently completed the exam done on stage. Zhu Air noticed the Gothic girl's tears soaking the test paper, her eyes widening in realization. Was her exam truly this difficult? She approached the Gothic girl, glancing at the name on her paper. Lilo Lo. She appeared to be of foreign descent. Zhu Air watched as the girl, overwhelmed with emotion, struggled to write down her answers. She felt a pang of empathy. In Lilo Lo, Zhu Air saw her own reflection. Just like her, Lilo Lo was not skilled in examinations, yet for the sake of her ideals, she persevered through the pain. Indeed, she was undoubtedly a good comrade of the Star Society. Instantly, Zhu Air regarded Lilo Lo as a potential ally. However, she was, in fact, the genuine infiltrator. Lilo Lo originally resided in H City, belonging to a vampire family that coexisted with humans, proudly identifying as a bloodline family. Her family ran an anime company, renowned as a conscientious enterprise. With a high monthly salary, they also provided employees with free health checks, cleverly siphoning off a small amount of blood during the process. Why not buy blood from a bank? It's not fresh and lacks flavor. Moreover, regulations regarding this in Hua Country are quite stringent. Should any health issues arise, they would even offer free treatment. Her family's anime company dedicated itself to producing series related to bloodlines, featuring numerous well-known works that glorified the vampire image, such as Little Bloodfish accompanies you through life, My Adorable Vampire Girlfriend. And Miss Dracula is also lazy today, all of which subtly influence public perception. Among these narratives, the notion that vampires feared sunlight was a piece of fabricated news they had perpetuated through generations. While they indeed feared sunlight infused with special magical essence during their time in the Twin Star realm, upon arriving on Blue Star, the sunlight lacked such properties, merely inducing a sense of discomfort without causing fatal harm. They freely roamed under the sun, which is why no one suspected their true nature. However, the truth was laid bare by the biased National Geographic website, exposing their deceit. Many employees, upon comparing their knowledge with the information on the website, realized their employer was a vampire. Encouraged by certain individuals, a group, which included only a few employees, armed themselves and raided Lilo Lo's family home. While she dreamt of a bright future, she suddenly found herself homeless. It was only when her well-meaning maid urged her to flee that she managed to escape, left with no choice but to seek refuge in the imperial capital with her grandfather's old friend. Hua Piao, the slippery creature, known as the long-headed monster from the trio in the small dark room, is the slide demon, who alongside the fox demon, conspired to orchestrate the wormhole incident in the imperial capital. Their plans were then thwarted by the Fool. After joining Slide, Lilo immediately found herself assigned to infiltrate the Star Association. Slide now harbors a profound fear of the Fool and must first gather intelligence on them. Until they ascertain the truth, the strange beings dare not act recklessly. In fact, Slide suspects that the Fool might be facing some issues that prevent them from acting frequently. Otherwise, why wouldn't they simply storm the Twin Stars or utilize their powers to seal off the other 16 wormholes? The truth about the Fool now rests in Lilo's hands. The vampiric race possesses a unique ability known as blood conversion, allowing them to transform their blood into magical essence, which in turn enhances their physical capabilities and grants them immortality. Other abilities are acquired from various strange entities, resulting in each vampire ultimately possessing a distinct set of powers. Thus, the lineage passed down to this generation lacks any offensive capabilities, leading to their home being raided by a group of ordinary individuals armed with guns. Oh, how bitter! Chapter 94. Facing danger with a smile after completing her answer, with tears welling in her eyes, Lilo lifted her head and was taken aback by Zhu-Er's kind expression. Could it be that she has seen through my true identity? To her surprise, Zhu-Er gently caressed her hair, smiling. You must have endured much suffering. There is no need to fear any longer. Had Xiaoli been present, he would have realized that Zhu-Er was likely concocting bizarre narratives, such as imagining that Lilo was ostracized like herself. However, Lilo remained oblivious and trembled in fear. Oh no, does she possess a rare mind-reading ability that has uncovered my plight? But why does she wear such a compassionate expression? Could it be that she feels sympathy for me rather than revulsion? Indeed, there are good people among humans, just like the maid who urged me to flee. Could it be that the Star Association is an organization that embraces friendly strange beings? It doesn't seem as terrifying as the legend suggests. In that instant, a whirlwind of thoughts flooded Lilo's mind, leaving her heart in turmoil. Zhu-Er, unaware of Lilo's internal struggle, resolved to care for the girl. To be honest, during her own youthful days, she had longed to dress as a Gothic maiden but lacked the courage to do so. Thus, upon seeing this Gothic girl, she felt an overwhelming fondness. Once the others departed, Zhu-Er smiled to herself. This examination, while ostensibly a test, was ultimately a means to identify undercover agents. The results were not the key. Those who performed well and those who did poorly were likely all good individuals. After all, undercover agents tend to avoid attracting attention and prefer to present themselves as average. Zhu-Er perused the examination papers, noting that Lilo's scores were exceptionally high, clearly indicating she was one of the good ones. Conversely, the three individuals she suspected were situated right in the middle of the performance spectrum. Humph, my judgment has proven accurate once again. Now, it is time to contemplate the next trial. Zhu's air was brimming with enthusiasm. Xiaoli remained unaware that someone was already scouting for club members on his behalf. They were currently enjoying a meal together. How delightful. The orange-colored dish that previously held no allure now tasted exquisite. It was said that her family was not well off, and the meager pocket money she had was spent on researching external prosthetics, leaving her unable to enjoy good food. Her adaptability, rated at 6 stars, neither here nor there, was not conducive to developing in the realm of prosthetics, prompting her to focus on external prosthetics instead. Currently, the sensitivity and precision of external prosthetics lag far behind that of internal ones. To draw a comparison, using one's own fingers is undoubtedly more dexterous than using chopsticks. External prosthetics exist in a gray area between machines and prosthetics. They are neither one nor the other, often deemed commercially unviable, leading to a lack of interest in research and production. In a cyber society, products that cannot generate value have no reason to exist. However, if developed effectively, they could be immensely beneficial for those with lower adaptability. Xiaoli was willing to support the research of the orange-colored dish, seeking ways to connect her with the rehabilitation center. The passionate senior, old Luo, with a 9-star adaptability, was engrossed in the knowledge of the twin stars. It was said that he once possessed the level of a 6-star geek, but was now merely a 1-star magical essence warrior. The tall, bespectacled senior sister, Rose, had a penchant for studying wormholes. She believed that wormholes held vast potential and could lead humanity towards a brighter future. The 3 clubs they represented were peculiar among the elite, referred to as the 3 noble families. When they gathered for a meal, members from other elite clubs tended to steer clear of them, while instead, the entertainment clubs maintained a strong rapport. The culinary club was ever present, providing side dishes, transforming the Riftwing Eagle into a sumptuous feast, while the light music club even came to provide accompaniment. Little Lily sat beside Xiaoli, her clear and melodious voice harmonizing with the accompaniment. Rarely did Xiaoli feel so relaxed, dining joyfully with a group of friends. Was this the sensation of being part of the vibrant life? It was an experience he had never encountered before. Meanwhile, from the neighboring club booths, sporadic remarks could be heard. Why does it smell so good here? Merely catching a whiff, one could tell that the unseasoned meat was sour and unpalatable. Yet the culinary skills of the Imperial Capital's food club were renowned nationwide. Within the sounds, hints of sourness lingered. Only those who truly tasted it would understand its delightful flavor. With the aid of culinary delights, the initial unfamiliarity among the group gradually faded. Wei Xiao began to elucidate the frontrunners in the upcoming club championship. The test questions for the club competition varied each year, but they primarily encompassed 3 aspects: combat strength, cohesion, and economic power. This was a trial for selecting leaders. Individual combat strength was just one factor. To be deemed a leader, one must convince the entire university that they could lead everyone toward victory and a brighter future. This was advantageous for Xiaoli, who, as a mere 2-star magical essence warrior, could elevate his overall combat power to 4 stars by combining various strengths. The Black Dragon's trump card could not be carelessly exposed, and it came with numerous limitations. Furthermore, some clubs boasted 6-star and 7-star heavyweights, making it uncertain whether raw combat strength could prevail at present. The frontrunners included the Combat Powerhouse, Tactical Practice Association, the Economically Exceptional Prosthetic Research Association, the Highly Cohesive Sandbox Strategy Association, and the Well-Rounded Scientific Research Association. As for the 3 clubs present, they could be considered bottom tier. Wei Xiao assisted Xiaoli in analyzing the situation. Orange-colored dish protested. Hey, what are you saying? Isn't your Model United Nations Association also on the bottom tier like us? It's rather strange that you weren't classified as an entertainment club. The Model United Nations Association has its own merits. There are quite a few foreign students eager to restore their homeland from multinational corporations. Wei Xiao replied with a smile that it seemed that these students were gathering within the Model United Nations Association. Xiaoli tilted his head, puzzled. Then why are you telling us this? Shouldn't you be aligning with those 4 clubs? Wei Xiao adjusted his glasses. What I am observing is not the club competition, but rather the upcoming 100 Schools martial arts event. With the disappearance of the Grand Commander, the entire Hua Country is in disarray. And the people are yearning for hope. This 100 Schools martial arts event is of great significance. All 6 major factions will present their most advanced equipment, seizing the opportunity to showcase their strength to the nation. If one can stand out in this grand event and win the hearts of the people, fans, regardless of which faction they join in the future, they will have a promising future today for the 4 major clubs. They already have their own advisory teams and do not require us. When they lead the Imperial Capital University to victory, they will not likely make use of us, leaving us with no opportunity to shine. Shally nodded. So you seek partners who can ensure your re-employment after victory? That puts my mind at ease. Common interests are far more reliable than unfounded goodwill. Chapter 95. Cooperation and Mutual Benefit. Seeing Shally nod, Wei Xiao smiled. His vision was long-term. The internal club competition merely served to select the ultimate leading club to represent the Imperial Capital University at the 100 Schools martial arts event. For a mid-tier club like the Model United Nations Association, it bore little significance. After all, victory was unattainable. Instead, it was more beneficial to support a promising partner, ensuring that they had a chance to participate in the upcoming 100 Schools martial arts event. The reason he shared this information was deliberate, for there was another crucial stipulation regarding the club competition. Wei Xiao took a bite of poultry and, glancing to the side, cheerfully remarked, I heard that the lowest-ranked clubs in both the elite and entertainment categories will face the risk of disbandment. I wonder if the 3 of you are prepared. The leaders of the 3 noble families trembled at the revelation. The orange-colored dish clenched her teeth. So we are here to recruit reliable new members. Passionate old Luo waved his hand dismissively. I'm not worried. Previously, the fool made quite the impression in the imperial capital. This display of strength should pique the interest of many new students in the Alien Research Association. Rose, continuing to enjoy her meal, stated, I have faith in my skills. As long as I can secure a few sponsorships, we will score points in economic power and cannot possibly be at the bottom. Wei Xiao shook his head, methodically dismantling their confidence. Orange-colored dish. Do you genuinely believe that new students would want to research external prosthetics, which have no lucrative prospects? In this cutthroat environment, most of those who can join the Imperial Capital University are high achievers. They worked hard to get in, not to advocate for the welfare of those with low adaptability. Ugh, orange-colored dish covered her head in dismay. Old Luo, soon, new students will discover that your club's research on alien worlds pales in comparison to the abundance found on the MGA, Mobius Geographic Association, website. Coupled with your Spartan-style education, it is unlikely many will choose to stay. Old Luo, clenching his fists, roared, Damn it. I want to punch you, but you make too much sense. Wei Xiao turned his gaze toward Rose. As it stands, with 16 wormholes already in existence, few are inclined to open new ones to the Mobius twin stars. If a creature of the caliber of the evil king were to emerge, wouldn't that be self-inflicted suffering? Who would be willing to invest in you? Luo C's face darkened. You simply fail to grasp the allure of wormholes. I firmly believe there are enterprises that can recognize their practical value. At this moment, Zhu Kai pounded the table with her twin ponytails, which concealed an external prosthetic. Wei Xiao, has anyone ever told you how annoying you are? Why must you spoil such a joyful mealtime with your words? Moreover, you relentlessly belittle us while extolling the virtues of a newcomer, claiming he has the potential to lead his club to victory. What are you implying? The eyes of several individuals shifted to Xiao Li. At this juncture, Xiao Li and Xiao Bai he exclaimed, Wow, this is delicious! Open wide! Ah! Xiao Bai picked up a piece of spicy eagle meat and offered it to Xiao Li. His face flushed crimson as he cautiously bit into the meat on his chopsticks. He then imitated her, grabbing another piece of fried crab. This is also quite good. The combination of eagle meat and crab roe, deep fried to perfection, is delightful. Xiao Bai's face turned rosy as well. She gently bit into the fried piece, taking half before using her chopsticks to pick up the other half. It's really good. You should try it too. Xiao Li swallowed hard the half-eaten piece. With its sizzling white meat, releasing steam and revealing her bite marks. You can have it. Xiao Li realized he still needed some time to escape the brother zone. Xiao Bai pouted. Suddenly, a petite figure appeared beside them. Ah! Zhu Kai snatched the meat from Xiao Bai's chopsticks. If you want to eat it, I will. Humph. Xiao Baihe's eyes widened, trembling as she pointed at Zhu Kai. Why you? Zhu Kai crossed her arms. Rest assured. I am a genuine female and am not bothered by your saliva. Humph. Yet you, in public, do you not feel the slightest embarrassment? Xiao Bai turned her head, realizing everyone was watching her, even members of the culinary club at another table. Aye. She quickly covered her face. Meanwhile, Luo Si tilted her head in confusion. What is the matter? Our little Zhu Kai at this age has never tasted food from the opposite gender's mouth. Perhaps it's time to enroll in old Luo's Gender Studies Club. Hey, it's extraterrestrial studies. Do not play with homophonic puns. Old Luo retorted angrily. Zhu Kai gritted her teeth. Mind your own business. Enough about me. Let's discuss what merits this junior possesses. Xiaoli scratched his head. Are you talking about me? Wei Xiao shrugged. You lot truly do not comprehend the significance of intelligence. Let me put it this way. This year, there's a freshman who scored full marks on the college entrance examination, but has a mere one-star adaptability. Upon these words, the area fell silent, each person's eyes widening in disbelief. Those unaware might think they had entered the set of One Piece. Everyone present was a top student from the Imperial Capital University, fully aware of how challenging it is to achieve full marks. Full marks? A perfect score in practical skills requires defeating a one-star geek instructor without any prosthetics. The theoretical final exam is as challenging as a Master S-level physics exam. It is exceedingly difficult, with no occurrences in several years. Zhu Kai covered her mouth. Luo Si sighed in astonishment. What a pity his adaptability is only one star. Otherwise, he could be on television. Xiao Baihe, hearing this for the first time, wore a look of pride. Naturally, Xiaoli, being a fool, should indeed be that impressive. Old Luo's eyes brightened. But now, the extraterrestrial magical essence system can address the adaptability issue. His talents will finally have an opportunity to shine. Xiaoli thought it was indeed somewhat challenging, but not insurmountable. Once he focused, he quickly learned. Perhaps his ability to devour everything included knowledge. His memory had always been excellent. The fragments of information shared by the Black Dragon in his dreams remained vivid, and he could easily compile them into a website afterward. Additionally, he was a member of the Chu family, rumored to have garnered the favor of the fool after the wormhole incident in the imperial capital, while the family's rising star, Chu Lingzhu, was fervently pursuing him. The remaining information was classified. Wei Xiao smirked. After hearing Wei Xiao's words, the presidents of the three major families exchanged glances before turning in unison toward Xiaoli, exclaiming, "Join my club." Xiaoli was speechless. Wei Xiao stepped in first to block the trio. All right. Don't you see the state of your clubs? If you were to join, it would surely be a reputable one. For us, the optimal solution is, he establishes his own club, and we smaller clubs unite with him to collectively combat the favored contenders. Upon hearing this, Zhu Kai immediately grasped Xiao Li's hand with her twin ponytails. Please, start your own club. Luo Si approached as well. The club is secondary. In any case, sponsor sister. Sister's skills are exceptionally high. Wherever you go, she can elevate your prowess. I already told you to avoid homophonic puns. Old Luo interjected. Come on, as fellow magical essence warriors, let us research the benefits of magical essence for humanity together. Old Luo's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. Xiaoli sighed and glanced at Wei Xiao. You seem quite knowledgeable. Chapter 96. Admission without examination. Of course, I make my living off information. Wei Xiao replied with a meaningful smile. Zhu Kai beside him remarked. Wei Xiao truly enjoys sporting that unsettling smile. After all, his name is Wei Xiao. Luo Si nodded. Establishing a club at the Imperial Capital University requires a security deposit of 500,000, along with the guarantee of a senior faculty member. Wei Xiao assured that he could arrange all of this for Xiaoli. All Xiaoli needed to do was recruit members and find a way to win the championship. In Chinese universities, class cohesion is generally low, far inferior to clubs where like-minded individuals gather. Thus, the upper echelons prefer clubs as organizational units rather than classes. Recreational clubs primarily gather based on shared hobbies, while advanced clubs unite around common goals. Championships mainly occur between advanced clubs. Recreational clubs merely need to find ways to generate revenue and avoid being disbanded. Xiaoli needed to contemplate what to name his club. Chinibu Club? Anti-cyberpunk society? Conquer the Star Society. This is so difficult. Xiaobai, what do you think? Xiaoli turned to her. Xiaobai still had her face covered, murmuring, "Oh no, if this gets out. How can I still be a star in the future?" Xiaoli gently patted her shoulder, waking her from her strange state. She blinked, then thoughtfully replied, "I think it's quite fitting for your identity. I can hardly imagine you being summoned by seniors in any other club." That might actually be quite amusing. She began to daydream. Xiaoli rolled his eyes. He intended to ask what name would be suitable for the club. In truth, he did not mind being called by seniors if Xiaobai and the other girls were not around. His modest vanity prevented him from shattering the idealized image of the fool in their minds. Ultimately, establishing his own club seemed the best course of action. The small gathering concluded. The lone eagle had little meat, yet it still managed to swipe plenty of ingredients from the culinary club. However, for the culinary club, the experience of preparing dual-star ingredients was invaluable, and they were quite excited. After feasting, it conveniently became the lunchtime break. The freshmen streamed out of their classrooms, gradually arriving at the club recruitment area. The presidents of the three major families quickly became busy, promoting their respective clubs. Xiaoli, on the other hand, accompanied Xiaobai to leisurely stroll through the exhibition areas of other clubs, especially those favored to win. He needed to gather intelligence. Not long after, he spotted a familiar figure. His current dedicated pharmacist, Chen Mingyao, was tiptoeing nearby, observing the prosthetic research club. As a popular club, it attracted a large crowd, forcing Chen Mingyao to stand outside on her toes to catch a glimpse. Xiaoli approached her. "Need a hand?" "Xiaoli, you're here too. How can I help? Do you have any connections?" Chen Mingyao blinked. "I can let you sit on my shoulders to see better," Xiaoli offered. Before Chen Mingyao could respond, Xiaobai interjected, Hey, I want to see too. Let me sit first." She squinted at Chen Mingyao. How careless. Xiaoli nearly forgot that. Although Chen Mingyao had not made any overt advances, she possessed a certain ethereal quality and had been assisting him in concocting potions. She was indeed a considerable threat. Even more so than Zhu Er. If Zhu Er were to succeed first, given the Chu family's tendency to favor their own, she would likely allow others to join. But Chen Mingyao, being of commoner origins, might demand exclusivity with Xiao El. In summary, it was perilous. Xiaoli took 2 steps back. Never mind. I was just joking." Chen Mingyao covered her mouth, chuckling softly. "You still enjoy teasing people." This exchange caused Xiaobai's expression to shift. Her thoughts tumultuous. Why doesn't he tease me? Xiaoli indeed paid more attention to Chen Mingyao, but not because of her ethereal quality. Rather, it was his more intricate feelings. The fool he envisioned represented the ideal self he aspired to be. He certainly liked girls like Zhu Er and Xiaobai who approached him due to their association with the fool. But he felt he had not yet reached a level of excellence worthy of them, experiencing a sense of premature consumption of their affection. Thus, he remained quite restrained around them. In contrast, Chen Mingyao had interacted with him from the very beginning, creating a connection that felt more suited to his current self. All things considered, it was still the peculiar mindset of a Chinibu adolescent at play. "Are you interested in the prosthetic research club?" Xiaoli inquired of Chen Mingyao. She nodded. "I heard that the seniors in the prosthetic research club at Imperial Capital University jointly invented the Poseidon series of geek prosthetics, allowing users to move underwater with ease. The higher the star rating, the deeper they can dive. I'm eager to study it." Xiaobai waved her hand. "Go ahead. With your grades, they will surely want you. But remember, once you join, you'll be our enemy." "Enemies?" Chen Mingyao tilted her head, her expression one of utter confusion. Xiaoli succinctly elucidated the matter of the society's competition to her. After listening, Chen Mingyao covered her mouth in realization. "So that's how it is. Xiaoli, you intend to establish your own society? Then I must certainly join yours." Xiaoli hastily waved his hand in protest. "There's no need for that. You should pursue your own dreams. Joining the Cybernetic Research Society would be beneficial for you. As your employer, I naturally wish for your excellence. I only require the assistance of Zhu and Xiaobai." Xiaobai rolled her eyes at this remark, caught in a dilemma of whether to feel pleased or vexed. Chen Mingyao slightly raised her gaze, locking eyes with Xiaoli, looking somewhat touched. "Boss, if I were to say that rather than becoming more outstanding, I wish to assist you, Would you scold me? Xiao Li averted his gaze. Of course, I would not scold you. My desire for your improvement stems from hoping that your excellence would better enable you to assist me. However, I wish for you to pursue your dreams. Joining the Cybernetic Research Society could also allow you to help me undercover. Chun Mingyao pouted. Since you put it that way. At that moment, a voice interrupted their conversation. Hey, I overheard your secret plot. Crystal clear. You wish to plant an undercover. Ridiculous. The crowd parted, revealing a wild woman with a mechanical arm striding forward, her sharp eyebrows raised, exuding an aura of confidence, approaching them. She declared, I detest your kind of heterosexuality. You all deserve to be burned at the stake, and you wish to join our society. Just as she finished, her gaze landed on Chun Mingyao, her eyes widening in surprise. Very well, this young lady shall be admitted without examination. Ah, the inevitable taste of cyberpunk. Chun Mingyao took a step back, and after a moment of silence, Xiao Li grasped her hand. Never mind, I would rather you not join such a society. Chapter 97, Steady Development. The wild female senior's expression shifted. Aren't you trying to plant an undercover? How can you just give up like that? Xiao Li pulled Chun Mingyao back another 2 steps. Don't run. You should have faith that she can resist my temptations, though you really have so little confidence in your relationship. Xiao Li rolled his eyes. We're not at that level yet. The senior, hearing this, became even more excited. So you haven't tainted her yet. That makes it all the more necessary to keep her. Sister, so many have sought to join our society, yet fail. Even Chun Mingyao, usually gentle, felt somewhat at a loss, retreating behind Xiao Li to inquire. What is she doing? Xiao Baihe, could you please explain? Xiao Li was at a loss for words. Xiao Baihe sighed and leaned in to whisper to Chun Mingyao. Instantly, Chun Mingyao shuddered, her face flushing. Is it really possible to do that? This display only captivated the senior further. Despite her delicate features, her expression resembled that of a lecherous old man. Startled, Chun Mingyao urged Xiao Li. Let's get out of here. Xiao Li immediately led her away in haste. The senior glared at their retreating figures. Damn it, a scourge to innocent young ladies. That vile man. Quickly investigate his background. I shall dismantle his society head-on. The people in this school are all rather peculiar. In a corner. Xiao Li couldn't help but voice his thoughts. He paused, realizing there was some truth to it. Ah, so you've always viewed me this way. Xiao Baihe finally understood why her advances had been ineffective. Xiao Li turned to Chun Mingyao. What do you think? Xiao Baihe was right. The pressure truly was immense. Chun Mingyao nodded in agreement. That's so. How do you usually relieve stress? Xiao Li inquired with curiosity. Chun Mingyao blushed. I won't tell you. Of course, it's the carefully curated dramas about domineering CEOs that offer a delightful escape for the mind. With that, Xiao Li lost interest in exploring other societies. He decided to simply have Wei Xiao prepare a research report. Since Chun Mingyao hadn't had lunch yet, Xiao Li took her to the cafeteria, where they chatted animatedly until the lunch break swiftly came to an end. In the afternoon, he attended the Fundamentals of Cybernetics class with Chun Mingyao. This course proved to be immensely beneficial for Xiao Li. Bridge the gap between machinery and the human body, showcasing various miraculous effects. All machinery intended for human integration would utilize it. This concept defined adaptability, which essentially referred to the compatibility with this material. Finding suitable substitutes was challenging, and there was no guarantee that new systems would be universally accepted. Chun Mingyao maintained that to address the adaptability issue, research into the magical essence found in binary stars was necessary. Before long, the first day of university life concluded. Xiao Li remarked that it was quite interesting. At the Dawn Rehabilitation Center after classes, Xiao Li and Xiao Baihe arrived together. Many children, spotting Xiao Baihe, exclaimed excitedly, Sister Baihe, you're here. Will you tell us stories today? Xiao Baihe nodded at the children. Of course. Gather everyone around. Recently, she had been using her illusory eye to narrate stories to the children. Her illusions provided a more immersive experience than VR, receiving widespread acclaim, as Lin Shi forbade the children from using VR or MR due to radiation concerns affecting their development. After Xiao Baihe left, Xiao Li entered a small room in the main building. A weathered man awaited him inside. Lord Xiao Li, you've arrived. This man was one of the surviving members of the Starry Sky Society from the Jiangzhou Island incident. Codenamed Staff 9. His real name was Li Quan, mature, composed, and of impeccable lineage. After the wormhole incident in the imperial capital, he sought refuge with Xiao Li, joining the esteemed Fools Guild, where Xiao Li had assigned him to work at the rehabilitation center. This week, the He family provided 42 bodies of aberrant creatures, returning 20 vials of awakening elixirs. The Chu family contributed 18 bodies, returning 7 vials of elixirs. Their abilities included, Li Quan reported to Xiao Li. Xiao Li nodded. Were there any particularly rare abilities among them? One vial accelerates plant growth, and another is a heart-lightening elixir. Both came from the Chu family. The Chu family's offerings were generally rarer, while the He families were more commonplace but abundant. Currently, the Chu family had 849 instances under control, all targeting aberrant creatures that had remained hidden on Blue Star for years, making those that had persisted relatively rare. The He family, meanwhile, was involved in the Dual Star expansion, where the number of aberrant creatures was vast, but the rare ones clustered together, making them difficult to combat. Xiao Li was quite satisfied with these numbers and continued to inquire about the manor's conditions. How many individuals in the rehabilitation center are willing to join us? Very well. When Xiao Huang arrives, have him take them for training. Have you encountered any issues with your elixir cultivation recently? Xiao Li nodded. Xiao Huang was another young man with blonde hair, Saint Cup 7, whose real name was Huang Jiawei that he had confirmed his joining online and was en route to the imperial capital. Li Quan began to outline his concerns. He had been consuming the Shadow Wolf elixir, which was the elixir corresponding to Xiao Li's first ability. Xiao Li addressed each of his queries. After discussing the elixirs, Li Quan reported on the factory's economic status. I am currently hesitant to sell the 9-star cybernetics due to insufficient materials. However, the demand for smart firearms is robust. I've contacted a tribe within the Wanderers Alliance, residing near one of the 16 wormholes, and their demand for weapons is substantial. Their territory also contains materials for smart firearms. If we can establish a stable supply chain, we could generate around 3 million credit points monthly. Yet, the logistics remain a challenge, as the sale of such products is heavily restricted in Huagua. Xiao Li pondered, this could assist them in combating aberrant creatures that I will devise a solution for the logistics issue. The organization was steadily developing. In the future, it would provide Xiao Li with loyal allies who shared similar values, ensuring that no infiltrators would arise. After grasping the organization's progress, Xiao Li ascended to the rooftop, which had formerly been the office of Principal Huang Yun, now occupied by Lin Sh. As he opened the door, he found Lin Shi in a state of frantic disarray. Lin Shi, why aren't you attending school today? Lin Shi shot him a glare. Isn't it because you handed this place over to me? Besides, even if I transfer in, I wouldn't comprehend anything anyway. After all, sponsoring students is quite flexible, isn't it? Indeed, but I believe you should consider attending the Imperial Capital University.